art. It's one of mankind's premier ways of experiencing decline. In other words, entropy. Now, I'm not talking about art as we see it. I'm talking about art as we do it. The drug of creativity. The short-lived high of reaching new creative peaks. They get higher and higher, until the peaks aren't as high as before. And while your fellow man might still marvel at these peaks, you know what this trajectory spells. Decline. Entropy. The day you paint a painting and nobody views it. The day you make a song and nobody listens to it. The day you upload a... well, you get the gist. The day every artist fears. And so, many have tried to halt the ticking clock of entropy, getting with the times, reinventing oneself, accruing new investors. But nothing works. Nothing can stop the forward march of time. Holy moly! This video was a long time coming, so I want to start off by thanking you all so much for your support, but most importantly, your patience during this little interim. Sam Barlow's Immortality holds a very special place in my heart. Immortality is unlike your average video game. In this game, you're not gunning down demons, saving the world from dragons, or rebuilding a community center. No, the gameplay, following in the tradition of Sam Barlow's first release, Her Story, we covered that in the previous video, consists solely of rifling through clips. Movie clips, raw film reel footage. Contained within all of them, the answer to the burning question, what happened to Marissa Marcel? But who is Marissa Marcel? Marissa Marcel is more than just an enigma. Born in France, Marissa moved to London in the late 60s, where she worked as a photographer's model. From there, she would start her sporadic career in show business. Marissa would have starred in 3 movies, but for differing reasons, each movie never made it to release. In the 60s, she starred in a debaucherous Middle Ages noir, Ambrosio. The About section of this game tells us nothing more than the movie was never released. During its production, she met its lead cameraman, John Durick. In the 70s, the two would go on to produce a proper detective noir with an artistic twist, Minsky. Again, the About section only tells us the movie never finished. Marissa Marcel fell off the face of the earth. John Durick led a successful career as a director until 1999, when Marissa resurfaced once again to feature in John Durick's thriller, 2 of Everything. All the public knows is that due to John Durick's untimely death and the final disappearance of Marissa, 2 of Everything never finished. Marissa Marcel was never heard from or seen again.
Come back and see me again sometime. I'm always here.
In 1968, many thought Marcel would become a huge star, but these days she's largely forgotten. A few dedicated enthusiasts have attempted to find her lost movies and floated their own theories of what happened to Marissa Marcel. You and I get to play as said enthusiasts because in 2020, a large cache of film was discovered containing footage from all 3 of Marcel's movies. After careful collating and scanning of the footage, Sam Barlow has created a piece of software in an attempt to preserve the work and share it to the world, so that Marissa may live again in the hearts of the audience. Keep that in mind. The gameplay is light but novel, and like I said in the beginning of this video, it occupies a special place in my heart. If there ever were a day where you or your friend group couldn't decide, is it game night or movie night, well, why not combine the 2 together with Immortality? Trust me, the more blind you go into this game, the more fun you're going to have. Enjoy the ignorance, the blindness as you go into it, and be rest assured that as confused as you might be in the midst of your gameplay, you can always come back to this video, and if I do a good job, I'll answer some of your questions. So go wild and dig in, I'll be here. Now, let's go ahead and briefly dig into the gameplay aspect of this game. First, we are encouraged to check out the content warnings. Take a look at the list, but I would say the most major warnings I would personally give are regarding sexual violence and themes of both religious and personal existential crisis. You'll see what I mean as we get into the game. On the scale of severity, I would say if you are moderately sensitive to these themes, you should still be fine. But to those who are highly or extremely sensitive, I would advise discretion. Don't worry, this video isn't going anywhere. You can always come back at a better time. Some side details of this opening sequence is when you click on menu buttons, the background will reveal itself to be a video going frame by frame of Marissa Marcel approaching the audition seat. Speaking of which, when we first open up the game, the title isn't Immortality, but Marissa Marcel, an interactive experience. However, when we click play, the game glitches and the true title reveals itself. So, with this access to over 250 clips, we must answer the question, what happened to Marissa Marcel? But how do we even access these clips? How do we even play this game? We start off by clicking on a clip, but it glitches and takes us to this interview. The core game mechanic is through this match cutting. Simply click on anything and it will take you to a similar or identical item or iteration in one of 250 clips. The clips we have access to are mostly consisted of raw footage from either 3 movies, but sprinkled within are also some television tape recordings, behind-the-scene interviews, and home movies. It's amazing how nearly every person and thing is logged in this system, and when clicked on, will take you to another clip they're contained in. I click on this hunk, and it takes me to a scene where he plays the devil. Another game mechanic here is our ability to rewind and fast forward. When we match cut, it takes us into the middle of a scene. The best practice is to always rewind when first entering a new scene so you get the full context.
Yeboah. Yeboah.
Dagagnana bazie.
Zroy zilwazi.
Now, I'm about to spoil a major secret aspect to this game. If you are even vaguely interested, I recommend clicking off now and playing this game for yourself. Now, there are a lot of small mysteries and nuances that with this technology we can shine a light on. For example, this demonic language spoken in Ambrosio, when reversed, is just spoken English, David Lynch style. Here's what it sounds like when we rewind it.
Drol zinatsies. Seis nanizlord. He's mine.
Ezi.
I thought you'd keep your distance if you came back.
Oh. On our screen is a nude lady and shirtless man. The clip seems to have been hijacked by this higher resolution, higher frames per second clip. And thus is the other side of the coin of this game's mystery, these hidden clips that are accessed by rewinding. In some cases you'll have to be precise with your rewinding. What are these mysterious characters? Who are they? What do they represent? And what do they have to do with the mystery of what happened to Marissa Marcel? Now this is where the gameplay analysis ends and where the story analysis begins. Within this game there are essentially 6 stories being told here. There's of course each movie's internal plot. The 1960s Ambrosio, the 1970s Minsky, the 1999 Two of Everything, those internal movie plots, the fiction located within the fictional universe of Immortality. But then we also have access to the clips surrounding the productions of these movies. So 3 additional stories, the stories going into the production of Ambrosio, the production of Minsky, and the production of Two of Everything. All of these movies and their productions contain the answers to the questions, what happened to Marissa Marcel? Why did these movies get cancelled in the first place? And who the hell were those nude people that were hidden in the film reel? We'll start by analyzing the movie plot of Ambrosio. I've done my best to put together the movie using the clips that the game gives us, allowing us to actually analyze the movie itself as if this were a proper flawed Peacock movie analysis video, segment really, in a larger video. But then afterwards we will zoom out, analyze the tail ends of each clips before action is called and after cut is called to analyze the production that went into Ambrosio. And then we'll do the same treatment for 1970s Minsky and the 1999 Two of Everything. So 6 acts in this video. Film analysis, film, production, film, production. Following this pattern, we will unravel this beautifully leviathan story in Immortality. Now, let's go ahead and start by analyzing Ambrosio, a movie filmed in the 1960s, starring Marissa Marcel and directed by Arthur Fisher. Ambrosio takes place in Madrid during the Spanish Inquisition and is based off the novel The Monk, a Romance by M.G. Lewis. Its namesake, Ambrosio, is the head abbot or chief of monks for the order of the Capuchins. Ambrosio is set up early in the plot, considered to be the holiest man of Madrid, and even his own behavior shows his leaning into this celebrity, enacting harsh judgments on others, yet fiendishly sating his personal appetites behind closed doors, and then meekly granting himself mercy. Will the monk fall to his appetites and suffer a most dreadful and satisfying comeuppance, or will he be humbled and redeem himself through a righteous punishment? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's get started. We start with a mother and daughter veiled in a church. They're given seats by two men. In the original M.G. Lewis book, it's noted that the church is filled with men and women looking for suitors, lovers, friends, etc. It's a sort of social place rather than a place of worship. I remember a part in the book where it's mentioned that people will just go to the church to occupy time while they wait for a nearby play to start. Something like that.
Please, take my seat, my child.
And mine, for your companion.
May I remove your veil?
No. I do not remove my veil in public, senor.
Where is the harm? The other ladies have removed theirs.
It is not custom in Murcia, senors. We're newly arrived here.
Clearly, these two ladies from Murcia are unlike the Madridian congregation, wanting to focus on prayer and the celebration, maintaining their veils.
Well, this is Madrid, senora.
In Madrid, we show God our faces when He speaks to us.
Despite the mother and daughter refusing to take their veils down, the men remove them, setting the tone of the movie, one where there's nothing sacred, not modesty, not tradition, and not consent. Here's what the two rogues have to say about the celebrant, Father Ambrosio.
You must hush now, for here comes his vessel.
The holiest of men, and handsome too.
What a line. The holiest man of Madrid. And he's kinda cute.
And handsome too.
The priest, off camera, gives his homily.
Beloved congregation, there are many of you here today. I see much finery. Expensive clothes, beautiful hair. But I see little holiness. I see wantonness. I see God's servants dolled up like peacocks.
The first scene is chock full of narrative nuggets. This first part is a pretty run-of-the-mill screed against vanity. On its face, I can agree. Why do we dress ourselves in finery when we come before God, who can see us in our spiritual muck? Do we think we can disguise ourselves from God, or are we disguising ourselves from our neighbor? Why concern ourselves with what our neighbor thinks when we are there at the church to witness the holy sacrifice? But as we comb through this movie, we will come to learn that the priest is wearing his righteousness like the churchgoers wear their finery. To call him a hypocrite will be an understatement. Ambrosio states that Lent approaches. Lent is a Christian tradition of fasting, commemorating Jesus' 40 days in the Judean desert. In these 40 days, the devil tempted Jesus. Of course, Jesus rebuked the devil. This Lenten framing of the movie, Ambrosio, will spell out the equally satisfying and equally dreadful downfall of its namesake, Ambrosio, the holiest man of Madrid.
And handsome too.
We have yet to meet the devil who will tempt him, however.
But I've spent my life in this abbey. I've never walked the streets of Madrid as a man. I am as pure today as the day my Creator shaped me. Do I look weak? Do I look feeble? No. I am strong because my virtue fuels me. My power is granted me by the divine.
Oh boy, a lot of pride in these words. He refers to his virtue as his power, not God's virtue, not God's power. And while he can certainly get away with this pride due to his celebrity status, from the karmic perspective of the plot line, he is setting himself up for a humbling downfall.
Think of the Virgin, our Mother Mary. How does she look? Beautiful, perfect. All of the blessings of the feminine with none of the faults.
Brutal. If it's not already apparent, we will come to find out that the Mother of God to Ambrosio is reduced down to her virginity, femininity, and physical beauty. In his homily, he first and foremost refers to her not as Mary, not as Mother Mary, not as the Mother of God, but as the Virgin. Now, don't get me wrong, Mary is a hero, the bearer of humanity's salvation to Christians, and even many Muslims, when referring to Christ, will refer to him as Isa ibn Miriam, Jesus of Mary. In fact, there's a whole book in the Quran about Miriam. Anyways, we will see this focus on Mary get contorted and perverted to both scandalize the viewer and tantalize Ambrosio. Brace yourself, this is going to get profane.
Are those dragged low by sin, who feed at his trough of sin, how do they look to you? Hollow, huh? Disease, already half dragged to the sepulchre.
Two things of note in this monologue, the theme of hollowness and the quote of rutting animals. The rutting animals is a simple foreshadowing to the mindless, self-indulgent nature to Ambrosio's fall into sin, into depravity. I got mixed up. He mentions rutting animals in a later homily, but might as well mention them now. We're not really spoiling anything talking about it here. But understand that it wasn't mentioned yet, and so when I refer to it as foreshadowing, it's erroneous. The more interesting note is his mention of the hollowing out of the sinner, or specifically those who are tempted by the devil having a hollowness. Big keep in mind here. This is a big repetitive theme we'll see reverberate throughout this game. This hollowing out that precedes possession. And what an apt word, possessing, to possess something. Keep this in mind for when actors get possessed by their directors, lovers by their lovers, or, in the case of Ambrosio, the holiest man of Madrid being possessed by a temptress, or accurately, his own depravity. I'll stop there, but note that in this scene we see Antonia. She's played by an actress named Sofia Morgana. Here she's crying. However, this is not actually supposed to be part of the scene. She's supposed to be in awe of Ambrosio. The actress herself is crying. This will frustrate the demanding director of Ambrosio, Arthur Fisher. We will break down the happenings surrounding the production later. Right now, we're just piecing together the plot of the movie itself. For now, let's go ahead and keep this role our monk plays early on in this movie in mind. He is the celebrant of the Mass, but he's also a celebrity. The holiest man of Madrid. He is seen by his fellow Madridians as an idol of sorts. And we're going to see throughout this movie of Ambrosio, this holy man get knocked down several pegs, be brought low and humiliated. Now beyond this first movie, we're going to keep running into this theme. This theme I'm going to call the life and death of celebrity. A unifying theme across all three Marissa Marcel movies. Our next shot is of Ambrosio. He's played by an actor named Robert Jones, implied to be a heartthrob and famous lead actor in the Immortality universe. Ambrosio is in his room admiring a painting of the Virgin Mary. In his homily, he talks of her as this weapon of purity, but here behind closed doors, he seems to be infatuated with this image. Like I said, brutal. Oh, boom in the shot. Boom in the shot. Boom in the shot. Uh-oh, boomy. Boom in the shot. Blame it on the boomy. I'm used to one viewer, not three. Where's the detective? Solving our murder. Okay, you can stay. Just try not to be annoying. Where was I? A novice by the name of Rosario walks in, fittingly with roses from the garden. Here we can infer that the holiest man of Madrid is an abbot, or a head monk of an order of monks. Rosario is a novice played by Marissa Marcel. Already I'm noticing something here. Marissa without the S's. Oh, SS, superstar. That'll come in later. But yes, Marissa without the SS's is Maria, or Mary. Let me play this scene out.
You were impressive in church today, Father.
I cannot take credit for the Lord when he speaks through me, but you enjoyed my discourse.
Oh, yes. I've never heard such eloquence. Well, save once.
Oh? When and who was this?
Yourself, Father. When you preached after the passing of our late superior.
Yes, I remember. You were present. You're not yet a novice, then.
I was there. But perhaps I wish that God had not led me there that day. I would have avoided some suffering.
Suffering? At your age, Rosario?
Yes. My heart yearns to tell, but I fear to lose you.
What could be so terrible to sever my love for you?
There's the bell for Vespers. We must go.
Seek me out after confession. I cannot leave your mind so there.
Now, Rosario in reality is a woman, or perhaps a girl. Marissa was 18 at the time of filming, but novices can be as young as 16 years of age. Regardless, there is a sweetness to Ambrosio as he shows care for his novice brother. The perversion of this movie hasn't set its claws in just yet. There's a difference in both age and vocation, making this coming moral degradation all the more grimy. However, there is a caveat to this power imbalance, and it doesn't exactly favor the monk. Stay tuned. The next scene, Ambrosio is hearing a confession from Agnes, a novice or young nun. Now, quick note, this is a rehearsal scene. The only footage we have of this scene of this movie will be this rehearsal. Some scenes are played out in actual movie shots, some in rehearsals, and some in table reads. In cases like this, I will do my best to fill in the blanks. Try to imagine the two are in a confessional, and Agnes is in her full nun habit, and Ambrosio in his monk robes.
Dreams such as these are not uncommon. The devil will sometimes use our memories against us, make us children again, so that we forget our knowledge of sin. You often dream of your life before you joined the convent.
Yes, and on waking I yearn to return to the dream.
It seems that Agnes was discussing a dream in her confession. Now, this is not uncommon. In many cases, the confessional can be an opportunity to seek counsel from your priest, even discussing dreams. Your dreams are downstream of your psyche, and so what might be plaguing your conscience is a good way to sort things out mentally and hopefully spiritually. However,
is your dream lustful?
No, Father.
Are your dreams lustful? Now that's grimy. Even with us hearing a part of Agnes's confession, we can tell this is just a simple longing for life outside the cloister, a simpler time. But Ambrosio is fishing, trying to see if there's a sexual or lustful aspect to her dream.
I am sorry for these and all my sins.
Next time you wake from such a dream, I suggest you immediately pray. The devil's trick should not rid you of your grace. For your penance, I give you 10 Hail Marys.
Okay, now hold on. I might be a lapsed Catholic, but I'm a professional lapsed Catholic, okay? So as a pro-lapsed Catholic, I believe his spiritual prescription should have ended at the morning prayer, but he assigned a full-blown penance. If the extent of the confession was just these dreams, then there's no sin, no need for penance. All Ambrosio knows is that she has dreams that reveal a nostalgic longing. This is hardly even temptation. Now this is only a small part of how Ambrosio wields his sick wrath through his pastoral duties.
Through the ministry of the church, may God give you pardon and peace, and I absolve you from your sins. In the name of the Son, and of the Father, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Bless you, child. On your way. Sister, you dropped your lesser.
No, Father.
Pause, daughter. I must read this.
Then I am lost.
You intend to flee the convent. You are with child. Where is the domina?
Please, Father, use your holiness to forgive me. Bring my soul back to heaven. Do not do me.
To conceal your crimes would be to soil myself with your sins. Where is Lady Prioress?
Father, please.
You cherish in your bosom a snake.
No. Please. Cruel. Cruel.
Not cruelty, mercy. I would rescue you from perdition.
Wretch, you have shamed our order before the holiest man in Madrid.
Lady Prioress, I trust you to administer the punishment which you deem appropriate.
No.
Penance and mortification shall expiate her offense.
We will answer the crime with holy rigor.
No.
Take her to the convent.
No. Murderer! I curse you for my death and that of the innocent in my belly! God will show us mercy where you have failed! Destroyer, you are so proud of your virtue, but where have you tested it? Coward! You hide from the world. One day your trial will come, you will yield. And when you do, remember your cruelty today. Remember me and the spirit pardon! No, please!
I have done my duty.
So here we have the apparent sheen of hypocrisy that shines through this movie. Agnes's punishment for getting pregnant and intending to leave the convent is death, thusly the termination of her pregnancy. This is not a spiritual order, but a merry band of medieval influencers who are more concerned with their reputation than they are about Agnes's soul. Instead of a somber reaction to this complication in Agnes's spiritual vocation, the prioress is more concerned with how the situation looks optically, more embarrassed that one of her novices got pregnant in the presence of the great Ambrosio, the holiest man of Madrid. Agnes's righteous monologue against the hypocrite monk is quite prophetic. She calls him a destroyer and foreseeing his folding to future temptation. I'll say this for now. The fate of our dear Agnes is sadly sealed by the abbot. The next scene is of Ambrosio following through with his meeting with Rosario after confession. We hear the tail end of a conversation between Rosario and Ambrosio.
This bird was my sister's favorite.
You had a sister. This is the source of your sadness.
Yes. Matilda.
Rosario is recalling his sister Matilda's favorite bird. Now, we will quickly learn that Matilda is Rosario's true identity. However, what might be easily overlooked is this mention of the bird. Within this movie, there is this repeated motif of the bird being a sort of stand-in for the devil. We can glean as such from the achievement associated with finding clips of birds. Now, let's go ahead and play out this whole scene.
She died of sorrow.
What sorrow?
She loved a man. With a passion born of virtue no one loved as purely as Matilda.
Who was the object of her love?
One sadly already married to another, his bride heavenly and pure. Neither he nor Matilda did anything to inflame this passion, but the more virtuous he showed himself to be, the more she was drawn to his light.
Unhappy girl.
One day she confessed her love to him, wishing not to be dishonest. Despite her protestations of virtue, he drove her from him. He refused to see her again. It broke her heart and killed her.
Too severe a fate for so innocent a crime.
He's strangely inconsistent with how he went about passing judgment on Agnes. Compared to how he is now, it's almost like he subconsciously knows that this is about him.
This man's choices were ill-considered.
You think so?
Doubtless. I pity your sister.
Oh, Father. Then pity me. I have no sister, Father. I am Matilda. I am a woman. You are my beloved. I concealed my sex and joined the Abbey to be closer to your holiness.
This cannot be.
Please, do not be shocked by my dishonesty. I acted out of love, a pure love given me by God. I do not wish to be a woman to you. Damn my sex. I wish only to be your friend.
It cannot be. You have brought great risk to yourself and to my brothers.
Holiest Ambrosio, did I misjudge your temperament? I thought you would understand. Let me be Rosario. Treat me as a man, but let me stay.
No, it cannot be. If it were discovered, I would be destroyed. I cannot let it stand. For my own sake. For the order.
I pray you show compassion.
Unhappy Matilda. You have my compassion. I am convinced that your motives are pure. But you are blind to the imprudence of your actions. My duty to you begs me to treat you harshly. You must be gone from here by tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Surely you cannot mean it.
You have heard my decision. The laws of the order are exact and our vows compel us to obey. I pity you, but I can do no more. You must leave.
I have no choice then. I will not leave this abbey alive.
If you lost your senses, kill yourself and you lose your claim to salvation. You forfeit your soul.
I care not. Paradise here with you, or perdition without. Tell me you will conceal my story and retain me as your companion. Else this dagger drinks my blood.
Hold. Stay there, Enchantress. Stay from my destruction.
So this would be the big reveal that Rosario is in fact Matilda. There's a great juxtaposition we can make off the tail end of the previous scene. Ambrosio finds out about a nun's pregnancy and condemns her to death. But now here we have Matilda, who infiltrated the Holy Order of the Capuchins, the crime of trespassing in a sanctuary, a holy sanctuary. But because she's shown romantic interest in Ambrosio, he's not only merciful to her, not kicking her out and allowing her to continue to infiltrate the Order of the Capuchin, keeping her in proximity so he can allow himself to be tempted by her. Now, he has the power to cast her out, kick her out of the convent, to even have her condemned, which that would be extreme, but he has that power and is willing to use it on Agnes, but not on Matilda. It's almost as if to Ambrosio, the sin is not the act itself, but the fact that he's not the one being pursued, being lusted after. While we are here, might as well note another theme we'll repeatedly bump into throughout this game. Right now, we're seeing it in the form of this topic surrounding gender identity and gender roles. We have Matilda obscuring her gender, assuming a new identity of Rosario. Now, this is just a simple plot device in Ambrosio. However, this concept is going to expand past gender identity and more go into an all-around existential discontentment. Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. We'll keep this in mind. Later that night, Ambrosio seems to have a hallucination or a dream where the painting of Mary speaks to him.
What do you risk by authorizing the novice to stay? She remains your friend and disciple. Her love is pure. She has made no attempt to charm or seduce you, and yet she is beautiful. As beautiful as me.
Blessed Virgin. Christ be with me, Christ within me, Christ protect me.
May I kiss your hand?
I'll censor this part, but in this dream, Mary kisses his hand and does some tantalizing, putting Ambrosio's finger in her mouth, then his hand to her chest. She then smacks him across the face, saying, "Naughty." The use of this word naughty seems a bit anachronistic. It seems that this devil, this force of temptation, has taken the form of this painting of Mary to help ease Ambrosio into this decision to let Matilda stay. Or this could simply be a product of his own subconscious. He, of his own accord, lets Matilda stay and is convincing himself it's a good idea, while at the same time having an arousing dream. And again, how hypocritical. Well, I mean, we can't control our dreams, but it's ironic how he is so harsh against the confessing who have very innocuous dreams, but he himself has vivid, profanely erotic dreams. The next scene we have access to is Father Ambrosio praying alongside his monks. In his prayer, he asks God to shield him, lamenting that he's surrounded by foes that say that there is no salvation for those in God. He's talking the talk, but he isn't walking the walk. At some point, he turns to Matilda, mind you, still disguised as a novice. He turns to her during this prayer, likely blaming her for his feeling of spiritual insecurity. When he turns back, we see Matilda then turn towards Ambrosio and stare at him. She has this very eerie yet goofy stare, like an ogling stalker. This is a very subtle shot, because it almost implies a supernatural sense to Matilda. She senses Ambrosio's gaze, and then gazes at him when he's distracted in prayer. This is actually an artistic decision from the director of photography, John Durek. There will be many moments where this assistant to the director will take a different, in my opinion, better approach with scenes. And there is some pretty fun symbology here, just you wait. Again, back to the plot. The next scene we have is of Ambrosio and Matilda in a garden with a snake seen in the roses. This is a very intentionally symbolic scene. The layers might get confusing. There are some symbolic references that are Sam Barlow communicating with us, the player, but then they're just simple, universal symbols that are being communicated from the fictional director Arthur Fisher. In this case, this is a very on-the-nose symbolic scene. Matilda is Eve tempting Ambrosio, Adam, to defy God, and this is in the presence of a snake. There might be more to this than I realize. First, note the red, fiery hair of Matilda. And on top of that, she's also in this sort of Eve role. But she's also in the role of a sort of devilish temptress. Throughout Ambrosio, we're going to be seeing the repeated motif of the apple and the snake, obviously calling back to the Adam and Eve, the Garden of Genesis. But also roses, and at some point in this movie, Matilda is going to wield a magic mirror. Oh yeah, there's something here. What if, at least in the movie of Ambrosio, Matilda is supposed to be some sort of Lilith-type figure? I'll keep this in mind for now. Gosh, I didn't even play this scene out yet. Let me run through it quickly. It seems Ambrosio has come to his senses and has implored Matilda to leave. She mentioned shutting herself away from the world, asking if Ambrosio will still sometimes think of her. She also requests a token of their friendship, one of the flowers behind Ambrosio, a rose. She mentions keeping it to her chest, and when she dies, the nuns will find it withered. Maybe she plans to become a nun to pursue the monastic life. When Ambrosio goes to cut a rose for Matilda, he is bitten by a serpent among the roses. I'm going to break my rule here. Let me go ahead and play out this production happening.
What is it? Speak!
A serpent amongst the roses.
Help! Help! Father Ambrosio has fallen!
Where'd that damn snake go?
At the end of the scene, we hear John Durick say, "Where'd that damn snake go?" Matilda goes off camera, finds it, and we can hear the Italian producer Gino say,
Tell slates.
Marissa, you will make a great Eve.
We can also hear that humming noise that signifies a hidden scene, or we're going to start calling those subverted scenes. Don't worry, we will explore all of that when breaking down the production of this movie. But right now I wanted to focus a bit on that Eve aspect. Marissa, you would make a great Eve. I wanted to play this sequence out so we can early on keep the Garden of Genesis story in mind. Adam, Eve, the snake, the apple. This little dialogue is just a neat little bit of foreshadowing to things that we're going to already naturally come to on our own, but I just couldn't keep my excitement in, so we'll keep this in mind for now. In the next scene, we have some footage of the rose on the ground and the serpent slithering away. This would likely play over dramatic string music and Rosario's cries for help, but since this is raw footage, we can only hear what was caught during filming. We do hear John Durick ask Marissa to stand in place so that the snake could slither to her, and notes that the snake loves Marissa. Again, this is a production happening, not to do with the plot itself, but I do want to sprinkle that in now, to get our minds primed. One thing of note is that the snake looks pretty harmless. It seems like a non-venomous corn snake. On top of that, it's suspicious that the bush that Matilda asks Ambrosio to cut the flower from had a snake inside it, envenoming Ambrosio, thus causing his desperate position and delaying Matilda's departure. When we learn the true nature of Matilda, this scene will no longer watch like a freak accident, but instead a small piece to a larger demonic plot. In the next scene, a monk in the order analyzes Ambrosio's blood. This is Father Carlo. Father Carlo says that he was bit by a centipedoro.
By the sudden effects, I suspect the abbot was bitten by a centipedoro. The venom upon my lancet confirms it.
A centipede, perhaps? Centipedoro, centipede. If he's referring to a centipede, that's kind of confusing, because we clearly saw a snake. Again, there's a bit of suspicion here, the venom not matching the animal that supposedly bit Ambrosio.
But upon 3 days, the venom will have corrupted all of his blood. Ambrosio will exist no longer. Let us leave his cell so he may rest. Rosario, I trust you will maintain your vigil.
I will pray at his side until heaven is compelled to come to his aid.
I will pray myself, but I fear this time heaven is eager to meet its holiest servant.
When the monks leave, we see Matilda remove her hood and she leans over Ambrosio. As Matilda leans over Ambrosio, she says a lot of sweet nothings to his face, with no fear of reproach because he's out cold. However, there is one thing she says that is of note for our plot.
Christ's example shows us that sacrifice is the truest test of devotion that the Lord can make of us.
She's going to save his life, but sacrifice something to achieve such goals. The scene transitions to many moments later after Rosario supposedly prayed vigil over Ambrosio, but in reality, somehow, Matilda extracted this venom from the veins of the sick monk. The priest and nearby brothers rejoice at the discovery of Ambrosio's... Oh, boom in the shot. No, wait, no! Boom in the shot. You gotta boom in the shot. In the shot. Just lift it up. Hey guys, check this out.
Damn it, you left the boom in the shot, and now the mission has failed.
We haven't hit the climax of the movie and I'm already in hell! When the priests leave, Rosario closes the door behind him, then removes his hood to become Matilda once again, now that she is alone with Ambrosio. See what I did there? I'll show this production moment because it does have some bearing on how this movie could have played out in theaters. Check this out.
More devilish. Now try one concerned by her imminent death.
But she knows it's
She's
not real.
pretending. Perhaps in case Ambrosio sees part of her act. Chin up. Cut. I like the devilish one, but might be too early.
So there are two faces Matilda makes, a devilish one which reveals the villainy early on, and a concerned one which conceals Matilda's secret villainy. Personally, I think the best choice would be the concerned face. Anyways, the next scene, Ambrosio is awake and talking to Matilda from his sickbed.
That serpent was certainly sent by God as a punishment.
I know enough scripture to know the serpent is the devil's tool. Remember, your God has saved you.
Matilda.
Please, call me Rosario, or friend. That is who I am to you. You must be quiet. Your orders are to rest for 48 hours. As your nurse, I insist.
You're in spirits?
If I'm in spirits, it is because I have accomplished something so great. It has expunged my earlier sins.
What do you mean?
You I cannot tell. As you seem indisposed to sleep, I shall put you to rest with some music.
Music?
I have them fetch my harp.
You know, harps are not too distant of a cousin from the instrument called the lyre, L-Y-R-E. And lyre kind of sounds like liar, like L-I-A-R. Matilda is lying about her true nature. Floppiness aside, in this footage we can hear cues from the director. Matilda is playing this harp, but showing arousal when playing it. As her head turns up, her hood falls, and Ambrosio then notices the likeness between Matilda and the painting of Mary.
Wait. How is this possible?
Yes. I'm the original of your Madonna. I had hoped to keep this secret. Before my life in the Abbey, I had many admirers. Believe that I paid them no attention. One was the artist Martin Galuppi. He petitioned me to sit for him, and I was compelled by my parents to agree. He gave the painting to me as a gift. Embarrassed by the blasphemy.
Sadly, we don't get the rest of this story. Perhaps embarrassed by the blasphemy, the parents sold the painting or donated it to the Abbey? Not sure. Still, the coincidence is strange. The painting fell into the hands of the same abbot that the model for the painting would fall in love with. Here's another great repeating theme. I'll call it secretive idolatry. In each of these three movies, there's going to be some repeated theme of a picture hanging on a wall that has some odd significance, contributing some sort of secret to the plot of their respective movies. In the next scene, Ambrosio is—
Eat up, Father Ambrosio. You must regain your strength.
Rude. He's in the Abbey food court, sipping on some McPorridge. Behind him is Rosario eating. Since this is a rehearsal, we don't see any clues, but the scene is meant to imply that she is unwell. Perhaps something about the color of her lips.
Just the lips to us.
She walks out and Ambrosio follows. Ambrosio then finds Matilda in the bushes, seemingly succumbing to the venom she somehow attracted from Ambrosio.
Matilda! Help! Call Father Pablos! Rosario's fallen! What have you done?
Feel my heart.
There's another instance of disagreement between John Durick and Arthur Fisher. Durick, the director of photography, wants the first kiss between Ambrosio and Matilda to be here, but Arthur wants it to be in the next scene. I'm only bringing this production happening up because I don't know what would have made the final cut. This scene of Ambrosio and Matilda kissing in the bushes on the ground reminds me a lot of a key plot point we will discover in the second movie. This has to do with Marissa Marcel's backstory. In the next scene, Father Ambrosio confronts the sick Matilda.
So what I suspect, have you crafted your own destruction?
I've sacrificed a pebble and saved a diamond. The same poison that once circulated in your veins is in me. Father Pablo said he was ignorant of a cure, but I knew of a way. I hesitated not a moment. As you slept, I loosened your bandage, kissed your wound, and drew out the poison with my lips. The effect has been more sudden than I expected.
Mighty God.
Again, there's a lot wrong with the story that Matilda tells. The venom had already corrupted Ambrosio's blood. Sucking it out won't do anything. But let's say it did. Why wouldn't Matilda just spit it out? Why did she have to ingest it? And on top of that, I'm pretty sure ingesting venom generally isn't toxic. It seems every step of this plot has been to whittle away at Ambrosio's resolve, creating artificial problems and pose artificial cures.
You've sacrificed yourself for me. Is there no remedy?
None that God would approve of. He demands a life, and to cross him is too steep a price.
There is a way. Live. Live for me. I renounce my previous hideous. Let us live together as well as forget the distinctions of sex. Live for me.
It cannot be. I spoke before of the purity of my love. The coming oblivion has pulled the veil from my eyes. On my deathbed, I must admit, my desire is more than spiritual. A woman lives in my breast, and she hungers to enjoy you. If I live, it would be to risk your reputation, your holiness. For I fear I'm no longer able to fight my passions. I would seize every opportunity to excite your desires and my own. No, Ambrosio, I cannot. I must not live.
Tilly, help me know what you say.
Do not leave me. Hear my confession so I may be free of sin as I perish.
I want you to live.
And plunge us both into infamy, an agent of hell. Here, feel my heart. It is yet heart filled with honor, chastity. If it still beats tomorrow, it will be poisoned by the blackest of crimes. Let me then die today.
At any point, Ambrosio could have walked away from this, but he continues to play along with her plot because ultimately his desire is to lay with Matilda. What takes place is a heavy love scene. I find this euphemism to be accurate and not cringe. Segs. The first words uttered by Ambrosio after crossing this line is,
Dangerous woman, what have you done?
Dangerous woman. Never the destroyer, always the victim. Ambrosio has celebrity, cachet, vocational power, and years of age above Matilda, who as far as we know is a girl, maybe a young woman. Ambrosio has the reins of his own life. He is the one who is abiding in his own desires to take advantage of a girl, a novice. But he, of course, will place the blame on Matilda. He has so much charity and mercy for himself, but God forbid you're a woman who has a dream that isn't about him. This is, of course, me judging Ambrosio from within his ignorance of this demonic plot.
Me who has sacrificed the world, a lifetime of pleasures. What have you lost which I have not? The pleasure was shared. Your vow of celibacy is unnatural. Were love a crime, God would not have made it taste so sweet.
With the suspicion that Matilda isn't a mortal girl but a demon in disguise, we can see her still continue to whittle away at Ambrosio. There's a fascinating thing that happens here.
My vows are already broken.
Within the spiritual view, the danger of sin is the slippery slope of it all. When you look at it like a gamified karmic system, you think, well, I already sinned, why not sin more? When really any priest worth his salt, let alone the abbot, would understand that sin is likened to a poison. You stop it in its tracks, you stop the temptation. If that fails, you stop the pursuing of the sin. If that fails, you do the sin. You let that be the last time you sin and change your ways. But in the case of Ambrosio, he sees the world of pleasure as a buffet. He's purchased a table at said buffet with his soul. Now might as well gorge himself. After another heavy love scene, Ambrosio has gone from resenting Matilda to now being at peace with this sordid affair. Ambrosio asks Matilda what he could do to save her. After all, she's still envenomed. What was this unforgivable act that she alluded to before they first kissed?
But you said there was a way. Perhaps now I could be flexible where before you thought me bound by my vows.
Ambrosio, I dismissed the idea before, but you've given me reason to live where before I had none. You've given me on this earth some taste of the divine. I will rescue myself. But you must swear never to ask how I seek this reprieve.
I swear.
No horror or threat of punishment will deter me from purchasing more time in your arms. Swear again. Because what I plan to do, I can never share.
I swear upon the Virgin herself. Do what she must, there is no price too great.
She asks him to obtain the keys to the Abbey crypt and states that she can't reveal what her plot is. She's to be left in the crypt and not be disturbed, and supposedly her sickness will be lifted. It doesn't take much inferring to assume that this is going to lead to some sort of demonic ritual. Ambrosio obtains the keys the next day and talks about Rosario with Father Carlo, the priest who diagnosed Ambrosio and Rosario's envenoming.
He seems resigned to his fate. He does not cling to life as I'd expect of one so young.
I fear he is so devout he believes it is God's wish, so should not be contested.
I see. Matilda is playing the part of Rosario, a novice who is at peace with death. This is a minor scene, but I also want to mention that Ambrosio refers to Rosario, and thusly Matilda, as a child. So Ambrosio is fully aware that this girl he's sacrificing everything to be with is too young, a kid. In the next scene, we can hear a cue from the director. The flower is Rosario. Ambrosio picks up the vase with the flower and recalls the story of Lazarus, the man who died and was brought back to life by Jesus Christ. He picks up the key from his desk, and the next scene cuts to the two at the crypt at midnight. Now, this flower in particular is white. There will be a scene later in this movie of the magical transformation of a flower's color from white to red. Regardless, for the sake of Ambrosio the movie, let's keep this flower in mind.
I was starting to fear you would not come. You have the key?
Yes.
Wait, I hear voices.
Stop your mewling, child. We are taking you into the depths of the earth. Surrounded by the corpses of our order, there shall you rot, lest you further offend our edicts.
I have prayed and prayed. No soul has been as penitent as I. I beg you to show mercy. If not for me, then for my unborn. Please.
The contrition seems genuine.
Genuine? Have more guile, sister. This girl disgraced me. Disgraced our order in front of Madrid's idol. The very man I hoped to impress with the strictness of my discipline. To sin before Ambrosio is to sin before God. We follow the rules to the letter. In with her.
No, please. Have mercy. Please have mercy. No.
The prioress and a nun escort Agnes to a cruel fate. Quick note, she refers to Ambrosio as an idol, again further fortifying this theme of the celebrity, the false idol.
Who is this Agnes? How do you know her?
A nun who I discovered had a lover out of wedlock. She begged me to conceal her crime, but I exposed her to the prioress. It was some righteousness. Now see that my behavior was too severe. I must request an audience with the Domina and ask her to mitigate her punishment towards this poor girl.
No. Such a sudden change of heart may create suspicion. It would be better for you to continue as you have done. Show an outward severity for the sins of others to better conceal your own.
Oh, that's pretty on the nose. Outward severity to conceal one's own sins. It's spelt out clearly in this line. I thought I was successfully reading between the lines. In other words, I thought I ate.
Leave this nun to her fate. She has failed to conceal her actions and is not worthy of love's pleasures.
The prioress and nun return from the crypt without Agnes. She's likely sealed in the crypt.
Now I must act. The key. I will descend alone. Wait here. If anyone approaches, warn me with your voice, but dare not follow. It would cost you your life.
While Ambrosio waits, he is startled by a glow from within the crypt, then rattled by an earthquake, followed by the flight of a bird out of the crypt. Like I said, we will come to learn, or I guess infer, that the bird is a symbol of the devil. And following all of this, we hear the voice of Matilda.
Ambrosio! It is done. Come down.
Ambrosio comes into the crypt and faces Matilda.
Succeeded. Beyond my wildest hopes, I shall live, Ambrosio. I shall live for you. Oh, happy day that I shared myself with you. We are raised above the others of our sex. My deed has exalted us.
What have you done? Please do not keep me ignorant. You should have no secrets from me.
Do not reproach me. It brings me no pleasure that I must conceal from you the source of my happiness. But the fault is not mine, but yours. You are still too much the monk. As yet, I cannot entrust you with this secret. Be patient.
Ah, I see. Still too much the monk. She is still in the process of hollowing out the monk from Ambrosio to render him into a rotting animal. This would be Ambrosio's iteration of the theme of hollowing out. Typically in preparation for these videos, I try to avoid watching videos surrounding the topic I'm covering, just so that all the things I come up with are novel and I don't get distracted with already treaded on territory so we could potentially come up with new stuff. But I was just smitten by this game, and I couldn't help myself. I watched a bit of a documentary, only the first 16 minutes, and then I realized what was going on, and I stopped. The documentary I'm talking about is by No Clip. It's a documentary surrounding Sam Barlow and his making of Immortality. Within that first 15-16 minutes I watched, Sam Barlow mentions how with Ambrosio the goal was to sort of make a Middle Ages noir. Instead of a police authority figure being tempted by a femme fatale, it was a religious authority figure being hollowed out by a temptress. I'll make one more reference to this documentary, but I wanted to give credit where credit was due, connecting Ambrosio to the noir aspect. It's very, very cool. I wouldn't have noticed that if I hadn't watched that documentary.
Remember, you swore not to inquire what happened here. Though I forgive you for breaking your vows to heaven, I insist you keep your vows to me.
What takes place is another heavy love scene between Ambrosio and Matilda in the crypt. And how disgustingly hypocritical. Ambrosio is literally committing the same category of sin that Agnes did. And with Agnes, it's an understandable stumble. The love for a companion contending with a love for the spiritual life. Things happen. Despite that, it was Ambrosio who condemned her to death in this very crypt. And it's in this very crypt that Ambrosio, not a novice nun, but a full-blown seasoned abbot, is mindlessly indulging himself with a girl who he hardly knows. Agnes. Agnus is lamb in Latin. Jesus is commonly referred to as the Agnus Dei, the Lamb of God. The lamb that served as the final sacrifice to purchase salvation for mankind. Maybe Agnes is a sort of a Christ-like figure, a martyr that died at the hands of a wicked world that considers itself holy. Now there's an achievement associated with finding clips of Agnes. In all caps it says, Agnes was my favorite part of the book. I'll go ahead and say this now. That vaguely scary, vaguely sexy demon angel alien lady that we saw in the beginning introduction of this video, hidden in the clips of this game, I believe she's the author of these all caps descriptions. So Agnes was her favorite part of that M.G. Lewis book, The Monk. I bring this up so we can start simmering on what affinity this mysterious, mystical being has with icons of martyrdom, victims of mankind's wickedness. This evidently transitions into a montage of both pastoral duties and heavy love scenes.
The montage.
I'll do my best to splice in the movie footage with the rehearsal and table read footage to make it as seamless as possible.
Interior, Cathedral of the Capuchins. Ambrosio in the pulpit speaks to a large crowd.
The poets speak of the pleasures of the flesh. In the same breath they talk of their souls. The sensations they speak of they misattribute. The elevating of souls they feel is inverted. The rush they feel is the rush of their descent as they plunge into...
So this is Ambrosio giving a homily about the poets. He scapegoats poets, artists, creatives as deviants when he himself is truly deviant. This scapegoating will also be mirrored in the second movie, Minsky.
Satan's realm.
Interior, Abbey, Ambrosio's cell. Ambrosio kisses Matilda's breasts as they roll around on his bed.
Voiceover, your body is a gift from God, is loaned you and must be returned when it is time to enter heaven. But little does God think of those that have sold off his gift, those that have misused it. Do not doubt the pleasures of the flesh. They are Satan's currency. Your body is only worth so much. It is possible to bankrupt yourself, to make what God gave you worthless.
Interior, Cathedral of the Capuchins. Matilda watches from the side, her face mostly concealed by her habit. She smiles.
Satan's trick is these pleasures. Is it these pleasures which at first may seem equal to that offered by God in heaven, over time reveal their emptiness, regret and guilt, are the only pleasures left for the harlot and the whore. That magic that the poets speak so highly of is soon just the rotting of animals in the street.
This part is obviously well applied to Ambrosio. He is so unself-aware that he isn't detecting this clear irony, but clearly Matilda is. I also don't think it's a coincidence that this shot is established to emphasize that line of the harlot. We will come to learn how Matilda is meant to be framed in this movie, but we don't have the proper juxtaposition yet. In other words, we don't have the other character to compare her to yet. She gives off an impious grimace when he refers to the rutting of animals in the street.
That magic the poets speak so highly of is soon just the rutting of animals in the street.
Interior, Abby, Ambrosio's cell. Matilda is sat in Ambrosio's lap as they make love. He looks over her shoulder, so there's no eye contact. Ambrosio's face is soaked in sweat, a mix of ecstasy and pain.
Voice over like a gambler who plays again and
to win
again.
back his losses. The sinner soon finds themselves debauching themselves further to feel as they once did.
Their sins compound, their debts worsen, like a wasp flying into a honey trap. The sinner will find themselves unable to escape. There's only one protection from this trap. It is holiness. It's purity.
Interior, Cathedral of the Capuchins. Antonia smiles to hear Ambrosio's fire. She knows she is holy and pure.
What pleasures there are in purity. A sinner may look back and remember what it felt like to be clean, lightness of soul, to feel God's eye fall upon us, and to meet that gaze with our own eyes open and pride in our hearts. This is the true pleasure of the flesh.
Ah, it makes sense. When he mentions purity and holiness, we have a shot of Antonia. Antonia is the daughter we saw in the beginning of the movie, who saw Ambrosio for the first time. She was attending church alongside her mother. We will come to learn that Antonia is a loving and thoughtful person. If there was a pure soul in this movie, it would be Antonia. The next scene that cuts into this montage is too explicit for me to even describe. It's just another heavy love scene, meant to show that Ambrosio is either thinking about his desires when he sees Antonia, or thinking about Antonia when fulfilling his desires with Matilda. In the table read, it's mentioned that this montage pauses for a moment, punctuated by Ambrosio's eyes being dead while Matilda looks at him concerned. This is, after they finish their heavy love scene. Clearly his mind is elsewhere. The shot would have lingered there, and we hear, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." During this pause in the montage, Ambrosio is hearing a confession. I'll go ahead and play out this table read.
Ambrosio sits in the confession booth, listens to a rich lady. I was jealous towards a friend.
In what way?
Her husband bought her a necklace of considerable beauty and value. She waits.
Is that all?
She feels the pressure to entertain Ambrosio. I have had impure thoughts.
Please detail them.
There is a servant in my employ who is very handsome. I have daydreamed of kissing him and of treating him as my husband.
You imagined fornicating with your servant?
Yes. Once it came into my head by accident, but I have twice since put my mind to recalling it. This is all I can remember. I'm sorry for these and all my sins.
These are grave sins.
What? No, they're not. I mean, sure, infidelity is a grave sin, but just mere temptation alone? No, it's not. And how hypocritical. If anything, the fact that this temptation entered her mind and she immediately sought spiritual counsel should indicate some sort of strength on her part. And on top of all of that, this judgment's being passed by some spiritually feeble degen like Ambrosio. And well, just a couple of sentences ago, he wanted to hear her thoughts to tantalize himself, the pervert.
As your confessor, I must ignore my disgust and help you return from the abyss.
I did not act on these.
You have let Satan into your heart. You are infected with his poison. The remedy for this will be severe.
Yes, Father.
Every morning on waking, 2 Hail Marys. Limit your diet to water and bread. In the afternoon, pray the rosary before bed. Another Hail Mary. Do you show contrition?
What a bastard. I'm not sure if indefinite penances are even common practices for confessors back in that time, But no sin was even committed. She was merely tempted. And her penance is a lifetime of fasting? She's expected to live like a monk when this dipshit can't say no to coochie for a second. While she gives her prayer of contrition and he prays for her absolution, he is thinking about another heavy love scene. The scene finishes right when he says amen. This would signify the end of the montage.
The montage.
I'll go ahead and summarize this table read. After Ambrosio gives his harsh prescription to the confessing woman, he steps out of the confessional and is approached by Antonia. Note, this is the first time they've ever talked to each other. She compliments his preaching and he recognizes her from the audience. He remembers that the first time he saw her, she was with her mother, but now she's absent. Antonia reveals that her mother is gravely ill and too weak to come to church. She fears the worst has yet to come and asks Ambrosio for spiritual services for her mother. She knows that the abbot can't leave the abbey, but asks if he could send somebody to tend to her spiritual needs. Ambrosio accepts, and Antonia gives him a parchment with her address on it. I'll go ahead and play this last part out.
Thank you.
She passes a card with her address.
You are a great and holy man. I return to my mother with my heart full.
She wears, bows, and leaves. Ambrosio watches her go, examines the card, smells it.
Pervert.
I think it's very romantic, like Ed Gein.
The scene transitions to him holding the card in his room. It's tough to catch this stuff during a table read, so just in case you missed it, Ambrosio is already plotting to get closer to Antonia. When she hugs him, he gets aroused. When she turns, he smells the paper she gave him. He is bored of Matilda and now wants to prey on Antonia.
I expected you in my cell, my love.
I've not the heart for it.
What ails you? I had assumed confession would have restored your appetite.
Desist. I'm sad, Matilda. Tonight I met a girl as pure as Ambrosio once was.
He can't compliment a person's moral purity without also complimenting himself.
I wondered what it would be to be her husband. To comfort her, listen to her jokes. To kiss away her tears. But I'm a monk. I shall never marry. To be with her outside of marriage. Use her admiration of me to work her ruin. I could never debase her innocence like that.
Like you did mine.
Get out of my cell. Get out!
Oh, Maron. That's the Mother of God you're talking about over here. Now here's what's interesting. He calls Mary a prostitute. There's a bit of irony here. You see, there's another Mary in the Bible, Mary of Magdalene. During the Middle Ages, this stupid meme made its way into Catholic tradition, that Mary Magdalene was a sex worker. There's nowhere in the Bible that corroborates this, and while I don't have a time machine, I have a feeling that this was pushed to downplay the important role that Mary had as a leading woman in the early church. Now, this transformed with the times. People who still never unlearned this myth would see this as inspiring, that even if you had a highly promiscuous history, you aren't cursed or tainted, you can still very much dedicate your life fully to chastity. In many ways, this misogynistic lie backfired and helped level some of that special stigma people assign to sex. But regardless, it's bullcrap. There is no proof that Mary of Magdalene was a sex worker, and regardless, even if she was, it really has no bearing in how important she was and still is to church history. Now, with that little amateur history lesson from your favorite prolapsed Catholic out of the way, let's get into why I took this little detour. Ambrosio is calling Mary, the Mother of God, a prostitute, in a way mixing her up with Mary of Magdalene. This concept of two Marys getting confused, or I guess confusing humanity, will come up once again as a semi-major part to the overall theming of immortality. Now, note that the knife bends as Ambrosio fails to stab the painting. Perhaps this is to mock the manhood of Ambrosio, not sure. Or maybe this was just a rehearsal shot, the real shot would have a real knife. This next scene, Ambrosio is at Antonia's house. deciding that he would be the one to tend to Antonia's mother's spiritual needs. This, of course, is to get closer to Antonia, but she will interpret this as Ambrosio's charity.
The door opens. Antonio stands there.
Father,
He removes his hood.
is it possible? You've broken your vow to soften my mother's agonies.
I was moved by your devotion to your mother, and by how attentive you are to my sermons. Is your mother awake?
Yes. Come in.
He enters. Interior, the Quinta's house. Avara's room. Ambrosio and Antonia enter. Avara lies on her bed. He's weak.
Mother, your confessor is here.
Father Ambrosio.
It is him.
Thank you, Antonia. You may leave. I will minister to your mother's soul.
Of course.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Antonia is peeking through the door, watching Ambrosio tend to her mother's spiritual needs. Of course, she still sees Ambrosio as a celebrity and wants to see him in holy action. I believe this is her as an unordained citizen having a curiosity and fascination for the spiritual life. But it's being directed in a way for us to think that she's somehow interested in Ambrosio. In this next scene, Ambrosio and Antonia share a moment with each other in private.
What are these?
Oh, those are the pages which Mother says I am too young to read.
She's young enough for her mother to not want her to read the more brutal parts of the Bible? I'm noticing a pattern here, Ambrosio. Could somebody find me a millstone and point me to the nearest body of water?
The scripture is God's word. It offers no risk to a young mind. The Song of Songs. This is a hymn that glories in man's love of God. Here, let us read together. I have come into my garden, my sister, my bride. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb and my honey. I have drunk my wine and my milk. Here, you read.
Awake, north wind, and come, south wind. Blow on my garden, that its fragrance may spread everywhere. Let my beloved come into his garden and taste its choice fruits. Eat, friends, and drink. Drink your fill of love.
I'm sorry, are you burned?
A little. It is fine.
It will heal. I should go. You may rest.
I feel a little feverish myself. I have not slept or eaten well from worrying about my mother.
Yes. Rest yourself. Good night.
Now, note, Antonia is not romantically frazzled. She's genuinely confused and I'd even wager weirded out by how Ambrosio is acting. The way he places her finger in his mouth is similar to how the Dream Mary put Ambrosio's finger in her mouth. I censored it, but yeah, trust me, it happened. Symbolism. This theme of burning your finger will come up again in the second movie, weirdly enough. In the next scene, Ambrosio is in his room with Matilda.
If I need you, Matilda, I will call.
Ambrosio, it is not lost on me that what passion you had for me has been exhausted. I happily give up the claims of the mistress, if I may retain those of the friend.
As a friend, I see that you are upset by something.
There is little that can be done about it.
You are in love. I am not jealous. You are in love with Antonia d'Alfa. Tonight you visited her mother and took the chance to speak with her privately. Together you read scripture.
How could she know of this? Has she spoken of it?
You do not know my full history. Before I joined the order, I was in the care of a guardian. He sought to educate me in all the arts, including those often disdained.
Matilda.
I had no cause to use these skills before, but love compelled me. I could not be with you myself. I still had a need to see you. This device allows me to see where I'm not. It shows its holder the object of their affection.
You jest.
No. Think on your love. Think on Antonia.
This here is backwards speech. That's Satan is Lord. But before continuing this scene, check this out. Matilda is holding a mirror. In the same sequence, there is a close-up footage of Matilda turning a white rose red. We've got flowers, we've got magical mirrors, we've got fiery red hair, and we've even got this Adam and Eve sort of motif going on here. Now that we have all this stuff, I want to go ahead and call back to that Rossetti painting of Lilith. We touched on it a bit in the Who's Lila video. Here she's depicted with red hair, surrounded by flowers, and holding a mirror. And in some literature and traditions found in Jewish history, Lilith is seen as the first wife of Eve. But by other accounts, Lilith is just seen to be this sort of monster or demon of the night. So, I guess if you were to make a movie about a demonic temptress knocking a hypocrite monk down a few pegs, why not model her after Lilith? Now, back to the plot. In this mirror, Ambrosio is shown Antonia drawing a bath for herself. Is this an actual view of Antonia's washroom, or is this a trick? Could Antonia be sound asleep by now and this image just a fabrication? It matters not. It's all meant to draw Ambrosio into his damnation, but it's an interesting thought nonetheless.
Oh my God.
The same magic that powers this lens can also grant you what you wish.
How so?
You remember the night that I was to die, when we took to St. Clair's sepulchre? That night, I performed a rite. I summoned a fallen angel to aid me.
What have you done?
I admit I trembled before the act, but there was nothing to fear. The rite protected me, and the demon obeyed. I did not sell my soul to a master, but through my courage, purchased a slave.
Is this demon a slave, or is she referring to Ambrosio as her slave?
His power has shown you Antonia. Can also put her in your arms.
I will not employ hell's agency.
Is your mind so feeble it falls to childish prejudices? How is it that I, a woman, have the strength to wield this power, but you do not?
I will not be God's enemy.
And are you his friend now? You have already broken your vows. You are bent on the seduction of an innocent. Do not reject my offer out of false piety, if it is simply cowardice that restricts you.
My cowardice may yet prevent my damnation.
Matilda holds the mirror to Ambrosio once again, and we see Antonia, nude, being bothered by that same bird that escaped from the crypt. Perhaps the presence of the bird indicates trickery is involved, being its close tie to Satan in this movie.
I yield. I must have her, whatever the cost.
I will collect my tools and meet you by the crypt. Don't look so nervous.
They proceed to the sepulchre and begin the ritual.
Come to the cabin. Blank face, Marissa. Your lack of expression next to Ambrosio makes you strong. Now, we enter the chamber.
Undress.
Apollinaire described the Saab's Juliet as the new type of human, a woman with wings who will renew the universe. Have that strength, that moral power as you stand naked. No shame.
During this rehearsal, we can hear the director make reference to commentary on Marquis de Sade's Juliet. This commentary by Guillaume Apollinaire. The plot summary to Juliet is, well, the ancient Sumerians had a phrase to describe things like this. Fucked up. However, in the nuttiness of the plot, I noticed some interesting things. Mind you, I'm reading this off of Wikipedia. Part of the plot involves the namesake Juliet, a teenage girl, being groomed by an immoralist to forsake things like religion and morality to enjoy life no matter the cost of others. We can see an interesting reversal here where the adult thinks he's seducing the teenager, but it's really a demon who is doing the seducing of the adult. One absolute jackpot we hit in this little side excavation is the name of a monstrous predatory cannibal in the book by the name of Minsky. This is the name of the second movie Marissa Marcel stars in. But now, let's go ahead and start this demonic ritual.
Follow me.
Reversed, this is calls you. Reversed, this is your loyal servant.
Fire. Cold fire. Your breath freezes.
And then Satan is Lord. So Satan is Lord, your loyal servant calls you.
3 human fingers. An Agnus Dei. Now, the dagger. Dark smoke, a crack of thunder. The ground shakes.
He comes.
The ground is still. Strange music fills the air.
Suddenly the devil appears through smoke.
Marissa.
Yeboah. Yeboah.
She says, obey, obey.
Obey. Obey.
He looks to Ambrosio and says, he abandoned his God. She replies, he was always yours.
He's always yours.
He says, he's weak. She replies, he's mine. And then Satan is Lord. The devil then gives her a twig shaped like a dagger and disappears.
Satan vanishes.
Lucifer was unhappy to help a monk, but I compelled him. I have exhausted my currency. In the future, you will have to bargain with him yourself. But today we have what we need. Hold this constellated myrtle. With it in your hand, every door will open to you. Tomorrow night, use it to access Antonia's chamber. Then breathe on it 3 times and pronounce her name. She will enter a deep sleep that will not leave her till morning. You may satisfy your desires fully. When she wakes, she will perceive her dishonor but be ignorant of its cause. With this service, I have proven to you my friendship and lack of jealousy.
Matilda,
Soon it will be dawn. We must return to the Abbey before we are missed.
So Matilda has now presented Ambrosio with his next step, a new low for Ambrosio to cast a sleeping spell on Antonia and force himself onto her. A couple days later, Antonia tends to her sick mother. This scene is all the more sad, because we know what's to come next.
You seem much improved, Mother.
I have Father Ambrosio to thank for that. His words calmed me.
He has a great love for religion, and he speaks so well.
His voice is so familiar to me. It reminds me of someone I once knew, but I cannot think who. Perhaps someone from when I was a child.
You should sleep now, Mother. I am glad you're well, but I'm fearful of a relapse.
Oh, worry not about me, child. You are the one who needs to sleep, staying up to keep watch on me. I would hate myself if I'm the cause of the first wrinkle on your perfect face.
Mother.
Sleep well.
Good night.
He kisses her mother's head.
Antonia finishes her night prayers and goes to bed. We can hear dogs barking and a door creaks, letting in wind. We see the shadow of Ambrosio before seeing him. He waves the wand above Antonia's head. While he does start the commission of this crime, it is cut short by Antonia's mother, calling him a destroyer and a monster. This is calling back to the words of Agnes when she was first condemned to death.
There is no sin as gross as that cloaked in piety. The whole of Madrid will know of your crime.
I did not. You're mistaken. Perhaps your illness.
I will wake the city. Antonia, come to me. Antonia? What have you done to her?
She sleeps.
This is no natural slumber.
Antonia's honor is still intact, I swear to you. Show me mercy and speak not of this. Spare me the shame of discovery. I will repent. You'll never see me again. Antonia will be safe.
Safe? Yes, when you are behind bars. All Madrid shall shudder at your perfidy! Flora! Flora!
Silence!
Ambrosio murders Antonia's mother and gives her last rites.
God, the Father of mercies, through the death death and resurrection has reconciled the world to himself and sent the Holy Spirit amongst us for the forgiveness of sin. For the ministry of the church, may God give you pardon and peace. And I absolve you of your sins. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
This marks another victim of Ambrosio. He was caught in the commission of, really, in the midst of a sex crime, but now recrossed a different moral line into murder. It seems right now morally, Ambrosio is in a free fall. Some time passes, I'm assuming until after the burial of Antonia's mother. In the next scene, we have Antonia seeking counsel from Ambrosio, unaware that he murdered her mother.
I have seen my mother at night.
A dream?
Perhaps. She told me I would be dead in 3 days.
You have a long life ahead of you, my child. Your grief will lessen.
Maybe. I do not fear death.
Walk on. Walk on. And we cut to Matilda.
Matilda intercepts Ambrosio.
Where are you headed?
I would speak further with Antonia. I feel a responsibility to soften her suffering. She's ill. She dreams visions of her own death.
Your concern is touching. No, I'm no prostitute. Besides, I'm a poor substitution for Antonia's unbroken purity.
Your spell was wasted. I now have no claim to Antonia.
There is a way.
How?
Her grief, and this dream she has spoken of adds form to a plan I have considered a while. In 3 days, she will be dead to the world, but she will live for you.
More magic.
This herbal mixture, a secret of the prioress, produces in its drinker the appearance of death. Administer a few drops to Antonia. She will be thrown into strong convulsions, after which her blood will cease to flow. She will appear as if a corpse. Having no family, you may appoint yourself the superintendent of her funeral. Have her buried in the vaults of St. Clair. Their isolation and remoteness is favorable to you. Give her the drink this evening, and 48 hours after, life will return to her bosom. She will waken your power, your slave. Necessity will bend her to your affections.
Matilda, you are a true friend.
I live to serve you.
Less subservient.
I live to serve you.
It's so messed up how this movie plays out these sort of problems with resolutions. I hope I can explain this right. In movies, we're used to problems being bad problems and the resolutions being good. Through the power of love and friendship and feel-good stuff, we overcome the bad stuff. But here, the goals of the protagonist are pure evil, and the resolution is just more evil. The way Ambrosio refers to Matilda as a true friend sort of just ties this feeling I'm trying to convey together. Committing literal sex crimes using the power of friendship. Later that night, we see Ambrosio poisoning a glass of milk, then serving it to Antonia.
Flora gave me this drink for you.
My mother's ghost told me I would die tonight.
It's illusion of your grief. Your mother is in a better world now.
You all think me mad. Grief assaults my heart, not my senses.
Wait.
What, Father?
Nothing. Sorry. Tired.
We see him hesitate. This was his last chance. He could have stopped here, but he doesn't.
You say the ghost is my imagination, but your nervousness betrays you. I grow tired. Would you stay here and watch over me? No specter would dare show itself to a holy man.
It would be improper for me to remain here as you sleep.
Perhaps wait outside. I have a premonition.
Lying?
I would speak with Flora.
I would speak with Flora. Good night.
The next scene is of Antonia on the floor, dying. Of course, we know this potion is only giving the appearance of death.
Worthy Ambrosio, I am upon the bed of death.
Shed no tears. I have no crimes to repent. My soul is prepared to return to its honor.
Mistress, no.
Run to the Abbey. Her father Pablo said without delay her life is in the balance.
How vile. Antonia in what she thinks is her final moments, anticipating eternity, meeting her creator and enjoying that beatific vision. And instead, in a strange, fucked up, profane retelling of the story of Lazarus, she is set to be brought back to life. In the next scene, Father Carlo laments the proximity of these tragedies, then suggests doing a surgery to see what could have possibly caused the death of Antonia. Of course, Ambrosio suggests otherwise, saying he wants no more violence to visit her body. A lie, of course. Matilda approaches.
The night of the feast, Antonia will be restored to you.
This was a hard task.
The harder the task, the sweeter the reward.
The Feast of St. Clair comes, and Father Ambrosio and Father Carlo are meeting. This places this scene on August 11th. St. Clair is a great hero of the faith. Many times we hear stories of people who are pressured or forced into spiritual lives. Some choose spiritual lives to gain power or gain some wealth, depending on where the service is, of course. But St. Clair, as a non-spiritual citizen, was set for a life of wealth, nobility, and stability. But after seeing the spiritual duties of Francis of Assisi, she was inspired to live a deeply spiritual life, becoming a spiritual practitioner. And now it's apparent that in many ways, Antonia was a lot like St. Clair, virtuous, spiritual, and dutiful. Despite not having the office to spiritually tend to her mother, she knew exactly what she needed and how to obtain it. It just so happened that the priest Ambrosio was a disturbed reprobate. In a way, perhaps the duo of Matilda and Ambrosio are meant to be a villainous mimicry of the dynamic duo of St. Francis and St. Clair. That kind of goes hard. I like that. Now enough of that aside, let's play this scene out.
Claire is close to my heart.
The prioress also wants to use this evening to put behind her the awful business with the girl. I forget her name.
Agnes.
Yes, Agnes. Well, I believe the return to health of yourself and young Rosario is enough to give thanks for.
If I may excuse myself, I have some business to attend to before the celebrations. I will return in time.
What is so urgent on feast day?
I promised the late Antonia that I would pray by her body on this day, to secure the passage of Mother's soul to her side. She was worried that her mother died without absolution.
A deathbed promise. Well, you cannot break that.
Again, Ambrosio paints his disgusting plans in piety and virtue. Ambrosio enters the crypt. We can see Matilda in the background, but this is just Marissa watching the scene and waiting for her cue.
Ambrosio opens the lid. Antonia in her shroud, her mother's corpse next to her.
Fatal beauty. For you I have murdered. But now you're mine.
I have to be careful with how much I show. Sophia Morgana, or specifically Jascha Schlesers as Sophia Morgana, does a phenomenally bone-chilling job in this scene. I will just show this part.
Unhand me! Why have you brought me to this place? This horror!
Compose yourself! Perhaps I should explain your situation to you. The world above ground is forever lost to you.
There, they think you're dead.
No one's coming for you. Here. You're mine.
Ambrosio Antonia. Afterward, he says,
Your honor is gone. What will take its place, I wonder?
I should also commend Mal Santo for his performance, playing the deeply hateable Ambrosio. He almost immediately turns on her, shaming and blaming her for his actions.
You stay here. You will live here in this tomb, surrounded by death. Witness my suffering. It was you who plunged my soul into infamy. You've made me into a hypocrite, a ravisher, an assassin.
Spare me.
I cannot.
Enter Matilda.
You are wanted in the chapel. You must join them soon or raise their suspicions.
An accomplice. Kill me now rather than subject me to further obscenities.
That would be my pleasure.
Hold. Gosh, she's suffered enough. We should never listen to you and your poison. We should never seen your face.
Coward! You've already robbed this girl of everything that matters to her. What does it matter to finish the job and send her on to her god? You tremble at such a tiny cry.
Ambrosio chases Antonia in the labyrinth crypt where she finds Agnes, still alive with her baby.
The passages, you can see a light through the door.
A visitor? It's been so long since my angel and I had company.
Gosh, if we only had the real footage of this scene and not this rehearsal. Would this be the ghost of Agnes with a baby, or a dying Agnes with a dying or dead infant in her arms, evidently birthed in this crypt? I'm not sure. Ambrosio catches Antonia, accidentally stabbing her. He drops her to the ground, leaving her for dead in the crypt, rushing to make it to the chapel before raising suspicion. Clasped in the dying Antonia's hand is Ambrosio's cross. So even if she dies here, if her body is discovered, it will implicate Ambrosio for his crimes.
I go to my God. It will be a mercy to escape this world.
God has compelled me to follow in St. Clair's example. I too have shunned society and devoted myself to prayer and to a pure life that brings me closer to God.
While giving his homily about St. Clair, he is interrupted.
Imagine with me Claire's journey as she escapes her parents' palace. In the dark of night, she creeps through the basement, escaping out the door we call the door of the dead. She is reborn. She ran to a chapel where she cut her hair, shed her expensive clothes, swapping them out for ash cloth.
Antonia, the Virgin. What devilry's at work here?
Finally, Ambrosio is about to get what's coming to him. In the next scene, we have him and Matilda being interrogated, Inquisition style. I'll use the takes the director is satisfied with.
Will you confess?
I am innocent of any crime before man or God.
I have nothing to confess.
Good. Moving on. Ambrosio is tortured.
Ambrosio!
You have to look away. You can't watch. Again, with Ambrosio, this time you force yourself to look, but it's awful. Ambrosio, face. Let your face fall. You feel that all is lost. Again, close your eyes. Push yourself away from here. Now open them, but you're still here. Now they ask again to you, will you confess?
I am innocent.
You shall be put to the question alongside your accomplice. Guards?
No, I will confess! I will confess! I will confess! I corresponded with infernal spirits. I fornicated with the monk. I broke my sacred vows. I obscured my gender in order to enter into the holy order of the Capuchins. I conspired with Father Ambrosio to kidnap and defile the girl Antonia. Oh, I witnessed his murder of the same girl. I have blasphemed. I have sinned. I beg forgiveness of our eternal Father.
Matilda de Villegas, you are sentenced to death. In 2 days' time, you'll be taken before the public at the Altar de Fe in the Plaza de Armas and burned at the stake.
No, please, I have penitent as God, not a forgiving God.
God will judge you himself after you are burned. Take her to her cell where she will wait for 2 days without food or water and prepare her death.
No!
The Auto de Fe is a public punishment, in this case a public burning, translating to act of faith. This cruel form of punishment was levied during times of various inquisitions against heretics, apostates, and religious minorities. In the next scene, we have 3 inquisitors questioning Ambrosio.
Let it be recorded that we resume the trial of Father Ambrosio. Do you confess?
I cannot confess to what I've not done.
Matilda has confessed to many crimes, including sorcery. We have searched your cell and found several ornaments of magic. This glass is inscribed with glyphs not of our alphabet. Sorcery!
Sorcery.
The city talks of you, Father. How you bewitched the whole of Madrid. Will you confess?
My reputation is destroyed.
Forget your reputation, Ambrosio. Your soul is in the balance.
My soul is ready for my God.
If you go to your death unconfessed, your soul will descend straight to hell. We shall now put you to the question.
Ambrosio is likely shown a torturing implement that uses fire.
This will be a taste of the fires waiting for you in hell.
Hell's fire does not burn, but freezes.
That may be. But few have complained that our earthly fire is too comfortable. Will you confess?
I cannot confess.
The scene ends with Ambrosio's cry. He now lays in a cell, tortured, likely severely wounded and burned.
God isn't listening.
Matilda, how did you get in here? Where are your chains? Have they relented?
Ambrosio, I have outsmarted the Inquisition. In a few moments, I will be a kingdom away from this dungeon. My freedom came at a price. Will you pay the same, Ambrosio? Dare you cross the bounds that separate men and angels?
What have you done?
You know. My soul is not his, but his. Would you prefer to die at the stake, burned alive with the mob looking on? Shame and infamy, not for me. I have exchanged a vague future happiness for certain happiness in the present. The spirits treat me as their queen. I have unlocked every pleasure available to me in this world. I am ready to depart, but first beseech you. I still love you and would save you from your destruction. Summon him as I did. Abandon a god who has abandoned you and raise yourself to the level of a superior being.
I cannot give up on salvation. My crimes are monstrous, but my God is merciful.
I leave now for liberty and joy.
It's interesting how she desires liberty, and even looks like the Statue of Liberty, with a crown and even holding a book.
You command infernal demons, bid them break my cell doors open, please save me.
Alas, my pact forbids me from assisting a servant of God. Renounce your title and I can help.
I will not sell my soul.
Your arrogance will be your doom. You will regret it when you are burning. I leave you this book. Read the first 4 lines of the 7th page backwards. If you are wise, we shall meet again. If not, farewell forever.
She disappears, and the book falls to the floor. This next scene, we see Ambrosio praying for a sign.
Show me a sign. Show me a sign, Lord. Show me you love me still as you once loved me. I'm Ambrosio, the holiest man in Madrid. I've saved souls for you. I've preached your words more eloquently than any other. I'm your man.
He refers to himself as a religious celebrity. It's this scene that gave me the idea that Ambrosio ties in with this theme of the death of the celebrity.
In 9 hours they will burn me at the stake of the Auto de Fe. Is this not an insult to you? They burn your most devoted servant.
The way his face contorts between extreme emotions is very effective at making him seem both unlikable and pathetic. The actor is a handsome man, but his full-on rat mode here, phenomenal. Buddy's cheddar maxing.
Am I to suffer for their sins as your child did? I will happily do so, but just please just show me a sign that this is what you wish.
And there it is. He compares himself to Christ. It's interesting, actually. He's sort of begging God, I'll gladly go through this, just you know, give me a sign that I don't have to. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane when he says, let this cup pass from me, God, but if you don't, let it be your will, that whole thing. It's interesting how in Jesus's case, it was showing his humanity, the fear of what was to come, but in Ambrosio's case, it's sort of like exhibiting his cowardice, his inhumanity. Now, whether or not Ambrosio gets a sign is unknown, but evidently he reads the book's 7 passages backward, because in the next scene, the devil is summoned. This is the same devil that was in the crypt, summoned by Matilda.
For what am I summoned here? I am condemned to die. Save me.
Are you prepared to renounce him who made you and who died for you? Answer yes, and Lucifer is yours.
You ask too much. Take me from this dungeon, be my servant for a single hour, and I will be yours for 1,000 years.
No. I must have your soul. Have it mine and mine forever.
I will not doom myself to an eternity. I will not give up hope of one day being pardoned.
You are infamous to both men and angels. Your destiny is already mine.
Liar!
Sign this parchment and I will bear you from hence.
No.
Pray for luck when they burn you. Pray that the heat causes the skin around your neck to contract and strangle you quick. Granted, the pain is most intense in the beginning, before your nerves have been seared. But these holy inquisitors are skilled at making this last.
Ambrosio takes the parchment, and it's hard to tell here, but it seems the devil stabs Ambrosio's arm with a pen, using his blood as ink. I'll play the rest of the movie out and save my commentary for afterward.
The guards are on their way here. You have minutes left.
I've signed now, take me away.
Hold. Do you freely and absolutely renounce your creator and his son?
I do.
Do you make over your soul to me forever?
Forever.
Without future appeal to divine mercy?
I am yours forever and irrevocably. I abandon all claim to salvation. Now save me, bear me away.
You are mine past reprieve. And I fulfill my promise.
Now! Where am I? Take me to Matilda!
My dear Ambrosio.
Matilda, where is the demon?
You have sermonized that Satan may sometimes take a pleasing form.
Deceiver.
I have had my eye on you for a while. This model of piety. The mortal who placed his puny virtues on a level with those of angels. Now you are mine, eternally. Listen whilst I unveil the true depths of your crimes. You've shed the blood of 2 innocents. Antonia, that pure girl whom you violated, she was your sister. That Elvira whom you murdered, she gave you birth. Tremble, hypocrite, inhuman parasite, incestuous ravisher. You claim to be above temptation, absolved of all mortal vices. Is not pride a sin? Your inhumanity? Know that I have long marked you for my prey. I saw that your virtues came from vanity, not principle. I observed your idolatry of the Madonna's picture and took her form to seduce you. Your path to crime was laid out by me, and you walked it so easily. Scarcely could I propose crimes so quick as you performed them. You raped your own sister and murdered your mother. Unholy manners. But it is sweeter still. Your surrender was unnecessary. Those guards at your door, they were sent to free you. A last-minute pardon issued by the Inquisition to safeguard the sanctity of the cloth. You would have walked free.
We have the contract. You promised to save me.
I promised to take you from the dungeon, save you from the Inquisition. That I did. I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Now your eternal soul is mine. I claim my prize. Life still exists in this miserable frame. but you are too broken to move. Soon the sun will rise to burn you. Myriads of insects will come forth and drink the blood which trickles from your wounds. You will be unable to drive them away, but you will feel their bites and scratches. They will fasten upon your sores and dart their stings into your body. It will be exquisite. The eagles of the rock will then descend to tear your flesh piecemeal. They will dig out your eyeballs with their crooked beaks. Even in this pain, you will thirst. For 6 days you will lay here in agony. On the 7th, a storm will come. The waters will burst the riverbanks and flood this plain. You will drown, and your bloated corpse will be carried downstream as your soul is delivered to me.
And it ends there. Ambrosio, committed to the life of the reprobate, full of pride and drunk with lust, thought he could somehow make a deal with the devil while preserving his soul. And ironically, before he could be saved by the corruption of the Inquisition, he damns himself and Ambrosio gets what's coming to him. His ultimate demise. Also, I do want to point out that in this long-winded, torturous death foreshadowed by Matilda, it all ends with Ambrosio drowning under the breaking of a river. If I'm not mistaken, nearly every death that we'll be exploring, both in the movies and outside of the movies of this game, all have to do with asphyxiation. The exceptions being Antonia getting stabbed and a future character getting shot. Both are punctures in the chest or torso area. You could argue that this is, their lungs filled with blood, therefore they drowned, but we don't have to cope. Even Elvira, the mother of Antonia, before Antonia died, was smothered with a pillow. I'm going to call this theme the breathless and the deathless. Get it? Deathless? Immortality? As I write this final journal entry, it occurs to me the second chance that the Lord purchased for us. The life we live, that is our chance. It matters not if it's the first chance or the second chance. But in one life, we get many smaller second chances. And I have to think, surrounding myself in this beauty, did I squander that chance? Poor bastard. Who the hell are you? I'm Forrest. I'm the detective photographer. Right, yeah. Won't the coroner take care of all that? What now? He's just gonna confirm the obvious. The John's weight, fingertips. Clearly he died of a heart attack. If a heart attack killed him, why do you think we were sent out here in the first place? The heart attack was the bullet, but what pulled the trigger? Anything in his diary? He was clearly a talented painter. He seemed to have an obsession with drawing dead people. His religion would call them saints. Here, check it out. He had this idea of objective beauty, an objective morality he wanted to inspire in others. Or maybe we could look at him as a sort of messenger. He painted these saints, and on these paintings held the image of said saints, and in those images held some sort of story of morality. Maybe that was the message he was trying to spread. Alrighty. Tell me, painter, what's killing you? You're right. But that's not the whole story. I do want to inspire people. I do want to fill this world with beauty, but that requires people to view my art. It felt at one moment everybody was viewing my art. People were even mimicking me. And then all of a sudden, I became a page in the art history books. You know, we really should leave that to the medical professionals. Well, I actually have a background in medicine. I used to volunteer at a hospice center in New York. Saw a lot of dead artists in my time. Well, dying. Clearly, our Vic has died from a damaged anahata. Who's that now? What? No, not who. What? His anahata, his heart chakra. He felt abandoned by the viewers of his art. So I guess that led to his decline. So what? It's now against the law to stop viewing somebody's art, stop liking their work? Sometimes this isn't about assigning guilt, but we owe it to the dead to tell their story. We're only one movie in, but I can already feel in my bones that I think I'll have spent the most time talking about Ambrosio. Now that could always change as the video progresses, but I'd wager if you look below, the timeline would show a pretty girthy Ambrosio segment. And that's honestly because I really resonate with this movie. The story of Ambrosio, at least told by Arthur Fisher in the realm of Immortality, watches like a sort of Catholic horror movie. I mean, on the surface, it really stabs us Catholics where it hurts. I mean, where do we start? First of all, we have a priest that's a pest. This concept of celebrity priesthood, the remembering of saints turned into idolatry, the Inquisition, of course, just hardcore, hitting us where it hurts. All the talking points, all the stains on church history, unfolded in the most debaucherous movie ever. That being said, this movie seems to be crafted in a sort of Marquis de Sade style, work. Less a proper critique and more just a balls-off-the-wall, debaucherous aristocrats joke style mockery of the subject matter, meant to both offend and titillate. But personally, I extracted not offense nor titillation, but a deep, intense story as to what evil could look like. It's not always outwardly monstrous, it's not always laughing villainously. It can come off as meek, it can come off as holy. And in many cases, evil has a way of justifying and absolving itself. Now, how does this tie into the larger story? What themes should we be keeping in mind that are unique to Ambrosio? Two things come to mind, surface level. We're going to be zeroing in on a theme regarding Mary. This will come into play more subtly when it comes to the larger story of Immortality, and in a more clear-cut way in the third and final movie, Two of Everything. On top of that, there's also going to be this theme of a unassuming girl secretly being home to a demon, or broadly speaking, a mystical being. That will come into play as well. Honestly, I just love giving this fictional movie the flawed peacock treatment. I rate it 5 bags of popcorn, 2 sodas. Now, let's go ahead and break into the production happenings that surrounded the movie we just watched, Ambrosio. Now we will comb through the footage in order of when it was filmed. We won't be going over the plot of Ambrosio, but the plot of Immortality, including events during the filming of Ambrosio. The earliest clip we have access to is Marissa Marcel's first appearance on film, a TV commercial filmed or released on February 10th, 1968, more than 20 years after the end of World War II.
Creamy lather, herbal goodness, for skin that never grows old.
Royal hair.
The new ivory herb.
Royal hair.
The new ivory herb from Smith & Baker.
Now, the name Heather is significant because it's the name of one of the main characters in Marissa's third and final film debut. Listen to this line of the commercial.
For skin that never grows old.
Royal hair.
On top of this, we have the repetition of the white rose imagery here. But let's go back to that line, for skin that never grows old. It's hinting at this theme of immortality. Now, I'll say this now. We will come to learn that at the time of this soap commercial, February 10th, 1968, Marissa would be around 17 at the time. We'll soon see some clips that confirm this. But ignoring all of that, if you notice in the beginning of this video when I was giving you sort of the preview of all three movies, Marissa seems to never age. Despite her being 17, 18 in the 60s, she seems to look like she's in her early to mid-20s in 1999. Not only that, we'll actually come to find out that she actually was around in the 40s. Now that's neither here nor there, but, well, you know, after all, the name of this game is Immortality. Marissa seems to have what the Royal Heather talks about, skin that never ages. Keep this in mind for when we do start to weave Marissa Marcel's story into the namesake of this game, the concept of immortality. One fun thing of note in this clip is how when we click on the timestamp, it takes us to other random clips with timekeeping devices in them. Just a fun little fact. On April 4th, 1968, auditions begin for Ambrosio. The first one is of Penelope, who ends up being cast as a nun extra. You might remember her from that crypt where Agnes was condemned. She auditions with a piece from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Judging from Arthur's reaction, this may be an audition cliche. He cuts her audition short.
Only one.
That is lovely, thank you.
There is more.
My dear, so far we've seen over 30 Juliets, and whilst you are very charming, you're only the 4th best today.
Thank you.
Pretty though.
The next audition is Sophia Morgana.
Hi, Mr. Fisher. My name is Sofia Morgana. I'm 5'9", 19 years old, and from Vicenza.
The camera pans down to her legs, setting the grimy tone of these auditions.
My mother is Italian, my father is German.
Ah, a European co-production. What will you be doing for us today?
I will perform a scene from Hold Her Tight.
Well, the Bogart role.
Bogart.
Now, for the life of me, I can't find a movie called Hold Her Tight, featuring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. However, in Sophia's audition, she mentions Steve, so I found To Have and Have Not, which features both Bacall and Bogart, and even Bogart's character is named Steve. Now, why would she call it Hold Her Tight? Sophia Morgana gives an audition likely very refreshing compared to the many Romeo and Juliet renditions, intentionally playing a temptress or femme fatale.
We're both top of the chain. We can have fun without anyone getting hurt, unless they want to. If you want me, just tell me.
In these lines, she's directing them to the director, perhaps in hopes to give him a taste of her seductive skills, thus making her more than qualified for the job of Matilda, the temptress. Arthur gives his appraisal.
Bravo, my dear. You are a marvelous crossbreed. I infer you've been told that I'm looking for a femme fatale, but that is only half the story.
Interesting. He's looking for a femme fatale, but that's only half the story. Keep this in mind. We obviously already know the plot of Ambrosio, but there's a very intentional casting to this. Marissa as Matilda, Sophia as Antonia. Clearly, Sophia has shown herself to be a highly charismatic, experienced actress, but she's put into the innocent Antonia. Let's go ahead and watch Marissa's audition, which takes place April 15th, 1968.
What is your name?
Marissa Marcel.
Ah, yes, from the advertisement. I bought the soap. How old are you, dear?
17 and 10 months.
Ah, perfect age. You may show signs of intelligence, but are not yet old enough to think you know better than your director.
Okay, so her birthday would be sometime in June.
I was encouraged to memorize some Shakespeare, but I thought that might be overdone, so I would like to recite a favorite poem. The sea was wet, as wet could be. The sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud, because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. The walrus and the carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said it would be grand. If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, do you suppose, the walrus said, that they could get it clear? I doubt it, said the carpenter, and shed a bitter tear. Oh, oysters, come and walk with us, the walrus did beseech. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4 to give a hand to each. The eldest oyster looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. But 4 young oysters hurried up, all eager for the treat. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and neat. And this was odd because, you know, they hadn't any feet.
Have you tried oysters, my dear?
I have not.
Maybe too sophisticated a taste for a 17-year-old. They are purported to be an aphrodisiac. Do you have much need for aphrodisiacs, my dear?
I don't know what an aphrodisiac is, Mr. Fisher. Could you elaborate?
Marvelous. Do you have a boyfriend, Miss Marcel?
I do not.
Oh, but you are very pretty.
I don't find boys have much to say for themselves.
Where are you from?
I was born in France.
Ah, yes, that explains the sophistication. Well, some people say I'm scary, Marissa. Do you find me scary?
No, you don't scare me.
Oh, oysters, said the carpenter. You've had a pleasant run. Shall we be trotting home again? But answer came there none. And this was scarcely odd, because they'd eaten every one. Thank you, Marissa. We will see you again, I'm sure.
Okay, there's a lot here, but that humming tells me that there's a subverted clip imminent. We briefly touched on it in my introduction of this game, but just a reminder, sprinkled across these 250 clips, there are hidden ones, or subverted clips. Many of these are accessed by either rewinding or precisely rewinding the footage it's hidden in. Now, we'll get to that in a moment. Of the 3 auditions we have access to, Marissa is the youngest, Sophia the oldest. Sophia gave a seductive performance and is thusly appraised as experienced by Arthur. Penelope gives a stiff performance of a cliché romantic scene, and so he has her as an extra. And then Marissa gives a very innocent performance reciting a Lewis Carroll poem. She's almost childlike in her performance, or performs like one would for a children's program. Arthur classifies the young Marissa and her performance as innocent or pure. So Sophia Morgana the experienced, Marissa Marcel the innocent. A sort of Madonna harlot thing going on here. However, to flex his talents as a director, he challenges himself to take these 2 actresses and transform them into what he sees is their opposite. Turn Marissa into a harlot and Sophia into a virgin. While the footage is making this humming sound, if we reverse, we unlock this hidden scene.
What's your name?
Marissa Marcel?
Ah, yes, from the advertisement. I bought the soap. How old are you, dear?
How old are you?
59.
You're nearly dead, Arthur.
My career has peaked. The downward slope of some of my abilities is quite long, which makes it all the more tragic.
We hold out for one more masterpiece.
Everything is changing.
Everything's always changing. You prepared something?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a party trick? Do you have a party trick?
A limerick. I tell dirty limericks.
Excellent. Well, let's hear one then, dear.
There once was a man from Nantucket whose was so long he could suck it. He said with a grin as he wiped off his chin, "Pray, turn your ear that I may it."
You're no Shakespeare, and you're not much to look at.
But I have a marvelous eye.
We could chuck it like an oyster. I hear it's an aphrodisiac. There was a director called Arthur, whose was only an inch and a halfer. With his marvelous eye, he made you cry, full technicolor tears and laughter. Cut.
Okay, so this is the same audition but redone. It's in 60 frames per second on my end when playing in the game. This mysterious person calls herself Marissa Marcel, and is wearing the same things that Marissa is wearing during the audition's footage. What we see is a sort of revenge fantasy being played out, this being treating Arthur the way he treated auditioners, and thusly his actors and actresses. Based on the phrase, "with his marvelous eye he would make you cry," tells me that he was hell to work with. So now, 2 questions. One we will get the answer to, and the second a bit more subtle. First, who is this lady? Is she Marissa Marcel, a being disguised as her, or possessing her? And secondly, in this moment, within this footage, is this the soul of Arthur Fisher, trapped in this hell? Or is this footage something that happened in the spirit world, or a psyche world, at the same time the audition was happening? Or is this a simulacrum? A filmed inscription of Arthur in this moment, the actual Arthur being dead, but this fragment of data still alive in this footage. For now, I'll go ahead and focus on what we will learn and learn soon. This mysterious lady is a sort of mystical being, capable of disguising themselves, fabricating identities, and in some cases, possession. And also while we're here, I'll go ahead and make note of Arthur Fisher. A minor part of this whiteboard is to sort of appraise and describe the 3 directors of the 3 movies we have access to in Immortality. But the main purpose of this whiteboard is to kind of place what each character in this story and outside of the story means to this larger story of Immortality, mainly hinging on those 2 mysterious characters that we saw in the introduction. Of course, we know that Marissa Marcel gets the job, but there is one more hurdle. On April 22nd, 1968, she begins a chemistry test with the great actor Robert Jones. The chemistry test is basically a rehearsal between 2 actors to see how well they work off each other. However, in some seedier cases, as well as this case, the chemistry is used to whittle away at the boundaries of the 2 actors. More on that in a moment. When the clip starts, we hear Robert Jones treating the young novice actress in a gracious way.
Nice job.
It may come off as patronizing, but I think his intentions are pure. This is the first time Marissa Marcel is on camera, doing a rehearsal since getting and reading the script. She naturally doesn't want to mess this up, and I think he's helping her ease into the chemistry read. In this chemistry test, they read the scene of Matilda being bedridden after falling to the venom she extracted from Ambrosio. Of course, at this point, their actual acting is very rough.
Forget the distinctions of sex, live for me.
It cannot be.
Just forget the distinctions of sex, live for me.
It cannot be.
They haven't absorbed the tone of the scenes, and they haven't decided on their voices yet. Now, let's get a small glimpse into Arthur's directing methodology.
For he was more than spiritual. A woman lives in my breast. She hungers to...
Director Fisher throws crumpled pieces of paper at Marissa Marcel. Robert Jones has a concerned look about him, and after the 4th paper ball...
Confession, so I may be free of sin as I perish. Can you stop that? It's impossible.
There we go. That's the passion I want to see. Keep going.
Now, if being pelted by paper balls is where it ended, this would just be an unorthodox director. However, we get to the kiss that punctuates this scene.
Kiss my dying breath. Give me your blessing.
She said to kiss her. Mr. Jones has kissed a lot of women, so you are in safe hands, my dear. In my copy of the script, it says they kiss passionately. If you are not up to the job, there are several men outside who would gladly take your feet and passionately kiss Miss Marcel.
This is very interesting. Robert Jones is clearly uncomfortable, likely because Marissa's very young and green to all of this. And maybe personally, he's not ready to kiss his co-star. Marissa doesn't seem fazed at all, however. The chemistry test started with Jones easing Marcel, and now Marcel is the one sort of easing Jones. I'm not gonna pull the she's a 1 million year old vampire anime argument. There still very much is a griminess to this, but it's this small clue that gives us a bit of an inkling into some of the hidden power levels of Marissa, specifically the being that occupies her form. After the kiss, Fisher states,
I think that concludes our chemistry test. There is something there, but it may require some heavy drilling to bring it to the surface. Cut!
Now, if you remember, I mentioned that no-clip documentary. Within that first 16 minutes of cheating I did watching said documentary, I did pick up on a goldmine of some of Sam Barlow's inspiration surrounding the early seediness of Marissa Marcel's career, specifically in regards to Arthur Fisher. In short, the character of Arthur Fisher is, at least in part, inspired off of the tyrannical director Otto Preminger, and Marissa's experience in her first film is somewhat inspired off of Gene Seberg's first film debut, St. Joan, also directed by Otto Preminger. Both actresses play characters who obscured their genders, and even Joan of Arc as a character is linked to Marissa Marcel's career in that both were ended in flames. Now, that's not a spoiler, that's an allusion that I've extracted from the trailer. I also wonder if Charlotte Molin was channeling Gene Seberg's discomfort in her Ed Sullivan interview appearance. It's something I noticed, but I think that was because of the very clever editing of that no-clip documentary. I can't wait to finish this video so I can watch it in full. Otto Preminger had a reputation for being an extremely tyrannical director. At least in the movie for Joan of Arc, he didn't really guide or teach Joan Seberg. He just sort of had her remain still and hollowed her out, cored out her identity and replaced it with Joan of Arc. Much like how Arthur Fisher hollows out his actresses and actors to fit them with archetypes. We will come to learn that Fisher controlled what Marissa Marcel ate. And he also had this sort of sex obsession, specifically wanting to turn the pure Marissa into a whore. It's all very twisted. June 1st is the start of the table reads.
All right, settle down. Now we come to the sequence I call the fuck montage. Or the lovemaking montage, ladies. Sophie excluded.
Always with these demeaning jabs. He refers to the rest of the women at the table on and off camera as ladies, Sophia excluded.
It is our obligation here to proceed mathematically and explore all the configurations of coupling. I will sculpt you into the embodiment of the audience's fantasies. And Ambrosio will provide counterpoint with his sermon, which will add depth to our spectacle.
So this spells out his modus operandi. Nothing we couldn't already infer from the film itself, but it's good to hear it from him directly. We hear a faint rumbling. There's another subverted clip hidden in here. This is gonna be tough. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna see, this is impossible. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, basically, the only thing we can show is Arthur Fisher's fucking. This is nuts. Yeah, it's just pretty nuts. I don't know what else to show. Okay. So when reversing the footage during this specific point of the montage reading, we discover a new subverted clip where everybody is naked, and Marissa again is replaced by that mystical lady. You know what? I'll call her by her title. She'll be referred to as the One. The One is on top of Robert Jones, or perhaps because Jones is playing as Ambrosio in this specific clip, he is Ambrosio. That's still a theory we'll be working on here. But the One is very handsy. Without getting too detailed, this strikes me as a sort of ethereal being enjoying the sensory stimulation of humanity. It's like this ancient wants to know what it feels like to have this special coupling with another that they just simply can't experience in their normal existence. Now, going back to the normal footage.
Matilda is going down on Ambrosio. He doesn't look at her.
Would you care to explain what that means, my dear? For the benefit of Marissa here.
She's sucking.
I know what oral sex is.
Voiceover.
So again, Fisher's being weird, patronizing and sort of teasing Marissa, who I believe at this point is just about, if not already, 18 years old. So still very young. And this seems to excite Fisher's sort of bullying behavior. Robert Jones, likely used to directors such as Fisher, eases Marissa by saying, figure out perhaps how they could emulate the scene without crossing any lines with one another. Maybe I'm being naive, but Robert Jones, at least juxtaposed with Arthur Fisher, seems to be more ethically even-keeled, at least as much as one can be when filming such a grimy movie. He's not excited about the heavy love scenes, he's not leaning into it as much. This is a job, and they are co-workers. As a more senior co-worker, he's doing his part in making the novice co-worker feel more comfortable. That's my cope and I'm running with it. At the end of this table read session, Sophia Morgana does a bit of flirting with Jones, indicating the possible start of a production romance.
He climaxes on Amen. Let's hear it.
Oh.
Bigger.
Jones does his zenith face, and just like in the subverted footage, Arthur says,
well, I need a cigarette. Back in 10.
Now, the next table read.
Agnes will not be returning today. She was somewhat surprised to learn that in adapting the book, which she so diligently read, we chose to remove a great deal of scenes concerning her character. The part is smaller than she anticipated, a problem I'm sure some of the ladies are more than familiar with.
So the actress for Agnes read the book, noted that Agnes played a pretty big role in it, and was bothered that her part wasn't as big. And it's a pity, because some of those heavy love scenes could have been cut down to give Agnes some more screen time. And I even think The One would agree. The One even says in the Agnes achievement, Agnes was my favorite part of the book. Now, let's keep this in mind. If you remember in that first subverted footage, The One tells Arthur Fisher, you're nearly dead. There's even talk of a decline in his movies, his career as a director. Perhaps Ambrosio is Arthur Fisher's last-ditch attempt to shock some life back into his career, going for a more provocative sexual movie rather than a cerebral and kind of a slow burn, long-lasting cult classic-like movie.
Ambrosio watches her go, examines the car, smells it.
Pervert.
I think it's very romantic, like Ed Gein. Oh, looks like lunch is ready. Shall we restore ourselves before we unleash Ambrosio here on poor Antonia? Pray for your stomachs. Signor Di Giorgio has prepared for us an 18th century Italian feast.
Better than a 20th century American feast.
So funny, when I first was playing this game, this is the first clip I saw of Fisher, and I'm like, I like this guy. This guy can be the treasurer of the Fat Guy Mafia. But nah, I mean we don't claim him. But I mean, just listen, look at the way he says it. Look at the way he says.
Signor Di Giorgio has prepared for us an 18th century Italian feast.
An 18th century Italian feast. It's like, you want to get hyped up for a fucking meal? Get a guy like Arthur Fisher at the fucking head of the table. Aside from this field analysis of the footage, the one thing of note is this specific position of Arthur grabbing Sophia's chin. It reminds me of this picture of Otto Preminger grabbing Jean Seberg's chin. Now, it's later in the day, and we are at the next table reading. Some things to note, and I don't know if this is intentional typecasting-wise, but I noticed, like, and this might have been a big thing back then, directors, they like button nose. Button noses are sort of like considered a cute thing. You've got kind of a... I ramble here a bit about a theory I had about the casting. I noticed both the sexualized or objectified women in this movie have button noses, and that Jones is specifically cast maybe to look like Jesus. But really, this rambling bore no fruit. However, I do have a funny pause moment. Definitely, I like the aesthetic of... Look at him, he looks like a fucking... what are they? The fuck are they called? Mandela catalog. Yeah, that's what they're called. Mandela catalogs. Not alternates, just Mandela catalogs. Anyways, let's skip to the end of the clip where we get some juicy stuff.
Silently walks to her door, opens it, and enters her room.
Arthur, what's Ambrosio thinking here? This is his first time ever leaving the Abbey. Am I just following my libido? Am I intending to seduce Antonia?
Don't worry too much about that. Keep your face blank so the audience can project onto it. You are their vessel. They will see you looking, and then we will cut to what you're looking at. And through you, they will see. You will be looking for them, so use your eyes. Sophia, Marissa, your job is to be looked at. Let us try. Look at Antonia. Sweet innocence. Now look at Matilda. Pure carnality. You see, you will desire what the audience desires. The more you let them use you, the more brilliant they will think you're acting. This, I believe, is indicative of Arthur's directorial decline. The feminine characters in this movie is just meant to be looked at, and masculine leading characters are soulless husks who serve as vessels for self-insertion for the tantalized audience. Really, this just sounds like Arthur is making an adult film. If I wanted to be more charitable to Arthur, maybe this whole point is to lure in a perverse audience, get them to live vicariously through the debaucherous life of Ambrosio, then flip the movie on its head and torture the character, torture the audience for being so naughty for watching such a filthy movie. We will kind of see that vibe return during moments of this game, this judging eye scrutinizing the audience for its demands and effect on the characters it gazes at. For now, let's move on to the next table reading. Now I'm the cusp of now.
There's nothing of big note here, just a small moment at the end.
And we close for the day on the cusp of great violence. Now, we have been encouraged by our hosts to go take a riposo.
Riposo? They're getting shaved ice? What? No, you're thinking of raspado. A riposo is like a break, a midday excursion. I wonder if that's where we get the word riposte from in sword fighting.
The blade is your implement.
I find the idea quite decadent, but when in Rome...
Will we be taking siestas during our shooting?
I'm afraid not, darling. We will be shooting with an Italian crew, but in the American style.
This gives us another view into the intensity of Arthur Fisher's style. Now, I really like this ramble here. It's actually very fascinating. So here you see Arthur Fisher as a director. In Minsky, you have Jurek as a director, and in Two of Everything, it's a little bit different. And I can't wait to tell you about that. Hell, I'm excited to hear what I'm gonna say, and I already know what it's gonna be. Now, we've got a screen test that takes place in June 8th, 1968. We've got another subverted clip here, but first let's play out the main clip.
Give us a turn.
No, I don't like it.
Wait, I forgot the book.
The book's not going to make a difference. It's too historical.
I based it on real dresses from 18th century Spain.
Yes, but we should have something more modern.
Arthur mentions he wants it to look more modern, maybe to add some sort of anachronistic uncanniness. And fittingly, Marissa mentions wearing a men's smart suit, again echoing that sort of androgynous theming we will see throughout some of this game. They end up settling on that rose-laden dress. I personally like it. It's very creepy, especially when off-focus in the background of that post-torture scene. When syncing up the footage to the subverted footage, we find a scene of the one doing a sort of striptease dance. The one confirms this is Salomé's dance of the Seven Veils. This is one of those common instances where being taken to a subverted clip starts you in the midst of it, so you want to make sure that you rewind so you don't miss anything. Of course, in this case, though, you want to press fast forward to rewind to the beginning. Here's what I almost missed.
When Inanna descended into the underworld, she removed her 7 meats. The story of Salome was embellished according to the smith. While take the biblical stories, and the dances were Salome. They say this was the origin of striptease. All art is striptease.
Essentially, the one is talking about how seemingly different mythoses all sort of come from a similar mother mythos. A chain, if you will. And on that chain, very early on, we have the Sumerian goddess Inanna descending into the underworld, passing through 7 gates, at each gate shedding a regalia, so stripping down 7 times. And then later in that chain, we have Oscar Wilde taking the biblical stories and transforming the story of Salome appealing to Herod into a dance of 7 veils, a striptease. Does this indicate that at some point in history, the one played Salome? Was this biblical event machined by a dancer, possessed by the one, in the same way that Marissa is possessed by the one? Or is the story of Salome just that? A story. Keep this in mind. On that same day, rehearsals begin, or at least our access to them begins here. Here we see the actress who plays Agnes and Robert Jones rehearse the confession scene where Agnes is condemned to death. Let's skip to the end.
I have done my duty.
Can we go again? I have some ideas from reacting to Robert.
I think we're good. Save it for when we're rolling.
Robert Jones has a conflicted feeling here, and Agnes is denied a chance to do another rehearsal. This would likely have caused the film to suffer. Agnes, while a minor role screen time-wise, is a major role in giving the pleading voice that calls for justice, a call that reverberates throughout this film and bites at the heels of the debaucherous hypocrite monk. To compromise on how the actress plays her part compromises the karmic and emotional depth of the movie. I'll go ahead and mark June 1st, 1968 as the start of the table reads and June 8th as the start of the rehearsals. Now, we already know that Marissa got the job, but let's go ahead and dig into some more of these set happenings. Next rehearsal is of Ambrosio just having miraculously healed from his snake bite.
Riasa.
Okay. We start looking at Ambrosio and Stu.
Do I have my cowl up or down?
Up.
Be careful not to say Stu on myself.
Just be trying not to look at Matilda.
I really like Jones. He takes his work very seriously. A real actor's actor, if I'm using the term correctly.
Eat up, Father Ambrosio. You must regain your strength.
This f***ing guy. There's not much else in this clip, but it ends in a funny way.
About this cowl, it's all here.
So yeah, Ambrosio's, the actor, is very like... From our perspective, it does look like he's doing a bit too much. He's like, what's the color of my butthole? In other words, Robert is just a really thorough craftsman. If you notice in all clips where I found a subverted clip, I marked them as a favorite. This is those little red shapes in these clip thumbnails. Perhaps I was mistaken and I accidentally marked this one, but I found no subverted clips here. I'm very certain that we will explore all subverted clips in this video, but might as well give you an idea as to how I attack this game. The next scene is very important, not only for understanding and confirming Arthur Fisher's methodology, but also my very unhinged sense of humor. This is the scene where Ambrosio and Matilda are coupling, while Ambrosio's sermon can be heard as a sort of soundtrack to this montage. I'll skip to Arthur's direction.
That's the worst.
Okay, this isn't really working. We need to get a look at your tits, my dear. And it's hard to get in on Ambrosio's face.
This isn't working. We need to get a good look at your tits, my dear. What a fucking pile of shit. I just love how out of pocket it is. Now that was my reaction while recording initially, and this is my reaction when reviewing that footage. I mean, if you start saying that for literally anything. Oh, this soup. This soup doesn't have enough salt. This isn't working. We're going to get it. We're going to need a good look at your tits, my dear. Anyways, let's get to the real importance of this clip. Arthur doesn't like the more realistic positioning. He wants something posed with the intention of the audience's gaze. This is why he wants the camera to have a better angle at Marissa's chest. Sophia gives some novel instructions.
You see, this is why I didn't give you the Matilda role. You're so filthy, Sophia.
You cast me as a virgin, Arthur.
I'm turning you into a virgin. Marissa into a whore.
Now, here we see the possible spark to Morgana and Joan's romance, but let's focus on what Arthur said.
I'm turning you into a virgin. Marissa into a whore.
To me, this is the most clear MO we get of Arthur Fisher. He is a puppeteer, a sculptor, not a director, not a leader, not a captain of a ship, but a possessor. The thrill of the art for him is not the novelty and joy of inscribing a story onto the thin film of celluloid, but the act and art of taking the medium that is real human being. And in the same way you would mold clay, you mold these human beings into characters of your wildest imagination. People, living, breathing human beings, become the medium and the final product. This concept will be echoed into Minsky, where we will explore this sort of Warholian theme of the celebrity itself being an art form, the created work. Let's keep this in mind when we try and appraise the MOs of the other two directors in this game. In this next rehearsal, we don't get much, just that comment we already went over when Arthur asks Marissa to channel de Sade's Juliet. But here's a cool quote at the end of the clip.
Very nice. Maybe we'll make a Matilda out of this, Rosario.
And there we have it, huh? You have Rosario being acted by Matilda, being acted by Marcel, being acted by something else. And really, if you want to get it even, yeah, I mean, it's nuts. It's roles within Royce. Layers of possession. I like it. There's very little in this next rehearsal. We see a short look shared by Morgana and Jones, and this extra bit of direction that I would say is inappropriate amongst colleagues.
Imagine you just saw Robin's dick.
In this next footage, we see the birth of Ambrosio's voice.
Hey, Arthur, listen to the accident of the day, okay?
And also, within this clip is another subverted clip. But this one is different. You'll see what I mean. First, let's finish this clip.
I live to serve you.
Less subservient.
I live to serve you.
Like this. I live to serve you.
Live to serve you.
Oh.
Even as a novice, it's apparent that Marissa is taken to the profession very well. There's camaraderie, banter. I can only hope it stayed that way during her short career of 3 movies. Now, onto that subverted clip.
I watched Robert and Sophia. I was not jealous, but what they had looked delicious. When I kissed Robert on camera, I could taste Sophia in his mouth. And I enjoyed the simplicity of it. Just 2 beautiful people, young and healthy enough that they felt immortal. I don't know if I wanted to spoil it, but I wanted to be in it. Whether I'm f***ing or being f***ed. I'd take more than I give. There's no reproductive aspect to sex. It's purely consumption.
Okay, so this foreshadows a relationship between Robert Jones and Sophia Morgana on set. A sort of production relationship. How sweet. However, this ethereal being wants to somehow insert themselves into this romance. Will we see Marissa try and break these two up? Or perhaps something a bit more subtle? Remember, this ethereal, mysterious being said they didn't want to spoil it, they just wanted to be in it. Sit tight. We will soon get a better understanding as to how the One works. I don't have this written down here, and I'm sure I'm going to mention this later, but note that there's almost sort of two classes of subverted clips. There are those that transform the scene, places the One in the scene that's being captured, but then there are some that go to a black sort of void, and the One either monologues, dances, or does something else. There's subtle implications to this that will come forth very naturally as we play the game, but I did want to mention that now. The next scene is the rehearsal of Ambrosio forcing himself upon Sophia. We can tell the cast is very overworked and probably not feeling ready to take on such an intense scene after such a long day. Note how Marissa stands still watching from the background, but despite that stillness we can see what's really going on when we discover the subverted clip. If we sync the clip to the subverted clip while Ambrosio is forcing himself onto Sophia, we see the One looking on in pain. And while I have the audio censored, we can hear air raid sirens and bombings. Something about this horrible crime is triggering a PTSD episode, perhaps dating back to 1940s when Nazi Germany invaded France. The reason I say this is because that's German for hold down the French bitch. So this scene of Ambrosio forcing himself on Sophia is not just triggering a war memory, but an identical memory of when Marissa experienced the same thing Antonio's experiencing. We only have the first half of the details regarding this event. We still need to sit tight for the other. I'll go ahead and keep this in mind for now. And at the end of the original clip, we see Robert just over it, tired. While not much is in this next clip, it ends with a bit of a fun moment between Arthur and Sophia.
Stay dead.
And that's it for the rehearsals. Every single one of these takes place on June 8th. I think it's safe to say all the rehearsals, including ones we don't have access to, were done in one day, if not in a couple of days. That's one hell of a workload. The next clip takes place 2 months later, making the start of filming August 5th.
First day of filming. How do you feel?
I'm excited and nervous. I want to justify Mr. Fisher's casting me. This is such an incredible opportunity, and Matilda is such a challenging character.
And I knew to cast the role that I should look for someone new, someone young and exciting. And when I saw Marissa, I had the idea to cast for Rosario and to then sculpt her into Matilda. Now, there are many actresses who can play the temptress, but this character is so special because she takes the form of an innocent. When I saw Miss Marcel, she had a spark. I see great things for her future.
And how does it feel to be sculpted by Fisher?
It's a great honor.
Note how the interviewer asks how it is to be sculpted by Arthur, not working with or working under, but being sculpted. I think it's safe to say that Arthur has a reputation for this methodology, so much so that the interviewer is alluding to it. And it now occurs to me that Arthur didn't need to do much hollowing for Marissa, because Marissa, or the One, is a demonic being, taking the form of an innocent, the innocent Marissa. If anything, Marissa, or the One, is perfect for this role. Might as well go ahead and mark August 5th, 1968 as the start of Ambrosio's filming. We've yet to see how the One is going to insert themselves into Robert and Sophia's relationship. We've also yet to meet John Durek, the director of photography. He's the one who would often contradict Fisher's direction. This is going to get pretty interesting, so sit tight for that one. Another thing we should keep in mind what would have caused Ambrosio to never release? I'll go ahead and spoil this now. Unlike the 1970s Minsky and the 1990s Two of Everything, Ambrosio actually made it to wrap, meaning it actually finished fully filming and went into the post-production phase. So let's go ahead and simmer on that while we get into the meat of this production. We start off production by being introduced to my favorite character in Immortality.
3 apples, take 3.
Still to this day, I just randomly say in an Italian accent, 62 apple, take 2. 45 bravo, take 3.
Action.
How does she look? Beautiful. Perfect. All of the blessings of the feminine with none of the fault.
Wow. When watched in this order, you can feel the cinematic opening to it, almost hearing the soundtrack. It really does feel like the first film shot of a production. Aside from the boom in the shot, there's not much we can glean from this footage. Well, aside from the fact that this is the third take, so they had to cut 2 times before this. Something to note, and I'm sure it can vary, but from what I've heard, take this with a grain of salt, the time it takes between cutting and rolling, even on the same scene, could take like 10 minutes. You've got makeup, lighting, going over lines, correcting what went wrong in the previous shots. So this being take 3 means, going by that model, this was 30 minutes into filming this scene. So far, so good. Let's move on to the next shot. This is quite the jump. When filming, time is money, and sets cost money to rent, keep up, and film in. So it's a common practice during a production to shoot all scenes that take place in a certain set together, so that you no longer need to rent it. As a director, the time and order you film in is very important. For example, if you want there to be a passing of time within a movie, signified by, let's say, the growing of a character's beard, then you'll have to film those bearded scenes first, shave, then do the rest of the scenes. I kinda tried doing this in my home safety hotline video, but to differentiate different characters, rather than signify the passing of time. Sorry, I was rambling there. There's not much in this scene. It's a third take. The boom is in the shot again, and we get that moment where Fisher and Marcel try different emotions. Oh, hold on. There's another subverted clip here.
There's a chain. It's very visible if you're sat outside of things. Arthur Fisher and John Durick run that chain. Ideas, traditions, technique, organic matter gets passed along. Fisher passed me on to Durick, or Durick took me, or I chose to go. It's hard to say. They both wanted to claim me as theirs. There's a life cycle to an artist. And it's very important to get the timing right, to prune, to use one to fertilize another. With John, it was the first time I put myself into the chain.
Ooh, this reveals a bit much. Now, some of these subverted clips, specifically the ones that are in that black void, aren't always found in the same spot. There are a lot of them that are randomly placed in a set pool of clips that differ in every copy of this game. So sometimes we might get a subverted clip that involved a plot later in the game, and some a plot in the past. In this case, she says, with John Durick, it was the first time she put herself into the chain. Now, what does this all mean? Let's start from the beginning. She calls this director's tradition, a package of norms, memes, and techniques, a chain. Durick naturally borrowed some things from Fisher in this direction of the movie Minsky, but he also distinguished himself in other ways. The common link was the usage of Marissa. She can't seem to remember if Fisher gave her to Durick, if Durick whisked her away, or if she went on her own. But she then says, with John, it was the first time she put herself in the link. So in our copy of this game, this essentially foreshadows the One having a directorial debut. That the One at some point occupies this chain, either with or possibly through John Durick. Let's keep this in mind for now. This is the first time the game jumped the gun. We don't have much in the harp scene except another subverted clip.
Mary didn't wear blue. And she wasn't a virgin.
That's blasphemous.
Oh, you have no idea.
There's a lot here. So according to the One, Mary wasn't a virgin. And when Robert, or more accurately Ambrosio, says, that's blasphemous, she says, you have no idea, and reveals she's wearing Jesus' crown of thorns. Does this mean that the One at some point disguised herself or possessed Jesus and Mary, Mandela catalog style? Or are these characters just that? Characters that she played in a story. The plot thickens. Also, I should note that this clip supports a theory I'm working on. During these shots, these vignettes of subverted imagery, the mortal characters living and breathing on screen are who they are in that moment. So, the earlier subverted clip with Arthur Fisher was caught when he was in his directorial role, casting for a movie he hoped would revive his career. In this clip, it's literally Ambrosio, hyperventilating from his recovery and from the horror of a blasphemous Marian apparition. For now, let's go ahead and keep the roles of Mary and Jesus being possibly played by the one in mind. We don't get anything from this wide shot of the same scene. There is a moment where Marissa looks off camera, perhaps to John Durick, not sure. This next one is fun.
9 Charlie, take 2.
All right, settle down, Robert.
We have Robert bantering with the second AC, or second assistant camera, maybe amused by how he says Charlie. Not sure, to be honest. And like with the shot before, it ends with Marissa looking off in the same direction. This next one is interesting.
What ails you? I had assumed confession would have restored your appetite.
Desist. Hold it. Keep rolling. From the top. More sexual, Marissa. Okay?
So instead of cutting, Fisher decides to keep rolling a reset. This saves time and money to make quick on-the-fly corrections. And of course, Fisher wants Marissa to be more sexual. During the scene where Ambrosio stabs at the painting, we get another humming noise, signifying a subverted scene.
Get out. Get ready to go again.
Need a real knife, Arthur.
Note that Robert wants a real knife. Maybe this is why.
I've been stabbed before. That really hurts. But if you're going to kill the Mother of God, you will need a better weapon.
Not gonna lie, that quote kinda goes hard. There's a lot here. At the end of the clip, we can hear the ringing of bells. Not only do I think the subverted clips preserve the true intended essence of what's being captured, but also like the area and the ambience. This isn't a set being filmed. This is a room in an abbey in the Middle Ages of Madrid, captured on celluloid. Not only is Ambrosio and the setting made real, but also the knife is made real. There might be a bit of an asterisk on all of that, but for now, let's just go ahead and go with it. It seems like the One only lives in fiction. We never see them or any other immortals materialize into the real world. What I mean by that is they don't materialize in the physical reality of the universe of immortality. It doesn't seem that way. For this reason, I can't help but feel that the immortals, or at the very, very least, the One, is a sort of archetypal spirit. The essence of not what is being captured, but what is contained in what is being captured. Now, that being said, there's still going to be this very palpable, supernatural-like possession aspect to this game. At least in the method of how she possesses some of these various characters on this list. But right now, I do want to note that at least in some way, shape, or form, the two immortals that we will witness in this game are somehow mimetic in nature. It's still a bit early to go any further with this, but just consider this spitballing to be a primer for what's to come. This next clip, we just get Arthur's direction. We've already gone over this. We then get into the next scene. When Robert stands in front of the painting, he's told to freeze. Buddy, he said freeze. Look at him just shifting around. We see a fun moment where Marissa sticks her tongue out at Ambrosio. Here's an example of a subverted clip that doesn't need precise rewinding.
Perfect. And then...
The virgin birth was a magic trick.
Oh, fuck off. Shh.
Christ be with me, Christ within me, Christ protects me.
It was a good story, though, wasn't it? What if I told you the two Marys were the same person? So many stories, so many characters. Go on then, you can kiss me.
Okay, so the one reveals how the story of Mary was crafted by her and perhaps her kind. She refers to the virgin birth as a magic trick. We will later confirm that these beings don't reproduce, so the baby being born could just be likened to special effects in a way, and the one played both the role of Jesus and Mary. Again, we can infer this from the subverted footage where she was wearing a crown of thorns and Mary's blue gown. That won't be the end of the evidence. We'll have many more confirmations throughout this game. Speaking of which, she said that there was only one Mary. So what parts of Mary Magdalene do we combine with the parts of Mary the Mother of God to get an accurate understanding of the Mary of Immortality? Maybe time will tell. In some of these cases, we can spin the reel forward to rewind the subverted footage to get taken back to the original clip. The only other thing of note is when Marissa smacks Ambrosio. Robert reacts in a funny way.
Naughty.
Cut.
Can we go again?
Oh, and Marissa wants to go again. This indicates confidence with discerning whether a shot was good or not. Perhaps she has a future in directing. Days pass and we have access to another clip. This time an intimate scene. Before action is called, Arthur instructs,
Slower this time. It's a performance. Action.
Makes sense. The first shoot of a new day, you might have the desire to rush into it. So naturally, Arthur is having her slow her delivery down. You may notice that there was no clapper. This is one of those cases where the clapper is saved to the end. This is called a tail slate. Oh, I should explain what the purpose of the clapper is first. I'm sure there are a lot of reasons and nuances to this clapper, and I have a whole lot of stuff written here that's just based on common sense, but I don't want to talk out of my butt. So instead, let me explain to you what I do. I don't use a clapper, I just use my hands. What I do is I sync the audio of my crappy camera audio and sync it with my lapel mic. But let's say this was like the old times, right? My camera didn't capture audio and this was like that boom mic. So then I would sync the clap, the spike in audio from my mic to the moment my hands touched. I also use claps to signify things like notes to self. Cut over here, because remember, we're not gonna include all that stuff. The start and end to cuts. Whiteboard character 7. And I even do something kind of similar to the second ACs where I'll even verbally say what I'm recording. Wide shot, Moralist. Alright, enough lessons. This is another heavy love scene. We can see the makeup artist sprayed down the leads to give them the look of being sweaty. I'll go ahead and just verbally tell you what happens. This is the first time filming a scene of this nature between the two leads. Marissa notices Robert is holding back, and so she says, "Don't hold back." Off camera, we can hear John Durick, the director of photography, and Arthur, the lead director, bicker about how they want Marissa to act during this scene. John wants her to look at the camera, and Arthur tells him, "No, that's stupid." John says, "Why not? It's modern." Arthur laughs at his suggestion, saying, "F off with your modern," and demands Marissa look down at the bed. This would be the first disagreement between the two artistes. But also there's a subverted scene here. Here we see the one, of course, in the place of Marissa, while the other actor does his thing. The one has an unsatisfied face. She says, "More, don't hold back, more," and then it's not enough. In the end, this is insincere acting. It's a simulacrum. There's no real coupling going on. And perhaps because Jones isn't putting his all into emulating Ambrosio, in this subverted scene, it isn't an impassioned Ambrosio having this moment with the one, but the acting Jones. This isn't a real love scene being captured, but a fake one, and the one isn't satisfied. It seems she has no other option but to insert herself into Sophia Morgana and Robert Jones' real romance to feel what she's missing out on. In this next clip, we have Ambrosio when he reaches the end of his heavy love scene montage, his zenith syncing up with the amen of another scene. When this scene finishes, Arthur forgets to say cut, and Durick bickers with him about doing another shot, emphasizing Matilda's eyes during this montage completion.
Are we cutting?
Yes.
Again, Robert Jones is such a dutiful actor. He doesn't stop his acting until the director says cut. Are we cutting? But let me focus in. Durick wants to do a lot more emphasis on Marissa's face and eyes. He wants for her to look into the camera during these kinds of scenes. He wants to do close-up shots of her eyes. Fisher says that doing so is too much and could get them arrested, maybe joking that this would be too obscene or gratuitous. Maybe this has something to do with film code, the FCC, ESRB, Peggy 18, but frankly I'd rather not dwell on the intricacies of these two dog-ass directors. In this next scene I don't find anything, just Marissa looking off camera, again likely at director of photography John Durick. In this next scene we've got a really neat special effect. I'm still not certain how it's done. Maybe the flower petals are made of a highly absorbent fabric, and the stem is some sort of straw. Through mechanical breakage, a small bag of dye is broken in the vase, and it travels up into the flower and stains it. That would explain why it shrivels, saturating it with red dye. I completely pulled that out of my butt. I wonder if I'm actually correct with that. In the next clip, there's just a reflective special effect, the one used when Ambrosio looks inside the magical mirror to see the nude Antonia. The only thing of note is a comment Sophia makes to Robert.
I promise not to peek.
I have already seen you naked, so it's only fair.
All right, settle down.
Again, some flirting to imply an on-production, and I guess off-production relationship.
Cut! Translates. For the echo, take 3.
Pass Miss Morgana her robe while we check the gate.
From what I've read online, check the gate is a reminder from the director to check the film gate, where light exposes onto the film and make sure it isn't obstructed or dirty. I'm sure there have been plenty of movies in history whose best takes are sadly obstructed and tainted with those little hairs. Now this next scene is very noteworthy. After Robert Jones as Ambrosio flees from Matilda after she bares her breast at him, the scene ends and we see this interaction between Marissa, Arthur, and the producer Gino, who we see for the first time here.
And we got it.
That enough tete for you, Gino?
Oh, I'm used to them coming in pairs.
Well, bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
I'm used to them coming in pairs, a very, very clever foreshadowing to a theme that will be expanded on in the third and final movie, 2 of Everything.
Oh, Marissa, you're marvelous. You're gonna get me excommunicated.
You ready for your close-up, Gino?
It's cool to see Marissa get comfortable and jocular with the cast. At the same time, body humor, flashing, all that stuff is really the most funny when you're very young, like mooning or swiping out. So this just reminds me that just a few months ago, Marissa was a minor. So it's no wonder her humor is very sophomoric. In the garden scene, we have some very cool stuff at the end.
Where'd that damn snake go?
We of course have Marissa showing an affinity for the snake, or really the snake has an affinity for her, and Gino says,
Marissa, you will make a great Eve.
I believe we already went over this. However, there is a subverted scene hidden here to further establish some cool theory crafting over Gino's comment. I swear, man, Immortality's crazy. 1 second you're seeing a film rehearsal and the next moment... A couple of things. Number one, we have a glimpse of these 2 immortal beings playing the role of Adam and Eve. We will come to learn the other character playing Adam will be referred to by the one as the other one. If you remember, the one said that the virgin birth was a magic trick. But it was a good story, wasn't it? Maybe in the world of immortality, all these epics, mythos, and religions, legends, are all just stories with characters and concepts embodied by these archetypal immortals. And so what if these ancients are archetypal actors and storytellers? Well, then the dawn of film, the technology to capture motion picture and immortalize it onto celluloid would be a valuable tool to this mystical species. But yes, now it's safe to say, and we have confirmation within the scope of immortality, Jesus was played by the one, Eve was played by the one, and Adam and the devil, at least the devil that tempted Jesus in the desert, was played by the other one. We've already gone over the significance of this next shot. The snake slithers to Marissa, and John Durick states that the snake loves her. If this were a clip we stumbled upon early in our game, it would hint to a supernatural aspect to Marissa. But aside from that, I can't think of the snake coming up again in a meaningful way outside of this repeating Adam and Eve motif. The next day we see the clip of Ambrosio hiding the key from Father Carlo while conversing with him. Note that this is take 5, so they have cut and reset 4 times before this. This new day is starting off in a grueling way.
Try moving on should not be contested. Action.
This means that line would be his cue to move to his next position, in front of Carlo. Perhaps the reason we're on a whopping 5th take is because Fisher is being indecisive with how he wants Ambrosio to move in this scene. It seems, however, this iteration is satisfactory, because after Fisher cuts, he says,
Cut. Print it.
From what I can gather online, this usually means cut, print it, and send it to the post-production team to develop it. We can see a tired look on Carlo's actor's face. In this particular case, I think we can interpret the director's cut, print it as, that's the best we're gonna get, let's move on. We've got a close-up shot of keys and the final shot of the day. I'll go ahead and play this out.
15 Apple, take 2.
And action.
Kiss me.
Cut. Are you cutting?
Still rolling. Let's get this.
Stop bloody improvising. She doesn't kiss him until scene 16.
It's a martini. Let her have some fun. Sexier out here on the floor.
Cut. Cut. Cut.
There's layers here. First off, this setting. Marissa laying on the outdoor ground, kissing amidst bushes will come up again. I'm actually quite surprised I didn't find a subverted shot here. Secondly, again, we have the increase of disagreement between Durick and Fisher. And now I realize the director of photography might just be a fancy word for lead cameraman in this case. On the clapper, it even says Cam J. Durick. And when Arthur Fisher says cut, it's Durick that's not cutting. I guess for most of you that was obvious, but all this time I thought there was another nameless cameraman being barked at by Durick and Fisher. Thirdly, Durick says,
it's a martini. Let her have some fun. Sexier out here on the floor.
At first I thought they gave her alcohol to loosen her up, but the martini is another word for the final shot of the day. It's a joke that alludes to the next shot being not from the camera, but out of a martini glass. This is scene 15 Apple take 2. Maybe they'll be having apple-tinis. Well, hold on. I'm fairly certain in typical film lingo, you would say 15 alpha. So apple being the forbidden fruit is another theme hidden on the clapper in plain sight. Pretty cool. In the next shot, we don't have much, just a funny moment.
Can we say fuck?
Marissa wants to say fuck. Marissa can say
Fuck me into heaven.
And then in this next shot, we have an interesting moment where after the cut, Marissa seems to flirtily look into Robert's eyes. And while I'm sure he's caught off guard, he averts his eyes. From his perspective, this is a bit awkward. I believe this is the one through Marissa trying to insert herself into this romance between Sophia and Robert. In this next shot, we see a continuation of this possible flirting, masked as playfulness. Marissa sticks her tongue out at Robert. We don't see his face, but we do hear him laugh. Let's get right into the subverted shot.
I can sleep with my eyes open, but if I have them closed, you can't tell if I'm awake or not. Most animals lack eyelids and sleep with their eyes open. Some prey animals sleep with half their brains still awake. Have you seen Baltus's painting, The Sleeping Girl? I think it's his best painting. I like it because you can tell the girl's awake behind her eyes. I posed for him in Rome, but was in no danger of becoming a muse. I wonder if the girls in his paintings will outlive him. It's an eternal pubescence. Art is the best defense. Good people will always defend the art, and if you live the art, they end up defending you.
Profound. What do you guys think this means? I think she's referring to how people will do heinous things and call it art. If one were to do something obscene, it would evoke moral outcry. But if you filmed it, wrote about it, painted it, people will then defend it as art. You know the types, people who try and wear the cape of the libertine. Or maybe she's talking about how people will do horrid things in film and justify it by saying it somehow leads to a better product. But personally, I think that's a cope. And you? I don't know. Personally, I think everything is art. People say commercially successful art isn't real art because apparently real art is supposed to be shitty and grating and artists poor and stinky. I disagree. Art is simply human touch, and good art is always successful art. Both of you are so obsessed over morality and public opinion. The one is clearly talking about art as a means to defending against mortality. When you create authentically, you inscribe your very image onto the art, and really all you are is an impression, a memory, a being that reflects light. And so, if you find an art form that can absorb that life, you thus attain immortality. Thus, art being the best defense, and those who defend your art ultimately defend your immortality. I like that, Expressionist. Thematically, I think your interpretation is the most fitting. I don't know how these immortals are killed just yet, but if they were to have a mimetic tulpa-like aspect to them, well then, art and media would be a perfect way of preserving them, defending them. However, Moralist, I feel that your interpretation regarding how art is a defense for immoral or unethical actions fits more the tone of voice that the one is speaking in. What about me? Well, I respect that you're trying, Industrialist. Now, the one refers to Balthus as having models who are preserved in immortal adolescence. This is because Balthus drew a lot of young girls in his art in highly vulnerable positions. Now, as a knuckle-dragging reactionary rube who comfortably resides outside of art discourse, I would personally consider the position he has his models in as highly problematic. Now, some might disagree. When I look at this Frank Frazetta painting, I feel motivated and adventurous, but a detractor might say that it's sexist and perverted. When I look at this Kincaid painting, I'm warm, comforted even, but a detractor might say that it's garish and too commercial. And so when I see some of Balthus' pieces, I am offended, unsettled, but perhaps somebody who praises Balthus says that these pictures are just simply depicting vulnerability. If we take the moralistic interpretation of the subverted footage, then maybe the one is saying that because Balthus lived the art, good people, in an attempt to defend the larger world of art, defended Balthus and thus also defended his unethical practices. Perhaps in defending the art, which can be a noble cause, we must be careful as to not defend the unethical actions it takes to executing that art form, especially when it involves the exploitation of young girls and boys. But again, that's my moralistic takeaway. Perhaps by analyzing the art, we are also defending the art, and the art lives through us. Well, 3 days later, on September 16th, a behind-the-scenes or film journal interviews the leading cast. I'm sorry, this was just asking to be YouTube pooped. Don't worry, this will be the last of my YouTube poop shenanigans. I'll continue to do my job.
How's it been working with Robert Jones? I imagine you're the envy of all your girlfriends.
Robert has been wonderful. He's given me a lot of advice, and, well, obviously he has a lot of experience.
Marissa is just a natural, you know? We're just trying to keep up.
I think I've realized there's more of me in the character, or perhaps there's more of the character in me. I think as a young woman, you are expected to behave in a certain way, and there are cinematic types that are actually quite freeing. And here, the most powerful character, the freest character, is mine. It's liberating to wield that kind of power.
I understand there are quite heavy love scenes in this picture. Is that something you find uncomfortable?
Well, I think those scenes are there for a reason. You know, it's a part of the plot that feels important. It's not gratuitous. I think the way
I enjoy them. I think more people should try it, take their clothes off on camera.
How about you, Sophia?
Oh, well, I'm a good Catholic girl.
Making a movie is about capturing the light that bounces off your skin and recording it on film and then releasing it to the audience in the theaters. When you're sat in the theater, the light that hits your eye, it's part of this chemical chain that reaches back to and touches my skin. I think in that way, if we make movies that show more of the body, it could be a powerful magic.
You make it sound indecent.
It's easy to get distracted by some of the surface level happenings of this clip. Obviously, Marissa is showing a high level of charismatic handling in this interview, which is a bit humorous when juxtaposed with this one moment Robert Jones thinks he's protecting her from the potentially inappropriate question, but of course she answers it authentically. She describes a chain reaction. This is a different chain from that chain of director traditions that the one referred to, but a chain nonetheless of chemical happenings. From the moment the light coming off of Marissa hits your eye, she describes it as the viewer touching her. She refers to this feeling of filming the nude body as a sort of magic. Perhaps this is how the one and beings like the one experience the phenomenon of being perceived. Perhaps in this moment, Marissa also revealed a supernatural element to the feeling of being seen, the feeling of the gaze. Oh, I almost forgot the subverted footage. Let's go ahead and give it a watch.
I found the 20th century overwhelming. I ended up in London, swept there by the culture. I modeled. I hadn't thought much about movies, but when they told me Fisher wanted to see me, I watched his. It was amazing to me, because his movies are similar to how we see the world, the compression of time. I felt Fisher was an artist, and I hoped to help, but he wasn't kind when we met. He wasn't interested in teaching me. He wanted to sculpt me. Movies were like a sexual mania to him. He told me what to eat.
Okay, gotcha. The 20th century, or the dawn of the 1900s, was overwhelming for the ancient. Makes sense, you've got 2 world wars, the invention of the radar, the bra, and motion pictures. Well, with audio. Might as well mark the 1920s, the dawn of motion pictures with audio on our timeline. While this is a tool for entertainment, archiving, and creative exploration for us, this might be a valuable tool for these immortals. Keep this in mind. The one says that the way we view film is the same way that the immortals view our reality, the compression of time. There's a lot of ways we can interpret this. The compression of time and space with new technologies, like air travel to physically get somewhere quicker, or Morse code to send information nearly instantly, might be similar to the instantaneous traveling not across space, but across time when it comes to these angelic ancients. Or we can also interpret this as the compression of light data onto the celluloid of a film, spooled into a roll and stacked with other film reels, the way we archive them in storage or put them in a moviola or an interface, like how we play this game. Maybe that's how the immortals see our existence, sort of walking in an ethereal space and just sort of pulling out a film reel and then being sucked in. Maybe. Maybe how we are playing this game, how we focus on a motif and in an atemporal, random fashion it takes us to another motif. A cat to a cat, a fruit to a fruit, Marissa to another Marissa. Maybe that, at least in some way, is how these atemporal, mimetic, ancient beings travel when interfacing with our reality. Something to think about. Also, while we're here, the one mentions that the human story is all about decline, and of course Arthur Fisher's story is all about decline. The one expected to learn from Fisher, but instead got the Otto Preminger treatment and was told what to eat. Twisted. That same day, the crew films Antonia looking through the keyhole, and then the scene where Ambrosio and Antonia read the Bible.
Going to get your go. From my mother says, and action. Going to get your go.
Wait, hold on.
Going to get your go.
Am I gonna do it? Am I gonna do it? Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Going to get your go. Going to get your go. Going to get your go. Going to get your go.
Sorry, I just had to. Now that will be the last time. Here's an interesting film happening.
And cut.
Can we go again? I had Marissa in my eyeline.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Her eyeline. I'm still puzzled by this, but I think what might have happened is Antonia caught the eye of Marissa, and it either looks strange to discerning filmgoers, or maybe it distracted her and it messed up her line delivery. Now our next scene.
Move in further, Robert. We can still see you.
This isn't working. We're gonna have to get a good look at your tits, Robert.
Action. Cut. Check the gate and then let's turn around.
Aha, it's happening. I believe the relationship that Sophia and Robert shared was meant to be, if not secretive, at least held away from the production. But here, Robert is uncharacteristically getting all gooey with her. There's a subverted scene here.
I liked you.
Is this a dream?
I suppose.
Aha! So in this case, the one has possessed Robert Jones to experience the relationship through him, through his lips. On top of that, Antonia wakes up within this footage. She asks, "Is this a dream?" She's not Sophia in this moment, she's Antonia, being awoken from this slumber by this stranger. She's not fazed by the strangeness of it because Antonia in the plot has been having strange dreams. The one even reacts to the door, perhaps knowing from the movie that the mother of Antonia is about to burst through those doors. So during that September of 1968, the one has invaded Rob and Sophia's romance. This is not super important to the plot of Immortality, but it helps us get a broader understanding to the control the one has over their powers. The spectrum of possession. We'll get into that later in this video, but for now, let's go ahead and mark this on our timeline. Arthur says, check the gate and let's turn it around, probably meaning that the next shot they'll film is of the same scene but at a different angle. I'll play out this tail end of the shot.
46 Apple, take one.
And cut.
Are you okay? Diana?
If you remember, when Marissa smacks Robert, he reacts saying, "That was hard." Perhaps the super strength persists and he went too far in the smothering, actually causing Diana, the actress for Antonia's mother, to pass out. This next scene takes place later in the movie, but again, since it takes place in the bedroom, it's best to film all bedroom scenes together.
Line? I would speak with Flora. Good night.
Cut. Going straight again.
I'm sorry, Arthur.
Now, here's what's interesting. In the interim between the one's possession of Robert and the possession of Sophia, Robert, the seasoned actor, forgets his line. Remember, the one says, there is no reproductive aspect to sexuality for their kind. It's pure consumption. They always take more than they give. Oh, now that I say that, I'm noticing Sophia smiling at the camera. Perhaps the one is already present within her. Now, in that scene, Antonia will have drunk the milk, but the poisoning is filmed afterwards. This liquid looks thick, almost paint-like, so perhaps this prop was highly toxic. Good to film in this order. In this next scene, we have two things of note. Arthur is very particular about how Sophia tilts her head when dying, wanting her to keep her mouth open when doing so. And after he calls cut, this happens.
Cut.
So now the one is possessing Sophia. However, if we need extra proof...
Robert Jones tastes good. He tastes so American.
Small detail, but every time the one kisses something, it will often take them off guard. We will come to learn that the kiss is a very key part of the one's powers. Let me emphasize this quote from the one.
I'd take more than I give. There's no reproductive aspect to sex. It's purely consumption.
We have Robert forgetting his line in the recent shot. Now, how is Sophia's possession affecting her performance?
Ready, Sophia? 3, 2, 1. And action.
So Sophia is meant to hold her breath for the remainder of this scene, but we can see her chest rise and fall through the sheet.
Cut. Okay, let's go again. We saw you breathe, Sophia.
Fuck off, Arthur. You can just cut around me.
Look good from here.
Oh, Well, fine, you direct then. John, you and Robert can fix your own mess.
So Arthur is blaming John and Robert for a mess. Many of these shots are requiring a lot of takes. Between the on-set romance between Sophia and Robert, and John's constant artistic interjections, Arthur's production, his chance to break out of his decline, is in disarray. Let's see where this dissonance takes the production. Now here's a neat little thing. We're 2 months into the production, and now the very first scene in the church is being filmed. The organization that must go into these is nuts. The production schedule not being based on plot chronology, but all sorts of external aspects. Set access, budget, physical appearances, etc. So, on September 20th, we've got the filming of Scene 2A. We've got the costume designer smiling at the camera, and my comfort character with his clapper. It makes sense that the costume designer would be in the shot. You've got 4 period garbs, intricate compared to the simple robes and gowns in the rest of the scenes. So, as a reminder, we are thoroughly into the production at this point, and the One has possessed Sophia, again taking more than they give. I believe this shot we are seeing, Sophia is unpossessed, slowly breaking down and crying, when she should be looking at Ambrosio in awe. Now, why would she be crying? Is there something about this sermon that's actually affecting her? Is she feeling some sort of guilt for filming this blasphemous movie? She calls herself a good Catholic girl in that previous interview. A more simpler explanation would require me to do a little bit of spoiling. Remember that concept of hollowing out? This is a key aspect to the whole possession process, the taking more than you give. Arthur does this with his stars, and we will come to fully realize this is also the MO of the One. So perhaps Sophia is emotionally and mentally drained, reaching a limit from such a stressful production, being both hollowed out by Fisher and the One.
Reset. Square Alvira's close-ups. Miss Morgana fucking pulls herself together.
We can do Marissa's shot too and leave the setup.
So while Miss Morgana fucking pulls herself together, we film some other scenes that take place in the church. This shot is so cool. I've already touched on it, but let's compare the initial instructions of Durek and the revised shot. This is the first sequence.
Back to 2. Back to 1.
I lie down.
So the shot conveys a bit more of an innocent, romantic catching of each other's gazes, and it ultimately focuses on Ambrosio. John Durek, the lead cameraman or director of photography, tries a different focusing sequence.
Back to 2. Marissa.
I lie down.
In this case, it's a bit more creepier. Ambrosio looks at Matilda, then quickly averts his gaze. But the focus does not follow, and we see Matilda stare at him for far longer. The focus lingering on her is effective because it gives us time to be creeped out by Matilda. At this point of the movie, though, the debauchery really hasn't started yet, so the first-time viewer might catch a strange feeling in their stomach or rising of hairs on their neck from this scene. I don't know, I just really like it.
Moving on. Cut!
Alright, so who has a better cut? Arthur's got a cut!
Cut!
And then it's almost like Durek is like an Armenian guy saying milk. Got?
Got!
In the next shot, we have Matilda watching Ambrosio's sermon. This would be later in the film during the saucy montage.
Soon just the rotting of animals in the street.
You're thinking about the incredible sex you had last night. Robert, quick, come over here so she can look at you. Go.
This is an early showcasing into, well, spoiler alert, John Durek's career as a director. His methodology and how he directs is actually quite interesting. He's piping in the thoughts verbally into the actor's mind. He's not, as far as we know, hollowing out the actress, but simply slowly massaging these emotions and thoughts into their head. The goal is to have them authentically act out these shots. Arthur Fisher's way of doing things is very isolating and quartering out these shots. If a character isn't on camera, then they don't even need to be on set. Perfectly put together tableaus considering the gaze of the camera. But with Durek, in order to capture an authentic scene, he has Robert stand in front of Marissa, so she could actually react to him authentically. With the sensational thought in Marissa's mind and the repositioning of Robert, let's see how this revised shot turned out.
Satan's trick. is it these pleasures which at first may seem equal to that offered by God in heaven?
That work, John?
We got it. Cut. Marissa, you're done for the day.
You sure you don't want me to hang around?
Arthur doesn't like it. He's stuck in his old ways, even though he knows this is a better way of doing it. And of course, he's taking it out on Marissa. But we know, just because Marissa isn't present, doesn't mean the one isn't. The crew tries again with Sophia's scene, and she doesn't cry and nails it. I think I was onto something there. I'm of the mind that the one is occupying Sophia Morgana in this moment, to continue being a part of the production. I think a subtle tell is Sophia looking at the camera, smirking at the very end. Let's go ahead and mark Robert Jones and Sophia Morgana as vessels, thralls, victims of the One. At this point, right now, the nature of how the One possesses various vessels is a bit of a mystery, but only because it's just hard to define. But if we look at it in a very broad way, in the case of Robert and Sophia, this possession is very temporary, not long-lasting, and it's very light. The One is not fully inhabiting these people, but just enough to where they can experience each other's romances through each other's lips. A sort of body-snatching timeshare, in a way. On the flip side, Marissa's possession is a lot more long-term. As far as I know, every person that the One has possessed ages normally, without spoiling too much. But in the case of Marissa Marcel, this is such a sort of well-established possession that she doesn't age. She's sort of taken on a sort of quality of the immortal. The tools of which the One uses to possess various mortals or vessels is not super important. We don't have to get caught up in the specifics, but at least having an idea of this sort of spectrum from light possession to heavy possession gives us a bit more confidence as we watch this whole story play out. Nothing too important in this next shot. Again, we have Durek wanting a more authentic scene where Father Carlos starts eating the orange earlier.
Maybe start eating the orange earlier.
Okay.
In a way, Fisher films his movies like theater productions on camera, while Durek films them like he's a fly on the wall. We've got a close-up shot of the orange, and I suddenly have a memory unlocked of that orange-picking episode of Teletubbies from my childhood. Put those member berries in your smoothie and drink it. If we go to the orange, it'll take us to apples. Apples are a huge thing in this thing. Well, apples, fruit, olives, all sorts of stuff. Maybe with the sharing of the fruit category with the tempting apple motif we see throughout this game, perhaps there's some sort of sexual tempting symbology to the ripping apart of the orange. But if we really take Occam's razor to this, I think it's just paying homage to Teletubbies. We have more behind-the-scenes footage. This one, an interview with Marissa Marcel.
Go.
Sure. Wait, why don't we make it cute? Follow me. This is John Durek. He's the director of photography. He's
holding a light fixture, and so this entire thing he's been rebelling against the director. And so I can't help but feel like this is like a Lucifer type thing going on. He's a light bringer, right? Within human history and art, we see the repetition of archetypes, stories. Even beyond fiction, mythos, religion, it even pours into real life. And so perhaps unwittingly, John Durek is playing the role of Lucifer in this production, an Arthur Fisher god. I'm not sure if we can draw any further interpretation from that vein, but I think it's really cool that the first time we see the director of photography, photo meaning light, a light bringer, he's holding this light fixture, a lot like a sort of staff, and is rebelling against Fisher by tempting and influencing Marissa and other cast members, like perhaps the other angels in God's court.
He paints with light. Why don't I go here?
Shouldn't I be sat where you are?
Oh, no.
Careful with her. She's going to extract a confession out of you. She's very persuasive.
You're lucky.
We've got another subverted scene, but also note the flirting between Durek and Marcel.
How is filming going?
I'm really getting into the character. I think Temptress is a job I can get behind.
How have the Italians been treated? Okay, cut for a second, Mike. I guess they want us to clear this area.
We're spoiling our fun.
Oh, hold on, this is super intentional.
Okay, cut for a second, Mike. Michael the Archangel. And in the next line, Marcel looks at the Lightbringer saying, always spoiling our fun. I don't know. I'll keep it in mind for now. Durek being a possible devil figure, Luciferian Lightbringer figure.
You know, it was one of my first Bazinga moments when playing this game, but now it's straw compared to everything else. Let's go ahead and watch that subverted scene.
The Great War. It wasn't hard to see it coming. Many did. Then the influenza. It's possible to profit from the dark times, ride the chaos, but it's dangerous. It's the rebirth that follows that's more vital. It was a surprise to sleep through a great war and wake to the end of another. The whole planet was screaming.
So these immortals have a larger big picture understanding of the patterns of human decline and restoration. But for the purposes of our timeline, let's keep the one's awakening at the end of the Second World War in mind. I've already mentioned it, but now we can at least finally officially note it. Was this when she found Marissa? If the one found Marissa in the 1940s, then why was she so young, already in the late 60s? Perhaps, just like the Royal Heather commercial said, she has skin that never ages. Now it's time to film inside the church during the nighttime.
All right, Ambrosio from God Has Compelled will walk Sophia in after pleasures of the flesh. And action.
We've got a bit more of Arthur's methodology here. A chain of instructions, cues, move on this line, wait for this walkie.
And cut, marvelous Sophia. Mark that spot, let's set up there for good. Check the gate.
Sophia nails the scene. I don't know who says check the gate, but thanks to them I can't stop saying it.
Check the gate.
Let's go ahead and watch this subverted footage. Again, because this subverted footage is an authentic recreation, we hear church bells and the banging on the door. The one precedes the martyr, Antonia, through the church.
Weddings, funerals, black masses. I've seen a few. It was almost.
Well, instead of Antonia, it's now Marissa. She asks in French, "Are you an angel?" There's a few things we can glean from here. Just as life tends to rhyme, linked by these archetypal patterns, perhaps Antonia's story is somehow a rhyme with Marissa's story. I say perhaps, but we can infer it does at this point. The character Antonia was the victim of sexual violence. We have that flashback of Germany's invasion of France, where we hear, "Hold down that French bitch." The one was reawakened at the tail end of World War II, and here we see Marissa speaking in French to the one, "Are you an angel?" We'll get confirmation, but at this point I think it's safe to infer that Marissa Marcel, in the 1940s, when Germany invaded France, not only was she murdered, but she was also the victim of sexual violence. We're still missing one major piece to this puzzle, but we won't get confirmation of it until the fourth act of this video. If you recall, there's that one subverted scene where the one tells Sophia, or more accurately the character Antonia, "I liked you." And there'll be some more details further linking the one with Jesus Christ. So for now, let's keep in mind this possible affinity that the one has to the victims of mankind's wickedness. Martyrs, hanged mans, if you will, my favorite of the tarot. We have the penultimate scene next, which I believe is called a composite shot. What's interesting is our raw footage already has the art keyed in, so perhaps instead of this being the raw film footage, it's already gone through some of the post-production process. I'm not sure how they pulled this off back then, but chroma keying or green screening was done back then, as far back as the 50s, so the tech would have definitely existed. Let's watch the happenings outside of what we use in the plot analysis. Damn, great stunt work, Jones. Let's skip to the cut.
And cut!
Arthur, that's hard in the dress.
I hate the dress. It's not shocking. Can I try something?
In a crypt. Satan is naked. The devil doesn't need clothes.
No, a nude woman is not scary.
Kick up the wind machine, have her hair whip around like she's Medusa.
How's that?
For the boss training.
Can we please cut and talk this through?
Happy to go straight into a tank. You, monk!
Okay, again we have a big disagreement between Durick and Fisher. I mean, it's hardly even a disagreement. Durick and the rest of the cast are ignoring the director and making these changes. This is a true production rebellion, a mutiny. Let's go ahead and watch the subverted footage.
Deserts are mostly empty of people. Less people, less trouble. It used to be that you could find solitude in the desert before satellite imaging digitized the whole world in the palm of your hand. There are all sorts of places on Earth. Empty places where a person can lay down and die.
Again, note in this footage, it seems the one is in the actual desert. The audio of the winds being captured in the footage.
We used to listen to the rocks crack at night. One of us was tempting the other, but I forget which.
Ah, she's talking about Jesus in the desert being tempted by the devil. She doesn't remember which one was playing which. I think it's safe to say that she was playing Jesus. Now, who was playing the devil?
In the desert, you can lose track of time. There's no civilization, just sand and creatures. I like how this movie ends. All the good stories finish in the desert.
With her up close to the camera, we can see the white roses stained in blood. Not sure what this could mean. One thing to note is she seems to lament satellite imaging. Perhaps something about her kind thrives in obscurity, in the dark corners without perception. Let's move on. We've got another shot of Ambrosio falling. Of course, instead of a green screen, it's a projector. Nothing much here. In the next scene, we have the final scene where Robert Jones needs to keep his eyes wide open. Nothing of note except this.
And cut!
Could I kiss his face? Would you see that?
Marissa, or specifically the one, has an affinity for kissing. In the next scene, we have some fun happenings regarding the physical effects.
Freeze!
I love how long he takes to set up the book. I don't know if he's doing a bad job, but the overall awkwardness to the two scenes he's in is just great.
Drop!
We also have another subverted shot.
People sell their immortal souls all the time because very few of them really believe in such a thing. Everyone knows they're going to die. Faced with their imminent death, I've seen so many turn to bargaining. Desperate bargaining. There's a panic that sets in, even with the most prepared. The beauty of humanity is in its being finite. You know a rose is beautiful because it only blooms for a short while. But are surprised to learn you are roses too.
There's a couple of things to parse through here. First of all, the one refers to human beings selling their immortal souls. Does this mean that human beings have sold their souls to the one? Probably not. The one is simply referring to how they've witnessed human beings try and sell their immortal souls. Now, whether or not human beings in the world of immortality have immortal souls is basically unknown. As far as I know, heaven and hell isn't really played around with too much in this game. What is important, though, is the finite nature of our lives as humans. These immortal beings, like the one and the other one, never die. They are immortals. They simply slumber until the next moment they resurge, reawaking. We've explored this concept in Who's Lila. The very core nature of the meme is that it never dies until its final vessel is destroyed. Oop. Duh. Oh. Big keep in mind. But yes, so long as there exists a vessel that is infected by a meme, it simply slumbers. Lost.jpg slumbers in your brain until it reawakens. The one talks about how us finite beings fear our mortality. We fear death. We fear the end.
But from her perspective, that's what makes us beautiful, like a rose. It's that fleeting bloom that makes it so beautiful, so rare and novel. Keep this in mind. Sure, immortality might seem very nice to some of us, but from the perspective of the actual immortal who has been around for eternity, is it truly such a blessing? Our next shot is strange. We've got Durek saying action and Marissa being the clapper. There's also an Italian crew member doing the cues.
60 ass, take one.
Action.
Ring, ring, ring.
Is this an unsanctioned shot that Fisher is unaware of? Perhaps being filmed during a break? Are we seeing the members of the Ambrosio Rebellion? This is the last shot of the day, so perhaps this is Fisher allowing them one martini shot for fun. This next shot has a lot going on, both in the original footage and subverted footage. This is the first time we see the Satan actor on camera, and note how he's aloofly staring off in one direction. The actor has this irreverent aura to him, disregarding the production he's a part of, and keep this in mind.
And cut!
Wings were late again.
Well, let's go again.
Can't seem to get it right. The devil walks off camera, and the special effects kid just sort of stands there all confused and embarrassed. And then to top it all off, we've got Robert Jones just goofily turning his back to the camera like, boy! But let's not let this distract us. Note that Satan's actor immediately walks in the direction he was staring intently. We will learn more information that points to this likely being Marissa. And also note that Robert is wearing glasses. He also seems to have a genuinely concerned look on his face, perhaps experiencing something linked to this subverted scene. We see the other one replacing the role of the devil. He seems to imply that he was the one who played the role of the devil in the desert with Jesus.
Played this role before.
He mocks the one, saying,
better the devil than the other.
I'm assuming he means Jesus. We also get some clarification that not all of these immortal beings want to consume us, take our souls, possess our bodies. Perhaps just like how the one seems to be reawakened or have an affinity with moments of martyrdom and suffering, the other one may have an affinity for antagonistic or devilish roles and archetypes. Going back to Who's Lila, I can't help but think about the tarot. The one seems to be a shoo-in for the hanged man. Would the other one be a shoo-in for the devil? Well, he does kind of strike me as a sort of abusive boyfriend type character, and the devil can symbolize entrapment. Now, it could be the entrapment of addiction, a really bad job, or an abusive relationship. Regardless, we will have our own better understanding of the other one. Let's just go ahead now note, although I think I spoiled it earlier accidentally. Sometimes I get the sequence messed up. The other one did play the role of the devil. Oh, however, within the production of Ambrosio, the other one inhabited the role of the handsome Satan character. Another small detail, note how since this capture moment is of the back of Ambrosio's head, the footage doesn't preserve the glasses. So the original footage is of Robert Jones with his glasses, and this subverted footage is of Ambrosio, speechless in reaction to this demon not wanting his soul. I think we spent enough time marveling at the production happenings insofar as the filming process. Let's just move through this. In the next scene, Arthur runs a series of different reactions of Matilda during Ambrosio's torture. At the end, he says,
Idea. Perhaps I won't burn you at the stake after all.
A few days later, we have another scene. I'm still puzzled at how they pulled off this shattering glass effect. We've got a lot of video to go through, so let's not speculate. However, listen to this last thing that Arthur Fisher says.
Cut! I really do think torture's my forte. John? Where's John?
First off, John is missing, probably off with Marissa, but note how he says torture is his forte. Arthur Fisher loves having people hold their eyes open, hold their breath, prolonging discomfort. In a way, torture really is his forte. The next scene starts strangely.
Action!
Sorry, can we go again?
Keep rolling. From the top. Again.
Was the one preoccupied with John? Well, this scene is shot a day after the Where's John shot. Not sure. Maybe the absent-minded nature is just a symptom of being possessed by the one. Perhaps this vessel is growing physically tired of the production. Regardless, they print it and move to the next shot.
And cut. Print it.
We've got Arthur displeased with using a fake bird, and then this interesting bit from Marissa.
Did the earth move for you too?
This scene was filmed October 15th, 1968. This could be a reference to the Meckering earthquake of October 14th, 1968, which reveals that in the world of immortality, unlike in our world, Australia actually exists. Or this phrase could just be a reference to Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's a phrase referenced in pop culture, at least back then, when characters kiss or get intimate. Perhaps this is just Marissa flirting with John. We've got some close-up footage of Antonia's grasping of Ambrosio's cross, and then the preceding shot to Matilda and Ambrosio's first heavy love scene.
I'll indulge you one take, John. You call it.
Right, look at the reflection of yourself in the camera. That's it. Action.
Very avant-garde, John. Interesting how Arthur has surrendered some of the direction willingly this time. Here's a pretty funny part to the footage.
Are you ready for a satanic? That's what it says in the script, Arthur.
It's just quality banter. Also, the fact that Arthur has indulged John this shot indicates that this was probably the martini shot. However, there's one more shot that takes place once everybody has gone home. John and Marissa film an unsanctioned heavy love scene. This is the scene that would have been used for the crypt tryst. They act out the scene. Marissa, of course, acts out a big finish, and Durek foolishly asks if that was real. Marissa laughs and says, "You're gonna have to do a lot more if you want the real deal." And so they get ready to physically couple. I'll play this part out here.
How are you going to convince Arthur to include this?
I'm gonna go straight to Gino.
You're naughty.
It's for the picture. All right, we need to see Matilda transformed.
There are pleasures this body can give to you which you cannot imagine.
Exactly. All right, make it look like you're f***ing him.
Can she?
Can't she?
If she's the devil, can't she change her shape?
That would be a different movie.
Out of all of the exchanges in this game, this one is the most confusing, and I'm going to have a harder time trying to verbally work through it, given how much I'll need to dull and censor, especially the language. I think what we can extract from this is Marissa seems to understand demons as not being able to properly physically couple with humans. So maybe they possess to feel what humans feel. Not sure. But it ties in well to this subverted footage hidden in this heavy love scene. Oh, geez. Okay, so we have the one above what looks like Ambrosio, but when we find the subverted footage within this subverted footage, they switch. And it turns out the one is coupled with a mysterious bearded man with gray in his beard. This isn't Ambrosio, so who is it? If the one has played the role of Mary, then is this Joseph? Or perhaps this is Jesus? And the Mary of Immortality is not the mother, but a lover? I won't lie, I'm pretty thick-skinned, but there are certain things even I won't personally verbally ponder on, even within a fictional element. Don't worry, we'll have a better picture eventually through other avenues. I think what really matters here is the subverted footage hidden within this subverted footage. We now see the one and the other one awkwardly coupling. It's almost humorous, like a Tim and Eric skit. There's a very stiff awkwardness to it. Perhaps this is why the one finds us humans so fascinating. Within our mortality, our fleeting lives, there is a richness to the moments we share with one another. To an immortal, everything seems dull. We'll have a clearer image of the one and other one's opposing views on humanity. For now, let's go ahead and mark October 17th, 1968 at the start of Marissa and John's romance, or at least the date that they consummated their romance. Not a big fan of the age gap. Perhaps this also begins a possible muse and artist relationship. But who is the muse and who is the artist? In the next shot, we have Arthur struggling to wrangle Marissa. She seems to be distracted with John. At the end of the shot, we have this moment.
And cut. Happy, John?
Ecstatic.
Good. One more to be safe.
You're scary.
Oh, you have no idea. In the next shot, the makeup artist is finishing up, and we now have Satan and Matilda on screen. There's not much in this footage of note, except when cut is called, Satan's actor approaches Marissa with a smug look on his face. This is the other one pestering the one. Anytime you see a smug smile or an impious grin, chances are the other one is present.
I thought you'd keep your distance if you came back.
I never can. There's more that binds us together than repels us.
What they do, what they create is worthwhile. I want that.
They're monkeys flinging shit.
There's more than just existing.
There is. But not this.
It's clever that they hit a subverted clip here. Naturally, most people are going to want to reverse the speech to see if they can make anything out in reverse. This is how I first stumbled upon the subverted clip. So they go from awkwardly kissing to the one trying to resist and pull while the other one laughs. They seem to be embodying their archetypes, the victim and the victimizer, the martyr or hanged man and the devil. This weird sort of forced magnetic aspect to this scene, in a way, kind of lends credence to my thought that the other one sort of symbolizes that sort of abusive boyfriend aspect to the devil. I say boyfriend, abusive partner. And that's even if I got that tarot appraisal even right. It could be that I'm totally off the mark with that. So instead, let's go ahead zero in onto the contents of their dialogue. There's a couple of layers to this. The one clearly has an affinity to how human beings create things, while the other one likens us to monkeys flinging crap. Here's something that's kind of a bit mysterious. The one longs for something more to their existence than just merely existing, and the other one agrees, saying, there is, but not like this. Not like this meaning trouncing about with us lowly mortals. But now I can't help but wonder, what is the other one's vision of something more than just merely existing? What does the other one have in mind? Another thing, something I feel that is kind of a big hint as to the nature of these two immortals, is how he says, there's more that attracts us than repels us. Now this would explain, obviously, that weird magnetic sort of like pulling that they're doing with each other. But I just can't help but feel that there's something there that is an extra hint as to their true nature. You know, you ever get that gut feeling like you're missing a detail? I think that's one of them. After the bleeding hand close-up, that's a wrap. The next footage is of the wrap party, the celebration of a completed filming sequence. In this footage, I stumble upon another subverted clip, and we can see Marissa and Satan's actor looking at each other, seemingly communicating without speaking. Oh, I found one! Nice! Holy shit! I've been looking for this fucking thing. Let's go ahead and watch this subverted footage first.
Man has mastered the surface of the planet. Space. But we have mastery over time. Our perspective's different. We sleep to maneuver. Sometimes because we're tired. When we take on a form, we absorb so much of its history. If you do that too many times, it can make you crazy or powerful. I've argued with the other one about that distinction.
Okay. Human beings have mastered space, as in physical space. Through technology, we've made ourselves seemingly omnipresent and able to travel places quickly, if not physically, virtually. So with the immortals, they seem to have mastered time, but maybe they are still tethered to space, requiring them to slumber and wake to travel, perhaps in hopes that they'll wake on a different part of the world. In the same way, we can't control time. We have to basically sleep to travel forward in time, but we can't travel backwards, of course. However, we have mastered space. Adidas makes us run faster. Cars, rockets, bikes, apple pies on windowsills helps us kind of hover for a little bit. Enough. But yes, in all seriousness, we've achieved mastery over space, but we will forever be tethered to time. And so maybe on the flip side, the ones have a similar thing going on. One thing I also want to note, human beings are always in decline because we age, we're mortal, we're subject to entropy. But what if immortals can experience their own form of decline? The one kind of alludes to that. If you constantly slumber and awake, you start to lose the sense of who you were, who you once were, who you will be. And she says, you either go crazy or become more powerful. That's puzzling to me. Perhaps it's this sort of decline that has made it so that the only two immortals still in existence, or at least still in play, are the one and the other one.
Maybe something about experiencing too much has destroyed so many immortals. And so maybe that's why the other one feels it's a bad idea to be so integrated into the reality of mortals. Ah, we are the apple. And the one is a sort of Eve figure. Isn't that interesting? How the beginning of mankind's story is the Adam and the Eve biting the apple, and sort of the end of the immortal story, this realm of reflection, this mirror image. It is actually the end. That's interesting. That's interesting. Anyways, keep that in mind.
Scusi. Va bene. This has been my first time working here in Italy, and my first time working with the great Arthur Fisher. I just want to say thank you for trusting me to be your Ambrosio. What a movie. I always say, you can't make an A picture without an A team, and this has been an A team. Look, we took an 18th century novel and made a 20th century picture out of it. That's pretty magical. M.G. Lewis, I don't know if you're up there or down there. Wherever you are, I hope you like what we made. VMO. Arthur, you want to say something? Come on.
Thank you, Robert. Oh, yes. Well, as you know, I work behind the camera, and I usually have someone to write all my dialogue, so I'll keep this short. You all have been wonderful, and I'm sure you're probably sick of hearing me talking, so I'll shut up. Thank you, Gino. Thank you, Robert. And Marissa, get up here. And all of you, you've been a marvelous crew.
This has been my first movie. What a first movie. I feel like I just went through 4 years of film school and acting school and just life in a few months.
Reminds me a bit of that time compression stuff. No wonder our immortal has taken to acting so strongly.
What a team. Arthur, you were harsh but fair. For everything you put me through, I learned a lot. And your karma is having to spend the next 6 months staring at footage of me while I sleep it off. I hope you see something you like in there.
What if he saw something he didn't like in there? After all, we are experiencing these clips through a sort of moviola-type interface. Perhaps in a similar interface, Fisher and his post-production team stumbled upon the subverted footage, stumbled upon the one.
Everyone, a big round of applause to our star, our gorgeous, la bellissima Marissa Marcel. I love you all, and I'm here only to say that I paid for the bar for the next hour. It is rare that I'm this generous, so please have a drink and toast to our new friends, to movies. To movies! Cheers!
Not gonna lie, this is a really cool wrap-up. You really do feel like you're on the cutting edge of film and industry. I don't have a drink in my hand, but to movies. And so October 19th, 1968 would mark the day that Ambrosio wraps. But as we know, it never made it to release. It never made it past the post-production process. Why is that? I'll say this now. Unlike Minsky and Two of Everything, the reason behind Ambrosio's cancellation is still very much a mystery. It's more implied rather than explicit. You see, I mentioned that it never made it past post-production, but it made it into post-production, naturally. All the filming was done. Even Marissa says to Arthur, hopefully there's something in there that you like. So perhaps Arthur Fisher, or perhaps one of the editors, using a similar interface to the one we're using in this game, a moviola-type editing interface, rewinded in just the right tempo to reveal the one, in the same way we have been revealed the one when we rewind the footage. Would the post-production process be where Arthur Fisher met the one, or at least witnessed the one? We don't have confirmation of that, but I do recall there being a subverted scene in the Two of Everything that talks about what Arthur Fisher did with the negatives of Ambrosio. But for now, let's go ahead and wrap up and do some inventory taking on our character whiteboard. It's kind of hot. we've been introduced to two immortals in this game, the one and the other one. Throughout this video, if it isn't apparent already, I'll be charting out all the mortal characters and vessels that have been possessed by either of these immortals. That's aside from this little side chain of the three directors of this movie, of which we now all three, Arthur Fisher, John Durick, and the One. And also, we'll also be kind of charting out some of the qualities that I've associated with the Ones, or the Immortals, and humankind. Now we'll be saying goodbye to Arthur Fisher. To me, he represents, on an artistic level, the sort of clinging on to the old way of doing things. Tempting to say that he's the opposite of modern, he's archaic, but a theme we'll kind of run into here and there throughout this game, especially within the Minsky part of this video, is how unhelpful the term modern can be sometimes. What's modern and on the cutting edge of today will be the old way of doing things tomorrow, or just a fleeting trend. On a personal level, I think Arthur Fisher used film as a sort of, justification or excuse, but not the medium. The true medium for him, like clay to a sculptor, paint to a painter, or film to a filmographer, director, his medium was people. Sculpting people, coring out people, and replacing something within. To him, movies were like a terrarium, a highly intentional terrarium. He liked the challenge of taking a virgin like Marissa and turning her into a whore, and of course vice versa with Sophia Morgana. It's nasty, it's grimy, but it's also not unique to Arthur Fisher. Keep this in mind when we get into Minsky, when we witness the different ways of exploring the hollowing out process. We'll also be getting a bit of an origin story to the possession of Marissa by the One, and we'll get some more of a look behind the directorial style of John Durick. Now, will this dynamic duo of John and Marissa create a superb picture, or will they simply repeat the old ways of doing things, with just a more modern pomp? Well, let's see. Decker Lucas, Compositing in Film, Series Finale, Take 3. Good evening. My name is Decker Lucas. I bring to you today the finale. The green screen, in a way, is like a portal. But in the post-production process, let me show you. Oh gosh. How did that happen to you? All right, everybody, clear the scene. I need to concentrate. And Billy, get the ETA on those sandwiches. I thought I said to clear the scene. I can't leave, Detective. You know, I can't believe that the department would stoop so low as to hire amateurs like yourself. I remember when cameramen used to use viewfinders. This camera doesn't have a viewfinder. Here, hold this, Scorsese. All right, let's get you unzipped, buddy. Oh, gosh. There's bruising all around his perineum and groin. Yep, shattered sacrum. But see, there's no evidence of blunt force trauma. It's as if all of this happened from within. So, you went to school to learn how to shoot? Majored in photography?
I got a pepper and egg sandwich for a Detective Vidoc.
Peppers and eggs? That's what I should have had. Hey, no food in the crime scene. Leave the sandwiches inside. Vidoc, huh? Is that Icelandic? It's not Vidoc, it's Vidok. It's French. I was just an unbaked baguette in my mother's belly when she came to the States from Arras. L'Oréal Tresemme. Aussi. Pantene Head and Shoulders. Ah, Dove for Men. Now, how do you know how to speak French? Well, I majored in photography, but I minored in French. Garnier Fructis. Alrighty, videographer. Tell me, what's killing you? Artists can be such people pleasers. Commercial success, inspiring others, please. Art is about self-satisfaction, pure, unfettered, creative expression. Have you read what people said online? People are insane.
Nothing would get done creatively if we had to follow every jot and tittle of this eggshell-ridden dystopia. I will admit, art has been a lot less satisfying for me lately, but that can't be my fault. What happens when the Ouroboros is growing his tail slower than he's eating it? Detective, it's pretty clear he fell and died of a heat stroke. Hell, I think I'm about to die of one right now. This director was a recluse. It seemed every single video he made, every single piece he made, got less and less satisfactory, to the point in which it just utterly shattered his, well, sacral chakra. Okay, so writer's block gave him osteoporosis. Case closed. But why didn't he call for help? Why did he just lay there after collapsing? His camcorder had battery when we first found it. If he had died spontaneously while rolling, it would just keep rolling until it ran out of battery. So somebody had to turn the camcorder off. The murderer. Did anybody log any shades into evidence? He's wearing some in this footage. Nothing of the sort was logged, and I don't see any shades hiding underneath his hat. Creepy. Now, before getting into the Minsky movie, we might as well see some of the work done by Marissa to promote the film.
You must be very excited.
I am excited.
Now, you look very young in person.
People always say that.
You look, what, 15, 16?
Maybe.
I'll pause it here real quick. This small part here is actually a word-for-word reference to an interview between Phoebe Cates and David Letterman. I seriously highly recommend that no-clip documentary. Within the first 15 to 16 minutes I watch of it, Sam Barlow really goes in on some of those real-life inspirations behind some of these in-game moments. I simply can't do it justice. But anyways, plot-wise, this of course is referencing her never aging, almost like a vampire.
Now, can we tell the people at home how old you actually are?
Yes, I'm 20.
That is correct. Now, we know you from the movie that you just finished shooting. It is finished, right?
Yeah, it's finished. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you don't know, it's a bit of a fairy tale. So Arthur Fisher, the great director, who you probably know from his movies such as Marion and The Man Who Dreamed.
Of course, Arthur Fisher is a fictional director, and so these movies don't actually exist. What I do find fascinating is the names of these in-universe movies. Marion, of course, brings to mind Mary, Mother of God, and The Man Who Dreamed is a bit more subtle. St. Joseph, the husband of Mary, in the book of Matthew had vivid dreams sent by God, and so we have this duo, Mary and Joseph. Does this mean anything? I think it's just titles Sam Barlow gave these in-universe films, perhaps in the hopes that we would get floppy with it. In this interview, Marissa talks a bit about her background in modeling and theater, revealing that she was chosen for this role out of 20,000 auditions. She gives a bit of a description of the plot. They watch a bit of a teaser.
What have you done? Wow. Quite a role for your first movie.
Well, Mr. Fisher was quite the teacher.
Now I heard he can be quite demanding.
Well, you know, he has an idea of the picture in his head, and nothing is going to come between him and that, not even the actors.
Well, Marissa and John did successfully take some of the reins of the production.
And this is Mr. Fisher's first film with nudity, correct?
Yes, well, you know, he felt that a modern motion picture should reflect the times.
And you filmed this in Europe?
Correct.
They go for that in Europe, the nudity.
Yes, our producer said, we are born naked, and if we are lucky, we die naked. So why not shoot the movie naked?
Well put.
He kept his clothes on.
And the picture is out soon?
I hope so.
Yeah, and now, you're not in New York only to talk about Ambrosio, but you're filming another picture.
That's right, yes, with John Jurek, who was the director of photography on Ambrosio. We're writing it together.
That is amazing. You are smarter than you look. I'm kidding. So what is this movie about?
So it's called Minsky, and it's about an artist who is killed, and the suspect, the number one suspect, is his muse. That's the part I play. And there is a detective investigating, and he falls for her.
Well, I can't blame him.
Well, he has a cop mindset, and it's really about the clash between the artists, how they live, and this cop mindset, the conservative mindset, I guess. He is surprised by how messy the lives of artists are.
This is reminding me of the clash between the one and the other one. I'll keep that in mind for now.
We've had some on the show. Mr. Warhol. Have you met Mr. Warhol?
Oh, yes, we've met.
Yes, we had him on the show, and he hardly spoke. Such a towering figure, and yet such a small, quiet man in person, you know, but his superstars, though, that's what he calls them, superstars. They are quite playful.
Yes, we'd like to put some of them in our movie.
Well, just make sure you've got a chaperone. And you like New York?
So Minsky features Marissa as the starring role. We'll come to learn that Warhol would be a major inspiration for some of the theming in this movie. The artists that have supporting roles in this movie will be some of his superstars, Susie, Eddie, and Debbie. We will piece apart these clips and talk more about the superstars in the production analysis of Minsky, but I do want to include this bit here.
Debbie, tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm from a very well-to-do family back in France.
Faisait-il partie de l'Ancien Régime?
Ah, ma famille a rampé l'échelle sociale après que la guillotine eut fini son travail.
D'accord.
The movie opens with Minsky and his muse, Franny, having a heavy love scene. Minsky is wearing a ceramic mask with a breathing tube. The clip we're working with at this point is the rehearsal scene, but if this movie were to have been released, the title would be appearing right here. Minsky. Meanwhile, we see the main protagonist of this noir, Detective Goodman. A fitting name for a protagonist. He's studying something called deviant psychology.
I personally believe you learn more psychology in a week working tables than you do reading a textbook.
Deviant psychology, though?
This is New York.
How about a wager?
Another game.
Next customer walks in. We both write down which table they're gonna pick.
Oh, hey, Tony.
They put the book smart versus street smart dichotomy to the test and both answered correctly.
No hard feelings. All's fair in love and war.
It was a draw.
Jesus. You're the deviant. Ugh. Anyhow, I don't date cops.
There's a bit of foreshadowing there. You're the deviant. Now, when I think of a deviant, at least in the context of a cop studying deviants, I'm thinking violent criminals and perverts. However, in the context of this movie, anything that goes outside of societal norms is considered deviant behavior. Like, we're not just talking drug use, we're talking a bohemian lifestyle, nudism, unconventional artwork, or even dressing in clothing associated with the opposite gender. In Minsky, at the very least, this is what deviant means. Keep this in mind for now. Anyways, the precinct calls the diner looking for Detective Goodman. Someone's been murdered.
The scene's been trashed. Vital and good evidence destroyed. Would everyone below the rank of sergeant clear the hell out of here? Is that understood? I want no more than 3 cops in here. That's 3 living cops and a dead body. Unless there's more. Bodies, I mean.
Oh, I wasn't...
I'm sure you weren't.
So this guy likes tits, huh? I read in the paper he was fucking his model. She's not even half his age.
Genius doesn't age.
Interesting. Just like Immortals. Also, we have an artist with a very young muse. This kind of sounds like Durek and Marissa. Let me just go ahead and note that Minsky is a literal celebrity artist that literally dies. So this is less of a figurative death of celebrity and more of a literal death of a celebrity.
I bet she did it. It's always the girlfriend.
Forensics.
Sorry, Detective. I bawled them out, but nobody listened. It was like a party when I got here. I even got a hold of someone who wasn't with the department.
She caught somebody snooping around who wasn't with the department. Keep this in mind. I'll keep this in mind. While Minsky as a movie is easy to overlook, there seems to be a few details that spell out a larger conspiracy instead of the apparent singular murder narrative that we're fed through the plot.
Well, the department made a pretty good mess all by itself.
I spoke to the neighbor.
The one who discovered the body?
A guy with a girl's name, Allison. So Mr. Minsky was expected at a gallery event, but didn't show, so they rang and asked Allison to call in on him.
You friendly with the victim?
Says he modeled for him.
I thought Minsky only painted women.
He's got a girl's name. Says he was booked to come around tomorrow at 2 o'clock, so he was expecting to be alive tomorrow.
Big clue.
He wasn't expecting to be murdered. Good work.
Now, I'd wager that Allison is a transgender woman. We'll come to find out Minsky, at least in part, is modeled after Warhol. And Warhol, while I assume he had his faults, did open his artistic wing to all who would be in the margins of society. Goodman is right. Minsky did only paint women, and that included transgender women. But of course, these cops don't get it. Small detail, but it ultimately plays into this larger theme. Theme, however, that as we dig into it goes beyond gender, but existence itself.
Dead, naked celebrity, Paul Goodman.
There's a missing penis too. You're Mr. Sex Murder.
We see Goodman pocket a notebook. Seems irresponsible at best, illicit at worst.
It didn't bleed much.
I figure the penis was cut off after the heart had stopped beating. The real cause of death was asphyxia. Given the nakedness and penis disfigurement, I say sexual asphyxia.
We also hear that subverted humming. Remember, right now we're just having a Minsky watch party. All things outside the movie will be analyzed later.
Well, I don't see anything to do with the asphyxiing. He didn't choke himself.
There's external signs of hypoxia, that he wasn't smothered or strangled. No defense marks, no bruises. I'm guessing mask or gag. They took the murder weapon away.
They always do.
Deviant psychology.
Indeed.
One thing to note, Minsky died through asphyxiation.
Strangulation!
One of the many deaths in this game that have to do with the loss of breath.
Well, I'd better head off.
Already?
Allison said Minsky's expected at a gallery show. It's a perfect chance to canvass the suspects. I'll come back after.
I'll be here.
Be subtle, have 10 uncles for bear witness.
Blood, semen, hair, tissue, spittle, urine, feces, vomit.
There's a reason they invented a mnemonic for that.
Make sure you enter that book you picked up in the ledger.
Of course, on this the protocol. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not break chain of evidence. Homicide investigation is a sacred mission from God. We speak for the dead who have no voice.
Not gonna lie, that goes kinda hard. What's interesting is this homicide detective mantra and that bodily fluid mnemonic seems to be totally original to this movie. I haven't seen their use in any other popular media. These scenes play out like the iconic opening to an instant cult classic movie that fans on Reddit decades later would still be quoting. This doesn't feel like footage in a video game, but a clip from a real movie. I like it. That notebook that Ruby pointed out will come back as a strange object of Detective Goodman's fixation. I don't have this written down, but I should mention, in the achievements, it's mentioned that Ruby and Goodman were at first written to be initially dating. I wonder why they made the change to keep Goodman single. The next two scenes are close-up scenes that don't seem to line up with the sequence of this movie. So the sequence of events should be that Goodman leaves the apartment and goes to the art show, and yet you have these two sort of flipped around close-up shots. One is at the art show of a woman with brown hair asking, "Are you a buyer?" And the other one is Goodman picking up an apple with a bite in it. In the entire apartment sequence, he never leans over and picks up an apple. These seem very out of place. And now the clear thing that's sticking out to me is the fact that the brown-haired woman has a snake earring, and of course the apple is an apple. This is both calling back to the Genesis, the Garden of Eden story that keeps repeating in this game. I just wonder how this would have looked in the final product of Minsky. Would these be sort of intermittent flashbacks and flash forwards? Just not sure. I feel like I'm missing something here. Forgetting those two scenes, Goodman left the crime scene and is now at the art show. To his left, we see a picture of Minsky, the murder victim. Here you might notice that the actor who posed as Minsky in this picture is different from the actor that posed for the dead body of Minsky. This is because during the filming, the original actor for Minsky quits, so John Durick, the director, ends up playing the role of Minsky. A body double. A theme that'll come up later in Two of Everything, the third movie we'll be analyzing.
Are you a buyer?
Not tonight. I'm a cop.
This could be the scene where that close-up of the brown-haired woman saying, "Are you a buyer?" would be implemented, but I can't help but feel that it doesn't match with how Goodman is turned away from her. It's almost as if this scene...
Are you a buyer?
And this scene...
Are you a buyer?
are
two different happenings. But again, I'm getting floppy with it. Let's move on.
Marissa?
Just like in Ambrosio, you've got a femme fatale sensing the gaze of the protagonist.
Is he a genius?
Undoubtedly.
You think they'll still think that in 100 years?
As long as rich men like buying paintings of naked girls. Yeah.
What kind of art do you like, Miss?
Franny. I like art that touches infinity. This. Not this. I like fucking, I just don't think it's great art. Do you want to go get a drink somewhere else?
Oh, I'm working. I'm a homicide detective. I'm here because we found Minsky. Dead. I particularly wanted to tell you that before everyone else to see your reaction. He was a difficult man.
I guess someone will interview me for the book they write about his life. And I will tell them that he was okay. They won't ask about me.
I see. So Minsky had such a level of celebrity that people will desperately try and remember him through a legendary lens, ignoring the muses in his life and their stories. If you embody the art and people defend the art, they ultimately defend you. Goodman asks when's the last time Franny saw Minsky. She said, yesterday at breakfast. Goodman asks if they were lovers. She says Minsky only loved himself, and she was just his muse. A muse is, at its very essence, somebody who you have a personal relationship with that acts as a source for inspiration. A business partner? No. A crutch? No. Even worse, a concubine. Stereotypically, a muse is considered at least a semi-romantic relationship, but it doesn't have to be.
I was his muse. First I stayed because he needed me to.
We should talk somewhere more private.
A bar.
The station.
Will you drive me?
I'll have an officer drive you. I'll walk you.
Now you can proposition me.
You argued with him yesterday morning?
Now she's laying it on thick with the femme fatale shtick. In this interview, Goodman and Franny discussed a tumultuous relationship. Franny and Minsky would argue most mornings, that Minsky would always wake up with a grudge and a hard-on. So a toxic mess of anger and arousal. Goodman points out that Minsky's diary didn't mention an argument that took place that day, but other days it does.
Do you need permission to read his diary?
No. We have to check in case he wrote him killed.
It seems Franny successfully dodges that question.
You want to do what to me?
For the record, those words were a deliberate provocation.
Ruby confirmed the cause of death. Asphyxia. She puts the time of death at 11 p.m.
Should I be hearing this?
Did we get it right?
Hey, I've been here for a few hours. You should arrest me or give me something to eat.
Where were you last night?
I was at the warehouse. It's a studio, a hangout, a party. I crash there sometimes.
Write the address for me.
The warehouse seems to be a reference to Warhol's factory. The factory. How do I explain the factory? So I'm a Sims 3 purist, but the couple times I did play Sims 4, I always made a household of a bunch of roommates and just made them paint 24/7. That's basically what the factory is. But in the factory, everybody is doing drugs and one guy is making all the simoleons. Goodman has her write down the address, and right as he presses stop recording on his tape, Franny pulls this maneuver.
Oh, that was so good.
Get us some food and take her home.
Listen, I'm pretty open-minded, but I really don't like Franny's flirting methodology. Like if somebody touched my hand and then whispered, "Oh, that's good," I'd immediately get hostile.
Not only will I throw hands, I'll throw feet, knees, and noses. Goodman leaves the room, Franny and Detective Walker share some words, and the next scene takes us to the warehouse. Again, this is a rehearsal, so we'll have to fill in the blanks. Pretend that these characters are in a large open space studio with reflective wallpaper and all sorts of strange postmodern art. And I'll let the director fill in the rest of the blanks.
Goodman, you want Franny's alibi to check out, and you let your guard down because more people like you.
Detective Goodman.
Holly, honey,
Franny said you'd be coming.
would you be happy to answer a few questions?
Honey doesn't like cops. And none of us like cops.
Cops think we're deviants. They like to beat up on deviants.
Well, I'm not most cops.
Detective Goodman is experiencing something that's oddly familiar to me. It was a feeling I got when I was in sophomore year. There were these sort of outcast upperclassmen that had this intellectual aura to them. They made all sorts of political references, watched Michael Moore documentaries. There was an insecurity within me, a desire to be accepted by somebody perceived to be on another level of existence, on the cutting edge. The director instructs Goodman to want these artists not to like him, not trust him, not even give him information. He just wants to be accepted by this new group. He's experiencing this sort of FOMO, fear of missing out. After living a life of a buttoned-up conservative type, he's faced with the cutting edge of this libertine lifestyle. His books tell him deviants are bad, but these people don't seem too bad.
So, you approve of deviants?
I like art.
You like art? If you knew about artists, they're the worst.
Are you wearing a wire?
No, I don't need a wire. I've got a notepad.
Oh, write it down.
What?
We hate cops.
Okay, so Franny was here Wednesday night?
Oh, yes, we had ourselves a big party.
Oh, the whole night? What time did she leave?
She stayed here, on this very sofa, bare ass naked.
Did you take any photographs of the party?
You like taking photographs, Mr. Detective?
The pressure is put on the cop. He's clearly not in familiar territory, being teased and prodded by these deviants, them dressing the cop up in colorful frilly clothing, uncharacteristic of this buttoned-up persona. This foreshadows his future walk on the wild side. The next scene is of the Polaroid of the dressed-up Goodman on a desk in the precinct. On it written, "Goodman for a good time."
They stuck these on all the patrol cars on 6th Street. It's not a good look.
They're trying to piss us off.
Well, it's working.
This is a bit of a cumbersome scene to piece apart only because it's rehearsal footage. I'll just explain over it. Detective Walker presses his partner Goodman, asking, "You like this art, right? Minsky too?" This is an interesting foreshadow to a reveal later in this movie. Now Goodman doesn't deny it. He asks what any of that has to do with the case. He was simply at the warehouse to follow up on an alibi. The chief offers to take Goodman off the case and have Walker run it. Walker chimes in saying it's obvious Franny did it, saying her alibi of junkie artist is crap, and given the mutilation of Minsky's privates, it has to be the girlfriend.
Of course it's the girlfriend. No, it's my case. There's no evidence she did it. But there's none that she did it.
It's clear both detectives aren't trying to get to the truth, but to find clues that support the narrative they want to be true. Goodman regains his composure, standing his ground. The chief warns him to not screw this up, that this case is a red ball case, simply meaning it's a high-profile case. Goodman tries to assure the chief that he's still rifling through Minsky's diary, that he thinks there's a code in there. Ruby walks in. The chief asks who Ruby thinks did it, and she says, the girlfriend.
Ruby, who do you think off the artist?
Mr. Minsky?
Yeah.
His girlfriend?
Walker smiles at Goodman. Action.
We found plaster and some cloth fibers.
Someone made a mask of his face.
Before or after death?
The coroner, played by the same guy who played Father Pablos, I called him Carlo in the previous parts, just ignore that, in Ambrosio, informs the detective that they found plaster and cloth fibers. I'm assuming traces found on the skin. They deduce that a plaster mask was worn by Minsky, and typically there's a tube with these masks, so the killer must have cut off air supply. The mutilation took place after death, and medical forensics deduced that Minsky was at full mast, so we can deduce that this murder took place during a heavy love scene, perhaps during that same scene in the beginning of the movie. Perhaps we, the viewer, are supposed to already know that the murderer was Franny. We basically see the events leading up to the murder in the title sequence. Maybe this movie isn't really about a murder mystery, but about the hollowing out of Detective Goodman as he tries to run cover for a murderer he has feelings for. But keep your shirt on, because there are some bizarre details that really got my noggin jogging.
When does a crime scene begin?
A crime scene begins at the point where the suspect changes intent into action.
And who had the intent?
Much in there about our muse?
Well, nothing incriminating. Some of it's in code, though.
Might just be doodles.
Always has his hand in a book, missing what's right in front of his eyes.
I think he really thinks you didn't do it.
I think he wants to fuck.
I don't think Goodman fucks.
In the next scene, we only have a location test. So Goodman is being played by Marissa Marcel. This is basically to be treated similar to a rehearsal. Goodman is en route to the studio apartment that Minsky was killed in, perhaps to poke around for some more clues. Marissa and John discuss the next scene, but let's save that. Goodman pulls out his skeleton keys and has trouble finding the right one, when suddenly...
You could have knocked.
Franny is staying at the apartment, a crime scene.
Would you like to come in?
Now, during that location scouting footage, Marissa and Durek discussed how Franny would greet Goodman at the door.
Is Franny coming to the door naked?
No, I think a robe. It has to be seduction.
Gillot was ordered to always be naked. It was a state of mind.
Well, they can't have her scaring Goodman off. Maybe at the end of the scene.
I like that. She uses her body to get rid of him. It's powerful.
Ooh, we may have hit a gold mine. Francois Gillot was an artist who at 21 began a relationship with the 61-year-old Picasso. She replaced Dora Maar as Picasso's muse. This will be echoed within the plot of this movie. Some interesting notes. Dora Maar modeled for Monument of Apollinaire, a tribute to the poet Guillaume Apollinaire, the same poet referenced by Arthur Fisher, the one who wrote commentary on de Sade's works. Small world. Might just be a coincidence. I imagine the art scene in France at that time was pretty tight-knit.
What are you doing here?
I just came to pick up some things.
So the police tape.
My fingerprints are all over this place anyway.
You came to pick up what?
Stuff that I made before they put his name on it. A portrait of the artist.
He looks unhappy.
He didn't like being looked at. Said my work was amateur.
Is that what he was working on before he died?
He was trying to reduce my face to pure form. He painted over each line 50 times to remove any meaning from it. The pure essence of Franny, just lines and colors. He liked my lines, but all the rest was a distraction.
That's vandalism.
Now it's worth more.
Did you ever read his diary?
I wrote it. Every morning he would have me read his letters to him, and then I'd write down his thoughts from the previous day.
But there's an entry from the day he was murdered.
If you've already guessed it, just say so, Detective. I found the body. I couldn't process it. I wrote the diary, got ready for the show, and headed out as if everything was fine.
When you found the body, was there a mask? Some kind of mask?
No. He was naked, there was blood. First I thought it was a game. Sometimes he would act weak, so I wouldn't want to leave him. But
Okay. She admits to finding the body but couldn't process it, so she went to the art show, business as usual. Who else did we see there? There was that lady with the long brown hair, the one that asked, "Are you a buyer?" Goodman asks about the markings in the diary, and it turns out that these were just a secret code representing the private activities between Minsky and Franny. There's quite a few markings, so Goodman asks,
He was active for an older man.
To Minsky and the rest, art is a procreative endeavor, a masculine act. To paint me, he had to f me. To paint me fully, he had to f me.
Fully? Whoever killed Minsky cut off his penis.
How about you, detective? Do you need to f me to decide if I'm guilty?
Who is Frankie Santora?
I don't know.
His name appears 12 times in the diary, and he doesn't show up in any records, so...
Maybe he was one of Minsky's dealers, one I never met.
You wrote it.
It's just a name. You should go now. I'm about to go to sleep. I sleep naked.
I'll be in touch.
What's your name?
Goodman.
Your first name?
Detective.
Okay, so Frankie Santoro is the new lead. Goodman clearly doesn't want Franny to be guilty. He doesn't have her further questioned for not reporting Minsky's death, or for meddling in a crime scene. In fact, he doesn't even kick her out, he just lets her stay there, again, in the crime scene. Franny must be a very powerful character if getting nude is enough to get Goodman to forget his detective role. Keep that in mind. In the next scene, Goodman questions the French artist from the warehouse.
I don't usually ask for sermons. Is he one of the Italian stars that Billy likes to watch?
You tell me.
She refers to Billy, that long-haired male artist from the warehouse.
Do you like to watch detective? Seems like a very detective kind of kink, but you're not bad.
Detectives don't have time for kinks.
The job is the kink.
Frankie Santora.
Still nothing?
So Goodman questions Billy. Sadly, we only have the rehearsal footage for this one. I'll recreate it through my own explanation. Goodman puts the pressure on, asking about Frankie Santoro. Billy responds,
I know Frank Santini, Freddie Sendoza, Frank Scarlucci, but no Frankie Santora.
All these names start with Fran, including Frankie Santoro, just like Franny. Billy asks if Goodman thinks this Frankie killed Minsky. He then says, they say he took Minsky's privates, probably grinding it into a powder and snorting it for inspiration. I think Billy is being funny here. I don't think there's an actual rumor about this Frankie Santoro snorting wang powder. Goodman clearly isn't amused by Billy's joke and lets the silence press him. Billy depressurizes the vibes with this offer. I'll go ahead and play this out.
You ever want to make more photos, Goodman? I'm here for you. I got some artistic ideas we could try out.
The way Durek delivers this is so funny to me. It sounds like they're converting the movie Minsky into a video game, and this interrogation mission with Billy unlocks like a photo modeling, like, Radiant quests. Anyways, Goodman responds to this offer.
You said earlier you only photograph people you want to fuck. Everything is sex, sir. You're in this room, I fucking us all because you're too buttoned up to just come out and fuck us. The shit you see, the things you must want to do to people, and you've got a gun. I just got a camera.
Door opens. Walker.
The door opens and Walker tells Goodman that they found him, found Frankie. Goodman talks to Walker in the station corridor. I'll play this out.
Keep going. I'll be Walker. There was a robbery there last year, so we pulled the names of the tenants. Your name rang a bell for me, so I dug out the file. Frankie Santora's on the list. I spoke to the janitor. Says Frankie's a tough guy, uses it as a pad.
Hands Goodman an address on a piece of paper. They stop at a junction.
Sure you don't want me to ride along?
If it turns into... I'm just gonna snoop around. If it turns into Bonnie and Clyde, I'll call you. Walker leaves, shaking his head. Goodman scans address again.
So Goodman doesn't want Walker's help. This is convenient given the discovery we're about to make about this Frankie. In the next rehearsal scene, we have Marissa playing the role of Holly Honey.
At scene 14, Marissa reading for Susie's part. We cut the interrogation room, pieces of photocopied diary, pages stuck to the wall behind Goodman. Frankie Santora. Goodman's waiting for an answer. Opposite him, Holly Honey. She's pretending to think about the question.
Frankie could be a woman's name or something else. A lot of people come and go in our crowd, but I don't remember a Santora.
What kind of people?
People who work in the arts. Painters, sculptors, models, murderers.
Minsky ever get into anything with anyone at the warehouse?
Minsky didn't come in that often. He looked down on us. He even told Franny to stop coming by. He took her under his wing when she was 17 and didn't want us expanding her horizons too much. Franny expanded her own horizons plenty. She was already painting before she met him.
So Minsky didn't like the warehouse crowd and was possessive over Franny. We've got an echo here. Franny meeting Minsky when she was 17, Marissa meeting Fisher and then likely Durek when she was 17. Holly mentions that Franny had already been painting before she met Minsky. This is much like Francois Gillot, who had been in art long before meeting Picasso. And this is also reminiscent of Marissa, or the one, who had been a storyteller, an actor, if you will, long before even meeting Fisher or Durek.
Minsky Franny ever mention Frankie?
I'm not sure if it's Goodman who makes this mistake of saying Minsky, or if it's a mistake of the actor during a rehearsal.
Santora?
I told you I never heard that name before. But everyone has more than one name. I wasn't born Holly Honey, you know.
Everybody has more than one name, their given name and their chosen name perhaps. Holly says she wasn't always Holly Honey. I think we can infer that the character herself is transgender. I am inferring this from that line in particular and the fact that the actress for the actress Holly Honey is a transgender woman. Honey. Sweet, like candy. Candy. Andy Warhol. Candy Darling. Keep this in mind.
Frankie Santora sounds like a drag act or a gangster. Maybe you should try Club 88. Plenty of both there.
Club 88 is a bar with a more tolerant clientele, but I find the name to be quite interesting. Club 88. 2 8s. 2 infinity symbols turned on their side. Franny even mentions that she likes art that touches infinity. And these immortals are beings of infinity. Whoa, 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 whoa. 2 infinities. Infinity encompasses everything. So, like, 2 of everything. That's the title of the 3rd movie. Whoa. Okay. That's pretty cool. In the next scene, we have another location scout rehearsal with Marissa playing Goodman. He's reading a biography of Caravaggio. I looked into this Caravaggio, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got another bingo. Caravaggio was a master painter whose demise can be linked to a murder of a local gangster named Tomassoni. There are some rumors surrounding the nature of this murder. Some account this as an accidental killing from a fight, but one rumor accounts that Caravaggio had castrated Tomassoni within that same incident. This castration, of course, echoes Minsky's castration, and perhaps the possible accidental aspect to the murder of Tomassoni can imply an accidental possibility to the murder of Minsky. Getting carried away in a asphyxiatory heavy love scene. Goodman is staking out Santoro's apartment, the one that Detective Walker tipped him off to. He sees somebody carrying a bag enter the apartment and sees Santoro's lights turn on. And so, that's his cue. Goodman enters the apartment. Goodman finds some champagne in the bag Santoro was carrying, when suddenly he's jumped by Frankie. However, it turns out Frankie was Franny all this time.
You know how to use that thing? Frankie Santora?
I think the scene is supposed to cut here. I'm not sure who says, you know how to use that thing. Maybe this line is supposed to be Marissa, a placeholder for a more masculine voice that they would add in post, not sure. This next scene is only found within rehearsal footage.
Now you know 4 of my names. I only know 1 of yours. I came to collect some clothes and toast him goodbye.
Frankie or Minsky?
Both.
What is this?
Nothing sinister. Kinky, maybe. Just a little. He used to come here and we'd have sex. Where Minsky comes from, they didn't really do this.
When she gestures to herself saying this, she's referring to her Frankie Santoro alter ego. Try to look past the fact that this is a rehearsal clip, that this is taking place in Frankie Santoro's apartment, and Franny is wearing the whole getup.
It helped him to compartmentalize it.
Did Minsky dress up too?
Yes, he was the girl. Like all pictures, he was really a catcher inside. When he was f***ing someone, he was only really f***ing himself. Everything was about him.
Did everyone know about Frankie?
No. This was something he trusted me with.
You think you know somebody. You didn't strike me as being into that role swapping stuff. Personally, I'm good at sensing that kind of stuff, but I never had him pegged. Yeah, well, Franny did.
You ever wonder why he was so sure of you?
He knew I loved him, in my way.
He told me you hated him.
Yes, that too. Both. You want to understand how this worked?
What's interesting is she asks if she wants to see how this worked. Now, she's referring to dressing as the opposite gender. We even hear the director say,
and we cut to Club 88 sequence.
A sequence where we see a dolled up Goodman, but it seems somewhere between rehearsals and filming they decided to add this sequence.
I'm gonna make you live forever.
And what's odd is it takes place at Minsky's apartment, not Santoro's. Maybe they drove there together.
Take your shirt off. It's getting in the way of the lines and colors.
Aha, now I understand why they added this scene. So Minsky was the one who would have Franny stripped down and painted, reduced down to her lines and colors. Now Franny is having Goodman stripped down and reduced to his line and colors. There's a chain, and Franny has inserted herself into it.
Now the rest of it. You know, Minsky used to insist I walk around the studio naked at all times, so he could absorb my form. I was only allowed to sunbathe nude because tan lines ruined everything.
Perhaps seeing Goodman go from a buttoned-up cop to a proper broad would be a bit too jarring, perhaps unrealistic. So we need to see more of a gradient hollowing out. First he's stripped down, then he's painted, his form absorbed, made into a muse. Then breaking a major code of conduct, sleeping with a suspect.
I would like to do something more sculptural.
But before that happens, Franny creates a mask mold, the same kind that was on Minsky, presumably before he died. Major bells should be going off in Goodman's head. He is aware of the cloth fibers, aware of the plaster that makes the mask.
You can't talk now. So hold up one hand for no, two for yes. Got that?
He meekly puts his hands up.
It's gonna take a little while to dry. Shall we have some fun while we wait? To understand me and Minsky, you have to know what it feels like to completely give yourself over to another person. Are you ready to do that?
She suddenly ties his hands to a post. This is probably where those cloth fibers came from. This is pretty intense. I'll go ahead and explain through this heavy love scene. Goodman is at the mercy of Franny, knowing fully that he's in the same position that Minsky was in before he died. The plaster mask, the cloth fibers, the fact that Minsky was killed during coitus, while there was still blood in his loins. This lines up perfectly. The only thing missing is the asphyxiation. Franny pinches the rubber tube, cutting off Goodman's air. She does this in prolonged bursts, waiting for the moment he's about to pass out, then letting him have air. This may come off as an erotic act, but if we read into what she says, we can get a clear motivation. She says, it can be quite freeing to give yourself over to another person. Whether you live or die is in their hands. It takes the weight off. She pinches the tube. Goodman is suffocating. She talks about art as being about transcending death. She pinches the tube. She critiques Goodman's obsession with dead bodies, that he's obsessed with the finality of death, when we know death is just the transformation of one state to another. She pinches the tube again. She then talks about how the French refer to
Shooting ropes.
As Le Petit Mort. I did some cursory searching about this, and the phrase Le Petit Mort can refer to a lot of different things.
Shooting ropes
is just one of them. She says that the French call it Le Petit Mort because when you lay with somebody, you give up some of your individuality with them. You die as an individual, which, you know, if it weren't for the freaky deaky act taking place on my screen, would be a sweet thought. That when you share that moment with somebody, you aren't just rotting like a rabid animal. The murder suspect and the Forsaken cop share an omelette du fromage. This is happening when Franny is pinching the tube, suffocating Goodman. He's bussin' in distress, suffocating. Franny realizes this and lets him breathe. She pulls out a knife. Goodman looks at it, probably thinking she's about to harvest his truffle, but no, she simply cuts the bindings.
Now there are two Goodmans.
Now there are two Goodmans. Two Marys, two Immortals, too much of everything. A few things to note because we are quite overdue. So far as overarching themes we find in Minsky, we've got this sort of gender role concept explored with Franny and Frankie, these two different identities. But this theme can also transcend into not only the gender role, but the role you play in society. The internal warring identities of Honor Cop Goodman and Art Cop Goodman. This isn't just a theme of transformation. At the core of all of this is some sort of existential discontentment. There's the role that you're born with, the role that you're given, the role that's chosen for you, and the desire to transcend it, and perhaps the angst that comes from that struggle. We've also got the theme of two Goodmans. Now, in the Ambrosio subverted footage, we explored the concept of two Marys. The two 8s in Club 88 could symbolize two infinity symbols. So, let's go ahead and keep this concept of two in mind when exploring two of everything. Now that's how it ties into the larger plot of Immortality, but how does this Le Petit Mort scene tie into just the plot of Minsky? Well, first thing I notice is you've got this sort of gender obscuring or gender swapping femme fatale seducing a cop, which is an echo of the plot of Ambrosio, but instead of a cop, it's a different kind of authority figure, a priest. And both of these protagonists are being hollowed out as well by these femme fatales. Of course, in Minsky, Goodman is a bit more of a sympathetic character, at least compared to Ambrosio. In this scene, he was in a position where, at the very least, just in the back of his head, but I would even say at the forefront of his mind, he thought he was going to die. You've got this constant flow and switching back and forth between fear and relief, and this is all in the context of an intimate moment with Franny. And so now Franny is established in Goodman's mind as so magnanimous as to not kill him. He's become putty in her hands. Perhaps this form of manipulation is what Franny kind of went through when it came to her relationship with Minsky as Minsky's muse. There's a chain. Perhaps those tyrannical tactics that Minsky used on Franny are now being used by Franny on Goodman. Just as the one said, there's a chain. But instead of a chain of directorial practices, it's now art to muse practices. Instead of the director hollowing out the actor or the actress, it's the artist hollowing out the muse. I love this about Immortality, that the more you dig into one aspect, the movie itself, I naturally just start explaining the larger plot. It just, so seamless, I love it. Goodman and Franny smoke in the loft bed of the apartment after their tryst.
Is it against the rules to make love to a suspect?
Is that making love?
It was art. We're in a studio. Everything that happens here is art.
Uh-huh. Remember what Franny said early on? I like effing, I just don't think it's good art. But now effing is art. Anything that takes place in a studio is art. Like I said, even though Minsky is dead, the chain lives on through Franny. Goodman asks how many pictures Minsky has made. Franny says she wasn't counting, saying it's been 4 years. Goodman points off camera asking if that painting is of Franny. She says no and talks about Olga, the previous muse of Minsky.
He always painted her sad. She was Minsky's muse before I met him. She's crazy. But she's in Moscow. Minsky sent her back home. She writes him every week. He used to make me read the letters to him. Thought I could learn from Olga's example. Even after he abandoned her, she was devoted. But her recent letters were more angry.
She talks about killing herself. Are there others?
Oh, he made me burn them after I read them. But she's in Moscow.
Oh, those earrings. The face.
Are you a buyer?
I saw her at the gallery.
You sure? Her?
Yeah, that's her.
So, Olga is in town. Franny takes Goodman to the warehouse.
Really?
Well, someone didn't waste too much time. Minsky's body is still warm.
You look different, detective. Did you lose your virginity?
Nothing gets past Holly.
Detective Goodman thinks that Minsky's ex is in town. Olga Raknov?
And here's me thinking this is a social call.
The French artist walks in with her bare chest covered in paint, and the painting she carries has prints of her breast. I believe this is in reference to Bridget Berlin, a superstar of Warhol who made similar art. Now let me play that small exchange between the French artist and Holly.
Is he still a cop? I think so.
I've held off on noting this theme until now because I really like that transaction between the French superstar and Holly. Is he still a cop? I think so. This idea that there's still some of that cop still in Goodman. This reminds me of that scene where Matilda strips down and says, "You're still too much the monk," to Ambrosio. But of course, we've already been seeing the pattern. Franny has been hollowing out the cop from Goodman.
Have you seen Olga? I saw her at the Minsky show. She was wearing some special earrings, Minsky originals.
She's Minsky's type. Eastern European beauty queens with nice tits. No offense, Franny. I think I've seen her around.
I've seen her in '88. She sits at the bar and eyeballs everyone coming in.
88.
Greenwood messed up his line here. He's meant to say, Club 88. What's in 88?
Ah, that line. 88. Is it me or is it the line? Club 88, but what's in 88?
Do we need...
Interesting that he gets hung up on that line. 2 infinities. He's also acting strange, almost intoxicated or dazed. 2 8s, 2 infinity symbols turned on their sides. This isn't a fluke or a coincidence. Even Franny herself says,
I like art that touches infinity.
And these immortals, in a way, are infinite beings. They are beings of infinite power over time, or infinite mastery over time. 2 infinities linked together. Something tells me this is going to come up once again when we get into 2 of everything. The final movie of this trilogy. Now, this is the Club 88 sequence that the director mentioned previously in the rehearsals. The scene that in the rehearsal stage of the movie was planned to take place after the Frankie Santoro discovery.
I don't see Olga. What are you drinking?
Did they have a 12-year-old Macallan?
Never mind, I'll pick. 2 Ferraris, please, and have you seen that Russian girl? A room full of your deviants. Minsky knew you had to become the thing you were trying to understand.
Also, art is an intellectual exercise. It requires distance.
You still think art is about ideas. He says Olga's been in here every night this week. She usually comes in around 9, so we've got some time to kill. I've got something to help it go down.
Benzoyl methylecinin.
Inspiration.
The cop goes skiing, and from what I understand, what's supposed to commence is a sort of montage, a heavy love montage. Even in Durek's efforts to distinguish himself from Arthur Fisher, somehow Minsky still mimics that sort of sexual obsession. The zenith of this hollowing out being denoted by a montage, a heavy love montage. While the two do the Fisher shuffle, we see Olga walk in on them. She seems to immediately recognize the cop and Franny and reacts by fleeing. Goodman and Franny give chase, but Marissa is caught off guard by something.
Franny, leave.
What was that?
The subverted footage in this scene will give us an idea as to what has her stunned. Goodman and Franny give chase to Olga, but she eventually loses them.
Olga is out the door already. Goodman pushes off the dance floor, sprints to the door, blam! Into the alleyway. It's raining. Goodman takes Franny's hand.
There's a moment during this chase rehearsal where Franny very obviously leads Detective Goodman away from Olga. However, this is a rehearsal. This could just be a factor of the limited space in this studio that's supposed to basically represent the cityscape. But still, nonetheless, I will personally keep this small bit of evidence in my back pocket for this pet theory of a conspiracy in mind.
Damn it! Forget about Olga. Take a look at each other. See that it's funny. In your club clothes, half dressed. Soaked to the skin.
They're drenched in the rain, so they find their way back to Minsky's apartment and dry off. We have a rehearsal and a movie shot for this scene.
Minsky's studio. There's a heater in the middle of the room. Goodman, you're drying off. Half dressed from the chase in the rain, half in your drag from the club. Franny approaches, wrapped in a big sheet with a bundle in her hands.
Decadence suits you.
You think Olga did it?
I lied about burning her letters. I told Minsky I did, but I kept them. Wanted to preserve her voice for posterity.
What's in them?
She loved him. She begged him to take her back. But she also remembered the bad stuff. She gave a necklace he made her as a gift to a friend. He was so angry he put a cigarette out in her face. If you look at his green portrait 32, you can see the burn mark. He painted it in.
Jesus Christ.
Olga was 15 when they met. In the same way he repainted and repainted to reduce his paintings to pure form, he broke his girls down until they were the forms he wanted. But when he's done with you, you have nothing left. The rest of the world is just negative space.
Jeez, how vile. In many ways, Minsky is an echo, or perhaps inspired off of, Arthur Fisher. Somebody who became so bored with the creation of art that they had to adopt a new medium, and that was people, muses. But hollowing out is not a creative endeavor, it's a destructive endeavor. Now we'll see some characters like Franny argue that the destruction always precedes creation, but these are people we're talking about here. And so in a way, it's like an artist becoming bored with the art of creation and now finding new novel pleasure in the art of destruction. Hollowing out Olga, reminding you since she was 15, a kid. Now, did he do the same with Franny?
Was he done with you?
No, I was different. I was done with him.
The movie shot ends here, but the rehearsal shot shows that they enter another heavy love scene, cut short by Olga seeing them. Again, 2 love scenes, both back to back, being caught by Olga twice. They give chase again, but the cops get to her before them. Goodman bumps into his colleagues from the precinct with makeup smeared on his face and in a dressing gown.
Walker approaches. Jesus fucking Christ, Goodman.
Should we go inside?
She waits outside. I don't even want to know what the fuck this is. Goodman and Walker walk towards the apartment as Franny gives Walker the finger.
This next scene is through a rehearsal. This is Olga's apartment. Detective Goodman is still in his makeup and dressing robe.
Team of 2 detectives and Ruby are searching the place. Ruby points Goodman to a collection of photos on the wall.
Art appreciation time.
Collage of nude male body parts with Minsky's face on it, where the genitals should be a splash of red.
Does this work as confession?
It's art.
Also?
Holy shit.
Find a basket.
Still looking.
Wow.
I thought I told you to keep her out of this.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see you at the station tomorrow. You got this, right?
Franny holds her hand out, leading him out of the scene. She's got him wrapped around her finger. Goodman finally takes Franny to his apartment. Here we can learn more about our detective. Note that before action is called, some muffled dialogue is picked up and the subtitles read, "No, no one's ever come to my apartment." This isn't part of the movie. I'm assuming it's either Carl Greenwood or Marissa Marcel responding to the question, "Has anybody come back to your apartment?" I just wanted to throw that out there for now so that we can mull over it as we get closer to the production analysis of Minsky.
I don't have visitors very often. I mostly just sleep here.
This is not what I was expecting of a cop's apartment.
Franny gets her first look at the apartment, marveling at it clearly being expensive. She asks if the detective is running a racket on this side. Goodman reveals that his parents ran a successful chain of clothing stores. He would have inherited their stores, but they died when he was a teenager, instead inheriting the liquidated wealth. Franny laughs at the idea of a rich kid choosing to be a cop of all professions, saying,
"Oh, Detective Goodman, you're more f***ed up than I thought."
Franny passes the threshold into the living room to see a painting hanging in Goodman's apartment, a Minsky original, one of Franny.
It's an original.
Yeah, I know. It's me. You've had this all this time?
2 years.
I thought I was seducing you.
Real quick, we're just going to note this repeated theme of paintings with secret plot devices tied to them.
Have I ever been more to you than this? You're seeing me through Minsky's eyes.
It's a coincidence.
Who were you f***ing 2 hours ago?
I was f***ing you.
And who do you think I am?
You're you.
Huh? What am I?
You're Franny.
I don't even know your first name. You don't know who I am. You don't know anything about me.
I know you.
No, you don't. You want to know who I am? I'm the one who killed Minsky. I told him I was going to leave him. He told me I could only leave him when he said.
This should be a simple pair of reveals. Goodman was a secret admirer all along, and Marissa was a murderer all along. I won't get hung up too hard on this side theory I'm working with. However, when we do start to dig into the production that went into Minsky, there will be talk about how the reveal is meant to be ambiguous. But there's nothing really ambiguous about this reveal. It's just a full-blown revelation that Franny's the one who killed Minsky. And so I have to ask the question, what if there's more to this murder mystery than just simply Franny killing Minsky? Killing him alone. I'll keep that in mind for now. After this confession, we get a flashback sequence.
You are nothing without me. You will always be a footnote in my biography.
You didn't create me.
Yes, I did. I found you and I made you what you are. There are millions of pretty girls and I made you singular. You are as much a creation of Minsky as all these paintings.
Without me, you cannot paint. I will leave you, and I will sell my own paintings, and I will forget you, and you will be alone.
A model who paints is amusing, like a dog who walks on 2 legs. People will find you amusing for a while. It is impossible for you to be an artist.
I will kill you.
You lack the masculine power for that kind of violence. Let's and tomorrow you can apologize.
Tomorrow I will kill you.
So we do have Franny threatening to kill Minsky, and we do have that intro of this movie, which is, we can assume, the moments leading up to the alleged murder. So perhaps it's cut and dry. Franny is the murderer. Minsky talks about how Franny herself is the art. She's the model that's been sculpted. While I can't seem to find any death of celebrity theming in Minsky aside from the literal death of Minsky, we're still kind of seeing this theme of a person made into an icon, crafted by another person. Franny is the icon, Minsky is the iconographer. People, celebrities, being the created work, this Warholian idea of the superstar.
Now you know what happened. Now you know who I am. You still like it? It's a little more complicated than her.
It's complicated.
Isn't this what you're looking for, a confession? Now you can close the case.
No, I can't close the case.
I'm touched. But your first name is Detective.
It's Alan. The cop part of me doesn't need to know everything Alan knows.
You can do that?
I think so.
And Olga?
I don't know.
While Goodman is no celebrity, the icon of the cop, the archetype of justice, has died within him, and in its place a torn, fragmented man. After the scene, we just have Goodman waking up next to Franny. He gets up, grabs a shower, and while this is happening, Franny smiles. We don't know if this is a fiendish smile or a warm, loving smile. We don't know if the death of Cop Goodman was a benevolent effort to free the deviant Alan or an effort of simply enthralling him for ulterior motives. He kisses Franny, and the next shot is not of Detective Goodman, but a pensive Alan, simply in a shell resembling Detective Goodman.
What can you do? What should you do? Are there two parts to Goodman's mind or just one? What do you want? Are you in love with Marissa? Are you really? You have to let Olga go. But what then?
These are the thoughts going through Greenwood's head, but you may have noticed that Durek didn't say Franny, but...
Are you in love with Marissa? Are you really?
Just a little detail to think about as we get closer to the production analysis. Speaking of which, let's crank up the speed. With Olga in jail, with a knife and creepy cross of photos found in her apartment, she's still the prime suspect.
Taking Olga Lebenev to the interview room?
Sure, I can grab her for you. No, she's quieted down since they brought her in. Screaming blue murder in Russian when she got here.
Goodman wants to question her, but when the jailer goes to check on Olga, she's found dead.
Jesus Christ!
Apparently taking her own life with an earring, a snake-shaped earring, bitten by a snake.
Looks sad.
She always looks sad in his paintings.
Note, earlier Goodman calls her Olga Lebenev.
Taking Olga Lebenev to the interview room?
Minsky's ex is in town. Olga Raknov?
And yet, earlier in the movie, Franny called her Olga Raknov, but now it's Lebenev. Raknov, Lebenev. How would a mistaken identity tie into a possible secret, ambiguous theory we can tie into this murder mystery? Not sure. This could also just easily be a mistake that the director overlooked. Some part in the writing process it went from Lebenev to Raknov, or perhaps the other way around, Raknov to Lebenev. The jailer says Olga looks sad. Sad like the portrait that Minsky painted of her.
It's Lebenev's personal effects, minus an earring. There's a confession in there, huh?
Thanks.
Goodman rummages through some evidence from her apartment and finds a note. A note exonerating Olga? A note incriminating Franny? We don't actually know. And maybe that's the mystery, the perfection of the crime. Maybe Franny killed Minsky, and somehow Olga found out and helped her cover it up. I wouldn't be surprised if Olga wanted Minsky dead as well for abandoning her. And maybe Minsky was mutilated not out of rage, deviant criminal behavior, but more because DNA of Franny would be found on that part of his body. In that chase scene where Franny and Goodman are chasing after Olga, there's a part in the rehearsal where we see Franny leading Goodman away from Olga. Now that could be just a limitation of the rehearsal space, but if we want to look at that literalistically, we could see perhaps some, again, conspiracy between Franny and Olga. This would be actually very similar to Her Story, the game that we covered previously, also made by Sam Barlow. The poster of this movie, Minsky, is an ornate mirror. You've got this silver snake earring. Silver, like the silver encrusted mirror that was the murder weapon, or a shard of the murder weapon in Her Story. I mean, there's mistaken identities, potentially two Olgas, twin images, two Goodmans,
too much of everything. Perfectly mirroring that twin subplot of her story. I'm getting a bit floppy here, huh? So, anyways, what does Goodman do with this note? Whoops, kind of spoiled that there, didn't I?
Read it. They perverted you. She broke you, Carl. Got the lighter? This is the worst thing you've ever done.
He goes to the roof level of the precinct, and before no witness except the New York sunset, he burns this note, and also burns his finger. Like pricking a finger when taking an oath of omerta. He's crossed the point of no return. According to Durek's location scout rehearsal, Goodman is also supposed to soothe the burn by putting his finger in his mouth. The same thing happens in Ambrosio when Antonia's finger is burned with candle wax. Time passes. Goodman's grown a beard, is smoking cigarettes, and studying white-collar crime.
What are you reading?
Embezzlement and white-collar crime.
Oh, that's no fun.
They're the real criminals.
I guess I like a juicy murder.
The new art cop has taken his focus away from the deviants and more towards the corporate fat cats, saying they're the real criminals.
Ring. Hey, Goodman, it's for you.
Tell them I'm off duty. Somewhere I need to be.
He leaves that diner, that same diner we saw him in the beginning of the movie, and now we have this final scene.
Paulo, I'm not even sure you want to go to the gallery, but your feet are taking you there. You're almost there. Your feet have brought you here. Stop. You know where you are. Look at it. Take a step closer. Through the window you see the show. You see the art. And most of all, you see Franny. She's more than you ever could be. She destroyed you, but you love her. Let the smile come.
Joey's barbecue foot massage. Joey's barbecue foot massage. Joey's barbecue foot massage.
There, Franny stares back at the hollowed-out Goodman. She's flanked by two masks of the film's victims, now cast in bronze. To our left is the face of Goodman, and to our right, Minsky, both dead in differing ways, but yet immortalized. And so ends what would have been the directorial debut of John Durek, Minsky. In my opinion, Minsky is probably the most mysterious and vexing of the three movies. Despite it having the smallest amount of clips that we have access to, it feels like every inch that we do have access to is chock full of things we can analyze. And perhaps that's intentional. John Durek strikes me as a very artsy-fartsy, highfalutin director type. And while we don't know what parts of the story were contributed to by Marissa and which parts by John, I think it's safe to say that Minsky is a story about John's experience with Marissa. His efforts to preserve Marissa as this sort of artsy, femme fatale dream girl that just ruined me, but I love that she ruined me. It's not necessarily a story about Durek, but it reveals Durek's heart. Just as the story of Ambrosio kind of reveals the sick heart of Arthur Fisher. And perhaps, just like Ambrosio, John Durek is about to find out the hard way that the femme fatale he's been dealing with, the woman that ruined him, has more to her than he realizes. Something extra, something mystical. But we're already zooming out into the plot of Immortality. Let's zoom back into Minsky. If the movie had been completed, I believe it was meant to be ambiguous. It was meant to have a sort of surface level reveal, but with the hopes that it would become a cult classic, the discussion surrounding the movie would lend to its immortality. People will create video essays, you know, who killed Minsky? And like in parentheses in the thumbnail, it wasn't Franny, you know? So long as people continue to talk about this, the movie continues to be immortal. And in many ways, I think John Durek is similar to The One, but on the flip side. I was about to spoil something there, but nonetheless, we'll come to learn that both Durik and the One are similar in that they want to create something immortal. I said I wasn't going to zoom out, but I zoomed out again. Let's zoom back in again. What about Goodman being a secret admirer of Franny, a secret fan of Minsky, at least Minsky's art? What was that all about? It seemed like such a random reveal that was just underutilized. I don't know if it cheapens the effect of the hollowing out aspect. There's something oddly scary about Goodman being a fish out of water, not knowing anything about the art world, and being hollowed out by it. But it seems with this reveal, he sort of already was in it. Perhaps it reveals that all this time, there were two sides to Goodman. There was the Goodman that wanted to be the honor cop, the hand of the law down to the bone. That's why when we see in the ending, he's not liberated from being hollowed out. No, he's saddened. He feels ruined by it. But at the same time, he also wanted to be the art cop. He wanted to break the mold. He didn't want to be like other cops who saw deviants as somebody who should be stepped on. And so, I guess what we have at the end of the movie, while it's framed in a very sad, regretful way, hollowed out, ruined Goodman, we see a sort of synthesis. We see the new Goodman, both honor cop and art cop. Not going after deviants, but going after the white-collar fat cat criminals. So perhaps we can keep this in mind, this concept of a synthesis. A bittersweet, but more bitter than sweet synthesis towards the end of the movie that we'll see echoed in Two of Everything. I guess what we can extract from Minsky is from that Le Petit Mort scene. The concept that death isn't always final, that death, if anything, is the signifying of change. Maybe we shouldn't see it as the death of the honor cop within Goodman, but the pruning, the allowing of the art cop to flourish a bit more so that there would be more of a synthesis between the two. It's a painful pruning, and it's a pruning that requires the death of oneself, but in the end, he is something new, something fresh. But what's the cost of that pruning? What's the cost of that death that promises you something more? This is the story about the cost of that death as well, the devouring that ensues because of it. Minsky devouring Olga, devouring Franny, Franny devouring Goodman. But in return of their devouring, they are immortalized onto images. Pieces of them are figuratively taken from them and inscribed onto either that mask mural at the end of the movie, those paintings of the muses of Minsky, and on this film reel. It's too bad the movie was never finished. I'm honestly wondering what tone Durik was going for at the end of this scene. I think I liked what I said earlier. Bittersweet, but more bitter than sweet. But now it's time to answer the question, why was Minsky never finished? That question will be answered in the coming act, where we analyze the production behind Minsky.
Time is running up to us, is running up to us, and we can't fight it. Time is catching up to us, it's catching up to us, we can't outrun it.
So, a musician. Producer would be a better title. This guy dropped some major bangers back in the 90s. Smells like he dropped a banger in this very room. Manipura, perhaps. I don't know what getting our nails done has to do with this detective, but he was a techno artist. IC3. Who were the other two? What? Well, you said he was a part of the IC3. Who were the other IC2? Oh, no. It's like the letters IC and then the number 3. Is this the other language you minored in? You know, it spells out the word ice, like cool. It's cool punk. Let me see if he's got some songs on his computer here. Don't touch his computer, that's evident. Oh, here's a banger. Oh my gosh, the raw file for, this is my favorite track right here. All right, here we go, and It's got a long intro. Let me go ahead and just skip to this part right here. Come on, what's that noise? It's the cool punk, come on. I think Freezer was the one who started it back in the 90s, but yeah, Ice-T 3 copped that quite a while after that. You see, there are these words coming out of your mouth, Forrest, that sound like English, but they're not registering as such. Take the fucking pictures. Can't believe people would call that music. Ah, the detective, the eternal art critic. You call that art? Tell me, computer man, what's killing you? I used to be big, kid, real big. My music would print money. People would listen to my music on their drives to work, when they were exercising, when they were doing chores. They needed me. They needed my music. And if I'm being honest with you, I needed them to need my music. Because to me, you know, music, making it, it wasn't an art form. It was like a good or a service, like cooking or knitting. But people aren't buying like they used to. People aren't listening like they used to. That era is gone. Now that's different. What are you getting, detective? Another psychic story of an unsuccessful artist? This guy was far from it. Yes, he was once commercially successful, but not anymore. That's a good point. That's the tricky thing about financial success. It's not about what you make, it's about what you save. See, but that wasn't his problem. It wasn't money. What this guy missed was the commerce, the trade of it all, the transactional aspect of making music. It wasn't necessarily about the money, but it was the economic factor of being needed. He felt needed, and he was confident because of it, but no longer. His stomach exploded, a weakened solar plexus. GG. What? You said my name? No, I didn't. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take a breather. It's starting to smell like your music taste in here. Don't touch anything. Okay. You know, I wonder where this guy's signature sunglasses went, man. That could probably sell for quite a pretty penny. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm not gonna sell it. I could download some of his MIDI tracks in lossless flat files and send them to my email. It would be a pity for them to go to waste. Holy crap. Okay, where do we start? How about the newest project? It's weird. His mic was unplugged. It's as if somebody hastily put it together, hoping that no one would notice. It seems there's a missing audio file here, like a deleted recording. Audacity? A bit amateur, don't you think, IC3? Poor guy. Let's go ahead and play this.
Time is running up to
Wasn't really known for his singing voice. There's a signature towards the end here.
And we can't outrun it.
His bowels really did explode.
Oh, that noise.
Audacity. I wonder. Is that Detective Doc? Don't trust? Let's go back to that night show interview of Marissa and find that subverted footage.
So, you've been around for a while, and you look good for it.
Well, I changed with the times.
I imagine so. But, can you be killed?
Drowning doesn't do it. Crucifixion hurts, but little else. They knock you out for a while, but it takes much more than that. Burning works.
I will take note of that. Skip drowning, skip crucifixion, go straight to the flame.
Have you ever watched anyone burn at the stake?
I have not.
It's terrible.
Those claps have pretty good comedic timing. Okay, so there is a sort of witchiness to all of this. Drowning doesn't kill immortals and crucifixion only knocks them out. It requires a total destruction of the vessel, fire, to kill an immortal. We will have more clarification on that soon, however. There's a really big asterisk to that. Now, the next subverted clip. Note, the quality is degraded. Actually, hold on, that is quite interesting. These interviews are the only times where the subverted footage doesn't upgrade to higher resolution. It's actually downgrading. I wonder why.
Tell me, any babies?
We don't reproduce like that. There used to be more of us, but as humanity spread, our numbers dwindled. Think of us like... Like the water that falls as snow on the mountain, and then runs down as fresh spring water and later evaporates out of the ocean back onto the mountaintop.
Now that's beautiful.
I think so too.
This is one of those moments where we see a certain sweetness from the One. I'm a bit puzzled about her explanation. They first talk about reproduction, but then she mentions as humanity spread, there were less immortals, and she then likens immortals to the cycle of water. Let's separate these points. Immortals don't reproduce, but they don't die either. Just like water doesn't multiply or disappear either, it just appears in some form within the larger water cycle. Okay, that makes sense. Now, why would humanity spreading cause the immortals' numbers or power to dwindle? In the desert subverted footage, the One laments the advent of satellite imaging. That with humanity's technological omniscience, the immortals can't lay in the desert and listen to the rocks crack. Maybe in that old adage, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody was there to hear it, that nobody is occupied by the immortals. They occupy that sort of corner of obscurity. I don't know, it's kind of interesting, huh? Perhaps these mimetic beings, these mystical archetypes, the very core essence of the stories that are being told, must occupy the corners of obscurity where the unknown lies. Perhaps it's within this darkness, within this obscurity, the immortals are able to spin such grand tales that human beings are willing to suspend their disbelief for. That's my gut feeling as to why humanity's mastery over space is at odds with the immortals' mastery over time. It's because we're able to be basically everywhere, at least virtually, at all times. There is no longer any form of obscurity. They could take a note from Daniel Mullins and just live deep beneath. We still haven't explored much of the ocean yet. Okay, now I'm not so puzzled. On to the next further degenerated subverted footage.
Now here's a question. Do you remember?
Some of it. As much as you remember your childhood, perhaps. I remember specific moments, but it's hard to connect who you were. We all changed so much.
I've enough difficulty remembering one life, I can't imagine.
It's all in there. It's just hard to access. I remember things I never saw. Things that belong to the people whose forms I took.
This one's cut and dry. The One is telling us that they can remember the memories of those whose form they take. The wording, whose form I took, I think is meant to be a bit ambiguous. We don't know for certain, at least yet, if Marissa's actual physical body was possessed and being steered by the One, or if the One fabricated a vessel and sculpted it in the form of Marissa. We'll get some clarification soon enough. But now on to the next subverted clip.
Hibernate?
Well, a long while back, I would put my face in the water and drown. I learned not to panic, but now I can just lay down and stop breathing on my own. My body knows when to wake.
And then?
Well, there's always some confusion upon waking. Like, it's much harder now. The world you emerge into can be so different. It's dangerous.
Okay, so the immortal can either cease their walk by either death or sleeping, both essentially similar to the immortal. But I can imagine fire has a more long-term effect. We don't know what causes the immortal to wake from their slumber. At least, not yet. And now the final highly degenerated clip. This one featuring the other One.
And you two disagree on this point?
Her attraction to humanity is not one I share.
He thinks there's a future just for us, apart from them. But he doesn't see what they have that we don't.
And the idea that we come from you?
Well, you have something else in you, but your mortality makes you shine.
You imitate us, but everything you do is base. We tried to elevate you, but it didn't take.
You died for our sins?
A story.
The other one's line delivery on that is pretty hard. I like it. Okay, let's piece this apart from the most apparent to the least apparent points. In the beginning of the clip, the other one mentions the one's fondness for humanity, a fondness that the other one doesn't share. In the end, when the host says, "You died for our sins," obviously they're talking about the story of Christ, and the other one seems to imply that this story was meant to elevate us, but it didn't take. Perhaps something about the story of Jesus Christ was meant to elevate humanity. Perhaps something about the story of Jesus Christ, the story of God, come in the flesh, and then be sacrificed for humanity's salvation, was meant to elevate humanity, but according to the other one, it didn't take. Maybe the story that was weaved so beautifully by the other one and the one was meant to inspire humanity, be an example for us, and then we just simply continued our wickedness. In fact, we used this story to wage war against each other, commit crimes on both a governmental and individual level, so long as we cloaked it in piety. We see this explored in Ambrosio, the cloak of piety set aflame during the setting of the Inquisition. Let me replay this chunk in the middle.
He thinks there's a future just for us, apart from them. But he doesn't see what they have that we don't.
And the idea that we come from you?
Well, you have something else in you, but your mortality makes you shine.
You imitate us, but everything you do is base.
Perhaps this is hinting at a story between a sort of advocate and accuser of humanity. The other one believes that we are mere imitators of their immortal race. And I think this really lends to my idea that these are sort of archetypal, original storytellers. It seems anything and everything that human beings do, there are recurring tropes, archetypes, and patterns. Perhaps this is the base imitation that the other one speaks of. But on the flip side, we have the one who seems particularly enamored by our mortality. This is something we're going to go into on an individual level as we progress in this game's story. There is something unique about our mortality that this immortal may never have. I'm sure you can read in between the lines where I'm going with this, but for now, let's go ahead and keep this in mind. The only thing I'm still genuinely uncertain about is the future without humanity, a future for just immortals that's mentioned. Well, we've spent enough time here. Let's go ahead and dig into the production happenings of Minsky. On December 23rd, 1969, Durick and Marcel spent some time with Andy Warhol. Warhol has given Marcel a gift, a television set, covered in Christmas lights. Very pop art, I guess.
Do you like it?
It's wonderful. How is it being on the other side of the camera, Herr Director?
He thinks that if he gives you presents, he'll let him make you one of his superstars.
Andy, I do believe you've made John jealous with your gift.
Marissa was already a star before she came to town. I'm just being nice.
Well, that's good to hear. I intend to make Marissa a star for more than 15 minutes.
You boys, you're being so macho with each other. Why don't you just make it up and kiss? There is nothing more cinematic than a kiss. Kiss, 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 kiss.
Okay, no.
And I thought you liked blue movies.
Blue movie can either mean a low budget or kind of a seedy pornographic film, so that's what she's referring to. Let's go ahead and mark December 23rd, 1969 as the day that Marissa Marcel and John Durick shadowed Andy Warhol. I imagine Durick and Marcel are trying to gather some inspiration from Andy Warhol, maybe craft Minsky, at least in part, based on Andy Warhol, and perhaps borrow some of his superstars as well. The actors and actresses that play the warehouse artists are superstars of Warhol, at least within the Immortality universe. Well, that's right. Who are the superstars? In short, there was this philosophy of the celebrity as an art form. I'm not sure if Warhol invented it. It was probably more of a primordial concept that Warhol packaged into a coined term. This concept of the Warholian superstar is the idea that a person can be art,
sculpted, glued upon into a celebrity. And so just as the factory pumped out those pop art pieces that Warhol is associated with, Warhol had an entourage of different kinds of artistic types that would pump out fast celebrities. That's how people remember and describe it. However, I think functionally this was just a group of ragtag creatives of varying backgrounds unified in the desire of creative pop culture buzz. Did you hear about that gal Bridget? You heard about finger painting, well, wait till you meet Bridget. However, one individual with a sad but fascinating story will be Candy Darling. She'll come up once again much later in this video, and her story will serve as a great juxtaposition to explain the angst of the one. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to the story of the factory and its superstars, but to keep this video somewhat focused, let's just hold on to the idea of the celebrity being an art form. The celebrity of Ambrosio, the celebrity of Mary, the celebrity of Minsky. Oh, and of course, the celebrity of Marissa Marcel. Now, the next clip takes place quite a few months later. So, between December 1969 and May 1970, Durick and Marcel likely wrote the script, and now it's time to start casting the artists. In front of us are the three superstars who play said warehouse artists. I'll play these out because these are such great characters.
I am a wholesome country girl who came to New York City to make it big. However, I fell in with a bunch of degenerate artists and shucksters. They told me I was going to be a star, but they only play my pictures at the Times Square movie theater.
I think Susie's my favorite. Every scene she's in, she's always doing too much.
Don't give me that look, Drella. I think this could be my big break. I intend to steal them.
Susie is talking to Adrella off camera. She's talking to Warhol. His nickname is Drella. We'll get more into that later. Note this unnamed cast or artist lingering in the background.
Eddie?
I'm Eddie, and I'm told I'm photogenic on account of my big brown eyes. I'm excited to meet Douglas Simons. Seeing him in a loincloth fighting gladiators was a big artistic influence on me growing up.
And I'm Debbie.
You didn't wait your turn.
I thought you were done. You're done.
This chick. Eddie mentions Douglas Simons. This is a seasoned celebrity who plays the role of Minsky very shortly in the production. We'll get reasons as to why he leaves the production soon. Sadly, Eddie will be disappointed to not be working with his favorite gladiator. While Eddie is giving his shtick, the mysterious cast member whispers into the ear of Susie and Debbie. They laugh, and this causes, or at least is followed by Debbie interrupting Eddie. And it seems Marissa is put off by this. We can hear that subverted footage humming here as well. Debbie rudely interrupts Eddie. She talks about her French background. Marissa and Debbie speak in French to each other. We already talked about that. And Debbie talks about how she was expelled for creating a play about Jesus and Mary Magdalene having relations. The movie Ambrosio was never released, but Debbie is aware of Marissa's role in Ambrosio. I guess trailers were released and promotions were cut before the film was ultimately canned.
Now that is a hell I can get behind.
I think you're all wonderful. John is going to love you.
Let's go ahead and mark May 28th as the day the three Warhol superstars were casted for Minsky's production. We have a short subverted clip hidden here.
Do you know any artists that aren't disgusting?
Stay away.
It seems that mysterious artist was possessed by the other one. Perhaps this character was one of Warhol's superstars and wasn't casted because Marissa, or the one, realized that the other one had compromised her. Might as well add this unnamed superstar as one of the forms that the other one took. I wonder if it'll end there. That same month we have Marissa being painted by a professional. These paintings will be used as props in Minsky.
Marissa, is it true you never posed for paint?
No, never.
Now, we know that's not exactly true. Maybe for Marissa it is, but the one mentioned she posed for Balthus, the painter of the sleeping girl.
Oh, you are a natural. Just don't kill me like you do the artist in this movie.
You'll have to cut that out.
Oh, is that a twist?
No, I like to keep things ambiguous. Speak of the devil, artist himself.
Keep things ambiguous.
Franny straight up confesses to murdering Minsky. Hardly any ambiguity there. It was this line that made me think that Durik and Marcel wanted Franny to be the obvious answer, and that viewers, upon repeated viewings, may notice details that would lead them to believe the answer was not as cut and dry. Olga, after all, had a knife in her apartment. Because it was a rehearsal, we don't know if the knife was bloodied. But besides that, we also have that creepy cross of photos with the crotch of Minsky heavily marked. Something tells me that Olga had something to do with the murder, or at least a cover-up. And perhaps Olga's death would be convenient for Franny, her only other accomplice dying. This reminds me of the previous game we covered, Her Story, just slightly. And we'll even see a convenient outcome from an unfortunate death also occur in the next movie, Two of Everything. Now, Douglas Simons comes in, and of course Durik says,
"Speak of the devil, artist himself has arrived."
Maybe there's something we can read into there.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to take a look at my handiwork. You know, I have played an artist twice before, so I'm already pretty damn good at pretending I'm me. Oh, no. I prefer the illusion.
Douglas.
Enchanted. You know, I will take advantage of you being frozen in place to steal a kiss.
Grimy. They really picked a good fit for Minsky. Although, the one has a propensity for stealing kisses from people in vulnerable positions, so keep this in mind.
You know, John, I did meet Picasso once before. It's very short and rude. He did do me a sketch on a napkin. I'm just waiting for him to die, so it'll be worth something.
Oh hey, a reference to Picasso. Maybe Minsky is meant to be a Picasso figure, and Franny maybe a Warhol figure, with her emphasis of sculpting people.
You don't care for it?
Oh, no. I am not a fan of cubism. It just seems inherently wrong to take a beautiful woman and turn her into a bunch of triangles.
Well, as a fan of Frank Frazetta, I have to agree with him there. Womanizing chauvinist. His art's for everybody, whether you're ogling the ladies or miring the hunks. Being a fan of other people's art is a waste of time. One must be the fury of their own momentum. Wow, Expressionist. Wow. I don't have this written down, but in some more of that cursory research I was doing on Apollinaire, apparently he's one person who's accredited with coming up with the term cubism. Again, all these weird peripheral background references are kind of coming together, but that's probably because there was just such a huge scene of art in France, and so it's just a small world inherently.
Got that from your documentary? I don't want to be dismissed as a cultural heathen. You know, John, I was thinking.
Douglas Simons has a suggestion for Durik.
Since this film is named after him, I feel like we should make Minsky a little more sympathetic.
Of course, this blowhard wants to make Minsky sympathetic. June 1st, 1970, Carl Greenwood is casted and is doing a chemistry test with Marissa.
Usually when I do a chemistry test, it's to see if the girl works with me. I feel under pressure.
You can relax. You're clearly very handsome and charismatic.
Thank you.
Do you think you can find a connection to the character?
To Goodman? Yeah, I'm sure.
Because Goodman is... well, Goodman is the one being seduced. But I guess you are more familiar with the role of the seducer.
Look, I can act. I wanted to do this picture because I wanted to do something a little different. I feel like if I don't show the other side, I think with the whole studio setup, it's on the way out. I don't want to do historical epics, you dig? I want to get in this new wave.
Has a woman ever said no to you, Carl?
And meant it? No, I don't think so.
What do you think about New York?
It's a dark kind of place, isn't it? Look, I'm a California boy through and through, and I know there's an after dark kind of thing you can point to there, but New York, it's a scary place. Driving in from the airport, I felt like I was descending into hell. It's exciting. Are we gonna run a scene?
We could. But I like getting to know you.
This is the scene.
Oh gosh. Durik's little comments from behind the camera always skeeve me out.
Well, to be honest, I heard Mr. Dirk here's hot shit, and Douglas Simons has signed up. I see there's something happening here, but mostly I said yes, because you were a part of this. I think you're going to be a huge deal, Miss Marcel.
Do you know how to kiss, Mr. Greenwood?
Yeah, I believe I do.
Okay, so it seems Marcel is casting for an actor with enough baggage to drill out, but enough of a greenness so that there is room to fill in. Old enough to follow directions, but not too old to know better than your director. There's a chain. It's a Monday. But of course, it's clear she wants to not just hollow out the fictional character Goodman, but Greenwood himself. We've got a short clip, a location scout, nothing of note here, but we hear the voice of the assistant director.
Location scout, station rooftop, scene 41. Quick. Alone on the roof. Goodman reads the note by the pink New York sunset.
We never get to see his face. Given the soul-inscribing nature of the camera, that's probably a good thing. We've got another location scout. Again, not much here, but we have this line.
He is with him?
Have you convinced Carl to wear a dress yet?
Nothing we don't already know. But they plan on having Greenwood wear a dress. It's a bit ironic that they seem to underestimate Greenwood's willingness to play ball with this role, thinking that they're going to face resistance from the California frat boy type.
I'll talk Carl around.
Yeah. We're filming this?
Just for us.
I really like Greenwood here. He's very lighthearted, playful even, with this dumb New York accent.
Frankie Santora.
Billy Banner in the chair.
Let me play this last part out loud.
You said earlier you only photograph people you want to fuck.
Everything is sex, sir. You're in this room, I f***ing us all because...
Turns into... I'm just gonna snoop around, but turns into Bonnie and Clyde will call you.
Walker leaves, shaking his head. Goodman scans address again.
I like it. Have you ever said on screen before?
I don't think I have, no.
It shows. Give me that line again.
You said earlier you only photograph people you want to fuck. You said earlier you only photograph people you want to fuck.
Just the word.
Fuck.
No, okay, you gotta sync it up.
Fuck.
There's no point in censoring it if you don't sync it up. Yeah, there we go.
You said earlier you only photograph people you want to fuck. Fuck.
In all seriousness, the hollowing out process is commencing. Greenwood is getting more comfortable with saying curse words.
This is his jacket. Feels nice.
There's not much in the next location scout except this line at the end.
I'm going to seduce Carl Greenwood. You didn't hear that.
Note, she isn't telling Durek this, but the assistant director. But something tells me that Durek probably wouldn't be too jealous. Perhaps he's even in on it. In the bedroom scouting, we don't have much except this detail.
She's sleeping. You look at her. At this point, you f*** Marissa a lot. She just told you she's the killer, so this room will be fairly somber.
Note he says, at this point you've got it on with Marissa a lot, not Franny. It's almost as if he knows at this point of the production, when they actually film this scene, he will be fully seduced by Marissa. There's also this bit at the end. Marissa steals a kiss. And this is significant because, as we'll soon find out, these immortals really like kissing. It's almost how they consume people. They decide not to use this apartment and stop rolling. There's nothing of note in this next location scout sequence either. Except this pose, it strikes me as oddly occult. Now the next footage, a personal home movie.
Do you love it? It's my natural color.
I like it.
I love it. Too much hair is like you're dragging your past around with you. When I look at someone, I like to see their skull.
Fucking weird.
You're weird. I will now interview the hot new director, John Durek.
Hi.
John, what is your process? How do you visualize a movie before you shoot it?
Trying to visualize less, actually. I want to set up the ideas and characters and then shoot them like a documentary. I want to capture something alive, you know? Now we can shoot on location, we can shoot freer.
If you remember with Arthur Fisher, it was reading your lines with the correct emotion, moving on the right cue, following the walkie, following this line, that signal. It was very organized. Whereas with Durick, he wants to keep things a bit more flowy, perhaps more authentic, wants to capture something real. He may feed thoughts into the mind of his actors and actresses so that they can do something with those thoughts and act through it, but ultimately, the gaze of the lens is almost non-existent. It's like a fly on the wall. Kind of like, again, oh gosh, how the immortals sort of exist in obscurity. Any random view in your life is this sort of empty space of obscurity. It's a pity I can't explain the thought correctly. In short, he films as if the camera does not exist.
You know, now we can shoot on location, we can shoot freer.
Perhaps he's referring to the more widespread commercial use of handheld cameras. Franny asks him the hard-hitting question.
Do you sleep with all your actresses?
As a rule, yes. An artist should be familiar with his material.
This might sound greasy at first, but remember, this is his first directorial movie. The only lead actress he's ever worked with as a director is Marissa, his muse. So yeah, technically he's mapped on every actress he's worked with.
Well, then you should fuck Carl, too.
Foreshadowing?
Otherwise, you're as bad as Minsky.
We all know what happens to Minsky.
Double foreshadowing?
Okay. Enough with the camera.
Jealous. You know why they call him Drella? Dracula and Cinderella. Isn't that perfect?
Ooh, it really is perfect. Dracula and Cinderella, a vampire and princess sharing the same body, like the one in Marissa. Now, like I said, Drilla was a nickname for Warhol. It's also referenced by the band Velvet Underground in songs for Drella. This band will come up again later in this video. This next clip is the rehearsal of Goodman questioning the artists. There's nothing of note here, just this last part.
What's this better camera?
Well, what is it you're looking for?
Oh, we make Goodman feel most uncomfortable. Oh, I feel pretty uncomfortable.
Okay, I love Susie's sincerity here.
Well, what is it you're looking for?
I don't know how to explain it, it's just very funny to me. This next rehearsal again is not very eventful. However, here are some examples of Durick's direction technique.
His dick was chopped off. Of course it's the girlfriend.
I deliver it to the lieutenant, but hit Goodman on Franny and girlfriend.
His dick was chopped off. Of course it's the girlfriend.
No, it's my case.
It's a bit rusty here, but it does get better as the movie goes on. And now the costume testing.
Works. I think Marissa looks sexy in whatever she wears.
I need to pull these off pretty quick in the scene. I can loosen them up for that scene or have a second pair. The top works great, though.
What about a princess?
Ready?
There'll be makeup on the day.
It's fucking sexy.
I love his sincerity here. He's worried that it doesn't look good, and so he's assuming there will be makeup on the day of the shoot. Don't worry.
Don't we make a great couple? Smile, love.
You ever cross-dressed before, Carl?
No, sir.
Just an apple pie eating, football playing California boy.
An American classic.
I want you two go take a test drive of the outfits.
Oh, yes.
How so?
Well, you know, go grab some drinks on Gino's dollar. Take a walk in the lot.
I see. So Marissa and Carl go for some drinks on Gino's dollar. This is likely when Marissa ramps up the seduction efforts. The costume designer even says,
"She's gonna eat him alive."
Ha! If she only knew how spot on she was. Let's watch the subverted clip.
After I killed the other one, I told John everything. He disappointed me. John liked the mystery. He didn't like there being an answer, and that the answer was that I was bigger than him he didn't like. The other one had pushed me to the edge, so I didn't so much snap. I just keep moving.
So in our copy of the game, if going in chronological order, we get a bit of a spoiler in this randomly placed clip. At some point, the one kills the other one, and afterwards shows Durek her true nature, and consumed him efficiently. Now, I'll say this, just so we don't get bogged down. This would have to have happened after Minsky's production was forced to end. Oh, and note.
I'd never felt so connected, and I wasn't ready to let it go. I consumed him efficiently. I didn't have time to think what it meant to lose Marissa.
I see, so Marissa had to go to make room for Durek's possession, it seemed. We'll get to these individual details when we cross those bridges. Now we have scene 1's rehearsal. Let's skip to the end.
Mr. Director, are you sure you want this naked?
Of course. It's erotic.
Let me tell you, there's nothing erotic about a naked man.
You think?
Male body looks best clothed. Well, the female, it's another matter entirely.
I disagree.
I've made a lot of movies, John, so I have some experience here.
We're making a different type of movie.
It's always shock value at first, and things settle down. Seen a few new waves in my time.
Well, honestly, that last part was pretty good input. When we're young or trying to get into an art, it's all about the cutting edge, the avant-garde. Different configurations of expressing yourself. Translating the untranslatable heart. Yeah, well, eventually the bill collector comes. And eventually you're gonna have to stick with something that's safe and prosperous. Settle down, as Simon says. In this case, Simons is describing an interesting take on decline. Usually when we think of artistic decline, we think of a decline in quality. But in this case, it's a decline in novelty, artistic expression, risk-taking. This idea of settling down, almost like a creative heat death of the universe. In the next rehearsal, we don't have too much. Maybe Greenwood's closed-off demeanor indicates his guard being up. Same thing in the next scene. Durek tries to help the two establish more chemistry. He asks the two actors how they would like to be handled in a heavily romantic scene. It seems to work, and we have a natural chemistry suddenly emerge between the two.
Sorry, I was trying to react. And we cut.
In the next scene, we have a bit more flirting.
And cut.
The real Susie will be far worse. I'm just warming you up.
And in this scene, we have really cool directorial dialogue.
I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see you at the station tomorrow. You got this, right?
I am ready to wake up from this dream.
All right. When you walk out, let's figure that out. Yeah, the script says I hold her hand, right? Exactly. Would I do that? Is it like a boyfriend, girlfriend? Is it like a parent dragging a naughty child out there?
Can I put my hand out for you to hold? I'm the provocateur.
I like that. That's right. I'll see you at the station tomorrow. You got this, right?
I am ready to wake up from this dream.
It's a good change having Franny hold her hand out.
I am ready to wake up from this dream.
And so I think that's the crux of what Carl Greenwood is to Marissa, a sort of project. Somebody to whittle down and make easier to hollow out, mold and direct. It's not good enough to have somebody who is 100% frictionless and malleable. There has to be a bit of that cat and mouse, that fight, that transaction. And so, there's a chain. Marissa, much like Fisher, wants to sculpt her actor, Carl Greenwood. And I think Durek is perfectly fine with this, because it basically reflects the process that takes place in the actual movie. It makes it all the more authentic. If Marissa is a temptress that hollows out her prey, then she can play the temptress who hollows out her prey in Franny that much more authentically. Vice versa with Carl Greenwood to Detective Goodman. In theory, the acting should feel real,
but it might be a bit too real. In this next scene, we don't have too much. We do have Greenwood reciprocating some playful hijinks, and Marissa makes that face. I don't know how else to describe it. The face she makes literally looks like the sound, and that's not even a diss. Looking at her face in this frame is scratching the same part of my brain that the occupies. This next scene is nuts. June 26, 1970, a little less than a month before filming commenced, is when Marissa sealed the deal with Greenwood and successfully seduced him.
That's it. Don't move.
They share a series of passionate kisses. Let's go ahead and mark June 26, 1970 as the day that Carl Greenwood was hollowed out. Marissa's being strangely precise with how she's capturing this scene, with the focus in the background, Carl Greenwood's positioning. It's almost as if she's trying to intentionally create something, a high-fidelity simulacrum to set up this subverted footage that we're about to analyze. And within this footage, we see subverted footage of the one kissing Greenwood. It's a lot more feisty. And that's because this is how these immortals consume. Within this footage is the big reveal. We see the Marissa Marcel on the day she died in those fields of France, and the one is consuming her. Marissa Marcel asks, "Who are you?" And the one says, "I don't know." This is different from, "Are you an angel?" Within this subverted footage, we have the one actually feeding on Marissa, biting her neck in a vampiric fashion. In this form, we see what the one likely looked like when they approached Marissa, as a man in simple clothes, maybe a farmer, not sure. The one, as this man, says, "You will live through me," and Marissa's final words are, "I want to live forever." We even hear animals making noises in the background. Ah, I see. The perfect martyr born in a manger. I think we have the full picture as to the details surrounding the one's consumption of Marissa in the 1940s when Germany invaded France. We know that the one, this immortal, also played the role of Jesus Christ, the perfect victime pascale laude, the Agnus Dei, the greatest story of martyrdom and sacrifice. And so I think it's safe to say that in some fashion these immortals, or at the very least the one, has a sort of archetypal, mimetic aspect to them. That in this moment where we have this perfect innocence being victimized by the wickedness of mankind, the one is awakened. And so it was that tragedy, that pain suffered by Marissa that called forth the one, and the one approached and consumed her. Her dying wish was to live forever. Vivre toujours, I believe she said. And so in Marissa's consumption by the one, she could live, at least in form, forever. That was heavy. Perhaps with this sacrifice brought back to life in flesh, much like Jesus, the one sought to create a new Christ-like figure, or tell another great story through Marissa. Not sure. Well, about a month later, filming commences, and Greenwood has the honor of being the first one in Minsky to make it clap.
43A, take 3.
And so we can mark July 30th, 1970 as the day Minsky's filming starts. It's cool how the first scene that's shot for this movie is the last scene of the movie. And this makes sense. Remember, they save time and money by having Greenwood do his bearded scenes first, then shaving to do the rest of the scenes, instead of waiting for his beard to grow back. Here's a pretty cool thing I noticed in Durek's direction.
Thinking about the time that has passed, you're hollow. You're not even sure you want to go to the gallery, but your feet are taking you there.
He's hollow. This is not only describing Goodman, but also Greenwood. The final pre-credit scene is filmed. Let's skip to the end.
Got it. That's the end of the movie.
Was that enough?
You were goddess.
Of course, fitting, a goddess. Let's go ahead and take a gander at this subverted clip. The masks to the left and right are replaced by Greenwood and Durek. Full disclosure, I'm not aware of Greenwood ever being consumed by the One, at least through having his throat bit. Well, his wound is in the same location that Marissa's was when she was consumed in France. So perhaps in that kissing scene, in the hollowing out process, the One consumed Greenwood, and now he's just a husk standing there. You know what? Let me table that idea. Let's not overthink this, and let's play this out.
Artists create, transform, and destroy. They find bodies and capture them, own them, tether themselves to immortality. Symbiotic parasites.
Okay, I think I was overthinking that. The masks are captures of the people whose form they mimic. When the mask was made of Goodman, it was 2 Goodmans. And so in this subverted reflection, we see the One's captures, her personal captures of the people she's consumed. Perhaps not killed at this point, not even fully possessed or consumed, but people she's draining nonetheless. Think back to Robert Jones and Sophia Morgana. They weren't fully consumed or possessed by the One, just slowly fed on through the kissing. And so both Greenwood and Durek are individuals Marissa has been macking on. Now we've got to film a bunch of diner scenes. First we do the ending diner scene, and after Durek calls cut, this happens.
Cut. Check the gate, and that's a wrap for today.
Oh, that was so much fun. Fantastic to work with you, Mr. Greenwood.
You can call me Carl.
Huh, so either Carl has a bit of clout in the acting world, or a crush. Right afterwards, Carl gets a shave for the beginning diner scene, and it starts off with a banger.
Samson has been robbed of his strength.
An apt reference. Samson's hair was cut by a woman he fell in love with, Delilah. Well, specifically, he told her his secret to his strength, and she then had somebody cut his hair. Very allegorical.
Can I have a go? Mustn't cut his throat. We only have the ending, that's not enough. Just a nick. I'll grab a tissue.
Ah, of course. The One couldn't resist drawing blood from Greenwood's neck. There was a pause there, almost like she wanted to taste his blood. Now, with this new look, that same day they shoot some close-up footage.
That's not how Carl holds his cigarette.
It is now.
Perhaps this is a clue. Is Carl being inhabited by something else? His new role, perhaps? Filling in the hollowed-out void? Now, this scene will end up being used in the final scene of the movie. As far as I know, Franny Goodman doesn't smoke cigarettes. In the next footage, we have a shot of Goodman in front of his car. This is where we hear Durek say,
"Are you in love with Marissa? Are you really?"
But we already noted that. Here's a cool little bit at the end.
Cut!
You want one with the background? We have them here.
No, I like seeing Goodman alone.
Background, I believe, refers to background extras, people who will walk back and forth in the background to fill in the space. We'll see this implemented at least once in 2 of everything. And now the diner scene in the beginning. Ooh, take 4. Ouch.
I will keep running this until we've knocked the charisma out of you, Carl. Goodman is as handsome as you are, but he's less aware of it.
I see. There's still too much of Greenwood in there. They want to knock the charisma out of him.
Cut! That's good. Ready to move on to the standing close-ups? Miss Perkins, you can flirt with Carl now.
Okay. Hey, you need some change?
Buy your brother a shirt.
I think they'd be great together. Poor Carl. Speaking of which, on June 24th, we have this home movie.
Mr. Greenwood. How's filming going on your new motion picture?
That's good. I like the character. He's a guy who's ruined by a woman.
Oh.
How did John put it? Hollowed out.
Is it novel to see a story where a woman uses and abandons a man?
I guess it's like a noir.
But here, Franny's not the bad guy.
I guess that's the challenge with the filmmaking. How to make her a murderer and sympathetic.
The great miracle of this world is that women do so little murdering.
They should put that in the movie.
And Miss Marcel, a question for you. What does Carl Greenwood taste like? His mouth tastes like watermelon and whiskey.
Perhaps the watermelon is the gum he likes to chew in the rehearsals. It gets a bit ha-cha-cha from here on out, so I'll just fill it in verbally. She says his sweat tastes like butter from Brittany, and his gametes taste like, ooh, Kumamoto oysters. Well, here's my commentary after that stank-ass line.
Kumamoto oyster. Freshly shucked.
So she's now shucking him. Let's watch that subverted clip.
Carl Greenwood was sweet. He really lived in the moment, which I think is not easy for most. He had something, intelligence, something warm and savory about him. I think he would have gone on to be an even bigger star.
Poor Carl. This foreshadows the events that lead to the premature end of Minsky's production. I have to say, Charlotte Molin, the actress for The One, does a great job at portraying a sort of apex predator mixed with a succubus. I don't want to focus too much on it because, well, it puts me in a state. But the way The One sort of looks at the dying Marissa and the enamored Greenwood is not like one would look at a lover or muse. Like, I don't know how to say it, but it's almost kind of, it's just very predatory, you know? Maybe I'm just other one pilled, but there's something gross about an immortal being with years upon years of experience laying with us lowly humans. I don't know, there's something very odd and screwed up about it, and well, it enhances the more horror aspects of this game. Now, while The One puts me in a state, the second ACs always put me in a brighter mood. I like all the second assistant cameras in Immortality. They add a sort of grounded audience surrogate aspect to each scene. I don't know, maybe I'm just going crazy with playing this game.
Action on that round.
Wander, but let the tide pull you into frame. Action.
This is great direction on Durek's part. We do see this sort of centripetal force that draws Goodman to the eye of the watery vortex.
Cut. Loved it. How's the scene?
I think you got it. Everyone freeze. We want to get some room tone before we move on.
I think what he means by room tone is maybe the ambient noise of the room, probably for post-production purposes. The next scene doesn't give us much, but on second look, Olga kind of looks different here compared to her death scene. I'll keep that in mind for now, but I don't think we're going to go anywhere with that. In the next shot, we've got an interesting direction, but what we want to focus on is the subverted footage.
Background, stay quiet, ignore them. When we hear I'm a homicide detective, slowly start to look over and create a small buzz.
You tamed fire, and then found a way to make it a pleasure. So much. It's so good.
That's a very well done, like, smoke face. I think that's the face I make when I cave in and buy a flume. Don't smoke, kids. Don't watch this video if you're a kid. About 9 days into production, we've got a behind-the-scenes segment, touring the Minsky warehouse.
Hi. Come join me on this behind the scenes for our movie, Minsky. This is where we're shooting the warehouse, which is where a lot of the artists hang out in the story. My character Franny comes here sometimes. She's a muse and an artist herself. We've been working a lot with artists in the New York scene. They have a lot of interesting ideas about how art is made, what art is. A person can be art if they're packaged right.
I'm very excited to meet Douglas Simons. I'm a big fan.
Billy really likes gladiator books.
Tell us about Franny.
Franny is an interesting character. I think she's more of a modern woman than I am. I would like to be modern like her.
What makes Franny modern?
Good question. I think there's not... She doesn't have a single moral hang-up. She's not ashamed, and she's willing to, well, to kill the old way of doing things. She's killing it and moving on. Perhaps I shouldn't say that.
Okay, we'll strike that.
I think they strike it because it's a bit of a spoiler. Maybe. Or perhaps it's a bit controversial. I mean, yeah, for 2024 standards, you can't say killing the old ways. You would have to say unaliving the old ways. But this was the 70s. It was pretty chic to kill the old ways, I imagine.
How was this movie different from your first movie? Do you feel like you've grown?
Yes, for sure. Well, I think the movies were also different. In Ambrosio, I was playing someone quite radical, but she was an idea, a fantasy of a sort. But Franny, I want to put some flesh and bones on the idea. She's a human being, most of all. I think that's what makes her so modern. She's very present. She exists in the moment in a way that's hard for a lot of us to achieve.
Oh, remember, the one said that Greenwood lived in the moment. Did she siphon this aspect from him, or at least copy it by slowly consuming him? I'm overthinking it. He lived in the moment. She's an immortal, and she wants that same exact feeling of living in the moment. Might as well keep this in mind as a possible underlying bit of evidence to the one's motivations. Marissa wanted to transform herself into Franny as authentically as possible, really put some flesh and bones on her, in hopes to make something real. Not a fantasy like Matilda. While we're on the warehouse set, might as well do some filming. On our first take, this little screw-up happens.
His body is still warm.
Oh, sorry.
We're the wrong way around. Keep rolling from the top.
I love that you can catch a glimpse of their frustrated faces. Durek decides to keep rolling. At the end of this clip, this happens.
Ah, that line. 88. Is it me or is it the line? Club 88, but what's an 88?
Do we need it?
How did I say it in the reads?
We can just pick this up in the close-up, right, John?
Yes, Marissa. Cut.
I really wish we could see the superstars' faces, just holding their cigarettes like, this is bullshit. But back to Greenwood. We did mention this before, but I do want to kind of refocus. He's acting very odd. Even Marissa kind of senses it. Is he just very enamored with Marissa? Not sure. Let's not get too hung up on it. In the interrogation, Durek wants Goodman to be flustered, so he says this.
Oh. Marissa isn't wearing any panties. Action.
He threw it right in there before calling action. And it seems that he likes this shot. At the end, before cutting, Durek says,
Beautiful. Oh, I wasn't joking. Look at the table.
Durek seems to get off on pimping out Marissa. Well, I'm sure this effort to seduce Greenwood is both of Marissa and John's doing. You know, you can just have a negative disposition against something without forcing this moral outrage. I mean, I personally find muses to be skeevy, but you don't see me doing this mental gymnastics to moralize about it. My job is literally to moralize. If anything, I feel bad for Greenwood. Don't get me wrong, they're all consenting adults, but I don't know, when you're being drained and hollowed out by a literal immortal, I feel you lose a little bit of agency. Let's dig into this series of subverted footage.
I've been in a few rooms like this one. Hey, this is a nice one. You can break the forces of human civilization into two. One, the urge to control and to destroy. I guess motivated by fear. We can call that the law. And then there's the urge to create, to heal, motivated by love. The artist. Every important conflict in history comes down to the law versus the artist. It's hard because the artist acts as an individual, while the law as an army. If you don't love enough, it's easy to find yourself on the side of the law, even if you think you're an artist.
So this might be a bit of a running theme here. The order versus chaos, control versus freedom. This could be a more explicit spelling out of what the one represents, the ever-loving artist and its constant persecution from the law. Would the other one then be representative of the law or order? The accusing devil, the detective on the case? In all cases, except with Arthur Fisher and ultimately the relationship with John Durek, the one seems to have a radical love, kissing to consume. What we might consider to be hostile or evil acts, like possession and devouring, are acts of admiration to the one. What if this consumption, then mimicry, is a sincere form of admiration? The one says if you don't love enough, you may find yourself aligned with the law, even as an artist. Is this introspection? Her regretting that she lashed out and consumed John Durick out of hate instead of admiration? Or is this just her revealing herself as this pure, archetypal icon of love, like Jesus, Mary, or perhaps Marissa? Within this, we find another hidden clip.
The ultimate form of control is incarceration. To have years taken from you is a greater violence than simple murder. I'd rather be executed than in prison. The loss of freedom is felt more strongly if you're born with infinite freedom. I was once kept in the Bastille. The food was excellent. And I ended up begging for the guillotine, which was not as fatal as even having humiliated.
So this could explain why Marissa was curious about Debbie's ancestors, about being a part of the Ancien Regime. If the one was holed up in Bastille and then guillotined, would that mean that they were a part of the ancient regime? An upper-class artist, perhaps? Not sure, but this mainly tells us that immortals, given their infinite freedom, their mastery over time, and of course immortality, would almost always prefer death over imprisonment.
You can judge a society by the quality of its executions. I've been hanged, I've been guillotined, I've been drowned as a witch, I've been crucified. Crucifixion is a painful one, but the aesthetics of it are remarkable, which was the point.
Is this an explanation for why the Romans used crucifixion, or why the one and the other one decided to have Jesus crucified? Because in this story, the aesthetics would be immaculate.
Fire is the killer. You don't come back from complete cremation, Denali.
Maybe, but there will be two instances that will contradict this. Perhaps cremation is a heavier death that's extremely to come back from. That exhausts the hidden clips of the interrogation. In the next clip...
You know that's Marissa's fucking song, right? Scene 13C, take 2.
Action.
I love how the second assistant camera is just kind of caught off guard from that. Now, was Debbie telling Greenwood that because she's just an asshole, or was she put up to it by Durick or Marissa so that she would upset him, helping in his acting? Regardless, this tells me that Greenwood probably thought that he was in an exclusive monogamous relationship with Marissa. I wonder if this will upset him.
Hey, can we go again? I was out there.
Durick wanted the detective to feel off. It makes sense. Quick correction, before I had written down July 30th was when Minsky started filming, but no, that was July 20th. But 10 days later, July 30th, is when Greenwood starts to get jealous of Marissa. How will this romantic miscommunication affect the production? In the next scene, we've got another home video style clip.
You saw that? Yeah.
What's your real name?
That is my real name. Carl Greenwood Jr. My father was Carl Greenwood Sr.
Sounds like a movie name.
Didn't until I became a movie star.
Before you said there can be too much freedom. What kind of freedom?
Sexual freedom. Political freedom. Financial freedom. I feel like society needs some limits. Rules.
We don't really get to hear the intricacies of Greenwood's political beliefs. He comes from California, so maybe Reagan's governance would have some effect.
I don't mean to be provocative, dear, but I wonder if it's seeing other people have freedom that worries you.
Is this,
How many women have you bedded, Carl Greenwood?
somewhere between 150 and 200 women.
So you appreciate the freedom to 200 women, but would you be happy for those women to go and 200 people? You're fine if I to every person in this room?
Well, have you?
You only live once.
Natasha.
Wait, you're okay with this, John? Why me? Am I the boss, Marissa?
You are.
You're a conservative slut, Carl.
If I was queer, you'd think I was a hero for that.
But you're not queer.
Okay, I'm gonna be happy when Douglas comes back and you can all pick on him for being a dinosaur.
Douglas gets a pass because he's an icon. To Douglas.
I think what's really happening here is Greenwood wants to be exclusive with Marissa. And so this conversation about promiscuity, specifically his promiscuity versus her promiscuity, takes place to maybe act as a counterpoint to him being upset that he doesn't have the libertine Marissa to himself.
The other one came back in New York. He was pissed at how we left things. Found my attempts to integrate further my reality to be perverse. He wanted to provoke me. Have we been there before? I've killed him before. The time it takes to come back from a heavy death is time to think. But this time he was angry. We're the only ones left. That makes things intense for us. He felt the failure of our great story the hardest. It was his idea that sacrifice be the heart of it. I guess it was too early.
So the other one eventually came back to New York. Does this mean during the Minsky production? I feel like it has to be. The first time we see the other one in New York is during that subverted footage with the superstars, but something tells me that's a fluke, that this return with a vengeance might have yet to come in our exploration. Let's not get too hung up on this timeline aspect. After all, these are atemporal immortals. From what I can gather, this clip is vaguely touching on various events and aspects we either will have or already have a solid grasp on. The other one's detesting humans, the failure of the great story of Jesus. Let's not get too bogged down and keep moving forward. On August 2nd, 1970, Marissa fills in as the second AC, saying,
41 abracadabra, take one.
A magic word. Fitting. There's not much we can gather, but notice he says,
They perverted you. She broke you, Carl.
Again, addressing the actor directly. And in this ritual, started with the word abracadabra, the part that represents Goodman's honor is burn. Fire is the killer. Perhaps this ritual burns a bit of Greenwood, too.
Scene 8A, take two.
Settle down.
In this next clip, we don't have much, but some light production happenings. What's interesting is the nude cadaver is not played by Douglas Simons. It seems like he doesn't like being nude and so requires a body double. And this is a normal practice from what I understand. In the next shot, we don't have much, but I wonder what the costume designer is taking a picture of. She seems to be aiming past Goodman. Not sure. Aside from this, you've got a bit of a drained look on Goodman's face. Pensive, even. In the next scene, we don't have much either, but I do find it interesting that the word Jesus effing Christ line up with Greenwood's delayed response to the director's cut. I don't know, maybe I'm getting floppy with it. In the next shot, we have actress Natasha playing Olga's death scene, and man, I feel like she looks very different here. It's probably the makeup and the lighting, although I can't help but feel like she loses her accent here.
I blinked. Sorry.
But she doesn't really say enough for me to make that claim. Let me disregard the two Olgas theory. I will say, however, that Durek doesn't mind that she blinked. That worst comes to worst, they can always cut around it. There's a lot of things you could probably say about John Durek. However, one positive thing I'd note about him, he's willing to use the advantages of technology, shooting freer, and editing to make the jobs of the actors and actresses more easier, cutting around mistakes and whatnot. In the next scene, we've got the 7th take of the first scene.
One more time. I'm freezing here. You gotta kill me.
Action.
I can't show it, but while Minsky and Franny are having their heavy love scene, we can see Simons wearing briefs. Again, he doesn't want to be naked. Durek cuts and says he wants to do it again without the briefs.
You've got enough. We're done with this shot. No one is gonna care whether or not I have briefs on. They're too busy looking at Marissa cavorting around.
Who is the shot, Douglas? You lie there. I'll direct.
We're done.
We're going again.
No, I think not. Never in my career have I been expected to work like this.
I see. I think the goal was to get Simons to compromise on this boundary, let Durek and Marissa in so he could be hollowed out as well. There's no reason to have this room so cold, except to pressure Simons into taking his briefs off and get the scene over with. But he stands his ground and quits the production.
You, sir? You're not a director. You're a pervert with a camera.
I think we need a new Minsky. But I have an idea.
My name is John Durek. I'm 6'3", 42 years old, and I will be auditioning for the role of Minsky.
And this would explain why Durek is seen playing Minsky in the rest of the movie. There's a look of hesitation on his face. Perhaps he knows that in order to play this role, he'll have to be hollowed out himself. Let's go ahead and check out the flashback sequence where we see Minsky arguing with Franny. This shoot takes place on August 10th. If you remember, this takes place on the bed, but this wasn't the first idea to this scene.
Action. You are nothing without me. You will always be a footnote in my biography.
You didn't create me.
This doesn't feel right. Keep rolling. It's not just an argument, right? Let's take it to the bed. It's foreplay. It's a wrestling match.
Yeah, I love it.
I think Durek made the right call. Let's go ahead and skip to the end.
You are nothing without me. And cut!
Douglas Simons.
Douglas Simons.
Yeah, I think Durek plays a good Minsky. Douglas Simons. And now...
You're not who I thought you were. But I thought you were. It's a lot. What you did was horrific.
I wanted to be like you.
Wanted to be with me.
What's he saying?
That's interesting. Wanting to be like Durek or be like humans is the same as being with them. Well, that's very apt for the one story.
Should I be scared of you?
This isn't the reaction that I wanted. The other one told me you'd disappoint me.
He's dead.
Perhaps.
I was trying to help you. I made this movie for you.
For yourself.
This is a bit tricky. I'm assuming Durek is referring to the death of the new vessel the other one takes, but that hasn't come to pass yet. Well, if you remember, in one of these subverted monologues, the one says, "After I killed the other one, I told John everything." Even though we are seeing this subverted footage embedded in a clip that took place before this killing of the other one, I think the subverted footage at the very least gives us some insight as to how this revelation to John played out. Forgetting about the sequence of events, the order of events, after all, these are atemporal beings we're talking about, we at least know for certain it's around this time the consumption of John Durek began. In that aforementioned subverted monologue footage, the one even says, "I consumed John efficiently." Just a day later, we have the next footage of the crime scene. We don't have much except Durek directing from the floor.
This is gonna be fun.
Action. Cut! Looks fucking great from down here. Should we do one more for fun?
I could do this all day.
In the subverted footage,
his imagination was lesser than I thought. It wasn't as great as I wanted it to be.
Huh. So maybe the consumption did take place yesterday, on August 10th, because here Durek lays with his neck wounds growing. Maybe the Durek captured in the subverted footage has the knowledge of all things that came to pass, in either his career or in the Minsky production. Maybe this film capturing methodology is a way for immortals to reproduce, create facsimiles of mortals who retain mortal memories, but in an all-at-once atemporal way, just like the immortals. It's a bit of a stretch. Floppy even. Let's keep moving forward. In the next footage we don't have much, but we do hear Durek say,
Took a good bite out of that.
Is he referring to the apple or his neck? In the next bit of footage we've got some production playfulness.
Cut! Help! She's crazy! It's too late.
Perhaps it is too late.
Help! Help!
Stop it! Stop it! Alright? If you want to see the full Fisher Shuffle song, you can go ahead, catch it on the Sloppy Cock channel. In the subverted footage of this scene...
Come inside. You're going to come in, it's hard to say no.
The one sounds very sweet in this, almost in a way that makes you forget that she could rip your throat out. Perhaps there's a reverse vampire aspect to this. We are being invited in by a vampire entity. But aside from this, I'm not sure if there's anything we can glean from this. After a bit of close-up footage, we've got another home video on August 13th, 1970.
Do you think your audience will read something into your plain Minsky yourself?
This is the sort of thing audiences tend to do. Just hope they don't assume I did it out of arrogance.
John Huston played no on his own movie.
Yes, but he's done that before. And that was De Laurentiis' movie, and he's John Huston.
They're referencing the De Laurentiis produced, Huston-directed movie, The Bible. The director, John Huston, plays Noah.
They'll assume I'm sleeping with him.
Because you're a terrible man.
Look who it is. My handsome co-star.
Long time no see.
Carl? What happened?
I'm really excited about this movie we're making together. John, Marissa.
No.
This is genuinely a very intense scene. I'll go ahead and say it now. The One has returned and is now possessing the body or form of Carl Greenwood. Note how Marissa doesn't say hello, she immediately knows what's going on and says, Carl, what happened? The only thing I'm kind of slightly puzzled on is if there's any significance to Carl, possessed by the other one, kissing Durek. And it even looks like Durek even leans in for that kiss. Well, let's go ahead and mark August 13th, 1970 as the day the other one possesses Carl Greenwood. And now let's watch this subverted footage.
Was John's idea to create a vehicle for me, an expression of how he saw me. He wanted me to star, but I wanted to write, too. I started feeling there were better ways to create. It interested me that even though he was sleeping with me, it was still a fantasy he put on screen that he wanted. In that respect, he was no different than Fisher. I wanted Franny to be real, and I realized that that was only possible if we looked at her in the right way. The camera decides who has sovereignty.
Okay, so this is the framework we're going to be working with. I've already talked about it, but might as well say it in full. The camera decides who gets sovereignty. Who controls the camera controls the scene, of course. The One says, if we look at Franny in the right way, she could transcend being a fantasy.
I want to put some flesh and bones on the idea. She's a human being, most of all.
Durek wanted to keep her as a fantasy, but the One wanted to make her into reality. When the camera captures this perfected, completed Franny, she will exist as an immortal in this subverted footage, separate from the One, separate from Marissa. This would in theory be the first time an immortal, or at least the One, would intentionally create somebody in full, in perfection, and immortalize them through the combination of film and immortal magics.
through this subverted film world. So far, all characters and locations we've seen in the subverted films are sort of incidental snapshots controlled by mortal directors, sating their fantasies and complexes. If the One could master this entire art, master the artistry of acting, directing, writing, producing, with that full creative control over a unique, novel, mimetic preservation process, she could potentially be the first immortal to reproduce and capture something so real that it would become real, potentially counteracting the endangered nature of these immortals. Also, given the recent events, we can go ahead and mark Carl Greenwood as a vessel of the other one. That's the model we'll be going with. But now let's just keep moving this plot along. In the next footage, we've got the other possessed Carl with an impish grin before action is called. And in the next shot, we've got the other Carl sizing this place up. And at the end, both him and Marissa, or the One, staring at the camera creepily. This is because we've got some pretty cool subverted footage hidden here.
This is the wrong way around. Shh. We created the perfect story. I watched you die and live, but they squandered it. It changed nothing.
They weren't ready then. Look at everything they created.
It's the same.
I think this touches on a lot of concepts we've already been working with. The other one believes the immortals to be the original creators, mother storytellers, of which human beings mimic and copy. This sort of leans into my theory that these immortals, if not on an individual basis, represent archetypes, they as a whole represent this pool of memes and patterns that human thought and creation is downstream from. And of course we have further confirmation that the One played the role of Christ, and that the immortals had hoped that this story could elevate us, but we squandered it somehow. In the next scene of the suffocating foreplay, we don't have much, just Durek saying,
God. That was intense.
Perhaps the intensity was fortified by the fact that this subverted footage took place beneath the surface.
We've been here before. I don't even know if we remember it, right?
It was so long ago.
I wasn't trying to kill you.
If you were, I wouldn't be here.
I'm not sure what they're referencing. What was this last time? Well, if you remember, the One mentions that the other one was pissed at how things were left, that she had killed him so many times, but this time he returned angered. I'm assuming this is what they're recreating, the One perhaps suffocating the other one. Maybe the One as Marissa suffocated that unnamed artist? Well, now I gotta think, what happened to the guy that played Satan? Not sure, but sadly I'm at a loss here. We've got this fun little joke.
Cut.
I did.
Get it? She did cut. A series shot of close-ups of Goodman's eye, a close-up shot of the mask on the floor, and then the post-coital conversation. This is take one, so...
Cut. That was a little off. Carl, let Marissa lead things.
Makes sense. With the newly possessed Carl, the other one perhaps is not used to letting Marissa lead. That was something the enthralled husk Carl was doing, not possessed other Carl. Let's dig into this subverted footage some more.
Is it against the rules to make love to a suspect?
I do want to point out a small touch. There are car lights outside, again further establishing this is not just a void, but a capture of that location, of that scene, that these immortals are authentically playing around in.
Do you think he's an artist? Do you think he elevates you?
Movies are art. He's an artist.
He's a child playing.
Millions watch.
In 100 years?
Maybe. Perhaps if it's preserved properly through digitization. Oh, but that wasn't invented at this point. It was still all film and celluloid, flammable sheets. Fire is the killer.
Millions watch.
in 100 years.
You think they'll still think that in 100 years?
Cool, huh? I don't know what the implications are there. Maybe the other one was in Carl all this time, but I don't know. That is a bit of a stretch, because in the end, this script was written by Marissa and John Durick. Still though, cool little coincidence. In the next scene, we have the dolled up Carl. It's a pity that OG Carl isn't around to explore this scene. Well, maybe he's in there somewhere.
Okay, let's go again from the top where the teleport center is.
Now, that's another one smirk right there. In this next scene, let's just skip to the end.
Inspiration.
Cut. That was real coke. Let's go again. Carl, keep it simple. Until he hits the coke and montage, keep sure to get buttoned up.
Was that real coke? Actual drugs on set might be something that comes up again. Maybe. Now, this.
When I woke the last time, I was into chaos. I was weak and confused. I walked down through the villages. I found her in a field. She was still alive. She was beautiful. The choice was made for me. She wanted to know what I was. It was an ange. I took her into a farmhouse and devoured her. Her memories are still in here. She hadn't seen much of life, so the horrors of her last years dominate. She hadn't yet been kissed. She loved the woods, particularly that patch to the Caillé, which she would stick to her brother's back. In English, it's called robin round the hedge, or sticky willy goosegrass, cleavers. Her favorite meal was crêpes avec endive, cream and petit noir.
That's a crepe, or Talladega Nights fans would know that as a thinly cooked pancake, with andouille sausage, I'm assuming. And then there's also cream and blood sausage.
Although I don't feel hunger, I still crave them from time to time.
Not much we don't already know, but at least now we know some of the finer details of the one's consumption of Marissa. We have a close-up of the Coke cross. That's a funny word, Coke cross. And then the stall slamming.
Ready, leave?
What was that?
The only thing of note here is the fact that Franny is stunned. This is because of this subverted footage. We have some hilarious stiff swaying between the one and the other one here, despite it being more funny than tantalizing or arousing, and there being no nudity. I'm gonna play it safe and not show it, but here is what they say to each other during this scene.
No pretense.
No pretense means for real.
It's real.
It's a movie.
It's
No!
I think the other one is mocking the one for attempting to make something real with this medium. That if they, the immortals, in all their power couldn't make something more than stories, what's special about this man-made medium that could achieve the creation of reality? The one lashes out against the other one, but aside from that, there's not much else here we can explore. In the next bit of footage, I discover that there's a bit of dialogue before the "no one's ever come back to my apartment." Before action is called, in full we hear, "Show me your apartment," and then, no one's ever come back to my apartment. I'm stumped. I think the most likely case is this is Marissa asking Carl to show her his apartment and him denying her. Sometimes these movies mimic what's really going on. Goodman had a secret obsession with Franny, which is why he pursued the case. What if, in the same fashion, Greenwood had a secret obsession with Marissa, which is why he auditioned for this role in the first place?
But mostly I said yes, because you were a part of this. I think you're going to be a huge deal, Miss Marcel.
Perhaps even from the beginning being manipulated by the other one. Maybe. And that's even if we knew for sure this was Marissa and Carl talking. This could be anyone.
Cut.
Now, let's get into that subverted footage.
He has no idea what you are. He thinks you're his.
This is simple. The other one is referring to Durek, who, as we know, will eventually find out about Marissa's true nature. The One's true nature. I do want to point out that in the subverted footage where Durek gets his throat chomped by the One says, "The other one said you disappoint me." I think they're referring to this subverted footage, which is odd because it takes place in a clip after the aforementioned subverted clip. I think this could be explained by the atemporal aspect to these immortals, that events that take place in subverted footage may not always take place in that very moment that the subverted footage was found in. I think we can still basically follow a pretty linear order of events, and to be honest with you, this story is crafted in such a way where it's all just, it's just a big front loading of information. It really doesn't matter, at least in the realm of the immortals, what takes place first. I should clarify, it doesn't matter what takes place first, insofar as how these subverted clips and their events are bound to their original clips and events. We've got some close-up footage of the painting and then this footage.
Scene 34B, take 1.
Cut.
Work with me here. I need a minute.
It's a difficult scene.
I see. The other one isn't cooperating. He wants to end this charade, stop this production, and it seems he does, because this next footage is the final shot from the production. Oh, wait, hold on, no, sorry. We have this home footage first.
He went all over Carl when he started. Now, what happened? Give me something. Is this gonna be a problem for the movie? Marissa, my love.
He's not who you think he is.
Marissa is talking about Carl not really being Carl. Is she telling Durek this, or is she telling us this? And this subverted footage? Oh, artsy. It's a mirror image, the realm of reflection, subversion.
The other one wants me to choose between everything that's real and an idea. It's impossible.
Okay, so this is for sure present tense. So this is happening at that moment, but what does she mean by this? Having to choose between everything that's real and an idea. She's not saying he's making me choose between him and Carl, humans and him. No, everything that's real and an idea. Regardless, it's clear the other one is giving the One an untenable ultimatum. Now, let's watch the culmination of this ultimatum in this final footage. There's a bit of a nonverbal signal there, that nudge.
Scene 17A, take 1.
You know how to use that thing?
Oh, that sounds like the assistant director, Thomas, asking Carl with concern, "You know how to use that thing?" He probably senses something is up. Note that there is a subverted shot here, so something is going on between these two non-verbally.
It just went off.
Jesus, you cry.
Carl is shot and killed. But why? Let's take a look. In reversing this footage, I discovered that Jesus backwards is sausage.
I'm gonna shoot him.
I see. So the other one was going to shoot Durek, I assume?
It's us or them. Do it.
But the one grabbed the gun and killed the other one to save Durek. But this means shooting and killing Carl, or at least shooting Carl's body. Maybe Carl is long gone by now. Not sure. With this subverted footage, there's also even more subverted footage.
You chose them.
I chose me.
You've never watched me die before. She saw that they cremated me. But I didn't die. An infinity of nothing. And then...
An infinity of nothing. And then...
I watched him die on the screen.
And I was reborn.
Oh my gosh, it's Amy Archer. Who? I guess that's the one downside of going about this in a linear way. It dampens this particular reveal. This is an actress from the next movie, Two of Everything, Amy Archer. Evidently from this footage, she somehow, at some point, got her hands on the negatives of the Minsky movie and witnessed the other one, ultimately letting him in. So in a mimetic fashion, once witnessed, he's reborn again through her who witnessed him. Remember, this game is experienced in a non-linear way. For most people, by the time you find this footage, you would have already been well aware of this actress, Amy Archer, and the movie Two of Everything. August 30th, 1970 is when Greenwood was shot and killed. It would later be confirmed that he was cremated. Yes, we already have confirmation. Fire is the killer. So naturally, Marissa, or the one, had Carl Greenwood cremated to kill the other one. However, long after this event, Marissa publishes an official comment announcing the cancellation of Minsky's production.
I feel very sad about what happened to Carl Greenwood. And I need to go away. I don't blame John, or the crew, or anyone else. I really wanted this film to be good, but it didn't work out. Sorry, everyone.
And a couple of years later, on February 16th, 1972, John Durick makes an appearance on television, evidently having restarted his directing career since the Minsky accident. Let's give it a watch.
Must feel like a new start for you. Can you talk about what happened with your previous movie?
Now, I'm sure everyone here has read about this or heard the gossip. I was making a movie in New York.
Your first as director?
Yes. At the time, I'd done quite a bit of work as a director of photography. This was my first. It would have been a superb movie. There was an accident on set, and an actor, Carl Greenwood, was unfortunately injured and later died. After that, we felt it was in everyone's best interest that we stop the movie. We decided not to finish.
And this movie also starred Marissa Marcel, and I gather it put a stop to her career. They say she's become a recluse.
I don't want to speak for Marissa, but I think recluse may be inaccurate. Because she didn't choose to court celebrity, I just think that makes her normal. I don't really think she disappeared or anything. She just chose a different life.
Have you met with Marissa since that movie?
I have not.
Did Marissa go off and live a new life? Or is Marissa, or better put, the one, simply taking a new form? This subverted footage gives us the answer.
Well, I'm sure everybody's read about it or heard the gossip. I was making a movie in New York.
Your first as director?
It's the same exact interview, but with the one instead.
Have you met with Marissa since that movie?
I'm not.
Oh, God, what did I do? I did John Durick and Amy Archer quite dirty with this drawing. I'm not going to redo it. I'm just going to keep it the way it is. So, the one has possessed the form of John Durick.
And might as well note that at some point in our timeline, in our game, we will first get to know Amy Archer, knowing in the back of our head that she gets possessed eventually by the other one. This next movie, Two of Everything, is directed by John Durick. That's what the posters are going to say. But we know, as the player, that at the core is really, truly the one directing it. This is what they were referring to when they said that they were placed onto that chain. But again, just to reiterate, the outside world, the mortal world of Immortality, just sees John Durick as this famous, prolific director. Before getting into the Two of Everything movie plot analysis, let's take a moment to thank the great fan art that many of you have submitted to this channel. If you're sitting on some fan art, if you want to put it on the fan subreddit, go right ahead, but I'm not going to see it unless you send it to me directly through flawpeacock222@gmail.com. Thank you, Juliet, for this nifty piece. Taking another glance at this fan art, I kind of look like a Fear and Hunger character. I rate this fan art 5 bags of popcorn and a little saw that you would cut your foot off with after stepping on a nail like 5 minutes into your Fear and Hunger run. Thank you, Jinxie Pinksy, for this rendition of Leshy, but modeled after me. I rated 5 bags of popcorn and a little $5 off coupon for an El Diablo Thick Burger, because that's basically what I look like anytime there's an El Diablo Thick Burger in front of me. Friendly reminder, the email to send fan art to is flawpeacock222@gmail.com. Big thank you to I Organize Content UK, a cool little channel on YouTube, for creating this really nice beaded loom of the classic Flaw Peacock logo. I rated 5 bags of popcorn and a little energy drink so that you could revitalize yourself, because a lot of hard work obviously went into that. That sounded sarcastic. I'm channeling my inner Greg Turkington. Genuinely really cool. I always love the physical crafts. And a big shout out to Jacob, or Lucifer9 on YouTube, for this really cool drawing, sort of inspired off of my Sonic Adventure video. I really like it. I love how at moments in that video, I'm looking very serious. I rated 5 bags of popcorn and a little souvenir Chaos Emerald. For these next 2 shoutouts, these are YouTube videos. If you ever upload something, an animation or anything on YouTube, go ahead. Again, I always recommend sending an email so I have a record of it, so I don't forget. But you can also tag me too, and that's a good chance to I'll remember you. That's the 2 premier ways. First shout out to Nanibgal the Linguophile for this video, to the Friends of Flawed Peacock. If you're a big fan of my puzzles, you'd love that video. That one's a bit difficult. That one's a bit difficult, but that's probably because I'm just very dense. But I love it. I love that people are also being inspired by the little silly puzzles I put throughout my videos. I rated 5 bags of popcorn and a little decoder ring because I had a tough time with that one. And lastly, but not leastly, big shout out to Nukular for this really cool video, for giving me updates and stuff on this video. I love that people still are enjoying the Daniel Mullen stuff. But big shout out because they also put on a video analyzing the Pony Island 2, the trailer. I rated 5 bags of popcorn and an extra sized bowling ball so I can have somebody drop it on my head from 2 stories up so I can forget I ever played a single Daniel Mullins game, just so I can play for the first time all over again. Big thank you to all the fan artists, all the people, all the fan mail, all that stuff, recommendations. If you ever have any of that stuff, really the only way is through email. There is a Patreon inbox. I don't want people to think they have to pay me money for my ear. And I don't even like DMs. Anyways, I like the boomer tech of email. So please, let's stick it to email. If I don't get back to you on Patreon, best way to get to me is at flawpeacock222@gmail.com. Thank you all so much. Let's continue the programming. Before getting into the movie, let's get a little bit of context. We've got a loose bit of footage from July 7th, 1998. It's a composite test for one of John Durick's movies, Tell 'Em I'm Dangerous.
So the motion control rig is going to play back what we do now. First, Naomi's going to play Sarah. Amy, you play Anne. When we composite it, Naomi's performance will disappear.
Story of my life.
We don't know too much about this movie, but evidently Naomi, on the left, is a sort of body double. They'll call her a ghost. Amy on the right is essentially going to play both roles of Sarah and Anne.
Tell 'Em I'm Dangerous, compositing test, take 1X.
Action.
Lee wants to know why you stopped seeing him.
People always want to know why.
Has it ever occurred to you that you're not in your right mind?
Who's to say? I'm in no position to judge myself. Nothing interests me less than explanations.
It means nothing to you what my feelings are?
You look older.
You'd like for me to hate you, wouldn't you? Well, I can't, and I won't. So what should I tell him?
Tell him I'm dangerous.
Cut. Let's switch and go again.
Amy, that was great. I hope John is paying you twice for this.
John is supposed to pay me.
You think it'll work?
Sure. You got Sarah and Ann, Lee Lockwood and Bob Dean, 2 murders, 2 of everything. Biblical.
It seems that the producer saying 2 of everything inspired Durek. Perhaps the one, through Durek, has a propensity for themes regarding the number 2, calling it biblical.
Biblical. What's the word? Thunderbird. What's the price? 2 bits twice.
Aside from that, I'm assuming that this is supposed to be a period piece of twins, or at the very least, lookalikes. And now the next clip. On February 1st, 1999, after many, many years, Marissa is back. She looks like she hasn't aged, and it seems she's wearing a long blonde wig. Well, I'm assuming it's over.
All right, test read for 2 of everything.
Rest in peace, tell him I'm dangerous.
I'm too dangerous for everything. All right, Marissa, you will be reading Heather. Amy, you're reading Isabella.
John wrote the part for me, so if you need any tips.
Heather is you when you were younger, Maria, you as you are now.
Taken to extremes for dramatic effect.
I'll cut it there. So evidently, Tell Him I'm Dangerous was cancelled to make way for 2 of everything. Now, how is Marissa here and Durek there? Who is the one controlling? Well, the subverted footage will reveal... Whoa. Both John and Marissa disappear, and while the one is wearing Marissa's clothes, she's saying everything both John and Marissa are saying. She's controlling 2 forms at the same time. Now, how will this pan out? How will this translate into the quality of 2 of everything?
Test read for 2 of everything. Rest in peace. Tell him I'm dangerous. Too dangerous for everything.
That line, tell him I'm dangerous, then too dangerous for everything, kind of stuck out to me.
Rest in peace, tell him I'm dangerous.
I'm too dangerous for everything.
Seems to be a combination of the 2 movie titles, the unreleased Tell Him I'm Dangerous and the, well, also unreleased 2 of Everything. So on February 1st, Marissa returned. She returned while the one was already controlling Durek, already having established a long-term directorial career. So now the one is host to 2 vessels. February 1st also marks the day that 2 of everything starts its larger production. Not filming, but just sort of the chemistry tests and the table reads and that kind of stuff. All right, enough context. All you really need to know about 2 of everything is it follows the story of a celebrity icon named Maria and her identical body double, Heather. Of course, Maria calls back to the heavy Marian themings of Ambrosio, and Heather may be a callback to Marissa Marcel's soap commercial, Royal Heather, for skin that never ages.
Over black.
Final check in 20. Group 3 to the stage. Move your asses.
Interior, backstage corridor, MVA awards. Harried producer opens door into an empty dressing room.
I'll help this table reading along. The movie starts with a chaotic sprawl of dancers, coordinators, and technicians, all for Maria's performance at the Music Video Awards. While a producer and assistant are looking for Maria, the scene changes. Maria is now seen at her ritzy apartment, far away from this production, swimming in a pool with her underwear model boyfriend, Mark, played by this gentleman on the left.
Exterior, Hollywood Hills mansion, pool, same. The sparkling swimming pool of a luxury Hollywood estate. It's lit up for a party, but only one person is there. Mark, 25, an underwear model type. He lounges at the poolside, eyes closed. Bare feet and long legs step up to the poolside. Mark opens his eyes.
Nice.
Ready for the show?
Hell yes.
Inside the show?
Can't we just tape it?
Are you kidding? I want to watch live.
Interesting. The movie starts with Maria coming out of water and will end in the same way too, just like with Goodman in the diner. It'll be shortly revealed that the real Maria, the one that's swimming in this luxury apartment, will be watching the MVAs from the comfort of her apartment, while her body double Heather will be performing in her place.
breaks off.
Okay, we need to go inside now.
One more kiss.
I need to dry my hair. I'm the star of the show.
She smoothly dives, glides to the ladder, climbs out, Venus emerging from the pool's mirrored surface. At the top, glances over her shoulder.
Chop, chop.
Interior, music video awards, West dressing room, same. The back of a woman's head, the same long honey hair as Maria. She's in an intense costume. A male makeup artist touches up her makeup. A heavy knock at the door. It opens to reveal the PA, out of breath.
I'm sorry, Maria?
The head doesn't turn, but the makeup artist rolls their eyes.
Excuse me? Society made doors for a reason.
Okay, but Maria's needed on stage, and we...
Well, you maybe should have thought of that before you put us in the round mirror room.
Sorry, the what?
The last room had round mirrors. Round mirror, round face. Maria only works with square mirrors.
He gives the woman's shoulder a squeeze, and she turns. The face looks just like Maria, but it's not. This is Heather, Maria's double. Heather smiles apologetically before the makeup artist turns her chin back towards him.
Pucker, sweetie. You're not going out there until you look like you blew a Hoover. There you go. Do you love it?
Heather looks at her ultra-glam reflection in the mirror, smiles.
Now, I don't want to assume all of you have seen the Her Story video, but I don't want to ignore this either. In Her Story, for San Barlow's previous game, you've got this theme of identical twins, you've got mirrors, you've got a blonde wig. One of the identical twins has a biblical name, and here we have a similar thing. We've got a black wig, we've got this talk about round mirrors and square mirrors, and while these two aren't twins, they still are identical. And we have Maria with a biblical name. I'll personally keep an eye out on similarities between Two of Everything and Her Story, but I won't bog you down on it just in case you haven't seen that video. Well, I mentioned blonde wigs. I'm assuming Marissa is wearing a blonde wig, but in the movie, Heather and Maria are natural blondes. In this scene, however, Maria is wearing a black wig, even in the privacy of her home. Perhaps it's always a safe practice to wear the wig when the body double is making a public appearance. In short, Mark makes a few off-color comments, and Heather nails the performance. What a find. You have somebody who looks just like you and sings just like you. Now I can transition the table read into the actual shot scene. Let's go ahead and watch.
You look hot.
Don't you dare. You have the real thing right here.
Sure. Never saw Heather naked, though.
You want to f*** her?
Well, two Marias is better than one.
Should I ask her?
Really?
Pervert. Can't even tell us apart.
Can't too. See this?
But I want to cry when we get it wrong. Oh.
That is definitely Heather. You've never hit that note live.
Fuck you! I'd have to be stupid to pick a double who's a worse singer than me, right?
Smart.
Maybe I should get a fake you, one that's more respectful.
Impossible and one of a kind.
Babe, I could find 10 more of you without even leaving the zip code. You're sweet, though. And it would be time-consuming to house train another. So stick around.
I love it when you demean me.
Ah, very allegorical. We've got an Adam and Eve type duo and an inflatable snake. That line, two Marias is better than one, reminds me of this concept we explored briefly in Ambrosio's subverted footage. This concept of there being only one Mary, but humans made it into two. Of course, this is within the Immortality universe. The next day, the real Maria shows up for a motion capture gig.
Raphael, what the f with this suit?
I told you that hair and makeup would be less grueling for the shoot.
No photos of me in this thing, ever. Okay, closed set, no cameras.
You look great.
It's not about how I look, it's how I feel. Plus, I thought the whole thing with the computers was that it doesn't matter who's in the suit. Anyone can have my body.
Well, no one moves the way you do, Maria.
You are one in a million.
Gary.
That's my favorite client.
Hungover. I look like a mime fell in a ball pit.
Brought you coffee, but they said no liquids in the volume.
Shall we begin?
Please.
Okay. T-pose? Like this? Cue the music. Take a look. And have some fun. Wow. That right there, that's you. Nobody can copy that.
But we just did. There's a big theme coming forth here.
Cut away all this. And inside your core being is what we are capturing. The real Maria.
Oh boy, this is juicy. I hope I can convert this into words. While I try and organize my thoughts, let me show you a cool little thing I noticed when we click on the mocap fabrications. One thing to note, I do want to point this out. When you do that, yeah, it'll go there. Hold me close, baby, when we
When I was a kid, I always wanted to live in Hollywood.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
You can move me around like this.
Now, what did we just see? We saw, through the magic of mocap, the very essence of movement captured from Maria, and in the click of a button, multiplied into 3. Humans seem to have an affinity and ability to reproduce, unlike immortals, even able to call forth mimetic things, transform them, and replicate them, turning them into paintings, movies, songs, and, long-form videos. Immortals, on the other hand, create the original ideas, the original stories that are told and retold and retold. We see this in the purported singular Mary in the Immortals' original telling of the Gospel, but after humans meddling, we are multiplying the Marys. And while the other one finds this base and derivative, monkeys flinging feces as he calls it, perhaps the one sees that 2 is in fact better than 1. After all, there's no denying it. The other one even noticed when he came back to New York, whenever that was, that there were only 2 immortals left. And this X factor, this sort of both biological but also technological reproductive X factor, could be just what the immortals need to save them from the brink of extinction and achieve some form of plurality or multiplicity.
I can have him bring you out one.
No, you brought me this. I want to savor it.
This well-dressed man is Maria's manager, Gary. In her dressing room, she's half out of her mocap garb, and they discuss her upcoming soda commercial for a drink called Splash.
Thanks for making this work. I'm sorry it's an early morning, but it was last minute. We had to fit it in before the splash shoot.
The splash shoot is on Thursday.
Thursday is tomorrow. All day long.
Maria's bummed that Thursday is tomorrow. She says,
I was really hoping to get into the studio tomorrow. I'm working on a new song, an acoustic thing.
It seems Gary has to remind her that Thursday is tomorrow. Maria is lacking a grasp of time here, and her mentioning she's hungover perhaps points to a problem with substance abuse. Minor plot point, but keep this acoustic thing in mind. It's a very bittersweet thingy that will come full circle. Bittersweet thingy, only the finest discourse.
Very excited about the acoustic thing, but this commercial is a big deal.
Right.
Yeah, we'll live next week free. Except Tuesday, you will be...
Spit it out.
On the night show.
You booked it?
I booked it.
Oh!
You are a musical guest.
Musical guest?
I'm sure we can bump you up. I'm pushing for it.
Gary.
What?
I'm promoting a huge album. Don't you play golf with one of the producers?
He's the one that got me the slot.
Another thing to keep in mind, Maria really wants this interview slot with The Night Show. She's bummed out that she's just doing a musical guest slot. Again, these are small details, but I feel they are lost on us when we're digging into the more esoteric plot points of this larger game. The rest of the scene perfectly segues into this next scene.
You said Brittany.
Well, I'm not Brittany.
I know you're not. You are one of a kind, beautiful angel.
So what did you say?
I told him that if he called me a beautiful angel one more time, I'd f***ing fire him.
Oh, poor guy.
Marissa is now playing Heather, the body double, and our ghost, Naomi, is standing in for Maria. Funny, a body double talking to a body double. They talk a bit about the industry. Maria laments the banality of it all, the fakeness, likening showbiz to a circus. And while Heather likes the fun and novelty of these short views of this lifestyle, she talks about dealing with some intense personalities.
Was Brandon trouble?
Thanks for the heads up. I kept him at a 10-foot distance at all times. At the party, I saw him lick a dancer's neck.
Oh, that guy.
Not for $1 million.
Excuse me? Are you Maria?
Oh, sweetie. Actually, yes. What's your name?
Pearl.
Pearl? That's a beautiful name. Can I sign your book, Pearl?
Yes, please.
Interesting. She's forging a signature of a person more famous than her, much like Franny and Minsky, painting the posthumous signature of the late Minsky onto one of his pieces.
You're unnatural. Shit.
I hope I signed your name right.
Oh, Maria with a big M and a star over the eye.
Yeah.
Heather finishes her coffee and dips out to teach her dance classes, while also assuring that she'll practice Maria's signature moves.
Working late tonight?
Yeah, sorry. Let me know if it's bugging you. I can turn it down.
No, I like it. I'm learning some new moves over here.
Later that night, Heather gets a call while practicing said moves. Oh, hey, would you look at that? It's a picture of Maria hanging in Heather's apartment. So, we have a painting of Mary in Ambrosio's bedroom. Attached to it, a big reveal that Matilda is the one who modeled for it. We have a painting of Franny, a Minsky original, owned by Goodman, hanging in his living room, that reveals that he was secretly admiring Franny all this time. And now this picture of Maria hanging in Heather's apartment. There isn't a big reveal tied to this picture, but layering of secrets. Matilda modeled as Mary, Heather as Maria's body double, modeled as Maria. Franny forged the signature of Minsky. And we've even got Heather forging signatures or autographs for Maria. So how much of this photo is actually of Maria, and how much of it is actually Heather? Despite this not having a secret thing tied to it, it seems to be the most profound out of all of these sort of secret idolatry hanged images. Honestly, I'm just arbitrarily linking them all together. They could be just totally different props with no intention of this linking. But still, cool idea nonetheless. Perhaps the reason behind these repeated props are the same reason we see fruits, snakes, and statues all over the game. It's for this match-cutting game mechanic. It's cool being able to click on a picture of Maria and the mystical moviola takes you to a random scene of Marissa. Sorry, back to the movie. I'll summarize this next scene. Maria calls Heather to ask her to stand in for her splash commercial. Heather says,
You killed it at the awards.
That was singing and dancing. I can't, like, talk and act and do you know? What if I get caught?
If she were to take this gig, this would be the first time that Hannah will full-on pretend to be Maria, meaning she will stand in fully, borrowing her identity. It takes some convincing, but after being offered $50,000 in hazard pay...
All right, but only because I have vet bills to pay.
Amazing. You're the best.
Maybe it'll be fun.
Of course it will. You get to be Maria all day long.
This cat may symbolize fluffy cute. We fast forward to the shoot and something goes wrong.
Maria?
Hey, I just got to the studio. What's up?
I need you to come down here.
What? Heather, that wasn't the deal.
I know it wasn't. I know.
What's going on?
They're asking me to swim.
That's the idea. Dive in, splash.
I didn't realize, Maria, I can't swim.
What?
I can't. I never learned. I'm sorry, we didn't have a pool in landlocked Iowa.
The last thing we need is you floating face down in the pool and us weekly. Oh my god.
Well, that's just blatant foreshadowing. Already another her story motif. Tip of the hat to the her story. This theme of drowning. Or specifically this theme of not being able to swim. Let's go ahead and keep that in mind. Not just for the her story similarities, but for the plot of Two of Everything itself.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. I'll be there in 40. You need to buy me some time.
How do I do that?
You're in your trailer?
Yeah?
Lock yourself in. Refuse to come out. Have a fit.
Fit?
You've seen me in action. Find something you don't like and blow it out of proportion.
Like what? Wait, Maria, like what?
Maria, they're waiting for you on set.
I'm not coming out! Until you bring me some new apples!
What's wrong with the apples you have?
They're not round enough! You sent them back how many times?
4. They just couldn't get them round enough.
Oh.
You like that transition? I did it myself.
Oh, they think I'm a monster.
Sorry.
No, they love the monster. It's part of the package. Here's what you need to know about this town. Everyone is trying to take advantage of you. Everyone. And the moment you let your guard down, they'll walk all over you. So when I call out the stupid flowers or the kind of water they put in the fridge, it's my way of making sure they know they can't take advantage of me.
Wow.
You don't use your power, you lose it.
Huh. That seems like it would be the perfect dialogue for the guys to chime in, but they're not here anymore. If you don't use your power, you lose it. I can respect that. The problem is, while Maria is able to stand her ground, Heather is a bit more naive in this department. It really isn't a good idea to hoist a fish-out-of-water body double into the world of high-octane show business, where she'll have to directly interact with personalities that would love to take advantage of her. Heather apologizes for making Maria miss out on her studio time, when suddenly there's a knock at the door.
Gilda, are you decent?
I believe the name Gilda is referring to a movie of the same name. Gilda is a noir movie, the same genre of Minsky.
How's my little sunshine factory?
Very sunny. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for asking. I hear you killed it out there. Saved them a bunch of money doing it all in one take.
Well, you know me. I'm Frank Sinatra.
What?
One and done?
I don't get it.
Frank Sinatra used to record things in one take.
Didn't peg you for a Sinatra fan.
One of Heather's quirks is that she likes to make dated pop culture references, a sort of echo of the literal old soul of the one.
Wait, there's two of you?
This feels like one of those scenes that's specifically filmed for the trailer.
There's two of you?
At least pretend to be surprised.
Sorry, girls. I was wise to you as soon as Heather opened her mouth and was nice to you. I can tell you apart from other faces anyhow.
Well, who do you love the most, though?
I'd get 10% of everything you make. Sorry, Heather.
Well, here, have an apple. We have plenty.
Want to know why I popped in?
Gary reveals that he was able to get Maria bumped up to a second slot interview on The Night Show. She's ecstatic. On top of this, Gary has an additional gig for Maria.
That's not all.
What else you got?
A new gig.
A new gig?
I got you an invitation to be the starring act of a very fancy gala event in New York City.
A charity thing?
Not a charity.
For what then?
An exclusive, private birthday event.
You booked me a birthday party?
Now, listen.
Should I go grab some fucking balloon animals?
You don't even know what it's for.
It's a fucking birthday party.
It's Andrew Hessenberg's birthday.
Who is that?
Yeah, who is that?
He's a billionaire. He does something clever with money. He bankrolled the last election. Look, he's probably just one of those rich creeps who wants to smell your hair or something.
Again, some more foreshadowing.
How much money?
I chose to do the commercial. I choose not to do birthday parties for billionaires.
He's offering $10 million.
Throughout this argument, you can hear Heather ask how much money Maria could make from this, and just interjecting with her naivete. It's just very funny.
That's 10% of 10 million?
Just think about it, okay?
1 million. 10% of 10 million is 1 million.
Right. Thank you, Heather.
In this next scene, we've got a table read, but before I do my summarizing, I'll play this first part out.
The exterior of the night show, a line forming outside. Interior, the night show, green room, same. Gary paces a well-appointed green room on the phone.
What do you mean she's not there? Did you check the pool? All right, I'll try again. God damn it.
He grabs a handful of grapes and eats them angrily off the bunch as he punches in Maria's phone number again. Interior, Maria's second apartment. Bedroom, Interpet.
I just really liked his grape eating miming. It's just very... fucking the brownie bit from Tim and Eric. Straight up, that's what that scratched that same part of my brain. Now, Gary gets a call. Maria is nowhere to be found, so Gary calls her cell phone. Maria's ringtone is her new hit song, Two of Everything, in Nokia MIDI goodness.
Hello? Hi, Bear Bear.
Note that there is a blonde Barbie doll, crucified in reflection, in the mirrored surface of the table. This could just be foreshadowing to a coming sacrifice, a martyr, but if you remember, the crucifixion was a story told by the Immortals. Since Two of Everything is a movie directed by the One, what if the true story of the crucifixion, within the Immortality universe, is retold, hidden within the story and plot of Two of Everything? Something to think about.
We have been looking for you for hours. There's a PA currently climbing up on you.
Well, that's not gonna do any good. I'm not there.
Where are you?
I'm in my secret place. The one you'll never find.
Mark giggles.
Are you on drugs right now? Have you had anything to eat?
Maria squints at the bedside table.
I've been enjoying Percocet a la vodka all morning. With friends like these, who needs food?
Maria, for f***'s sake, take a cold shower and get down here. It's the night show, okay? I'd kill myself to get your second slot.
Too wasted.
Christ.
Maria was genuinely pissed that she didn't get the interview slot. And now that she's got it, she squanders it on a bender.
Call Heather.
Don't be stupid. She's your bodybuilder.
Maria suggests having Heather go instead. Gary hesitates, but is left with no choice.
I believe in her.
She hangs up the phone and rolls off the bed. End intercut.
God damn it.
Gary tosses the grapes back on the plate and makes the call.
Hey, Heather, sweetheart.
Come to the stage, the one and only Maria!
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, great. Well, so how are things going? You're just coming off of this big tour.
Yeah, really big.
Okay, so are you getting back into the studio?
Trying to be, but you know.
I don't know.
Audience laughs.
Well, yeah, I love music. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm doing this right. Can we start over?
Let's take a sneak peek of the video for your new single, Two of Everything. Does that sound fun?
This may seem like the interview is going horrible, but I don't know. If anything, Heather is introducing a down-to-earth aspect to Maria's image that may be refreshing to the audience.
Maria, what's going on?
I'm so sorry.
Is it the tea?
The tea?
Yeah, I know you have a special green tea on your rider, but the PA can only find the regular stuff. It's just short notice.
Oh my God, no, I don't care about the tea.
Okay.
I'd prefer a soda.
Seriously?
Yeah, honestly, I drink way too much of this stuff. My dentist says it's awful.
I have one in the fridge down here.
You have a fridge under your desk?
I do. It's a little one.
That's so sick.
Thank you.
You could live under this desk.
Oh, I tried. My wife said that she would divorce me. You? For the lady?
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Well, careful though. Like Scarface says, you should never get high on your own supply. Because you sell soda?
Oh, oh, actually, it was Elvira Hancock who said that, not Scarface. Michelle Pfeiffer?
Huh.
We're back in 5.
Lesson number 2, don't get high on your own supply.
That is a great impression.
Oh, you liar.
No, seriously, do it again.
Do what again?
Michelle Pfeiffer and Scarface. Folks, Marissa is going to debut a brand new talent just for us.
I think this Michelle Pfeiffer bit is meant to poke fun at how these night shows love making celebrities do impressions, and like bad impressions too. But I think that's the charm. They're bad impressions. That's the charm of it.
Oh my gosh. Michelle Pfeiffer's gonna have me killed for that.
Big laugh from the crowd.
The next scene is likely the night show coming back from a commercial break. This dance is so cheesy. I hate it, but I love it.
I can't. Please, let's sit down. Okay.
There's just a lot of oddly amusing things in Immortality that I don't think were meant to be amusing. That's not a criticism of the game. That's just a criticism of my own insanity. I'll go ahead and summarize this final part of the interview. They talk about Mark, Maria's boyfriend. The host asks if kids are in the future. She says,
oh, I don't know. You know what? One cat is enough of a handful. So.
I did not know you had a cat.
I do, a her.
Okay, what is she called?
Maria. Not like...
Okay, so no, you named the cat after yourself. That shows great humility.
Maybe I was wrong. Perhaps Heather having named her cat after Maria may betray a secret admirer subplot that sadly doesn't really get explored in the footage we do have access to. It's interesting though. Again, we humans are keeping this mimetic data of Miriam, Mother of God, going, even with how we name our animals. Perhaps I'll name my pet rock Peter. The next scene is another table read. Now normally I like to summarize through these, but this seems very key. I'll let Director Durick give his guidance.
Read for scene 25. So this is the key scene where Maria lays it on the line. If we keep it real, the audience won't realize they're being spoken to directly, so we keep the energy between the two girls. Tennis match. That's what keeps their eye on the ball. Okay?
So let's keep that in mind, that this coming dialogue is also directed at us, the audience. So it's easy to keep track of who is who. I'll place Heather on the right and Maria on the left, and I'll color code them as well. Why not?
Cafe Incognito. Maria and Heather sit over smoothies at the back table.
It wasn't that bad. I'm going to be in every gossip mag for the rest of the month. I screwed up. So what? They already thought I was self-obsessed. It was funny. They were going to get something out of you one way or another. You gave me a pet. That makes me relatable. Cheers. You've done so much for me. You've done a lot for me, too. You saved my ass with Gary. He's not your boss. He's not, but I gotta admit I need the guy. I just wish he would quit it with a stupid birthday party. $10 million isn't stupid. It's a lot of money. I know. And that Andrew Hessenberg guy actually seems kind of cool. I looked him up on the web. He's friends with George Clooney. I'm sure he's great. It's the principle. They think they own me. I mean, what's next? Shopping malls? Cruise ships? The money's nothing. It's not nothing to me. What? $10 million? It's a lot of money for someone like me. The girl who just served us? Everyone else in this cafe? I'd swap places with that server right now if I could. I used to wait tables. I was happier then. It's not easy, like wanting something and then you get it and where do you go? I'm never gonna sell as many records as last year. Who am I doing this for? I wanted to be a singer and now I'm a fucking CEO. When was the last time I enjoyed singing? It's not that bad. You want to be me? That's not how this works. Why don't you do it? Party, you can have the 10 million. I couldn't. After what happened on the show, you've done this before. You sing a few songs, smile. You can keep the money, give it to charity, whatever you want. I'll get a weekend in peace, work in my studio. I couldn't. 10 million.
I see. So the audience isn't being preached at, but simply giving points and counterpoints. From the perspective of the everyman, the change into the life of a celebrity seems to be a net positive life change. However, from the celebrity's perspective, you no longer enjoy tranquility. Not only is your passion turned into your job, tied into how you earn a living, but in the realm of celebrity, what you love to do is now tied to your public image. The natural decline of the artist is an understood thing that happens. Everybody goes through it. The natural decline of celebrity is televised and noteworthy. I'll use myself as an example. My last video wasn't as good as it should have been. It's just not up to my standards, at least in my opinion. And it's just an understandable growing process of the art of video making. I get constructive criticism, I learn from it, and things get better or worse, doesn't matter, life moves on. However, a well-established channel making a stinker of a video, having a bad take, picking their nose on a live stream will cause bigger waves, perhaps the downfall of videos. Still though, I think I'm on Heather's side with this. Money buys many things, and honestly in this day and age, it can even buy the tranquility that celebrity is reputed to be void of. In the next scene, Heather spins a cell phone. Yes means take the birthday job, no means don't take it. She spins no, don't do it, twice, then respins saying, that was a test. If fate were an aspect to this movie, then fate was telling her, don't do it. But after the second spin, fate relents to mathematic probability. She spins yes.
Heather, you okay? It's late for you.
I'll do it. I'll do the party.
She takes the job to double as Maria for Andrew Hessenberg's party.
All right, let's figure out the logistics. No one can ever know.
Heather lets Maria into her apartment. Maria wheels a roller bag. They're both wearing the exact same clothes.
Yeah. Welcome to your apartment for the next 2 days.
Oh, your place is so cozy.
Thank you.
How long have you lived here?
5 years. Yeah, ever since I moved to LA. When I was a kid, I always wanted to live in Hollywood, and now here I am.
Here you are. Right, so I packed you everything that you should need. Don't worry about any of it having ever been worn. It's all brand new. They should dress you for the event when you get there. And here is my wallet. So if you want to buy anything, just put it on my card.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hang on, I'll get mine.
Okay. Oh, your place is so cute. Oh my God, your bed. I never make my bed.
Oh, I always do, even on vacation.
You know, they have people in hotels that can do that for you.
I know, I can't help it. It's how I start my day.
Oh, is this my infamous namesake? Oh, hi, Maria. You old bitch. Oh, you're so pretty.
What's interesting is because this void space is meant to represent a cat, you can actually click on it and it will match cut you to another cat, and vice versa. Other instances of cats will sometimes take you to this Invisipussy.
Here's my wallet. You can use my card, but just don't spend over $200 because it'll go over the limit.
I'll behave. Let's swap phones, too.
Thank you. Christina Campbell. Thought you had it changed.
I did. I just didn't update my license yet.
A year younger than you, too. Gary was wrong about us being long-lost twins.
Okay, hold on. Maria goes by two names. Maria and her old name, Christina. Mary and Christ. Remember that one subverted scene when Ambrosio says, "That's blasphemous," and the one says, "You have no idea." She takes off her hood and reveals that she's dressed as Mary and wearing Jesus' crown. She's played Christ for certain and Mary as well. So, perhaps Two of Everything is inspired off of the one's own story. Maybe all three of these movies are in some way, shape, or form downstream of their directors. Arthur Fisher's depravity, John Durick's insecurity, and the one's anxiety. Heather gives Maria a rundown of the neighbors and local amenities, then brings out a Chekhov's gun of sorts.
Scare them off with this.
Is it real?
Sure. My dad gave it to me when I moved out here. It's not registered, so you could kill someone with it and they couldn't trace it.
Heather.
I'm my dad's only child. He taught me to never point a gun at someone unless you're prepared to use it. It's not that rough a neighborhood, I'm just messing with you. There's a church across the street that starts up every Friday night, but the music is great. Oh, and the donuts next door, to die for.
Ooh, sounds good. Yeah, sounds really good, actually.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go then.
Okay. Promise you'll still be my double when you get back? You're not gonna quit when you get rich?
I don't know, maybe I'll get a taste for it, bump you off. I'll be the real Maria.
Oh, you don't have it in you to kill. Bye.
Bye.
It looks like both of them covet the life of the other. And to be honest, Heather's life does seem the more comfortable. We are taken to the airport.
Then after a beat, we notice Mark.
Mark?
Hey, baby.
Are you coming with me?
No, I just wanted to see you off. Gary got me in. I'll miss you.
Oh, I'll only be gone 3 days.
Too long. Damn. I could just eat you up. Now give me a kiss.
Well, it seems like this is likely going to be the only time Heather will be kissing an underwear model, so hey, might as well savor it. There's more to this kiss, however, but we'll dig into it when we go over the production happenings.
Wow. I was going to save that for the cameras.
The flight announcer tells Heather she's a big fan. Heather gets to ride first class. The flight attendant serves her, or Maria's, favorite tea, and even puts on some slippers for her. And she even has a bodyguard watching over her. What a life. The same bodyguard escorts Heather through the tour of Hessenberg's estate. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Amy Archer playing as Isabella Hessenberg, the wife to Andrew Hessenberg. Now, I'm not sure if the bodyguard is aware of the body double scheme. Probably not, because its secrecy is a major part to the movie's plot. Regardless, I'll go ahead and play this out.
Everything here is Andrew's. He likes to collect old, expensive things. It's a fertility mask from Tanzania. If you touch it, you'll be abundant.
Is this foreshadowing a future abundance of the One? Or is it just reflecting a desire to be abundant, an anxiety from being endangered?
Do you plan to have children?
Maybe. First, I'd have to put some money aside, find the right guy.
Andrew was surprised you said yes. He was convinced something like this would be beneath you.
Oh, well...
There's no shame in doing something for the money. Michelangelo worked on commission.
That would make Mr. Hessenberg the Pope.
Andrew is no pope. And you are no Michelangelo. I mean that as a compliment. All of Michelangelo's women looked like men with tits stuck on them.
Maybe Michelangelo was inspired by the Immortal's androgynous features. The elevator takes the trio to Heather's suite, although it's less a suite and more just a straight-up floor. The elevator literally lifts you into your room.
This will let you use the elevator and access your suite.
Does Frank need one too?
We have separate quarters for your staff. You'll have this entire floor to yourself. It's private, very quiet. The card will also give you access to the rooftop pool, which you should enjoy anytime you like.
Great. Is this real?
It is. Tech rehearsal starts in an hour, but you don't need to be there. We will need you for fitting at 5, and then it'll be on to the show.
Sounds good.
See you then.
On her way out, Isabella eerily gazes at an orchid, then back at who she thinks is Maria. The orchid is a symbol of death in this case. Very allegorical. Heather walks around the room and admires the dress she'll be wearing at the performance. The scene cuts to the tech rehearsal.
Got 2 of everything, 2 hands, 2 eyes, got 2 of everything, too much of everything.
That's enough.
F you, Isabella. I was jamming out.
We'll drop the lights, and then she'll sing happy birthday. Ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Hessenberg. Happy birthday to you. Thanks, Mr. Hessenberg, for all the things you've done.
Perhaps it's the Camelot episode from The Sopranos or that one scene from Breaking Bad, but I've been thoroughly conditioned to just hate this style of singing Happy Birthday. This, of course, is a reference to Marilyn Monroe's rendition of Happy Birthday for John F. Kennedy. This will re-emerge in light ways throughout the production analysis of 2 of Everything.
Andrew would approve of the Monroe impression. He's a sucker for memorabilia. I tried to buy him that dress once. It was so sheer, people thought she was naked. Of course, Jackie wasn't there. She was on an outing with the kids while Marilyn Kennedy one last time from the stage.
Do you think Jackie knew?
The wife always knows. We should get you into fitting. Why don't you come with me?
If you're sure they don't need me here?
Oh, it's fine. They'll follow your lead tonight. Run 2 of us again. Make sure they've got the transition.
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting, she calls it 2 of Us, but the song is called 2 of Everything. Fake fan!
This is really tight. Just so you know, I need to be able to breathe if I'm gonna dance.
You'll quick change after 2 of us. Aaron here will stitch you in 10 seconds flat.
Oh, okay, cool.
This isn't going to work.
What?
The panty.
My panty?
Well, you can see through the gown. It ruins your beautiful little bottom. Take them off.
What? Now?
Yes. Take them off.
The dress is really tight. I don't know if I can...
No problem. I'll cut them off of you.
The elastic of the undergarment is stretched up and cut near the ribs. I wonder if this is a reference to the whole Eve coming from Adam's rib aspect to Genesis.
Go. Now then, let's take a look at this beautiful gown. Something for Andrew's memorabilia collection.
It's kind of occurring to me now that this birthday performance may serve the purpose of calling forth the meme, the captured moment of Marilyn Monroe's birthday performance to John F. Kennedy. I'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to spoil too much of this movie, but definitely keep that in mind. But just so you know where I'm coming from, you've got this starlet in a sheer dress doing a birthday performance for a mogul that likes to collect mementos. Even in the word memento, meme, memory. Yeah. Keep this in mind for now. Now with this scene, there are a couple of takes that Marissa does. This is probably the best one.
They're ready for you now. Of course. Where's Frank?
You've been assigned someone new. Union rules in New York. We gave Frank the night off.
The next footage we have access to skips to right after Heather sings Happy Birthday.
Is the birthday boy out there? There he is. Well, Mr. Hessenberg, I know you've had a big year. A really big year. After all, that's why I'm here. I was just so honored to be invited to perform for you here tonight. And if you're really 50, I'd like the numbers of your therapist and your personal trainer. Well, now I know you all aren't here to see me talk, so I'll just say one thing. A man surrounded by his friends and family on his birthday is a good man. And a lucky one, too. Can we drink to that? All right. Thank you. Cheers. And now, a big round of applause for the real star of this evening, Mr. Andrew Hessenberg.
Jurek keeps directing Terry, the actor for Andrew Hessenberg, to channel JFK. I'll keep that in mind for now, but I'm not sure if this aspect will lead us anywhere.
Well, I must say, I can now retire from private enterprise after having had happy birthdays sung to me in such a sweet and wholesome way. Thank you so much, Maria. You're an absolute angel. Now, I know it's my birthday, but I like to give you a gift. Whoops. When you look at that microphone, I hope you think of me and all of us here tonight. You're worth your weight in gold.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Hessenberg, thank you.
Now let's get this party started.
In the next scene, we've got rehearsal footage. Heather is nodding off and excuses herself to her room.
Oh, boy, this has been fun, but I think I'd better call it a night.
Oh, are you sure, darling? We have another round on the way.
That's okay. I'm already regretting the last one.
Well, all right. Go get your beauty sleep. Not that you need it.
Come, I'll walk you to your room. Isabella, I better still have a cocktail when I get back here.
Don't be too long, then.
That has never been my problem, my dear.
Knowing what's about to come to pass, taking too long has never been my problem takes on a brutal new meaning. The new bodyguard, Hessenberg and Heather, again pretending to be Maria, make their way to Maria's floor.
Oh, shoot, I forgot my key.
Here, I'll swipe you.
You have a key to my room?
I have a key to all the rooms in my home.
I keep forgetting this isn't like the Four Seasons.
It's a little nicer than that.
It's a lot nicer.
Ding!
We have this repeat of a master key. Goodman uses one to get into Minsky's apartment.
Elevator door closes. Want anything? Manhattan?
Oh, no, thank you. I definitely had too many downstairs.
Manhattan with extra cherries. That's right.
You get close to me.
You like to keep things sweet.
Well, aside from the general grime of Andrew not listening to Heather, there's an easy-to-miss detail here.
You get close to me.
Me being Marissa, but it's being said by Durek. Remember, this is the one steering two ships. Vessels, if you will. Marissa and Durek.
You're fantastic.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Stop saying that.
What?
Stop thanking me. You're acting like you're lucky to be here, like you haven't worked hard to get exactly where you're standing. But it's no accident. You're incredibly talented.
Well, I guess you could say I've worked hard and I've gotten lucky.
Shut up.
Andrew goes on this weird, pathetic screed. It's very strange. He's complimenting Maria's hard work and talent, but doing it in a way, in a tone that's demeaning. He's pissy that she's talented, that she's perfect. Despite her clearly being uncomfortable, he tries to kiss her. As she resists, she drops her drink.
Crap, I'm sorry, let me get a towel.
Stop apologizing.
Okay.
I paid you $10 million for one night. Am I wrong?
No,
Sorry,
you're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. What does a $10 million night look like? Doesn't finish with a polite nod at the door. I want to feel like you appreciate it. I want you to be grateful. Understood?
I don't know. I want to leave now.
You can't? Okay, we're just getting started.
She's trapped. She tries to escape and he holds her in place. In this trouble, she drops the mic and it rolls under the table. While Hessenberg takes his shirt off, Heather locks herself in the bathroom.
Into the bathroom?
Oh, you're calling the wrong number. Shit. Okay.
Come out! Come out!
Cut to Maria. She's in the bath with a face mask, ignores the phone, talks to the cat.
Heather can't come to the phone right now. She's busy relaxing like a normal person. Beep. I know, babe. I know. I'll call them back when I'm done.
Cat screeches as pre-lap.
I'm gonna wait out here all night. It's my birthday. Damn it.
3, 2, 1.
Bitch!
Maria?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. You have no idea.
What's going on? You're
God.
shaking.
Isabella. Something just happened to me in my room.
In your room?
Yes. Please don't be upset. I have to tell you what happened.
Slow down, darling. What happened?
Andrew, he made a pass at me. More than a pass. He forced himself on me.
Well, I think everyone had a little too much to drink.
No, it was more than that. It was more than that. He gave me no choice. He attacked me. I had to run away.
This is serious.
It is. It's really serious.
You don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
Andrew's a powerful man, and you've hurt his feelings. That's why I came to talk to you.
He assaulted me.
Maria, you're a big girl. You, of all people, should know the score.
The score? I came here on a professional contract and I deserve to be treated like a professional. What part of that is unclear to you?
Do you understand now? You are a big girl. You're falling out of your dress.
You don't know who you're f***ing with. I'm Maria. Wait till the world hears about this. I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna have Andrew put away. I have money. I have power.
You have power. Money. You're not in our league, sweetheart. Andrew could rent out Yankee Stadium tonight and pay every single member of the NYPD to come out and watch him you on home plate. You're nothing.
Everybody knows who I am.
The public does. But the people that matter know Andrew. He's the most connected man in the city. He belongs to a different world. And you just threatened him. Do you understand what that means, dear?
I'm Maria. He's gonna be on the front page of every single newspaper in America tomorrow morning. I'm gonna destroy you.
You could have walked away from this.
I am walking away from this.
No, I don't think you are. Do it.
Do what? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Wait! Stop! Stop! I think I'm back! I won't tell you what I'm nobody! Okay? I'm nobody!
In a strange, scapegoat-like manner, Heather dies in the place of Maria.
She must have slipped and fallen, mixing pills and alcohol.
I pondered a bit on this. This drowning, this murder through drowning could be a stand-in for crucifixion. Both were used as methods to kill the immortals, or at least the one, in the past. So what could the murder of Heather symbolize? Is Maria supposed to be humanity, and the death of Heather a Christ-like purchasing, a redemption for a new life for Maria? Or is the one, in an autobiographical manner, revealing perhaps the real story of the crucifixion? Remember, it was the one who died on the cross in Immortality's universe. Is this telling us that the immortal star, Maria, is supposed to symbolize the one, and perhaps a real human was used as a scapegoat for this crucifixion? Or, just more simply put, just as people in Two of Everything didn't realize that the person who died wasn't actually Maria, that the person who died in Immortality wasn't actually Jesus? Well, yeah, because it was the one. I'm overthinking this. I'll just cut myself there and just point out also, again, drowning, murder through drowning is another tip of the hat to her story as a sort of subplot to that game's revealed story. There's a couple of smaller details in this sequence. First off, why would she go to the top floor instead of escaping through the ground floor? Maybe to get reception so she could call 911 or the real Maria? Maybe this is supposed to somehow symbolize the ascension of Christ, and being locked in the bathroom could symbolize being locked in the crypt? I think I'm getting a bit too creative here, but we will get a sort of symbolic confirmation that links Hessenberg, if not to the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, then at least some sort of Roman official. Another small detail, the building number across the street is 818. Remember Club 88? Maybe 818 is two infinity symbols separated. I should also point out another death in this game being linked to asphyxiation, Heather being forcibly drowned. But enough mulling over this intense scene. We've got a shot of Maria, the real Maria, taking a bath, which is why she couldn't get to the phone. And when Maria the star calls out to Maria the cat doesn't respond, implying that the cat knows that something is up.
Maria? Maria? Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
The next morning we have a long shot of Maria feeding the cat, wishing a good morning to Dorothy, her neighbor, watering her plants, then getting cereal when on the television she flips through channels. I find it interesting that we see Lips and Nosferatu, a vampire. Very fitting. But then the news breaks.
Percocet, a deadly combination with alcohol and a late night swim. The NYPD have refused to confirm the presence of drugs, stating they are unable to disclose the details of an ongoing investigation. Her body will be flown back to Los Angeles later today, where we'll head to the county coroner's office for an autopsy.
Maria witnesses the news of her own death. Of course, we know what happened to Heather. She didn't die from a water-related accident due to drugs. But this narrative is being pushed because, as Isabella said, Hessenberg has tendrils in every corner of media, commerce, and government. Maria gets a hold of Gary.
Gary, it's Heather.
Oh. So not only does nobody in Maria's staff know that her double was sent and ultimately died, but Maria is continuing to maintain this scheme, the act.
Maria's dead.
Ooh. And so we see a synthesis starting to form. Right now in front of us, of course, in the flesh is Maria, but now the boundaries between Maria's identity and Heather's grafted identity onto her are becoming ambiguous. Right now, it's still very much a binary Maria pretending to be Heather, but this is going to go in a very interesting direction that I think it's easy to overlook when you're thinking too hard about the immortality, the larger mystery. There's something really cool that happens in this movie. But of course, also, another tip of the hat to her story. You've got the body double scheme in the same way you've got the twin body double scheme in her story. But definitely keep in mind of a possible coming synthesis.
I want to play this table readout fully, including Durek's directions towards the end.
Okay, we are past the midpoint and the movie has flipped on its head. We start to tear open Maria's world, reveal that it is more hollow than she thought. Amy?
Let me go ahead and just summarize the setting. Gary and who he thinks is Heather, but in reality is Maria, are at the airport watching the coffin be delivered, holding Heather's body. Of course, fans and bystanders are all seeing this and thinking it's Maria. So this is Maria, a celebrity experiencing her own death of celebrity.
I just want you to know you'll be taken care of.
Gary.
I'm sure you're worried about the money. I'm worried about it too. If the music doesn't go away, this isn't the end.
Maria turns to Gary, stunned at his callousness.
Gary, what the fuck? She's gone. I don't want to talk about the fucking money.
Yeah, well, we're all Maria Inc. and our CEO just died. Someone has to think about logistics.
Logistics? She was a person. She was our friend.
If she was your friend, I'm sorry for your loss. Maria wasn't my friend, she was my boss. And she never let me forget that.
The coroner's van drives off, leaving them alone on the tarmac. Gary glances at Maria, regretting his words.
Listen, why don't you come by our house later? I'll be there meeting with the team. Maybe we could find something for you to take with you. Remember, okay?
Maria, overcome with emotion, can't manage more than a quick nod. Gary reaches over and squeezes her arm.
Sorry.
He heads back into the airport, leaving her alone.
I'll also go ahead and play out this production happening because it gives us a little bit more context as to the intentions behind the movie itself.
It's hard being a star.
Is this a good thing for Gary? If Maria's been lukewarm recently, her dying, that's a big payday for him. Is he really that cold-hearted?
I mean, it's good for the story if he is. I mean, it's a gift that Maria gets to see how people talk about her after she's dead. She sees that the music, the fans, they feel something. But Mark, Gary...
The men in her life.
The men in her life, they didn't love her with any authenticity. Maria's rebirth is a chance for her to plug into that authenticity.
So let's play Gary here as revealing the worst of the commercial exploitation of the artist.
We can certainly tie the pain that Maria's fans are feeling to the crisis that the disciples felt in reaction to Jesus' crucifixion. Now, how about Gary? Now, if Gary's demeanor was just, listen, we've got a legacy to maintain and a business to run, let us mourn, but soldier on, I wouldn't moralize too hard about him. But there's a specific focus on money, which reminds me a lot of John chapter 19, verses 23 to 24, where, in short, Roman soldiers divided up Jesus' belongings, his clothes, into quarters, and the remainder was decided by the rolling of dice, or I believe the casting of lots. But yes, definitely keep that in mind because there's an imminent parallel we're about to experience in Two of Everything. In the next scene, Maria is at that coffee shop that she would rendezvous with Heather at. A young fan comes up to her for an autograph, not having heard the news that Maria was dead. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, totally. Oh gosh. Yeah, like a disciple catching a glimpse of Christ after the crucifixion. It's like Maria's a ghost. Keep this in mind because the one in a future subverted footage is going to reveal a small detail about the crucifixion and the ascension of Christ, at least, of course, in the world of immortality. In the next scene, Maria passes by a billboard for the soda company.
She couldn't swim.
It wasn't an accident.
Remember from the Splash commercial scheme, we learned that Heather couldn't swim. She couldn't have gotten into an accident in the pool because she wouldn't have even made the attempt. She was so scared of the water that she needed Maria to cancel her studio session to take back her role for the commercial. We see Maria trying to get through to somebody, but we don't know for sure. Probably the police. Now let me play out this rehearsal scene.
See the memorial, see the few kids left, this big pile of flowers, teddy bears, handwritten signs. In we come. You see, it's Maria.
She stands.
Where does she kneel?
She's a ghost at her own funeral.
She regular.
Maria is approaching a sort of memorial shrine to Maria, again incognito as Heather.
It's interesting that the body double in this production of this film is called Marissa's ghost, and in a way, this fictional Maria is a ghost at her own funeral. She is now stuck in the shadow cast by her own legacy. And of course, even more tragic, an innocent died to get us to this point. Now, I'm very puzzled about this trade-off between Durek and Marissa.
Knowledge is death. Must you still keep distance?
I decide later. I think now I'm processing. First Heather.
First the child, then she can heal the adult.
So we stand.
Then leave.
I think I'm overthinking this. I think all that's really being said is Maria has a lot of emotions to unpack, but decides that the most appropriate thing to do first is to mourn the loss of Heather, the child. Now, Heather was only a year younger than Maria, but Maria was hyper-exposed to a very intense and complex industry, whereas Heather had a very simple life. Perhaps from the perspective of a cynical superstar, Heather seemed like an innocent and naive child. Even Marissa herself says that in the span of a few months of Ambrosio's production, she felt like she went through 4 years of film school and just life itself. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with that takeaway. Thank you for your patience. Real quick, one more thing I wanted to note. I'm sure I have it somewhere in my script written. It'd be a pity if I didn't. But since I've just mentioned it, we have a sort of Trinitarian model here. Maria, the mother, Heather, the child, but where is the Holy Ghost? Well, it's Naomi. Naomi is the ghost. It's the third part of the godhood. At least in the model of Immortality, where all of these characters in these stories are actors and actresses played by immortals, perhaps the Holy Ghost is the way that the son, or in this case the daughter Heather, communicates with the father or mother Maria. In our world, the Trinity is a really big mystery, okay? I'm not stumbling into modalism here. This is purely unpacking the lore of Immortality. And now we have the divvying up of Maria's garments. While Gary is selling Maria's estate, he's interrupted. Maria, again pretending to be Heather, divulges her Maria couldn't swim theory.
It seems crazy.
Honey, Maria could swim. She swam every morning here. She swam in the splash video last week. What are you talking about?
And so this would be the moment Maria could have revealed, I'm Maria. It was Heather who was at Hessenberg's birthday gala, but instead she stays silent. Gary cuts the silence by attempting to console who he thinks is Heather. I think Maria doesn't have any intention of breaking this scheme. She finally gets to live a new life. Is it the life of Heather, or will it be a whole new life crafted for herself?
None of us want Maria to be gone. We're all processing. Except for Mark. That's on him.
Mark what?
He moved in for his personal training. You know, they had that thing.
I did not know that.
Oh. Thought I told you. I would tell you to keep the secret, but I guess...
Oh, brutal. Not only does Maria learn her boyfriend moved on so quickly, but was having an affair with his personal trainer. And multiple people knew about it, including Heather. But nobody ever told Maria.
You said I could pick something?
Huh?
From the house, you said I could take anything?
Oh, yeah. Anything at all, as long as it's under $2,500. Just find the estate rep before you go, so sign it out.
Aha! $2,500. This is very intentional. A quarter of $10,000. Jesus had his garments split 4 ways. So yes, there is some heavy storytelling that echoes and mirrors parts of Jesus' life. At the very least, the crucifixion. Perhaps this is the one telling a covert autobiography. Of the items that Maria takes as a memento are some clothes and her incognito wig. She packs these clothes, Maria the cat meows at her, and she books a flight to New York.
Going to New York? Heather Roberts?
Okay, so for now Maria is continuing to disguise herself as Heather, the truly deceased.
Taking a short break?
I'm helping a friend.
I wonder if this is supposed to reflect the One story. Is the One helping a friend? Oh yes, of course she is. Goodness gracious. We have 2 separate persons. Heather is an unknown innocent. Maria, an idol, an icon. Heather's killed in relation to sexual violence. And in that murder, in that killing, that death, her identity is absorbed into the immortal idol. The surviving Maria. We see the same thing happen with Marissa and the One. But there's an implication to this death into of everything that may give us some sort of revelation in the relationship between Marissa and the One. You see, Heather dies
But so does Maria, because the idea of Maria dies to everybody else. And so what's in front of us is the synthesis. This new Maria is a reborn, perhaps not blank slate yet, but certainly a reborn new slate. And so perhaps this movie is to be interpreted as a sort of secret autobiography of the One, but not just the One, but the One and Marissa. We have been getting glimpses of the One, sure, but the Marissa we're seeing on the screen, maybe it's not just a meat puppet disguised as Marissa, but secretly controlled by the One, but an actual synthesis, a new synthesis. It's a unique synthesis in that Heather is actually dead. Marissa is actually dead. However, even though, yes, technically the One lives on, yes, technically Maria lives on, in the absorption of Marissa's identity, in the absorption of Heather's identity, her life, the One must sacrifice their immortality, walk among the mortals. Maria must sacrifice her iconography and walk among the mundane. And if this is something that Maria's always secretly wanted, maybe this is something that the immortal, the One, has always secretly wanted. Let me continue that thought, but in front of a more appropriate whiteboard. Ooh boy, it's like we're cooking on high, reducing this down to a balsamic glaze. At the very, very, very core of both of these stories, both the story of the One and Two of Everything, is the desire to be free of one's roles that are chosen for them. Maria doesn't like the existence that she feels she's been forced to live. It's an existence that has theoretically no escape, not even death, for fame typically outlives its celebrity. And so we have a wish being fulfilled in the most tragic of ways. An innocent dies, and through this, new life is purchased, an escape from the untranquil life of the celebrity. Now, back to the One. We don't have a clear indication of this yet. Or maybe we do and I just have really poor memory. But the One has grown in discomfort with their role as an immortal, wanting to be human, mortal, perhaps beautifully mundane. And perhaps because of the One's mimetic linking to all things sacrificial, victimized, be it Jesus Christ, witches, political prisoners, or innocent girls victimized by the wickedness of mankind. Because of this affinity for this archetype, the One's existence on Earth has always been short-lived. It was a role meant to experience death over and over and over again. That's painful. And so here we have a tragic opportunity. A young innocent, a beautiful vessel, a blank slate to craft the greatest story once again, all with the limitless potential of youth and the beauty of skin that never wrinkles. Fascination with humans to be so perverse. It's almost as if the One is wearing these sort of human bodysuits to live vicariously as a human. Like, imagine if humans who had an affinity for animals started to wear these sort of fur suit. Well, that's a bad example. I guess that would make the One a sort of human furry. A skinny. And I guess these would be her skin sonas. Ugh. Skin sona. I feel like that's a term that already exists. Let me double check. What the f***? I don't know. I feel like that's not a thing, but like anytime I look up anything vaguely Tumblr related, I get more confused. Maria, pretending to be Heather, meets with an NYPD detective. There's a lot here production-wise. I'll save that for later. All we need to know is that Maria's tweaked version of the story is that Maria didn't know to swim, and she knows this because she was Maria's body double.
I'm her body double. I'm paid to stand in for her in shoots and rehearsals. That's how I know.
The detective thought that she was Maria's sister. The detective levels with her.
Chief has been pushing hard for this whole case to disappear. But what you're giving me here would be reason to open things up again.
Really? Great. I'll give you a statement or whatever.
Not so fast.
What?
Look, I want to do this by the book. But it's best if the books aren't all kept in this particular library. Let's meet off-site. Somewhere nice and public.
Okay, well, I'm staying at the Plaza. We could meet at the bar.
You free at 8?
According to the direction, he asks this flirtatiously.
Plaza, huh? Nice stakes for a body double.
Body double to one of the biggest stars in the world. I'll tell you about it tonight.
Sounds good. Watch yourself, okay?
Off Maria's face, we cut.
Maria waits in her hotel room. This is sadly all we have of this shot because it was a dud. So we won't know if a line or action is missing here. Maria waits with a martini, and instead of the detective, she's intercepted by Isabella. This isn't good.
Is this seat taken?
Actually, yes. I'm waiting for someone.
Detective Murphy, perhaps? He won't be joining us.
Do I know you?
Isabella Hessenberg. And I know who you are, Heather. You really look nothing like her.
I don't want to talk to you.
I think you should. We're both after the same thing.
What?
We want to know what happened to your friend.
It was an accident.
But you don't think it was? I've been married to Andrew for a long time. It's a complicated relationship. Legally, morally. He's a very powerful man. And that limits what I can do, what I can say, what I can see. I don't like seeing other women get hurt.
You think Maria had something to do with Andrew's death?
Marissa flubs that line. It's evident whenever this was filmed, it was just before and some sort of entropy kicked in.
You think Andrew had something to do with Maria's death?
I've seen what it looks like when power goes unchecked. I don't know if Andrew remembers what it is to be human.
A fitting echo of the immortal theme. Perhaps the one has forgotten what it meant to be immortal.
The police work for Andrew. I stepped in before any of this reached him, but you don't want him to know you're poking around.
Well, what are we supposed to do?
Well, that's complicated.
Is it?
I hope that you...
Isabella leaves a VIP card for a club that Isabella and Andrew frequent. The rest of these scenes, with one exception, are rehearsal scenes.
VIP.
Okay, we've seen Maria skip the line and get admitted to the club. We cut inside and see Andrew and Isabella in their VIP booth with an entourage.
The new incognito Maria arrives to this club. I'm not sure if in the movie she has her black wig on or if she's just wearing her blonde hair out. I feel like it would raise alarms if she did that. Regardless, she begins to dance to Vivaldi's Four Seasons. I imagine this dance would be to a different song with a special choreography in the actual shot. After all, this is in a VIP lounge. What's interesting is during this rehearsal, Marissa playfully dances with her ghost Naomi. If we were to almost convert this rehearsal scene in our minds to the actual shot movie, this would be Maria and Heather sharing a dance one last time before Maria enters the finale of the story. In a way, it's sweet, but it's also very sad.
She vanishes. Maria exits onto the street. We think it didn't work. Then the limo pulls up.
This would be the Hessenberg limo. The plan is working.
Maria finds Andrew alone in the back of the limo. It's dark in there.
I like how you dance. Please. I'm Andrew.
Andrew Hessenberg. I saw you on TV.
Oh, yes. Like to avoid the spotlight, but shit happens.
On TV, they said you had the most expensive residence in all of New York.
That's right.
Can I see it?
Are you a prostitute?
Again, there's that echo from Ambrosio. Ambrosio calls the painting of Mary a prostitute. Hessenberg is asking who he doesn't realize is Maria if she's a prostitute.
Party time.
What did I just say?
Just a little something. I already took one at the club.
What's your name?
Christina.
She uses Christina, her birth name.
When we get back to my apartment, I'm going to tell you exactly what I want you to do. And you're going to do it for me. Oh, those drinks went to my head.
Don't crap out on me now. Talked a pretty good game back in the car.
You ever in a pool?
It's not where she died?
Yes. Guess that's creepy.
No. I like it. Thinking about someone that famous dying there. There's like a thrill to it, all that dark energy. It's like psychic Viagra.
You're a wild one. Let me show you something.
Ding. Door opens on the bedroom suite. It's dark. Andrew hits a light, subdued lighting. Bedroom hasn't been touched from when Heather stayed there and looks like a crime scene. Broken glass and bed sheets.
This is where she was staying. I told him to leave it, so it's exactly the way it was when Maria died. It's a new art piece for my collection. I call it The End of Celebrity. Oh. Need another drink or something stronger.
Why are you showing this to me?
You said you wanted to feel dark energy.
This just feels sad.
We can see Amy Archer in the background. She's standing there, observing, just like Maria was in the Ambrosio and Minsky clips. But that's to do with the production. Back to the plot.
I observed. When you make a lot of money, it could go two ways. Either you grow with it, be happy, or you stay small, and it makes you sad. I'm sure she thought of herself some kind of artist, but when you get that famous, you're basically a...
Is that what happened here?
You want to know if I f***ed her?
Tell me what you did to her.
I just noticed. You look a lot like her. There's something weird going on.
Do you like that I look like her?
Take off your clothes.
Tell me what happened. She didn't die by accident.
Oh, she didn't do it. She was told. I didn't like that. Will you take off your clothes? Now.
You killed her?
Maria pulls out Heather's gun. The gun that Heather's dad got for her when she moved into the city.
Hey, I think we need to take a break. No, she gasps, scrambles around, reaches the...
That was the stunt coordinator trying to intervene.
Old Mike is still under the bed. Hand reaches in there, and Mike.
Did you kill her?
Why do you fucking care? No, I didn't kill her. My wife did. She put you up to this, didn't she? She's a clever one. Normally she has her boys do her dirty work, sending you as a novel twist. Never thought she'd hurt me, though.
Where is she? Where is she right now?
She's probably up on the roof, swimming in the pool where she killed that bitch Maria. Okay, I'll give you anything you want.
You can't give me what I want.
Hessenberg dies, his head bludgeoned by the golden mic. If you remember, it rolled under the bed from Heather's assault. There's a chunk of production happening here. Again, we'll save it for later.
Strange sight on the rooftop. In the pool, a writhing trio of bodies. Isabella's naked in the center with her two bodyguards. Everyone too absorbed at first to see the elevator door opening onto the roof.
What the fuck?
Blam! Blam!
You fucking monster.
You're the monster.
This is a bad dream. Maria.
She tries to rush past, but Maria's on her. Isabella turns and swims for the other side of the pool. Maria dives in and slices through the water like a bullet. Maria puts on the pressure, strangling her with her bare hands. Isabella's too weak to fight her off. Isabella's arms drop. Her eyes widen, a moment of clarity before her death.
You.
In this bloody water, Maria is baptized, ready to be reborn.
She moves slowly. Sacred water sinks underwater and swims away. When she resurfaces in the shallow end, the blood from her crimes has been washed away. Her hair slicks down to her head. In the midst of the chaos, she is clean. She steps out of the pool like she's being reborn.
Note that she shot the bodyguards, but opted to strangle Isabella instead. Another notch in the one's strangulation pistol.
She walks away, and we hear applause.
The applause is bleeding in from the next scene, a small musical gig. Not performed by Maria, not Heather, but Christina. But real quick, I do want to point out that the blood-soaked water would probably color Maria's hair red.
When she resurfaces in the shallow end, the blood from her crimes has been washed away. Her hair slicks down to her head. In the midst of the chaos, she is clean.
Looking much like Marissa did in Ambrosio. Now the final scene.
I just have one more song for you tonight. It's a cover of a song I bet you know, but I like it better like this. Anyway, thanks for coming to my set. I'm Christina Campbell. I don't have CDs or anything, but if you like my stuff, just come back and see me again sometime. I'm always here.
She's Eve. She's Eve.
Should have known better.
No way. Now, when I say she's Eve, I mean she's Eve from Her Story, reborn in this new blank slate life, playing small gigs, singing and guitaring with blonde hair. The song Two of Everything, sure, can be interpreted as a song between two lovers, but it's not explicitly romantic. It can also be two immortals, last of their species. Two, son of a dick, two look-alike twins, but also two beings that occupy the same body, Marissa and the One. So maybe I wasn't too far off with that Her Story floppiness. The ambiguity between the twins and system theory. Son of a bitch, I thought that was my weakest video, and maybe we did something there. This final song is a perfect send-off to Two of Everything. I won't add any Valve OSTs. I'll just let it play out.
You and me, everything comes in pairs. Me and you and me, got two of everything. Two hands, two eyes, got two of everything. Too much of everything.
And so, Maria, but now Christina, lives this new life. A tranquil, reborn, blank slate. Playing music, not for money, but for the joy of it. Again, it's a bittersweet ending. More bitter than sweet because it required the death of an innocent. I sort of went a bit on this fool's errand with this movie, trying to see if it somehow was telling the story, a secret immortality story of the crucifixion or the Gospels, but really it's just a secret autobiography of the One. Perhaps specifically the One's fusion with Marissa. What's also interesting is Isabella's dying words are, "Who are you?" These are the same words that Marissa said to the One. And both of these events precede a rebirth, a synthesis. We are closing the fifth act of this video. Honestly, we've gone over most of what this game is telling us. I think we must remind ourselves that this game is not a linear viewing experience, but a non-linear gaming experience. All the things we've been touching on are more or less rhyming with one another, because I think we've gone as deep as we can with this game already. Almost as deep as we can with this game already. There's still a little bit more we can go. But really what this is all about is finding out the different ways we can get to that depth, that destination. Be it through Two of Everything, be it through Marissa Marcel's story, The One story, Minsky, Ambrosio. This is by no means a shallow mystery, but it's definitely more wide than it is. Well, no, it's also very deep too, but there's also a big breadth to it too. This is Soho Hospice for Washed Up Artists. Can I get your insurance number? Hi there. Can you go ahead and patch me through to Human Resources, please? One moment, please. Thank you. Human Resources? Hi, my name is Forrest. I'm with FPPD. I was calling to inquire about a former volunteer you had back in the day. Last name Vidok. Alright, can you spell his name for me? I'm afraid I can't. I can try to brute force a search, but I'm really gonna need a precise spelling.
I gotcha. Have you worked there long?
Been here the longest out of everybody.
So maybe you did at some point work with Vidocq.
I do remember a mysterious fellow with a strange last name.
Could you describe him for me?
He was short, overweight, had a beard and long brown hair.
Sadly, I don't think that narrows it down much.
You just have a last name? No first name?
No. Sadly, we're on a last name only basis at the station. You know, on second thought though, do the letters GG mean anything to you? Maybe their initials? You seem to respond to that.
Oh my god! Gigi! Deborah! He's asking about Gigi!
You know him?
Of course, that's right, yeah. Vidocq. Eugene Vidocq. We called him Gigi, but he also had another nickname, Mr. Miracle.
Mr. Miracle?
He only worked here for 3 weeks. Each week he saw a different patient. These 3 patients were ill. I'm talking just around the corner from the big sleep. But he talked to them, he listened to them, and they bounced back. He disappeared shortly after.
Well, is there anything you can tell me about these miracle cases? Maybe you can put me in touch with the patients? Anything you can tell me about them?
Sure, I can pull up some names. There was a painter, an internet video guy, and a musician.
Holy shit.
Is everything okay?
Okay, do you have anything on Eugene Vidocq? Even just an address, wherever he was living at the time he volunteered for you?
Yeah, I have his address.
All right, thank you.
If it's a police matter, I'll send it over right away.
Now, we haven't hit the maximum depth yet in this video, but before we get into the production of Two of Everything, the finale of Marissa Marcel's story, let's go ahead and update our character whiteboard. One thing we should mark on our character whiteboard is the existence of a synthesis between Marissa and the One. Up until this point, I think it would have been reasonable to assume that Marissa Marcel, the superstar as we see her, is a sort of just a mindless husk from which the mind is actually the One, just steering, fully just steering. But instead, I feel like this plot in Two of Everything tells us it's a bit more gradient. That the star, Marissa Marcel, is a synthesis of the mortal Marissa Marcel, the girl from France, and the immortal One. I'll have a more complete picture by the end of all of this. But for now, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Through the production of Two of Everything, let's go ahead and finally answer the question, what happened to Marissa Marcel? Now, we've already gone through a little bit of this compositing test and this early table read, but I want to give a couple of refreshers. Durek and Amy Archer were working on a movie called Tell 'Em I'm Dangerous, evidently a movie about 2 twins or look-alike where Amy Archer would play the role of both Sarah and Anne. This project was chucked for Two of Everything because Marissa had come back. One question as we go into this production is, why did Marissa come back? Another small detail. Two of Everything's title seems to come from this producer.
2 murders, 2 of everything. Biblical.
Durek liked it, saying biblical. And lastly, what do we know about the Immortals? We know that at some point in the movie's production, Amy Archer saw the other one becoming a vessel for him. And Durek plus Marissa are being controlled by the One. Controlled, possessed, forms assumed, still tough to say. But that's everything we've already gleaned from. One thing I do want to point out is in this table read, I may have overlooked this line.
John wrote the part for me, so if you need any tips.
Heather is you when you were younger, Maria, you as you are now.
Taken to extremes for dramatic effect.
Perhaps history, in a way, repeated itself. We will come to learn that the One, of course as Durek, took Amy Archer as a muse. And just like how John Durek made Minsky a movie about Marissa's story, the One made a movie about their muse, Amy Archer. Perhaps a story about the young Amy Archer, before fame, and the older Amy Archer after fame, taken to extreme for dramatic effect. But something's not sincere here. If Amy were the star subject of this movie, why was she bumped off a role literally made for her? It could just be that the One is a bit of a control freak, needing to be the director and the lead. Hey, no hate, she's just like me for real. Or maybe this project, what started off as a story about Amy, young and old, slowly became a story about Marissa and the One. Or just purely the One. No point in floundering about. We'll have a much clearer picture as we get this production under our belt. Now, on March 1st, 1999, the movie is more or less fully casted and the table reads have commenced.
Final check in 20. Group 3 to the stage. Move your asses.
I really like the assistant director of Two of Everything.
Move your asses.
Move your asses. Note to self, put that on the soundboard for the next live stream. Now in this table read there really isn't much of anything, but if you fast forward through it you might notice that Marissa is totally still and John is shifting around in his seat. In a way, Durek is the creativity of the One, constantly making notes, thinking of new and better ways to frame things. And Marissa is the performance of the One, the still and ready muscle and bones, only precisely activating when action is called. Perhaps sensory versus reflex for my anatomy buffs. The subverted footage is nothing more than the whole table read, but with just the One sitting in Marissa's seat. Of course, John and Marissa aren't present. Not much here that I detected, but I do want to give props to Charlotte Molin's voice acting.
You look hot.
Don't you dare, you have the real thing right here.
We've heard the One's voice when it's sweet, when it's resentful, when it's angry, but this is a very youthful voice. In a way, the actor is not different to the Immortals, shifting voices and shapes, being immortalized in different forms and characters. Aside from this, I do want to point out that the One doesn't say, "Cut, that was great," like Durek does.
All right, it was great.
Sounded really good.
Everything just sort of holds here in an awkward way, and the One just stares at the camera. On March 2nd, we got another table read with Gary.
Can we take a break?
Sure. Simon, you want to get us another round of coffees? Back in 10?
Here we have Amy suggesting a break, and John accepts. This will come up several times throughout the production, Amy suggesting on behalf of the cast to take a break. And we also see Amy rest her head on Durek's shoulder. This would be an early hint as to a possible relationship between Durek and Amy. I don't believe she's been made into a vessel for the other one yet, but that could change. Let's see. After their short break, they do another table read. This is just the table read that takes place after the break. There's nothing of note here, but I do find it interesting how Amy separates both John and Marissa. I'm reminded of that 818 on that building at the end of Two of Everything. Right. The two infinite beings separated by some sort of partition. Amy is that partition. Let's go ahead and move on to the March 4th table read. The main thing of note here is towards the end. Gary's actor asks about where Gary's heart is in the death of Maria. Is he really so cold-hearted? We've already gone over this in the movie analysis. Let's pick up towards the tail end of this clip.
So let's play Gary here as revealing the worst of the commercial exploitation of the artist. Okay, you guys have a costume fitting now. We'll be back here in an hour or so.
Who owns your movies when you die? Studios?
Mm-hmm. Except for this one, we are fully funding this one ourselves.
Okay, so that's new. No big producers, no studio involvement, a proper indie endeavor. Might as well mark March 1st is the start of the table reads and March 15th is the start of the scene rehearsals.
Scene 27, rehearsal.
Welcome to Marvelous Naomi. You will be this movie's ghost. You are Marissa's shadow and reflection.
I'm a stand-in.
More than that. When I'm acting, I always have ideas for my scene partner. Here, I can use them. Give you something to play with.
Okay, just let me know if there's something special you want me to do.
Ready?
So already we can see that Marissa and Durek are soft-handed with their cast, unlike the brutal conditions of Ambrosio. Once the scene ends, we have this small conversation.
That's great, Naomi. Now let's swap places.
You be Heather, Marissa, you be
Maria.
Can I quickly watch back what we just did? I just want to make sure I lock how you did it in my head.
Sure.
Sure.
Marissa and Durek are completing each other's sentences, and at some point saying the same thing. Naomi's scrupulous work ethic in wanting to look over the footage will give the One a moment to catch their breath. On that same day, they get straight into rehearsing another scene. There's an interesting moment with a kiss.
Wow. I was gonna save that for the cameras.
I should go. I don't want to miss my flight.
No way.
Of course.
Safe flight.
Bye, Mark.
Interesting. When Heather and Mark kiss, we have the real world and fictional world spilling into each other. Mark is surprised at Heather's kiss feeling different from Maria's, but also Mark's actor is shocked at what he feels being kissed by an immortal vampire. Unknowingly, of course. Of course, at this point, we're already well aware of the One having very powerful kisses.
And cut.
Should I know that the kiss is different? I mean, is it a better kiss than with Maria?
He gets the names mixed up. This could be a legit mistake that was left in for the sake of authenticity, or this could indicate that the one did drain a bit from Mark's actor in that one kiss.
A better kiss than with Maria, a different kiss, or do I sense nothing? It's just a good kiss.
How did it feel then?
What's interesting is he says,
I was surprised. I don't usually kiss in rehearsal.
And his actual line after the kiss was,
wow. I was gonna save that for the cameras.
I find that detail really cool. Like I said, reality and fiction spilling into each other.
It was a hot kiss.
Kiss involves more senses than penetration. It's a magical thing. Like, give me surprise and hotness on the day, and that works for me.
Okay.
Same day, we've got the airplane rehearsal.
Ma'am, may I offer you something to drink before we depart?
Yes. I'm used to looking at you and seeing myself. I'm not used to seeing...
Female flight attendant. You don't get to fix my line reads this time.
Well...
Don't worry, I'm not going to go all Brando on you. Okay.
This was just a fun moment. When Naomi says, I won't go all Brando on you, I believe this is a reference to Marlon Brando needing to attach his lines to people's chests in certain scenes. Aside from this, we've got a moment where we see Marissa do some self-directing and acting.
Cut to a little while later.
Other sleeves?
Oh, and this final bit.
How was I?
You stole our hearts.
You stole our hearts. I'll keep this in mind. There may be something developing between Naomi and the One. Not sure. 3 days later, on March 18th, we've got the rehearsal for the birthday party aftermath. There's not much here except this.
Cut. Let's move on. Terry, you get to show your true self.
Okay.
Aha! Now, Terry seems like a sweet man. If there was some villainy to him, we would know. Even with a lovable hunk like Carl Greenwood, we got some of the less savory angles to him. And yet with Terry, the one through Durek refers to this vile Hessenberg as Terry's true self. Just as Fisher wanted to craft girls and women into harlots and virgins, it seems that the One has an innate cynicism against men. After all, this new life of the One was birthed from Marissa being and killed by men, and the birth of her film career was being tyrannically sculpted by a man. And you know, the One was literally crucified as Jesus, so that'll do you in as well. Just a small detail, I guess. Let's keep going. In this next rehearsal, we don't have much. However, I missed something. I realized in the scene where Heather locks herself in the bathroom, she steps over something. She's in the bathtub when calling Maria, who at that moment is taking a bath. Cool detail. I almost missed it. Would have been cooler to notice it during the actual movie analysis, but hey, better late than never. And another small detail.
Cut.
Jesus.
Marissa pushed Terry pretty hard, just like when she slapped Robert Jones in Ambrosio's production. He noted that she hits hard. And there's a cool little bit of camaraderie. We see just a sliver of it here. It's these small moments of warmth like this that I'll come to miss as we get deeper and deeper into this production. Now, let's get into the subverted footage.
No.
Sorry.
No.
I'm not wrong. What does a $10 million night look like? It doesn't finish with a polite nod at the door. I want to feel like you appreciate it. I want you to be grateful. Understood?
No. No.
You can't, okay? We're just getting started. You're making a mess out of your party dress. Let's get you out of that thing.
No.
Come out. Come out.
Of course, you've got the repeating no's that Hessenberg doesn't listen to. But what's interesting is he doesn't react in a normal way. He's just saying his lines. Perhaps this is because Terry, at that capture of this footage, wasn't being Hessenberg authentically. He was just being an actor, a vessel for rehearsed lines. The biggest thing in this footage is this last part.
I'm gonna wait out here all night. It's my birthday.
No matter how many I kill, there's always more.
It's very, very easy to miss this detail. Heck, I almost did. But this isn't Hessenberg, not even Terry. I thought, oh, this is Terry wearing a prosthetic bludgeon face. But no, this character is wearing a circlet and some sort of white gown. Is this a Roman officer? A noble? Perhaps Pontius Pilate? Caiaphas' other half in the accusation of Jesus? It's an odd detail that helps further establish some sort of linking between the One and Jesus, and perhaps Hessenberg to Pilate. Maybe that's where the symbolic significance ends. What is it that the One keeps killing? No matter how many I kill, there are always more. Men? Humans? Perhaps vessels for the other one to sneak in? Also, does this mean at some point that One began consuming Terry? Not sure. Let's keep soldiering on. In the next rehearsal, we don't have much, just some more seamless internal dialogue, but made external, between Marissa and Durek. I should note that this takes place on March 23rd, a new rehearsal day, and there's nobody else except Durek and Marissa. It's as if they got there early and are working off the clock to do some rehearsing on their own. Brutal, but I can relate. Now, the subverted footage.
I wanted two of everything to be about everything, but as simple as possible. It was my story. At the beginning, I felt we could do it, but as it went on, I realized it wasn't going to work. The other one was there, but like never before, and we pushed, but I was trying to do too much, to be too much.
Interesting, so I wasn't being clever. This really is the story of the One, and perhaps we are catching some gospel motifs and Garden of Genesis motifs because these were the stories the One played a major role in. But naturally this production fell apart because the One couldn't do everything at once. Or, I guess, everything at twice. One more thing. The One mentions that the other one came back like never before. The return was different, and the intentions and role played were also very different. I'll leave it at that for now, but just keep in mind that the other one goes through their own character development. Now, the assistant director has arrived as well as some of the actors. There's some interesting moments where Marissa will do the directing.
A busy NYPD office. And inside?
Look up. Thank you for seeing me.
Well, the deputy told me you weren't going to leave until I did.
I'm a crank, but a beautiful crank. That's what you're thinking. You're not really taking me seriously. Well, I needed to talk to you. Or?
You free at 8?
Try that again with some chemistry, like this might go places.
Can he do that? Can he date people involved in cases?
He can.
He can do whatever we want him to.
There's a couple ways you could interpret this. He's either doubting Marissa's direction because she's not the director, or because she's a woman. Take your pick. What's odd is that this is the only scene this detective is in, but for some reason the One finds it necessary for him to be creepy. Even the actor picks up on this being off, plot-wise. Now that I think about it, I don't think there's a single male character in this movie who isn't a total schifuzo. Well, there's the bodyguard and the night show host. Does this pass the test? What would be the male version of the Bechdel test? Bechdel testosterone. A couple days later, in the next rehearsal, there isn't really much for us to glean from, except again, this warm moment. Naomi has some fun with the lead. It's very nice. I can imagine a lot of productions it could feel alienating having a small role. In this scene, there's a subverted clip of the One dancing to a full-blown choreographed piece to Vivaldi. It's a pity that I must cower to the yellow dollar sign and censor the sheer outfit, because it's actually really cool seeing the body and fabric move in their own independent ways to this bombastic dance. Kind of like how the One is the skeleton and the fabric is the vessel. Also reminds me of what was said in that mocap scene in Two of Everything.
And inside your core being is what we are capturing. The real Maria.
The next rehearsal footage is of the scene that takes place after the club sequence. There's not much to note here.
Please.
I really like this sound. It sounds how a new car smells. Thanks, Terry.
What did I just take? What did I just take?
Candy.
Candy.
Really?
I wonder if they actually did give Terry drugs. If you remember back in Minsky's filming, Greenwood shouts, "That's real coke!"
That was real coke.
during that Club 88 sequence. In the next scene, we've got Randy, the stunt coordinator, introduced. He's the one that briefly tries to intervene in this fight rehearsal.
All right, just take it nice and slow, and we'll break it down from there.
Feel free to hit me. I could take it.
Let's start in the elevator.
Now, there's a lot here. We've already gone over a lot in this scene, but there's just so much. Let's run over it one more time, focusing less on the plot and more on the production itself. First thing to note, Amy Archer is standing in the background. In this rehearsal, Marissa bludgeons Terry's face with a thankfully harmless plush microphone.
You take the key card out of my pocket, and then you're gone.
Hey, you okay?
Now, why did Marissa act this way? What caused this emotionally charged moment? Well, whatever it was, it also affected John Durick. By the end of the scene, he's on the floor, leaning over, about to pass out perhaps. We can infer this from the stunt coordinator asking, "Hey, are you okay?" It's very easy to miss, but by the position of his knees, it's clear that he's turned towards Durick asking this, not Terry. Right before this, we hear Amy Archer ask Marissa, "What was that?" Was she referring to the outbursts, or was she referring to this?
You provoked me. You made me choose between them and you. I had them burn you.
Okay, so this scene brought forth the memory of Marissa shooting and killing Carl, the one destroying Carl's vessel to kill the other one. She's positioned atop Terry in a similar way as well, and the gun even transformed into the revolver that killed Carl.
I watched him die on the screen.
And I was reborn.
And so on March 25th, 1999, we can safely assume that the other one was reborn, re-emerged within Amy Archer, brought back from a heavy death, the heavy death that was not the being shot in the chest while possessing Greenwood, but being cremated. If you remember that triple subverted footage that we witnessed during that scene, we saw Amy Archer witnessing that death. And then we hear the voice of the other one saying, "And then I was reborn." If that literally happened, if Amy straight up sat down and saw, like in a weird snuff film, like, "Oh, can I see the footage, Marissa or Durick, of what canceled Minsky?" If she literally sat down and watched that snuff footage, then perfect. This even bolsters this. But let's just say that was purely symbolic. Since that was in like a triple subverted clip, it's like in this weird, symbolic, ethereal, immortal realm. Then I think it's safe to say that that viewing is symbolic of what happened here on March 25th, when Amy Archer, at just the right angle, witnessed a rendition of that scene, of the events preceding the other one's death. And through a sort of mimetic resurgence, the other one was brought back from this heavy death. The one wanted to immortalize, make Franny real by looking at her at just the right angle. They say something around the lines of, "The camera dictates what's sovereign." What if Amy, quite literally, looked at this scene at just the right angle? I mean, the positioning she's standing in is quite identical to what the camera is looking at in the scene where Carl Greenwood gets shot. What if instead of a camera lens, it was the lens of Amy's eye that looked at this scene at just the right angle and caused all of those memories and events to come back? In this next rehearsal, Amy's face is a bit vacant.
Forward deck.
You.
And what's cool is Isabella asks Maria, "Who are you?" as she dies. Again, it reminds me of Marissa asking the one who she was when she was dying. Perhaps Amy is wondering the same thing in the midst of being possessed by the other one. Check out this subverted footage.
I've had a lot of time to think. I regret how I acted.
I don't understand how you're here. You're not here.
It's different. Amy did it.
Amy's still here.
Yes. No one helped me. Like all times.
So the other one was brought back through a mimetic resurgence within Amy, but this time to help the one, not antagonize them. The only thing I'm particularly puzzled about is the phrase, Amy did it.
Amy did it.
Did Amy intentionally bring back the other one, or does Amy did it just simply mean she sufficed? You know what, I'm overthinking, it really doesn't matter. So now we must ask, with two immortals at the helm, will this feature make it to the box office? Well, we know based on the premise of this game it doesn't, which is a shame. After all, 2 is always better than 1. The filming of the production begins on April 5th, 1999. The first shot is this end scene, where Maria plays the guitar.
Scene 85 Bravo, take 1.
Action.
It's fitting that we start with the ending. Let's skip to this part.
Too much of everything.
That isn't right. How does she feel? She's
In the
happy.
moment, she enjoys the singing.
Heather isn't dead. She's a part of her.
Synthesis.
No CDs or anything. No legacy. No recordings.
I'm always here, live forever in this moment. Okay.
Let's go again.
Okay, gotcha. Synthesis. Oh, wow, that's rich. Where do I start? Evidently, it's not as simple as Maria living incognito as Christina. Marissa is intentionally playing the character as a synthesis of the two, because after all, this is supposed to be the one's story. Maybe this reveals that Marissa is inside there, or out here. That this isn't as simple as a husk steered by an immortal. It's a vessel crafted in part with the humanity of Marissa and the immortality of the One. A strange amalgam that never ages but still declines. I'll leave it at that for now. That other phrase.
I'm always here, live forever in this moment. Okay.
Oh, this ever-presence again makes me think of that terrarium-like nature to these clips. They contain the essence of what they're capturing in perpetuity. It's both suffocating to think about, but also sweet. If we subvert the footage, we get a really vulnerable angle to the One. The One is singing a song called Candy Says. And hey, no dissing Doug Yule of the Velvet Underground, but it's the superior version of Candy Says, with Anoni on the mic. Sadly, I can't, or I should say I won't play it. Again, I'm cowering, but this time not from the censors, but from the copyright. It's a great song though, you really should listen to it. We'll be focusing on the lyrics, what they mean, and why the One would be singing this song. Candy Darling is the namesake of this song. We're going back to Minsky with this, because Candy Darling was a superstar of Andy Warhol. And of the many who tragically died, she was one of the few that died not to fast-living drugs or alcohol. It was just a terminal illness, which is neither here nor there, but it's just a sad detail. I just kind of need to get that off my chest. There's a lot of history to this song, but I'll just zero in on what's relevant to us. All we need is the lyrics. Candy says, I've come to hate my body and all it requires in this world. Candy Darling was a transgender woman. Some of her parting words for her fellow denizens of the factory were, unfortunately before my death, I had no desire left for life. I am so bored by everything. In the brief skimming I did of some of her quotes, I discerned there was an angst, a discontentment with life as she experienced it. And this song, Candy Says, a song about hating one's body and all it requires, was written about Candy Darling by people who were close to her. While I don't know how deep Candy's story goes, I can at least surmise that the song Candy Says is about, at least in part, dysphoria. However, the language of the lyrics are so very elegantly broad that many people can relate to it in different ways. The pain the song portrays goes beyond gender and even the body. It could go even into existence. The One is tired of being immortal, grown to hate their body, and all it requires in this strange, dark, timeless world. It's something that's a bit different than a general depression or discontentment. There's a specific feeling that I think the One is portraying here. If you look into her eyes, there's a strained tear-jerking, a profound sadness that can only be described as suffocating. The One isn't just displeased with where they are at this point of life. This isn't about regretting the past or worrying about the future. It's so much more simpler than that, but also all the more painful. The One is simply trapped. Trapped in immortality. Unable to die. Is the One trapped in these film reels? Trapped in the archetypes they occupy? I don't know, but they're trapped nonetheless. Unseen and in the void. All of the whys in Marissa's story, insofar as how it has to do with the One, hinges on this simple desire to transcend one's immortality. Us mortals are constantly using art to transcend our mortality and achieve some sort of mimetic immortality. And so the One is desperately trying to touch into that X factor of art to work it the other way around. Or maybe the One just simply wants to feel like a mortal. To be amused, to take amuse, to be the object of an art form, to be the one objectifying, to be a human and create something so derivative, so base and so mundane, and yet to have such a profound pride in it. These godlike ancients potentially created the greatest story of all of mankind, and they're just displeased with it. Whereas a child, a human child with a macaroni painting, has that much more pride. That much more creative wanderlust. That's what the One, at least a part of what the One wants. And speaking of which, we've kind of gone back full circle. We have the One, a fully immortal being, synthesizing with Marissa, a fully mortal being. And so this new synthesis is both fully immortal and fully mortal. Still subject to some aspects of entropy, but not the mortal kind. In the same way that Jesus is said to be fully God and fully man. And so maybe the star, Marissa Marcel, the one whose fate we're still trying to discover, is fully Marissa and fully the One. Maybe that's the model. Some of the other lyrics are, Candy says, I hate the big decisions that cause endless revisions in my mind. I could tie this to the One's perfectionist approach to storytelling, but I think we've gotten everything we need here. Really, I think we've fully exhausted the highfalutin symbolic aspects of this game. I think it's time we lock it and focus on seeing how this all ends, and perhaps begins. Before I forget, April 5th marks the day that 2 of Everything starts filming. Interestingly enough, just the day before Easter of 1999. But on April 12th, we got a bit of that B-roll of the snake slithering across the water. The only thing of note is a funny instance where somebody is seen struggling to get it to drift across the water. A day later, we have footage of Mark and Maria watching the VMAs. Aside from some direction from Durek, we don't have much. Let's keep moving. The next day, we have the mocap scene. There's not much here except this exchange between John and the other actor who plays the mocap tech.
Cut. All right, going again. Peter, once she's in, keep your eyes on Maria, even when you're walking away.
You want me to talk while walking backwards?
I can't help but feel this concept of talking while walking backwards is a reference to something. Maybe biblical? Maybe occult? I don't know, but I'm getting major deja vu vibes with this. Also, I realized something. The T-pose... No disrespect. The T-pose is a lot like the outstretched arms of somebody who's being crucified. Fitting. In the subverted footage, we've got a really cool sequence. The Immortal World's version of the capture and cloning of Maria, but now the cloning of the One.
The 2 of us, we should have known better. The 2 of us could be so much better. The 2 of us, we should have known better. The 2 of us could be so much better. You and me, everything comes in pairs. Me and you and me got 2 of everything. 2 hands, 2 eyes, got 2 of everything. Too much of everything. You and me forevermore. Baby, that scares me. Can we just be you and me?
Is this subverted footage just an artsy-fartsy way of depicting what the original scene is? Or does it reveal the One's desire to multiply and become abundant, to expand their immortality past time and into space, through multiplicity occupying more of it? We kind of see that in the One's attempt to maintain two bodies, two vessels. Keep this in mind. While we know that the production of two of everything will ultimately fail, maybe this desire of the One will come to fruition in some different way. In this next scene, we don't have much, but some cool insight into where Gary's mind is while we look at the back of his head.
Alright, the previous scene where I identified Maria's body in motion as her essence, now she's here stripped of that core. Larry, keep looking at Marissa's breasts. Speak nice, but your eyes are treating her like me.
At the end, John says, cut, going again. So they went into a third take. So far, we haven't seen any shots with egregious amounts of takes. In this next shot, however, we're on take 4. Marissa clearly wants this to be the last take, so adjusts her lines while still rolling. Here are some examples.
Not for $1 million. Not for $1 million. Not for $1 million. Oh my gosh. You're natural. I'm shaking right now. I hope I signed your name right. Cut the line. You're a natural.
You're a natural.
Shit. I hope I signed your name right.
Maria with a big M.
We also have this nice moment between Naomi and Marissa.
Okay, I still forget which side I'm playing sometimes.
Yeah, that was great.
Although it is cut off a bit. Again, the environment is very chill. Evidently, Marissa is taking the brunt of the creative stress. However, I may have spoken too soon. Some days later, on April 23rd, we're on take 7 of the phone call scene, where Heather accepts the fill-in gig for the Splash commercial.
We get one more go with the cat, so if you want to go again, kill it before we kill it.
I think this means that they have only so much more time with the cat before likely relinquishing it to its owner. Killing something means to move it from the set or turn something off, and Q means to signal. Also, naturally, because this is take 7, the second AC is reflecting the cast's frustration.
Scene 1415 Charlie, take 7.
Look what you made me do. Oh, you damn cat. You hungry? Too many divas in my life.
Cut, okay, let's try it without the cat in the shot. Still good?
Turns out the cat still didn't work out, and they're gonna do an 8th take without the cat this time. Brutal. After this, we've got some B-roll of the cat walking across the apartment with some cool focus changing. First focusing on Maria's autograph picture, then Maria the cat. This is perhaps to make the most out of the slim amount of time they have left with the cat. This is the 3rd take, so they really are milking it. We've got a hidden subverted clip here. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Arthur Fisher was dying and he was mending bridges. He came to me and he brought me a gift, the Ambrosio negatives he'd stolen. After he left, I watched them. I felt the pain in my heart. I felt the grief at who I'd been back then. I realized I missed Marissa and spontaneously brought her back.
So this mimetic resurgence works both ways. A mortal, like Amy Archer, can bring forth an immortal, like the other one. And in a similar fashion, the One, an immortal, brought forth a mortal, well, a mortal vessel, such as Marissa, by simply simmering on those memories, seeing those Ambrosio's negatives. We can apply that the One saw these negatives through the eyes of Durek. But we at least know that at some point between the first disappearance of Marissa and, of course, her reappearance, John Durek got his hands on those Ambrosio's negatives. Arthur Fisher was on his deathbed or approaching his end, and so he wanted to make amends. Get back in touch for old time's sake. After all, Durek was his director of photography. In this next shot, many days later, we've got the trailer scene. First, we have Heather freaking out about not being able to swim. They have Marissa freeze her position and ready something called a plate. This is for something called a match cut, so that in the next scene, it transitions to Marissa standing in Heather's place. I have zero knowledge of what the lingo means, but let me see if I can make an educated guess. The plate is probably some sort of tool or method used to mark the positioning of the head and body of the first shot, or a shot of the match cut, of the transition cut. It also looks like somebody also marks the floor to mark off the camera positioning.
Head up. Plate is good.
Action.
You sent them back how many times?
So the second shot, or B shot, is adjusted to match the positioning of the A shot. When done right, we've got a really cool transition, or match cut. Again, this is the basis of how we navigate throughout this game. Another note, this line.
No, they love the monster. It's part of the package.
I'm only now realizing the irony. The monster of the one is part of the Marissa Marcel package. Let's check this last part out.
Cut. Moving on to the next part. Larry, ready?
You're so good.
Oh, I love you.
There's a familiarity there. Is it romantic? Platonic? Kindred? Not sure. Perhaps Marissa is taking her ghost, Naomi, as a muse. In this scene with Gary, we're on a whopping 6th take. This is because an apple is getting thrown and caught a few times. But they nail it on this one, and Naomi playfully celebrates.
Cut. Check the gate, and we'll move over to Maria's side.
You got the apple!
Finally.
How many apples have we gone through today?
I feel like the whole basket.
Yeah, pretty close.
That's nice. Naomi really strikes me as a newbie with a sort of wanderlust to this medium. No wonder the one has taken a liking to her.
Scene 20, Charlie, take 3.
We've got the cross footage, nothing of note here, at least that we haven't already touched on, and then we have the night show sequence. Note they actually got a night show host to play himself in this movie. Of course, this is within the Immortality universe. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. It's just so aggressive.
You know, when I do my live show, we just do the one take, and then we're done. But this is also valid, I guess.
Has this guy not ever heard of movies? Does he think everything is a live broadcast?
Action. And cut.
We should do this for real sometime. Marissa, not Maria. Or, sorry, Heather. I'm sorry, I just read my pages on.
I think John has some notes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is a fun exchange. Of course, playing the game for the first time, this would either confuse the hell out of you or clue you into the body double plot of 2 of everything. I was the former. Now with this next shot, oh gosh, take 7.
No looking at the movie camera, guys. Okay, I got this.
Evidently, the host keeps looking into the camera and f***ing up the shot. I still can't get over whatever Just Dance headassery they're doing in this scene. It's just so cheesy, but accurate. Of course, the scene ends with...
Right. Hey, when we come back, we have the stars of TV's hit new comedy. Don't go anywhere.
Cut.
I looked into the camera. Sorry, guys, it's a force of habit.
Let's get my close-ups. We'll have to cut to me at that point anyway.
I swear, I think this guy is deathly allergic to figuring it the f*** out. Enough cussing! Why am I cussing so much? I must have been in a bad mood when I was writing this script. This specific part, at least. Speaking of stressful shots, we've got, take 8? Oh, this one.
Hey, give us a clean safety. Just putts it and we'll cut in on the phone for the spin.
So it seems they're trying to get lucky and spin the phone perfectly to the left twice and the right once, in that order.
I want to go straight into another one. I think I can get it without cheating.
If not, let's try Tony's magnet thing. It's worth doing it right, John? John?
Cheating as in using cuts and editing to make this scene work. She wants to do it all in one take. Note that Marissa is out of breath.
John?
We see John is passed out and Marissa falls down next to him, their arms perfectly aligned to each other. This is the fatal flaw of the One's production style. Of course, the martyr will put it all on themselves, sacrifice everything on themselves to make this production work, putting all the pressure on themselves to spare the cast. But that seldom ever works. No man, no woman, no one is an island. If the head of the ship is incapacitated, then the whole crew suffers. Sure, nobody's getting the Arthur Fisher treatment, but yet they are still having to work into several takes to make these shots work. The subverted footage is fascinating. Take a look.
Would you like to be me?
This is the only subverted footage that I'm aware of that doesn't immediately switch out Marissa with the One. Aside from this, there's not much I can glean from it. At first, I kind of just interpreted this statement, "Would you like to be me?" as just exhibiting the One's, at first perhaps enviable immortality, but as you dig into it, we discover it's a very unenviable position. However, it could also be a sort of reference to the plot of Two of Everything itself. It's, a little bit of a double meaning, where both characters would like to be each other. We've got a quick B-roll of the guns close-up, and then the fourth take of the tour of the Hessenberg residence. 4 takes doesn't seem like a lot, but mind you, this is a long shot.
Good to move on? We can take a break. We should take a break.
No, we can go again.
You're burning the candle at both ends.
Go again.
So Marissa and John forego on the break and go right into the 5th take. So this would mark the beginning of the end for the production. Amy, or perhaps the other one through Amy, is telling Marissa, and of course the One, that they're burning at both ends. They need to take a break. We've got a close-up shot of the fertility mask, and then the shot of the room tour.
Wait! Apple.
We just said it.
It's wrong. The arrangement is wrong.
Durek adjusts the apple slightly. He's getting a lot more high-strung as this production has progressed.
Apple is good.
And at the end of the shot...
Cut.
Marissa, are you okay?
Marissa's nose is bleeding, and you can even see the assistant director react to somebody fall off camera. This is very likely John Durek fainting. Once again, this isn't good. The subverted footage shows the One in Marissa's clothes. She grabs an apple while the other one walks in wearing Amy Archer's clothes, holding a snake.
The apple and snake were my idea. This isn't going to work.
This at least confirms that this isn't just Amy suggesting breaks. The other one is staying true to their desire to help the One. The problem is, the One isn't taking the other one's advice. While Marissa and Durek recover, the cast continues the production, shooting some close-up footage that doesn't require Marissa. You can tell that Durek is also out of commission because you can hear somebody else call action and cut.
Action?
Honestly, the One lucked out with these folks. What a great team. In this next shot, Durek isn't calling action or cut, so it seems Marissa has recovered before Durek with just enough energy between the two for her alone to do this simple shot. In this next shot, we don't have much to note, but there is a subverted bit of footage.
Mr. President, the late Marilyn Monroe.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
In the same clip that Marissa sings her rendition of Marilyn Monroe's Happy Birthday, we can find the subverted footage of the One in full Marilyn Monroe getup singing Happy Birthday. She sings in a weakened, almost sickly manner, eventually falling into the other one's arms, where the other one finishes the song.
Everybody, happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you.
The other one seems to be sneering at us, detesting us, as if we did this to the One. But we didn't do this to them, did we? If anything, the One is doing it for us. I think the other one, despite wanting to cooperate and help his kindred, knows that just like with the Gospels, that this news story, with the synthesis of Marissa Marcel, just won't take. The other one would have to watch their immortal comrades suffer, once again, all for naught. just like they did on the cross in the Immortality universe. It wasn't all for naught in our universe. Here's a fun fact. If you remember in Marissa's interview for Ambrosio on April 15th, in the 60s, she implies her birthday is 2 months from then. And this happy birthday scene is shot on June 18th, just a click above 2 months from that aforementioned date. So I think perhaps in singing happy birthday, the one realizes that they never had a birthday. The closest that they would have had to that is the day they consumed Marissa. In the next shot, we have one interesting happening. After the director cuts, we see Amy Archer look off in a concerned manner, almost like she's hearing something that we aren't. This is because there's a subverted clip here.
Part of being human was Amy. It was not my intention to take a muse as a lover, but I found myself repeating that pattern. Amy asked very little of me, apart from my brilliance. Through her, I wanted to engage with the pressures that shape our art. Amy only felt alive when she was playing a part. I wanted to help her surpass herself. But each movie we made was less good. The other one had always said that the human stories always have declined. And I started to feel that every time I looked at Amy.
So Amy Archer is confirmed to be a muse of, let's not be confused, not John Durick, but The One. It was The One that took Amy Archer as a muse. The way that The One talks about Amy, dare I say, is a little condescending. You know, the vibe of, I took her under my wing to help her surpass herself, for her own sake, of course. There's a chain. We've got a close-up of the elastic being cut from Heather's waist, then the scene preceding the birthday performance. The subtitles tell us that Marissa is telling herself, it's fine, and so her performance reflects this emotion.
They're ready for you now. Of course. Where's Frank?
You've been assigned someone new. Union rules in New York. We gave Frank the night off.
Oh. Okay. Keep rolling, I want to go straight into another one.
And the next attempt is preceded with, and of course we have this performance.
They're ready for you now.
Of course. Where's Frank?
You've been assigned someone new. Union rules in New York. We gave Frank the night off.
Okay. Give me a minute.
I can imagine confusion is a common emotion for the cast in this production by now. Part of me knows I'm going to die. This is foreboding to say the least. For the birthday performance scene, we're looking at, take 5. Rough. We got Durick's pickiness and then a full-blown argument.
Hey, let's go again. Clear the room. People in Terry's Island.
At this point, The One isn't taking suggestions or criticism. Well, I say The One, but it looks like Marissa is reacting negatively to Durick's tirade. Maybe these two still retain some level of individuality, but are simply kept upright and steered at varying degrees of control by The One. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that The One has controlled Marissa for far longer than they've controlled Durick. Like Fisher said, Marissa is old enough to follow directions but not think she knows better than her director. But Durick is old, stubborn, with a clear creative will by the time he's fully consumed by The One. This is probably why he's a bit more disagreeable in his possession. I don't know. Our next shot is the scene preceding Heather's murder. This being take 6, we can hear a likely drained Marissa hyping herself up. She needs to drum up the urgency if she wants this to seem authentic. After cut is called, we hear this exchange.
Cut. Let's go again. I can do it better.
We can pick it up.
I want it in the master.
It's late. You need to sleep.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. Let's go.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. It seems The One doesn't realize that they aren't the only ones being drained by this. This is no longer a soul sacrifice kind of thing. But alas, the eternal workaholic presses on. Let's see what they have to say in this hidden clip.
What had happened to the other one was new. They pointed to a new possibility. Even as I was falling apart, I felt there was a way. How to be free of all flesh and become something more.
This new possibility is evidently the mimetic resurgence these immortals are capable of. This is more foreshadowing of the future of the One and the ending of this game. Now, take 7 of the drowning scene. That's bad. When Marissa is pulled up from the water, she actually is incapacitated, causing a panic with the assistant director.
Is she okay? Marissa! Marissa!
It's so funny. I remember when I first saw this scene, I'm like, what's going on? This is so awkward. This random guy just falls into the pool. But now it's a lot less confusing at this point. John Durick passes out into the water. The One only has just enough energy to power a single artiste. Think about it. The One is simulating a death they alluded to in their past. We have a repetitive drowning, and if it's true that the camera determines what is sovereign, then we have several Heathers being drowned and killed. This is at the very least traumatic for the immortal, and likely even causing her to be deeply fatigued. Let's go ahead and dig into this subverted footage. We've got actually a few layers underneath this. We see that same man, the form that the One took when they drug Marissa into the barn to consume her. He's in this strange, fleshy, watery cavern, and forgive me for being floppy, but right now it's looking a lot like a brain to me, and this could be fitting. Within this subverted footage, we see a new lady, a form of the One we've never seen. And then within this footage, we finally have the One in her original form.
How many times have I done this now?
So, this unnamed woman and unnamed man are previous vessels of the One. We know for a fact that the unnamed man was the form that the One took leading into their consumption of Marissa Marcel. It was through his voice that the One said, "You will live through moi." It was at this point it occurred to me that all the forms of deaths the One lists in the subverted footage of Minsky have something to do with asphyxiation. All except crucifixion. Hanging, drowning, burning generally kills you from suffocation before the fire burns anything vital, at least from my layman's understanding. And Jesus' death on the cross is medically theorized to be of a cardiac shock from severe brutalization and the fatigue the body was in. Kind of like the fatigue the One is going through right now. In a way, this movie, too, of everything is a figurative cross for the One to bear. But if I wanted to get really floppy with this, in the Bible, when a Roman soldier stabs Jesus in his side, water comes out. It's almost like when Jesus died, he was drowning. When the One experiences death and comes back to this fleshy realm, they wake for a moment, it seems, in this weird, dark, fleshy cavern. Perhaps after so many deaths, it's hard to tell when one's getting crucified or drowned. But now I'm just rambling. In general, if there's one concrete thing we can glean from this subverted footage, it's that the simulation of death by this immortal, who is a most authentic actor, is compounding the experience of death. In that moment when Marissa was passed out in the water, you could say she probably really died and just was repossessed by the immortal again. The seams of this vessel are coming apart. In this next bathtub shot, we're on take 4, and it now also occurs to me that Heather dies in a pool at the same time Maria is relaxing in a bathtub. We don't have much here except Durick's perfectionism.
Cucumber wiggle.
Oh wait, that's nuts. You've got this concept of entering the water, dying, and coming out new and rejuvenated. In that same moment, Heather enters the water, dying as Maria, and Maria emerges from her waters unknowingly reborn as Christina. In the long shot of Maria finding out about the news of her death, we have this small moment after the cut.
Reset the TV, going for one more before we break for lunch.
I'm genuinely perplexed by this. John Durick and Marissa Marcel hug each other, and it's very sad, solemn even. It's how one hugs another when a shared loved one is in the hospital, within their requiem. All this time I've been generally consistent with referring to Marissa and John being possessed by the One, but I want to clarify that I mean this in the most broadest of ways. Maybe just as Christina is a new being, a synthesis of Maria and Heather, maybe Marissa Marcel, the superstar, is a new being, a synthesis of the One and Marissa. But it's a bit tricky. But I'll delineate it this way. Marissa, the French girl, is dead. But this is a sort of copy of her, retaining a copy of her conscious, altered carbon style, but propped up and mixed with some aspects, motives, and traits of the One. I still think in many ways the One is possessing Marissa in a traditional sense, controlling her, but I do think that some of the aspects of Marissa travel back to the possessor, and thus the One is also influenced by the vessel. With John, I worry it's a bit trickier, but I think we can apply the same inferences. John was consumed by Marissa, or the One, when displeased with his reaction, and John was reborn a vessel, with the past of Durick, the tendencies, disposition, and temperament of Durick in his possession, or at least the vessel's possession, also influencing the One, making the One more of a perfectionist, more of a visionary. Maybe it's a fool's errand to try and understand the intricacies of the possession of these vessels. You can honestly interpret this entire game, the entire supernatural aspect, as purely symbolic. That in the same way, when you are inspired and desperately creating and doing great things, you are symbolically possessed by your creativity. Or you could take a very literalistic approach to this, that these are meat vessels that are being steered by a vampiric, immortal being. But in a way, regardless, it's all telling the same story. Regardless of the intricacies and the nature of this possession, be it a literalistic one or a symbolic, figurative one, what we see in front of us are two vessels, two artists approaching their requiem. Whether they be fully conscious of who they once were or only partially, they see each other and perhaps remember the times they had with one another. And knowing that all of that's about to end, they hug each other. I think that's why I was so confused when I saw this, was because I was trying to understand this from the perspective of the One hugging the One, that the One is somehow hugging herself through these two meat puppets. But no, these aren't just meat puppets. These are, I guess, in the same way that Jesus is fully man and fully God, who we see in front of us are both fully John Durick, or fully Marissa Marcel, and fully the One. It's sad, but at the same time, I think it's good that these vessels will finally get some rest. The immortal, on the other hand, well, they're called an immortal for a reason. Let's move on. Within this, we've got some words from our dear immortal.
I made some movies. With each one, I tried to make it perfect. I thought about them intensely. People liked them. Some thought them cold. I missed the other one, and I wanted to make work that would have pleased him. With this medium, the transmission of the message was far greater and far more precise. I wanted to make the case for humanity, and I allowed myself to think I was part of it.
Aside from giving us a bit of context to what we already know, I think we can glean from this last part, this making a case for humanity, to be a similar attempt to the Gospels that the One and the other one created, a sort of even newer testament. In the next scene, we learn that this take was done in one go. Is Durick showing some mercy to himself and his cast, or is he just over it?
Cut. Got it in one. Moving on.
There's a tiny detail right here. Marissa comes back to hug who I think is Naomi. Maybe Marissa is acting so authentically that she is going through experiencing the death of her other half. And so when she comes out of the scene and sees that Naomi, her ghost, is just fine, she hugs her. Or maybe a more grounded take. Marissa is aware of a coming end to this journey and wants to hug Naomi to make the most out of these final moments. In this next shot, we don't have much. We're on take one, but Durick does want to go again. These takes numbers are a lot less, probably because, again, Durick and Marissa sense the end is near and want to finish this movie ASAP. There's another small off-camera exchange before action.
People have all wondered what it is to mourn yourself.
go beyond death and look back at existence as a stage.
They're discussing the plot of the movie, what Maria goes through, mourning her own death. But this looking back at life as it's a stage of production, it's pretty fitting for the One story. These reels, these mementos, these monologues of the One are not our memories, not our stage that we are peering back at, but they are the One. The next shot is, okay, I spoke too soon. The fifth take. Yeah, never mind, Durek's still fucking around. There's nothing here except a subverted clip.
We tried to elevate humanity by telling them the greatest story. How much of it do I remember? Actually remember? How much has been eroded by the retelling? I remember the pain. Well, the performance of it. If what you fear the most is death and pain, we wanted to create the purest image of that. The other one was there. Later they made 2 Marys, but there was really only one. I remember the time in the cave. I was dead, but that passed. The ascension was left to their imagination. I didn't go anywhere.
And something tells me she still hasn't gone anywhere. Just as the One never went anywhere, Maria never went anywhere. Just went incognito, walked the earth. So again, there's that small aspect to of everything, telling the story of the One. But now, who is Heather in the story of the crucifixion? Was it that strange bearded man that we saw in the Ambrosio subverted clip? Was there an actual physical Jesus Christ? Oh gosh, that was like body snatched? Not sure. In the next shot, it's implied that John is nowhere to be found. We're on take 1, and while they do one more take after this...
Okay going without him? I just don't want to be here tomorrow going again. It's just weird, okay? Okay.
I think Marissa and maybe even the crew is running through this without John because he's gumming up the works with his perfectionism. However, it's also likely that the One doesn't have enough energy to keep both Marissa and John awake.
Cut. Larry, let's go again. More fatherly this time. Patronize me.
This next shot is a series. The thoughts that the voice of Durek is piping into Maria's head are, who am I? Why am I real? Who am I becoming? Who do I want to be? Sad for the people I was, committed to my present self. How many times have I changed my face? It's only a face. What's inside is strong. They roll on the face for a bit, and I'll let John say the rest.
Just roll on the face a bit. Look into your eyes. Adjust the wig. Look at your lips. Your eyes. Remember. Remember the mountains. Remember the cold. Remember the first time you looked in the mirror. And recognize yourself. In your head, repeat your name. Recognize yourself. Okay, cut.
I think something happened here. Something that may have pushed Marissa, or perhaps the One, over the edge. All the identities are blurring, switching into and out of each other. The subverted footage shows as much. The unnamed woman switches in, we can hear a town of people. And then we switch into the unnamed man, and we can hear cannons and gunfire in the background. And then we switch into the One, standing in the room, darkened and in silence. She's silently sobbing, and simply says,
I can't remember all the faces.
We're getting close to the end, I fear. It's all too much for the One. In this next shot, we just have them running a series in the airport. There's just one moment that honestly just saddens me.
Just the last one?
I'm helping a friend. I'm helping a friend.
Marissa repeats her lines, trying different tones and subtleties until Durek cuts.
Okay, we got it. Okay.
I'm helping a friend.
Just a bit of that bite, that snarky charm of Marissa from the times of Ambrosio came through for a moment. It shows how cold and efficient this has all been, despite Durek and Marissa having learned a lot From the flaws of Ambrosio's production, they seem to have lost some of that warmth. It's not their fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just a part of life, part of existing. Decline, as the one calls it. Theologians call it decay due to original sin. Physicists call it entropy. Just as the universe may one day experience a total heat death, every person, every artist will eventually meet the end positioning of their decline. And while there are some more grounded A to B narratives in this game, I think, at least personally, the larger feel I get from this game is this overall theme of decline. This creative heat death. The ways we distract ourselves from it, the ways we cope with it, the ways we become at peace with it, or perhaps the ways we try and fight it, live to create another masterpiece. At least that's the way this game resonates with me. The way she keeps repeating, "I'm helping a friend," it feels like I'm supposed to find something here. I reverse the speech and I find this.
Snarfing Obama.
Snarfing Obama.
Snarfing Obama.
Snarfing Obama. Ah, interesting. So that's what this whole thing is about snarfing Obama. I don't know what it means to snarf somebody, but it sounds painful. Okay, nothing here. In this next shot, action is called, but nothing happens. The crew reacts.
John, should we cut?
We need to find a different hotel room. This one isn't good enough.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Interesting. The assistant director reacts to the disaster by saying Jesus effing Christ in the same way the Minsky assistant director did. Oh, that means somebody's about to die. And fittingly, we have a close-up shot of
action.
A martini glass. Martini. The final shot of the day is called the martini shot. And so here we have the final shot. On the seventh take, we can see Amy seemingly trying to talk sense into Marissa, or maybe prepare for something. Not sure. I now also realize that Amy and Marissa are drinking what look to be Ferraris, the same drink that Goodman and Franny did in the Minsky. Maybe the other one and the one are sharing a final Rari for old time's sake.
Wait, where are you going? Wait. VIP.
John? Where did John go?
Marissa.
The medic is coming. Where did John?
Marissa's body finally gives way. The sheer amount of stress and wear causes her to suffer from hematohydrosis, but in the style of Jesus' stigmata. Let's go ahead and see how this transpired in the realm of immortality.
It's too much. Don't let this happen. It's okay. You can come back from this. Not again. It's okay. Let me die the way you died, and I'll be more.
She's talking about cremation, just as Sam Greenwood, the previous host of the other one, was cremated after a bodily death. The final shot of the whole game, we see Marissa sitting still, with just enough energy to blink her eyes, it seems. Amy kisses her head and slaps the clapper with just Marissa Marcel written on them. Amy douses her in gasoline and burns her. This was something that was foreshadowed to from the trailer. The posters of 3 Marissa Marcel's movies burning. After all, celluloid is very flammable. Many a movie have skirted immortality from the permanence of the flames. In the subverted footage, we see the other one kiss the one's head. The subverted footage ends here, but we can surmise from the next subverted clip that the one is burning.
suffering from a heavy death. September 25th, 1999 would mark the day that Marissa Marcel, the synthesis at least of Marissa Marcel with the One, was finally killed and cremated. But that didn't speak the end for the other one, so surely...
I see you.
Oh, well yeah, I guess that makes sense. It does feel like you've been talking to me directly all this time. Oh geez. Amy Archer saw the death of the other one and became a vessel for him, so naturally... Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's fucking weird. Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? I can't click on it. What the fuck? It's actually fucking terrifying. Oh, it's so fucked up. With the pieces all put together, we realize that all this time, the story that the One was trying to tell was already being told in the telling of that story. These clips all come together to recreate, rebirth the One.
I'm part of you now.
And the sad thing is, we kind of woke them up from an eternal slumber, continuing the curse of the One's immortality. I think that's why the One is crying in this moment. However, in that final subverted footage, the One does smile when realizing that they're being seen and that they see us. Perhaps the eternal martyr, the hanged man, finds joy that their sacrifice isn't going to waste, that it's being witnessed, but that also means that the labor of the One's immortality must continue, now within our heads, multiplied by all those who've witnessed their story, purchased a copy of Immortality, or watched this video. Oh man, look at that whiteboard. Takes me back to, I think I say this so often, but this takes me back to the Faith Chapter 2 days. That's sort of the messy, colorful, but just jam-packed whiteboard. It's a bit overwhelming though. And so to make this conclusion a little less overwhelming, I want to kind of at least start this off in the same way I started off the conclusions of Who's Lila? Sort of question and answer formatting. Let's warm up a little bit with just some general trivia, just to have an idea of the scope of this timeline. How old was Marissa when she finally died? If she was 17 when she was consumed by the One, since this happened in the 1940s, we can assume that she was in her 70s by the time 1999 rolled around. Which, even for our standards, is a pretty young age to die. Just a kid. Her age may seem like just useless trivia, but I think it helps give us an understanding that we have just basically caught a glimpse of this 70-year journey, this synthesis journey. Now, what can I say about the movies? Ambrosio is the only movie of the three that actually made it to wrap. Two of Everything seems to feel more complete, but as we know, it wasn't ever finished. And Minsky has, I think, the least amount of clips that we have access to, which is why I think, in my opinion, not only does it feel, of course, unfinished, but also very incomplete. We have a very clear sort of start to finish sequence in Two of Everything, but I feel that there are some big pieces missing in Minsky. Or that could just be a failure on my part. Minsky's cancellation is quite obvious. Carl Greenwood died from a supposed firearms accident, but we know it was a premeditated murder by the One. The official narrative of Two of Everything's cancellation was the death of John Durick and the disappearance of Marissa, but we know that both John Durick and Marissa were both killed, or died, fell apart, Hard to really say when you're talking about vessels. But still, the most mysterious cancellation is Ambrosio. Like I said, we know it made it into post-production. Marissa told Arthur at the wrap party, hopefully you see something in there that you like, referring to the post-production process, the editing in the moviola. I think it's safe to assume that just as we were introduced to the One through this moviola-like interface, perhaps after a long night of editing, Arthur Fisher at the very least caught a glimpse of the One. Maybe he saw the subverted footage of Marissa's audition when the One was terrorizing this simulacrum Arthur Fisher. That probably scared the crap out of him and it never went to release. And this detail didn't make it to the whiteboard, but I want to reiterate, Arthur Fisher at some point, perhaps in the 90s, sent the negatives of Ambrosio to the former director of photography John Durick, for old time's sake, and John Durick's witnessing of that footage is what brought back Marissa. But now, what does each movie signify? It's a big question. Ambrosio was Arthur Fisher's last-ditch attempt at revitalizing his dying directorial career. It was rife with sort of a desperate, debaucherous, sex-crazed artistry that I think was an attempt to immortalize this piece, make it forever famous, and thus immortalize Arthur Fisher. Minsky was a project by both Durick and Marissa. Durick wanted to immortalize Marissa within this idealized fantasy of Franny, and in a way the One kind of wanted to do something similar, but I guess more authentically, wanting to put some real flesh and bones on Franny so that when viewed in the right light, she's made real. So in a way, Durick wanted to make the real a fantasy, and perhaps the One wanted to make fantasy reality. Now, two of everything. I believe that this film was supposed to be, in a way, a covert autobiography of the One. And I mean, this symbolism is so rich, even in the title. Two of everything. In this game's world, you have two worlds. You have the world of mortals and the world of immortals. Two worlds, two universes, two everythings. And within the movie Two of Everything, you also have two worlds. The world of the tranquil and mundane and the world of fame and immortality. And yet both characters in Two of Everything, just like Marissa and the One, occupy the ambiguous margins of these worlds, teetering on the thresholds. Heather gets to experience a taste of fame, and Maria gets to experience a taste of tranquility, of the mundanity. Just as Marissa, a mortal, gets to experience an imperfect mortality, and on the flip side, the One, an immortal, gets to experience an imperfect mortality. Perhaps the death of Heather is supposed to symbolize the death of Marissa, both dying in order to achieve an in-spirit immortality. And Maria forsakes her fame in the same way that the One forsakes their immortality, experiencing a death in spirit. So it's kind of interesting, right? You've got Heather and Marissa becoming immortal in spirit, and the One and Maria dying in spirit. But in reality, yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. Now that we've gotten our warm-up, let's go ahead and talk a bit more about these immortals. Early on into this investigation, I thought that there was a possibility that the Other One and the One were these sort of just purely symbolic personifications of artistic creativity. That nobody in this actual story was truly possessed by the One or the Other One. They were driven by their own human desires, and we could just sort of artistically, symbolically depict these desires and the patterns surrounding them as one of these two immortals. I imagine that there is some truth to that. However, the effect that these immortals have on the mortal world in the universe of the game Immortality is just way too palpable. We can see a very apparent effect that the One has on Robert Jones, on Sophia, on John Durick. And so I'm going to take a more literalistic approach with this. While the immortals themselves as a larger species are very mysterious, one can assume that we can describe the immortals by simply describing the Other One and the One. They are the origin stories to origin stories. The primordial storytellers of everything we know as human beings. We know for a fact the Other One played the devil and Adam in the garden. We know for a fact that the One
played Eve, Mary, and Jesus Christ on the cross. These are the progenitors of their respective tropes, while the jury's still out on what the other one could be, just the devil, the tempter, the accuser. We got a pretty solid confirmation that the one has this affinity for the story of the martyrs, the sacrifices, the victims. It also seems that these beings seem to also live through the stories that are being told about them. And it doesn't always have to be an identical storytelling. Where there are lovers tempting one another, there is Adam and Eve. Where there is a victim of the wickedness of mankind, there is Jesus Christ. And so perhaps they're the other one, and the one will always be. Maybe. Now, at the point of our interaction with the game, there are only two immortals left in existence. The one and the other one. The other one sees our derivative storytelling as base. Monkeys flinging crap. Whereas the one likes our mortal storytelling. That despite our derivative nature, it's our mortality that makes us shine. And so, going back to that concept of living through the stories, this sort of mimetic resurgence, something about Marissa's victimization, her murder and assault, attracted the one. Something about Marissa Marcel made her the perfect ingredient for the one's goals. The personal goal to integrate into humanity, escape immortality, and perhaps the larger goal of making another case for mankind, and perhaps achieving the inachievable as an immortal. Now, what of possession? How does it work? Well, it just does. You can have the long-term, fully integrated synthesis of Marissa Marcel. You can have a tumultuous possession of a hostile takeover in John Durick. Or you can just live vicariously, temporarily, through the lips of lovers in Robert Jones and Sophia Morgana. Some consumptions reach completion, like with Marissa and John Durick, but in the cases of Robert Jones and Sophia Morgana, it seems the one only took a bite. To what extent did the other one possess the Satan hunk, the unnamed superstar, or Carl Greenwood? We don't truly know, because this was not a story of the other one. This was a story of what happened to Marissa Marcel. In other words, what happened to the one. Throughout this game, we can see the one experiment with the medium of film and try and discover how immortality interfaces with it. The medium of film preserves the moment onto celluloid. Something about it bridged the gap between these two worlds, these two everythings. You see, images may preserve forms, music may preserve sounds, but through film, both forms, sounds, movements, emotions, and the stories that humans make is preserved. You capture everything about that tableau and you immortalize it. And so, if something about the medium could immortalize the mortal, perhaps something about it could mortalize the immortal. And here's what I think is so tragic about the one story. It starts off with us seeing a sort of wanderlust. The one is first coming face to face with this medium, motion pictures, finding out all these different creative ways to put flesh and bone onto characters, discover ways that they can create a character so authentic that when captured by the gaze of the camera, it could produce a new Marissa. And so you'd have two Marissas. The one could achieve what no other immortal could ever achieve, and that is to reproduce, create more immortals. But towards the end of this journey, I think the one just grew tired and just wanted to die. To be burned and achieve what immortals could never achieve, death. The journey started with the desire to create life and ended with a desire to end one's own life. But because they did such a great job with creating such an attractive enigma to Marissa, the star, after her burning, after her immolation and supposed death, fans of the mystery of Marissa Marcel collated all these disparate clips together. All of these clips, all of these immortalized vignettes, immortalized tableaus, when put together, rebirthed the one, robbing her of her eternal rest. The one's seemingly favorite trope, being the martyr, the one who dies, lives through their own martyrdom, defined by their inability to die. All these major themings behind me on this whiteboard more or less make up the angst that the one experiences throughout this game.
throughout their synthetic life with Marissa. But at this point, everything contained on this whiteboard and contained in my brain at this moment has already been said, in some way, shape, or form. And so, I'll leave it at that. It's fitting that I covered this game about decline, about death, after what I would consider to be a pretty weak coverage of her story. Not so fun fact, while that video was uploading, I was uploading it overnight, I was having nightmares about it. There was something deep down that I was unsatisfied about with that video. This is beyond the editing errors. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few in this video as well. There was just something indescribable about it. I feel I knew deep down that it wasn't my best. And so, in a way, I tasted that dip in creative trajectory. I tasted what decline felt like. And probably still am, depending on how this video is received. But despite that, even though this video, her story video, wasn't my best, I feel like I would not have been able to catch these themes in Immortality. I would not have resonated so hard with this theme, this fear, this angst with creative decline as much if I hadn't had uploaded basically what was a stinker of a video. I don't want to be presumptuous and say that this video is somehow the life that takes place after death. This could easily just be equally as shitty. But I don't know. I'm very satisfied with it. And this has got to be like the first time every step of the process was just a blast. Sometimes the writing drags on, sometimes the editing drags on, sometimes the filming drags on. But this was one of the most fun projects I ever took on. So, until next video, thank you all so much for your support, and most importantly, your patience. Ma'salama, sudesutun, hasta luego, I'll see you soon. Finally, you're here. Eugene, I just want to talk. You think I'm guilty, don't you? Why didn't you mention you were connected to those 3 Vics? You know how this looks, right? You want to know what really happened? Can you see? You can't see? You can't see! Who said that? How many of you are here? I can't see anything. Put on your viewing lens. Does he have a viewing lens? We all have our viewing lens. Viewing lens? Spectacles? Shades? Sunglasses? Tell me what the hell is going on right now, or I'll have every single one of you under arrest. Is that the detective? Is he the law? He doesn't look like the law. I am the law. I have the badge to prove... What the hell? What the hell happened to my badge? Camera? Glasses? Spectacles? Thomas Aquinas. It's the painter. Leonardo da Vinci. And Donna Summer. And what do all 3 of those have in common? Detective Vidocq. They're all Italian. Donna Summer, well, she died in Naples. That would be Naples, Florida. No, they're all dead. That's what they all have in common. Vidocq's visions. I need to see more. Those missing shades. My art works because it comes purely from me. But it doesn't, though. Never mind that. Why did you get into making videos? What are these conversations about? I need more. I see 3 signature sunglasses. I like that. I wish I came up to that conclusion earlier, before I was put in this state. It's too late now. That's okay, I guess. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. I get it now. All these conversations converge. Let's finish this. That's okay, I guess. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. I'm dying. It's too late. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. The end draws near. It doesn't have to be that way. What if I told you I could prolong your life? All you'd have to do is create unceasingly for me. But when the time comes, I will return and take what's mine and yours. You can die peacefully, knowing that you left your mark on this world, inspiring others. You showed the world your creative fury, providing the world with quality service, Deal? 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 So now you know. You killed them. What? No. Quite the opposite, really. I extended their life, allowed them to create just a little bit longer, and in return, I would come back and take what was rightfully mine and the creativity they fostered. And now, with the graphic design of the Moralist, the videography of the Expressionist, and the musical direction of the Industrialist. Oh my God. You're making a music video. You and I were meant to get along, but I want to cry when we get it wrong. You and I, on the edge of it all. Hold me close, baby, when we start to fall. Hold on. I don't know if this song is really applicable to our situation right now. You and me forevermore. Baby, that scares me. Can't we just be you and me? Everything comes in pairs, me and you and me got two of everything. Two hands, two eyes, got two of everything. Too much of everything. You and I, we're meant to get along, but I want to cry when we get it wrong. You and I, on the edge of it all. Hold me close, baby, when we start to fall. You and me forevermore. Baby, that scares me. Can't we just be you and me? You and me. Everything comes in pairs, me and you and me got two of everything. Two hands, two eyes, got two of everything. Oh, yeah. Too much of everything.